Chapter 1. The Twins, the Denial of the Younger Son. In the parallel universe of Dragon Ball. Year 737 of the Age of the Universe, November 30th. Planet Vegeta. Within the home of Bardock, a low-class warrior with a battle power reaching 10,000. Broly is enveloped in a nutrient solution, resting in his incubation pod. Jine, I do not acknowledge this child as my own. Bardock, what nonsense are you spouting? If he is not your son, could he possibly belong to the neighbor Wang Ba? Bardock's voice remained silent. Yet Jine was not one to relent. I tell you, Bardock, Kakarot is undoubtedly your son. As Kakarot's twin brother, Broly is, without question, also your child. Jine pointed to Brawl's incubation pod, then gestured toward another pod housing Kakarot, who shared Bardock's hairstyle. The atmosphere fell into silence. Bardock's voice still absent, and after Jine's outburst, she seemed to grapple with this shocking revelation. Broly quietly absorbed this explosive news. The system had just transmitted the language, and he had only recently begun to comprehend it. His adoptive parents had entered and exchanged the preceding dialogue. Broly found himself unable to open his eyes. The words of the two resonated clearly within his mind. His adoptive parents were entirely unguarded, failing to consider that he had only been born a mere 10 days prior. Even when their gazes occasionally fell upon him, he remained utterly still. At just over 10 days old, everyone assumed him to be an infant. No one suspected anything amiss. But Bardock and Jine were oblivious. Though he could not speak, Brawl's thoughts remained unbound. Such a grand twist? Reborn as the son of the neighbor Wang Ba? System, can you confirm where this is? Insufficient data rendered any confirmation impossible. Broly felt helpless. He was unaware of his surroundings, and initially could not comprehend the language others spoke. It sounded akin to Japanese. Yet the only phrase he knew was pressure band. In this place, he had not heard anyone utter such words. It felt both familiar and alien, distinctly peculiar. The system had just deciphered the local language, yet it could not ascertain whether this was Earth. In his previous life, he had been forced into becoming a test subject, a catastrophic failure resulting in a grand explosion. Surviving without dying and being granted the opportunity to live again with consciousness was indeed a matter for celebration. Moreover, the addition of a system resembling a supercomputer in his mind was equally thrilling. Yet, after just deciphering the language and gaining the ability to understand their discourse, he heard his adoptive father deny him. What was to be done? From their words, it seemed he was likely the child of the neighbor Wang Ba, having just been born if they were to abandon him. And if the neighbor Wang Ba refused to acknowledge him, would he not face certain demise? He longed to speak, yet his entire being was submerged in this mysterious nutrient solution. Apart from breathing, he was rendered entirely immobile. His brain struggled to command his limbs, attempting to signal the two outside. But for a newborn, such endeavors were far from easy. His tail, however, swayed freely in rhythm with the flowing liquid. Fortunately, even with his eyes tightly shut, images of the room appeared in his mind. As if from a divine perspective, Bardock remained silent for a long moment, while Jine's once beautiful face grew increasingly clouded with anger. Her fists clenched tightly as she glared at Bardock. Speak. Have you lost your voice? Bardock, what do you mean? Just what I mean. What does that even mean? You should understand my meaning. Jine, now exasperated, trembled with rage. Enough with the nonsense, just state your intentions. Bardock observed Jine, who was on the verge of fury. He paused for a brief second, cast him aside. Upon hearing this, a chill raced up Brawl's spine. That is utterly ruthless. There is no chance for survival. Bardock insisted. This is not my son. I know my own child. Dispose of him. What? Jine cried out, rushing protectively to Brawl's incubation pod. She regarded Bardock with a wary expression. No, we must at least wait until he can speak. You cannot throw him away. At last, Broly could exert a modicum of control over his body. He silently cheered within. What a thrilling and perilous scene to encounter right after birth. Mother, you must hold firm. Whether he is my biological father is uncertain, but you are undoubtedly my true mother. If I am discarded, my chances of survival are but a mere one. I am counting on you to hold steady. Bardock, feeling powerless, had been ensnared by the enchantment of a Kaneso warrior's magical fist, granting him foresight he did not doubt Jain. Yet in his visions of the future, Brawley did not exist. To preserve the lineage, abandoning Brawley and allowing him to fend for himself in the cosmos was the most prudent course of action. What was unfolding now confirmed the authenticity of his prophetic abilities. Frisia was indeed rallying all scions under false pretenses precisely as he had foreseen, and everything aligned perfectly. He could now witness Kakarot's journey to Earth and the events leading up to his confrontation with Frisia, and Brawley's presence was nowhere to be found. Thus, it stood to reason that he could not possibly have a son named Brawley. Another possibility lingered, that Brawley was indeed his son, yet he would perish if Bardock did not send him away. He understood well that Frisia was ruthless enough to obliterate planet Vegeta. Hence, sending Brawley away was imperative. Bardock declared, "Bardock, they cannot even speak, they do not recognize their own parents. I will not allow this." Seeing Jain's steadfastness, Bardock fell silent for a moment, attempting to find a compromise. "Then let us send both Brawley and Kakarot away together." No sooner had he uttered this than a vision clouded his eyes. He found himself hovering above a desolate wasteland, where an unending tide of bizarre creatures relentlessly assaulted the distant city walls. On the walls, Brawley, with a calm demeanor, unleashed his energy attacks, wreaking havoc upon his foes. In the blink of an eye, Bardock's momentary daze dissipated, and as he reflected on the scene, a sense of triumph swelled within him. He believed he had grasped the ultimate truth. Sending them both away was indeed the wisest choice. Previously, Jain may have objected, and he had failed to send Brawley away, which left only Kakarot. But now, armed with the ability to foresee the future, change was in order. With clarity in his mind, Bardock's determination solidified. Brawley watched helplessly as Jain collapsed to the ground, his heart heavy with despair. "This is disastrous. Even my adoptive mother cannot protect herself. Is the opening act of my life to be one of abandonment?" As he observed Bardock rushing to her aid, hope flickered anew. "There is still hope if you cherish your wife. Surely they will sway you. Bardock, I have borne you 3 sons with great effort. Those scions are wicked and irresponsible. You cannot unjustly accuse me. Even if their hairstyles differ and Brawley does not resemble you, he will still call you father. You cannot break my heart like this. Could it be that twins can have 2 different fathers? Now, due to your doubts, you would send both of your sons away? Jain, tonight I will steal a spaceship and send them both away." Jain, like an enraged lion, roared vehemently, "No, I have said it before, they are both your sons, and not one shall be sent away." Bardock did not respond immediately. Jain's current emotional state was not conducive to further provocation. After a moment of silence, the room fell completely still. Only the sound of bubbling from the 2 incubation pods remained. "Jain, allow me to explain. This is a course of action forced upon us. You may speak, I am listening." Brawley, too, felt anxious. His life was at the mercy of others. He naturally hoped Bardock would present a compelling justification. Even without the ability to vocalize, he silently urged, Yes, you may speak, I am also listening." Chapter 2. Mother's Consent, Unease, and Anxiety. With barely enough control over his body, the bubbles in Brawley's incubation pod began to emerge more densely. "Look at you, you have frightened my son." Bardock forced a smile. What do they understand at this age? Brawley thought disdainfully. Who says I do not comprehend? Release me, and you shall see whether I understand or not. In a previous life, I have never been subjected to such treatment. It feels rather uncomfortable. Alas, for Borikeli, merely opening his eyes poses an immense challenge, let alone engaging in conversation. "Janae, please remain calm and allow me to elucidate," he implores. "My actions stem from a place of necessity. Only by sending them away can we secure a future." Borikeli is at a loss for words. A place of necessity? What kind of necessity? The urgency to rid himself of the burden of his green hat? Janae, undoubtedly his unworthy mother, glares at Bardock with fierce disdain. "Keep weaving your tales. Let's see if you can conjure even a flower from your fabrications." Indeed, this wretched old man is ruthless. Just because he harbors suspicions about me, he intends to send my brother away as well. They are strikingly alike. He must surely be his biological son. Just as Borikeli finishes his scathing remark, he is taken aback. Bardak has somehow managed to calm Janae, leading her out of the room. He can only watch helplessly as they depart, the sounds of their voices fading into the din outside, replaced by the cacophony that surrounds him. "You, old rascal, why take Janae away? I can hardly hear you. Come back, come back. What is this explanation of yours regarding my status as your son? Speak up. What clandestine dealings are you engaging in behind my back?" Regrettably, Borikeli finds himself unable to command his body, trapped in silence. He can only watch as the two exit and the door closes behind them. I hope this wretched mother of mine proves resourceful. If they send me away, it's game over. Borikeli resolves to calm himself and strive for control over his body. Beyond relying on Janae's maternal instincts, he must put forth his own efforts. If he could create a ruckus within the nursery pod, perhaps they would see him as a prodigy and choose to nurture him. Time is of the essence. He must make them aware that he possesses thoughts and desires of his own. Infants should not be regarded as mere objects. Approximately 30 minutes pass. Borikeli observes the two individuals entering with laughter and banter, and a sense of relief washes over him. He can finally set aside the weight in his heart and indulge in a peaceful slumber. Janae approaches the nursery pods, tenderly caressing the glass. "My child, barely a fortnight old, and already we must part ways. Poor little one, unable to utter a word. Do not blame your parents for their harshness." Thankfully, the spaceship is equipped with a life support pod. Borikeli's heart sinks at her words. He realizes the implications. She has been swayed. "This is dire. I am truly to be cast aside. This is the end. I am doomed." Borikeli now understands that he is certainly not on Earth, at least not the Earth he knew at the time of his demise. Though he bears a tail, which suggests the infusion of monkey genes, what does the spaceship signify? Yet, at this moment, he cannot concern himself with whether he is on Earth or not. The urgency is palpable. He is racing against time. The countdown to death has reached its final 3 seconds. Survival must come first. If the spaceship takes him away, will he perish en route, unable to even cry out for help? Fortunately, during this interval, coupled with his conscious efforts to exercise control, he manages to manipulate his body to some extent. He begins to thrash his limbs, causing the nutrient solution to bubble more vigorously. He hopes to garner their attention, to earn some respect for the opinions of those directly involved. How ruthless! Is this what it means to be a father? To dispatch one's offspring aboard a spaceship? This feels like an extermination, leaving no survivors. He has only just been born, unaware if he can even be revived should he perish. As long as he is not sent away, he would not mind being raised as a slave. If worst comes to worst, if he can endure until the age of 7 or 8, perhaps he could leverage the knowledge in his mind to sustain his existence. Initially, he believed Janae's actions were a strategic retreat, but Bardak's words left Borikeli dumbfounded. Bardak embraces Janae from behind. "Janae, rest assured, Kakarot and Borikeli will be sent away. They will support one another. There will be no issues." What he thought was a compromise between the two only meant that both of them would still be sent away. "Bardak, Scions are ruthless, but you are even more merciless. You are Super Scion." Bardak offers a rueful smile. "Janae, do not speak further. I have but one question. Is Borikeli your son?" "Yes, of course he is my son." Borikeli is taken aback within the nursery pod, left with nothing but instinctual breaths to sustain his life. "Why? You have acknowledged me as your illegitimate son, yet you still wish to send us away? Is it not enough that you deny me a chance at life, but you also intend to cast aside my brother? Why does my wretched mother consent to such a course of action?" Borikeli's mind races with thoughts, while Janae nods in satisfaction. "Very well, we shall send them away tonight. I hope you speak from the heart. Janae, even if not, I will accept it. However, Kakarot, with a hairstyle just like yours, is undoubtedly your son. As Borikeli and his twin brother were born together, there is no doubt in my heart. I speak with sincerity, Janae." Borikeli regains his senses, continuing to flail his limbs, causing the nursery pod to emit an increasing number of bubbles. His movements finally attract Janae's attention. Look at how anxious Borikeli has become. Alas, is there truly no other way? Bardak is bewildered Shouldn't his son be merely days old? Can he truly comprehend our words? Borakili is overjoyed, exerting himself even more fervently. If only Janae's maternal love could overflow, would the crisis not pass? Janae, let us rest well, and tonight we shall steal a spaceship. After Bardak's declaration, he directly pulls Janae away. Borakili's heart is utterly chilled. Oh, dear mother, it was you who sought freedom, yet now I must suffer, facing death so soon after birth. If it comes to it, you could send me to the neighboring Wang Ba's home. As night falls, Borakili and his brother Kakarot are lifted like chicks. Bardak, do you think Borakili can understand our conversation? Bardak opens the spherical spaceship, cradling Kakarot and placing him inside. Oh, not overthink it. He is but a few days old. How could he possibly comprehend? Other scions, regardless, must remain on planet Vegeta for 3 years before being sent out. Borakili is embraced by a pair of rough hands, leaving the warm embrace, and is squeezed into the spherical spaceship, pressed closely against Kakarot. Subsequently, both are enveloped by a breathing apparatus that covers their mouths and noses, while liquid once more drenches them. And the spaceship's visor closes. There is no alternative. Frisia is about to strike, and we must act swiftly. Borakili is filled with trepidation, desperately kicking his limbs. Janae speaks sorrowfully. Chapter 3. Sent away, surviving against all odds. Bardak. I truly believe Borakili may understand our words. He certainly does not wish to leave us. Just look at him. Bardak, feeling helpless, responds, Janae. Enough, enough. I am aware it is merely my fantasy. Janae, I must send them away. If we delay, we may not have the time. Let us watch them a moment longer, so they may remember our faces. Janae, Borakili possesses a battle power of 30, while Kakarot has a mere 2. They are both lower-class warriors destined to be sent to conquer planets. Why, sending them together, they may care for each other. I have chosen the most remote and insignificant planet in the North Galaxy. So rest assured, Janae's gaze remains fixated on the spherical spaceship. Have you removed the tracker? It has been removed. It is merely a black ship now. Hurry, do not hesitate. The time for decisive action is upon us. Bardak relays his foresight of the future to Janae, which earns her consent. However, we truly cannot afford to delay. Janae gazes longingly at her 2 sons. Bardak, can we not accompany them? It is not possible. Our battle power would be easily detected by the scanners. Tears of sorrow stream down Janae's face. My children, if your father is mistaken, we shall retrieve you swiftly. I could see this moment. Janae unexpectedly smiles. Who would have thought that an adult scion could be so concerned for his offspring? Bardak looks fondly at Kakarot beside Borakili. I have been fighting outside, perhaps out of sudden whim to save someone, especially my son Kakarot, who has been deemed a lower-class warrior. Janae, dissatisfied, exclaims loudly at Bardak. Hey, Borakili is also your son. I know, but Kakarot's battle power is far too low. Enough? I must send them away now. Bardak supports himself against the spaceship's exterior, gazing through the glass directly at the 2. Remember, you both must strive to survive. As Bardak's words fall, the spaceship takes flight. Fear glimmers in Borakili's eyes. He is truly panicking. He knows nothing of planet Vegeta, nor of Frisia, in his past life as a researcher. Learning and scientific inquiry were his sole focus. System, what should I do? How can I escape this fate? I am being sent into the cosmos. I am destined to die. Grant me a grand gift to leave this place. Borakili is also engulfed in despair. The system he named himself, whose functions he has discerned, currently possesses only the ability to collect the languages around him. This system has proven useless, akin to a supercomputer devoid of any programming. Under normal circumstances, possessing such a system would invigorate him as a researcher. Yet at this moment, it is utterly impotent, let alone a grand gift. The system can do nothing but analyze the current language. Based on projections, the probability of the Master's demise stands at 99.9. I do not wish to hear that. I desire a method for a death probability of 0. I can only leave it to fate. Damn, how do you know to leave it to fate? Borakili feels defeated. Just a few days old, what can he do? He can only await judgment in despair, feigning deep sentiment while acting so ruthlessly. 2 infants scarcely a month old are cast into the cosmos, Their demise all but assured. To survive? What a farce. Restart. Restart. System, in my next life, will you accompany me? No, Borikili. In the blink of an eye, the spherical spaceship flies beyond the atmosphere of planet Vegeta. Heading towards Earth, Borikili gazes ahead with wide eyes. There lie countless spherical spaceships identical to the one beneath him. It seems my rebirth into this race is rather formidable, with so many spaceships. Commandeering a few would surely change the ownership of Earth. Alas, if only I could grow up, master technology, and study these marvels, how wonderful that would be if given the chance. I would collect all the technology in the universe and apply it to my physical form. Never again feeling so powerless. Damn it. What a pity to be a short-lived being, ending my story before it even begins. Knowing his inevitable demise, he finds his mindset surprisingly tranquil. System, record these spaceships, if possible. Study and document the spherical spaceship beneath me. Understood? Regardless of who acquires this foolish system in the future, they will at least fare better than I, for it is no longer zero. Within the spaceship. A wisp of smoke appears in the nutrient liquid. Kakarot, who had been crying incessantly, suddenly quiets down. Borikili also feels his mind growing hazy, waves of drowsiness washing over him. Perhaps a peaceful death, at least devoid of suffering. I wonder if I will remember this in my next life. Borikili and Kakarot drift into slumber the year's journey. If one does not sleep, the loneliness could drive one mad. Of course, Borikili, utterly ignorant of the Dragon Ball world. Belize has found peace in death. Their uniquely designed spaceship immediately draws the attention of those with ulterior motives. On Frisia's spaceship, my lord, we have detected a fleeing spaceship. From the hovering chair emerges a pair of horns. Obscuring the figure's features, the clear yet chilling voice resounds. Oh, what is their battle power? One possesses 30, the other two. Not concern yourself with them. It is merely a lower-class scion being sent out shortly after birth. There is no need to raise an alarm, lest we expend unnecessary effort. They pose no threat to us. By the way, how many scions have returned? Your Majesty, 85 have returned thus far. We expect the remaining ones to arrive within 2 hours. Yet, speak, the scion prince, Vegeta, has not complied with your orders. A frivolous voice echoed. Oh, pay him no mind. A few scions can't stir up much trouble, my lord. However, Vegeta's battle power has already reached 3,000 at the tender age of 5. Just imagine when he matures. Yes, my apologies, my lord. Depart now, and please inform me only when all the scions return from their battles. Understood. Borikili remained oblivious to all of this. He believed it was merely a spaceship from planet Vegeta, which it was not. He was unaware that planet Vegeta had exploded into dust, and the shockwaves from its destruction had affected the spaceship. He was aboard. 9 months later, Borikili awoke from his coma. As a newborn with a battle power of 30, his resilience far surpassed that of Kakarot. He could fully control his own body now. Where am I? Am I not dead? Chapter 4. Battle Power. Farewell, Earth. Borikili's gaze shifted from confusion to clarity. That 1/3 of the nutrient solution within the spaceship had evaporated, just enough for him to peek out. The sight of stars rapidly vanishing outside the spherical spaceship's glass captivated him. I am alive, truly alive. System, come forth. Present. How long has it been? 9 months. Borikili paused. According to the conversations of his adoptive father and mother, he should have been flying for a year, that if he had survived being cast into space. Then a year would be an accurate time frame. Why did I awaken after only 9 months? And Kakarot? Unclear. His expression darkened, realizing how unreliable the system was, though he had not anticipated it to be this unreliable. Well, I suppose this counts as a miraculous survival. Since that's the case, it's time for me to showcase my abilities. He recalled the myriad of spaceships he had seen when departing planet Vegeta, igniting a fervent passion within him. Research, what a sacred and pure term. Genetic technology, life sciences, mechs, and more await my exploration. I must master these fields. Having witnessed grand spectacles, he had long since cast aside thoughts of his parents abandoning him. Mechs are a man's true love, and power is a man's romance, that he refused to believe that with such advanced spaceships, these things would be absent. System, where's the data I requested? Images of the collected data flashed rapidly through his mind. Just this? Just this? Bora Kelly was exasperated. What use is this? Useless. Damn it. Yet Bora Kelly remained undeterred, scrutinizing the data intently. Suddenly, a very brief statement captured his attention. Body functions increased by 200 from baseline. Battle power at 90. Energy concentration within heightened. System. What is this? According to Bardock, her battle power was 30 during her 9 months of unconsciousness. All metrics tripled. Hence the recording. Bora Kelly inhaled sharply. He savored the sensation of his newly augmented physical strength. Consciously controlling his tail. Could it be that I've been infused with gorilla genes? Surely not from a monkey. Adjusting to a more comfortable position, he disregarded Kakarot, who was sleeping like a dead pig. Or perhaps our lineage is akin to that of gorillas, which would explain our tales from birth. Bora Kelly's focus remained steadfastly on research, completely unaware of the film Rise of the Planet of the Apes. His thoughts were solely confined to the realm of science. If that's the case, then I have an abundance of research opportunities ahead of me. He chuckled softly, nudging the slumbering Kakarot. Now, all Bora Kelly could do was gaze at the starry expanse outside. He could take no action. The System S data was of no use, and he had made no significant discoveries about the spaceship beneath him. Kakarot continued to sleep like a log. System, do you have any suggestions? Exercise. Bora Kelly fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, apart from exercising, there was little else he could do. If I remove the apparatus from my mouth and nose, what effect will that have? Unclear. Can't you analyze the air? You cannot, therefore I cannot. Fine, you are quite the disappointment. So are you. Bora Kelly. There's no room to stretch out here. How am I supposed to exercise? Utilize the knowledge in your mind, compile it, and establish a record. Shall we commence? Yes. After a moment's thought, Bora Kelly recalled something. If my adoptive father mentioned battle power, there must be a standard for evaluation. I know nothing at present, but I can establish personal attributes based on my experiences. This will facilitate self-assessment, and eventually, I could even scan others. Although the system is lacking, it can certainly grow as long as I accumulate sufficient knowledge. There will be no issue. It's akin to a blank supercomputer. The more software and data I install, the more powerful it becomes. Otherwise, no supercomputer is of any use. The system operates on the same principle. System, create a personal file. Recommendation, establish it based on known information. Isn't that obvious? If it's not known, can you conjure the unknown from thin air? That would certainly elevate my opinion of you. If it weren't for the lack of people, Bora Kelly would have rolled his eyes. Name, Bora Kelly. Gender, male. Race, scion. Age, 9 months. Interests, female's. Intelligence, 128 battle power, 90 energy, 90 speed. Unknown strength, unknown constitution, unknown life value, unknown. Stop, what are you doing? Constructing your personal file based on known information. Bora Kelly took a deep breath, concise, useful, and necessary. I only require the data. Name, Bora Kelly. Battle power, 90 energy, 90 life force, 10 techniques, none moves, none. Bora Kelly furrowed his brow. This is still somewhat cumbersome. Aware that one cannot demand the impossible, he recognized that this was the most streamlined version achievable at present. System, wire techniques, and moves marked as none. I recall an abundance of knowledge in my mind. The 9 manual, the 9 Yang manual, the muscle tone technique, the Great Shin scripture, and various cultivation techniques. Moves are even more plentiful. You know them. Bora Kelly's expression darkened. Damn. Without further ado, he focused intently on training his body. Bora Kelly only knew the names. He had no clue how to cultivate them. The spherical spaceship was cramped, but thankfully both were infants, allowing him to move about with some difficulty. He exercised every part of his body, including his tail, refusing to neglect any opportunity for improvement. There was one issue. While controlling his tail was manageable, every time he exerted himself, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Uncertain of the reason, he could only attribute it to his youth. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Bora Kelly stared incredulously at the approaching planet. From a distance, it seemed unremarkable, but having never looked at Earth from beyond, its proximity revealed its true form. Earth? This must be Earth. No wonder I felt such familiarity with the previous place I visited. But what is going on? Have I been reborn as a member of a cosmic race? Standing on his seat, he shoved Kakarot aside, clenched his fists tightly, and with his tail sweeping back and forth, he fixated on the view outside. Indeed, the destination is Earth. The spherical spaceship hurtled through space at an astonishing speed. And Bereckley had only just detected it when it was perilously close to Earth. He could clearly ascertain that it was indeed on a collision course with the planet. How splendid, if that were the case. Might I seize the opportunity for revenge? Yet, with such formidable power at his disposal, could I truly succeed? Just as self-doubt began to creep in, he reminded himself of his current extraterrestrial identity. Moreover, the duration of this journey remained uncertain. If it had not been long, once I developed new technologies, then his mind raced, and his gaze darted. Oh no! Help! Chapter 5. Arrival on Earth. Encounter with Bulma. The spherical spaceship showed no signs of deceleration as it barreled into the Earth's atmosphere. Bereckley could only watch helplessly as the faint sound of friction filled his ears. For heaven's sake, stop! If we crash, I won't die, but the governments of various nations will surely take notice. Alas, fate did not align with his desires. The spherical spaceship remained resolute in its descent. Boom! To his surprise, it did not sustain any damage. This spacecraft was remarkably sturdy. Realizing he was unharmed, Bereckley found himself in a mood for a bit of banter. Unlike his previous experience of being sent away, this time he had no reaction time whatsoever. Plummeting to Earth in the blink of an eye, he had no idea how deep he had plunged underground. And the thick layer of dust obscured his view. If it were too deep, how would he manage to escape? He kicked at a hatch. System. How do I open this contraption? Unknown. Come on, you must be of some use. Otherwise, what's the point of having you? Insufficient data. Bereckley was exasperated, but there was nothing he could do but wait in silence. Since they had safely arrived at their destination, surely his father had made some preparations. There was no need for them to come here to meet their demise. The only lingering concern in his mind was what he would do if the government sent agents to investigate. He had a tail behind him. He was no earthling. Wah! Huh. Bereckley's thoughts were interrupted by Kakarot's cries, Daha! You are fortunate. You awakened to find yourself at your destination. He did not mind the noise. 3 months without anyone to converse would have been unbearable. If not for the system providing a distraction, he might have gone mad. Given his background as a researcher accustomed to silence, as he bent down to lift Kakarot, a kick landed squarely on his face. Ouch! You wretched monkey! Bereckley disregarded him in a fit of anger, standing on the seat. Before long, the hatch of the spherical spaceship opened. In such a short span, they would undoubtedly be unable to react. The surroundings were land. He needed to escape swiftly, yet he glanced at Kakarot, who was still wailing and flailing his limbs. Gritting his teeth, he bent down and picked him up. The scene was quite comical. An infant barely 80 centimeters tall, cradling another infant just over 70 centimeters tall. Be still. If we are discovered, it will be disastrous. Standing at the hatch, he held Kakarot in his arms and looked up. Fortunately, it wasn't too deep. Lowering his gaze, he examined the large pit beneath the spacecraft. Gritting his teeth, he crouched and leaped down. Thud! A muffled sound echoed, and Bereckley's face paled as he prepared to exclaim. Wait, it doesn't hurt. That he looked down again. What in the world? His feet had sunk roughly 20 centimeters into the rock. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to ponder. With a mighty effort, he pulled his feet free and began to climb upward with Kakarot in his arms. The further he climbed, the more he sensed something amiss. What was going on? This pit must be at least 3 meters deep. Yet as a 1-year-old infant, I am finding it effortless. System. Do you know what's happening? Combat power. Bereckley was immediately enlightened. Indeed, this was the only explanation. His race was different. Compared to the frail human physique, his current form seemed extraordinarily powerful. Standing on the edge of the deep pit, he turned to peer down. His tail swayed freely in the air. Who would have thought I would have a day to become a Sun Wukong? However, Kakarot's incessant cries prevented him from delving deeper into his thoughts. With a leap, he darted towards the nearby forest. My goodness. With this strength, seeking revenge is truly within reach. Bereckley merely spoke these words, well aware that confronting his enemies directly was impossible. The most urgent task was to ascertain his location, grow stronger, and ultimately take revenge. Just as he hid within the trees, he noticed an elderly man with a basket curiously approaching his direction. Gritting his teeth, he cast a glance at the still sobbing Kakarot. "Do not blame me. Blame your heartless father. We are twins. How could we possibly have different fathers?" Muttering under his breath, he placed Kakarot beneath a large tree. With a leap, he vanished from sight, finding a vantage point for observation. He watched as Sun Wukong was picked up by the elderly man, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The man appeared no different from any ordinary human, leaving Berekli to gamble on the hope that he would not hand Kakarot over to the government. As for himself, he could not rely on placing his hopes in others. He turned to leave. "Kakarot, I hope you grow up safely. Should I flourish, I will definitely find you." After all, the image of Bardock flashed in his mind. His figure gradually receding that he needed to carve out his own path, a path that aligned with his innate talents, a path that would restore his power. He still needed to understand the current state of Earth. He had grown weary of a body that felt beyond his control. It had been so in his past life, and it was so in this one as well. He intended to pursue both the paths of cultivation and scientific research. Uncertain of his own strength, he had no intention of seeking out that person just yet, but that did not mean he was afraid of modern weaponry. He was simply not ready. The abundant energy within him signaled that such feats were indeed achievable. Concealing his tail, he cautiously exited the forest, observing the low-flying vehicles zipping along the road. Berekli was taken aback. This was certainly not the Earth he remembered. "Forget it. Revenge seems impossible for now. I should focus on survival first and devise a plan later." He patted his stomach and followed the direction of the flying vehicles, his footsteps light and swift, like an arrow released from a bow. Before long, with a screech, a hovercraft resembling a motorcycle came to a stop beside him. "Hey, little brat," Berekli, caught off guard, instinctively leaped, propelling himself nearly a kilometer away. "What the hell?" The startled individual swiftly turned the hovercraft around and fled. Berekli had initially intended to call them back, but reconsidered. Instead, he adopted a different approach. He lay down and began to wail. Shortly thereafter, a four-wheeled flying vehicle came to a halt. A girl in professional attire stepped out. The poor child, abandoned at such a young age. Without considering Berekli's opinion, she scooped him up and entered the vehicle. Upon entering, Berekli heard a clear voice beside him. "Ewan, is it convenient for you to take this one? There's no village ahead or shop behind. Just this little child all alone here. Miss Bulma, shall we keep him? It won't take long. Whatever, it doesn't affect me." Ewan smiled wryly. "This young lady may only be 5, but she is a genius." Berekli observed the scene with curiosity. No longer crying. "Miss Bulma, look, this child is truly well behaved. He has stopped crying." Bulma, too, was filled with enthusiasm. She turned her head and retrieved a carton of milk from her bag. "Here, drink this." Broly affected an air of nonchalance, humming a few notes before he began to drink, his small feet playfully nudging Bulma, that he realized that the little girl was the one of higher status. Pleasing her was undoubtedly the right course of action. He needed to establish his footing first. In his current state, he resembled a mere toddler, powerless unless he displayed his strength. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with his surroundings. That Bulma's antics sent her into peals of laughter. "Hold me for a moment. Here you go, Miss Bulma." As Broly sipped his milk, he feigned curiosity, his large eyes wide as they regarded Bulma. There was no choice. He was but a child. If he attempted to act aloof or finish the milk in one gulp, he would truly be regarded as a monster. "Yunwire, miss. This child is rather well behaved, but he has a stick down there that makes me uncomfortable." "What?" Broly's heart sank, realizing he was in trouble. Chapter 6. Being adopted and starting to learn. Broly had no intentions of moving. It was only a matter of time before they discovered the truth. Given Bulma's keen perception, he knew he couldn't escape her scrutiny. If it were to be deemed a monster, his only option would be to flee. "Sun Wukong, how did you manage to mingle among humans for 3 years before being found out?" He mused internally, attempting to maintain an air of indifference as he continued to sip his milk. There was no other option. He could only suckle. "Shall we take a look?" "Miss Bulma, isn't that inappropriate? What's wrong with that? We need to verify his identity. Besides, he is just a child." Without allowing Yunwire a moment to respond, she flipped Broly over onto her lap and began to unbutton his pants for inspection. Broly offered no resistance, continuing to cradle his milk, while Yunwire remained silent. After all, she was merely a servant. What could she do but comply? A refreshing chill washed over Broly as his tail unfurled behind him, swishing back and forth, occasionally brushing against Bulma. Were it not for his restraint, Bulma would have been sent flying, rather than remaining in her current position. Hee, that tickles. Oh dear, that tickles. That don't move. With that, she seized Broly's tail with a firm grip. Broly felt the world spin as darkness enveloped him, and before losing consciousness, he muttered, "Damn, my weakness is my tail." Miss Bulma, as Bulma toyed with Broly's tail, she looked up at Yunwire, who was exclaiming in alarm. "What? How did he die?" Yunwire regarded Bulma with a vexed expression. "Dead? Was that too quick?" However, given that she was addressing a lady, she could only maintain a cautious smile. "Miss, it seems he has merely fainted." It appears so." Yunwire observed the whimsical Bulma, feeling a surge of apprehension. "Miss, let's stop here. I am going back. You all can go on without me." "Hey, miss," Yunwire called out, but Bulma had already produced a universal capsule and tossed it to the ground. With a loud bang, a helicopter materialized before them. Yunwire's face turned pale with shock. In no way. Is Miss Bulma really planning to pilot a helicopter back? As she pondered this, Bulma was already acting on her thoughts. She opened the door, scooped Broly up, and boarded the helicopter, which promptly took off with a whir. "Miss," Yunwire stood dumbfounded as she watched Bulma fly away in the helicopter. How impressive! Broly was completely unaware of what transpired after his fainting spell. Upon awakening, he found himself lying on a warm bed. Where am I? In the residence of Dr. Brief. Who? Broly, having sustained no injuries, quickly rolled out of bed, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Unfortunately, he was not a martial artist in his previous life, and his movements were somewhat clumsy. "I am the robotic butler of Dr. Brief's estate." Broly, barefoot, took a few steps toward the source of the voice. "You are the butler? I am an intelligent program. There's a subsystem within this robot that has been speaking for me and taking care of you." Broly circled the robot, intrigued. In his previous life, he had primarily focused on biological research and was not well versed in robotics. Yet he recognized that such advanced technology had not existed on his original Earth. "What year is it?" "It is November 30,738 of the age of Earth." The timeline bore no resemblance to what he had known in his previous life. He chose not to dwell on matters beyond his control. As a researcher, one must accept fate with equanimity. Otherwise, one would toil without yielding any fruitful results. Tapping his head, he recalled that he had been sent out around this same time last year. Although the calculations were slightly off, the outcome was identical. "Where is this place?" "Dr. Brief's residence. That I know that. I meant this planet." "What is its specific location?" "This is Earth, West City, Dr. Brief's residence." "Which country?" The robot appeared perplexed. "Earth comprises only one country." Broly paused, remaining stilled. He did not doubt the veracity of the robot's information. "Can I go outside?" "Yes, but Miss Bulma has already been informed and will come to see you after school." "I advise against leaving." "That's fine. I wish to explore outside." "Very well." Just as he was about to step out, a gurgle emanated from his stomach, halting him in embarrassment. "Could I have something to eat before I go?" "Please wait a moment." Thus, Broly's plans were entirely thwarted, as he spent the entire afternoon eating. That it was not an excessive amount, but the robot brought him only a small portion each time. Bulma, sensing his lack of energy, rushed home as soon as school finished, bursting into his room and seizing his collar, spitting everywhere. You, how can you eat so much? Aren't you afraid of bursting?" Broly rubbed his belly, furrowing his brow in a feigned expression of grievance. "But I feel as if I have only eaten a third of my fill." Bulma stared at him in disbelief, her eyes widening. "You consumed enough food for 20 adult men in a single meal, and you claim to be only a third full." After a moment's reflection, she exclaimed, "Wait, how do you know this? And how can you say you are only a third full? Quickly tell me. Who are you? How old are you? Why were you on the street?" Broly had no intention of lying. He sensed that this family was quite affluent, and if he could remain here, his early development would surely be untroubled. He chose to disclose only part of the truth. "My name is Broly. That I was abandoned, and I have a twin brother, but he was also abandoned. That is all I remember. I have no recollection of my past." Bulma scrutinized him suspiciously, her eyes lighting up suddenly. "I know. It must be because you eat so much that your parents couldn't afford to raise you, so they heartlessly abandoned you. That must be it, right? Broly adopted a pitiful demeanor. I have never felt full. He spoke the truth. This was the first time he had ever eaten since his birth. Previously, he had survived solely on nutrient solutions and had never truly been full. How pitiful. Then you shall stay with me from now on. I will take care of you. Why is it that I cannot recall past events? How old are you anyway? It is hardly conceivable that you would remember them. Bulma did not dwell on this much. What Broly wanted was precisely this effect, to provide her with a hint and allow her imagination to fill in the gaps, which proved far more useful than fabricating excuses. Being adopted is undoubtedly a splendid turn of events. Had I known it was a wealthy household, I should have brought Kakarot along. I can only hope to find him later. You have eaten quite enough. It would be best if you refrain from any more for now. Allow me to teach you to read and write. Broly was elated. Learning to read is the foundation of research. All information requires written characters for documentation, and he was naturally eager to learn this. To his surprise, he did not even need to bring it up himself. However, before that, observing Bulma's enigmatic demeanor, Broly's face was awash with confusion. Chapter 7. Meeting the parents. The prodigy child, why do you have a tail? Broly's heart skipped a beat. This matter was indeed difficult for him to explain. He remained oblivious to the fact that there were many peculiar half-beings outside, such as bull-headed men, dog-headed men, tiger-headed men, and even wolf-headed men. The only 4 individuals he had encountered were all perfectly human in appearance. Subconsciously, he assumed that everyone here resembled the humans of his previous life, that I am unsure. Perhaps this is the reason I was abandoned. I woke up there. But you clearly know about these things, Broly silently lamented. Why does this little child know so much, with such coherent logical reasoning? He shrugged helplessly, raising his innocent gaze to Bulma. Who is afraid of whom? Forget it, you are pitiable too. Come, let me start teaching you to read. By the way, do you know how? Broly continued to fixate on her. Bulma sighed in resignation. Come, take a look. How do you read this character? Internally relieved, Broly thought that at least he had temporarily sidestepped the issue. If he forgot later, no one could hold it against him. He glanced down. What on earth is this scribble? Upon lifting his gaze, confusion filled his eyes. Thus, the two began their exchange of teaching and learning. Tea dinner. Broly was led to the dining hall by Bulma. Mom, let me tell you, this will be my brother from now on. Heavens, I truly envy Bulma. Having a boyfriend at such a young age. Broly, hand in hand with Bulma, was initially intrigued by the opulence of the dining room. Suddenly hearing this remark, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Had it not been for his remarkable self-control, he might have toppled over on a Bulma. What on earth? So direct and open. One is but a year old, and the other, well, I'm unsure how old Bulma is. Bulma appeared unfazed. Mom, please refrain from making such statements. This is Broly, and he'll be my brother from now on, living in our home. Oh dear, what a little handsome boy. Oh, you even have an adorable tail. Where did you get that tail? I want to get one for myself too. Broly stared blankly at the golden-haired beauty before him. This vibrant individual Bulma's mother. However, her personality seems quite similar. Oh my, the little handsome boy is shy. Come, let us eat at the table. By the way, Bulma, are you nurturing him? Starting to cultivate your boyfriend from such a young age? My Bulma is indeed clever. Considering future life matters at this tender age, Broly made no attempt to resist, resembling a marionette as Mrs. Brief directly ushered him to the table, where an array of culinary delights awaited. Bulma joyfully hopped along behind, sitting on a chair, gleefully tapping her chopsticks. After all, she was still quite young and possessed the nature of a child. Mom, Broly's tail is a real tail. As soon as Bulma uttered these words, Broly anxiously glanced at them. Putting himself in their shoes, he realized that no one would wish to associate with a monster, himself included, while it was not a matter of necessity to remain here. He still hoped to live like an ordinary person, the very least. Bulma was the first to show him kindness, and judging by her family's environment, it was certainly not ordinary. Living here would undoubtedly be relatively better. Is that true? It's genuinely adorable. Another elderly gentleman smacked his lips after taking a puff of his tobacco. All right, let us talk after we finish eating. Dad, Broly tend to eat a lot. Could you have the kitchen prepare a bit more? Clang, just as Broly picked up a spoon from the table, it clattered to the ground. Stiffly turning his head, he saw a head full of white hair and, confirming the wrinkled visage, his lips twitched uncomfortably. Dad, this? Bulma's mother appeared very youthful, perhaps in her early 20s, yet her husband looked like a grandfather. Upon realizing that the other party was affluent, he chose not to comment further, hastily grabbing his spoon and bowing his head. How long could this blissful life last? That would depend on the other's financial capacity and affection towards him. Bulma cast a glance, but said nothing. Only the beautiful lady spoke with a cheerful demeanor. Hello there, Bulma's boyfriend. This is my husband, Dr. Brief. You could just call me Mrs. Brief. But that is all right. I can wait for you to go on dates with you when you come of age, Mom. Oh dear. My precious daughter is feeling jealous. Enough of that. Let us eat. Broly shot a puzzled glance before focusing on his meal. A doctor? Could a doctor be so wealthy he had assumed he was among the upper echelons of society, or perhaps the head of a conglomerate? Regardless, Broly was now settled in the Brief household. Not only was he free from worries about food and clothing, but he also received direct instruction from Bulma, and had ample time for exercise each day. The Brief family treated him well, and he gradually learned that Dr. Brief was the founder of the global giant capsule corporation, a genius doctor to boot. 4 years later, Broly was 5 years old, and Bulma was 9. Over the span of 4 years, his time was divided between studying and physical training. The Brief family grew increasingly fond of him, not for any other reason, but because Broly was a prodigy. At 5 years of age, he had mastered all subjects of university-level knowledge in science, medicine, and agriculture, leaving many astounded. While everyone understood the importance of learning, physical training was another matter entirely. No one was aware of the extent of Broly's strength. He himself had no clear understanding of it. The system indicated a mere combat power of 800, yet with ample nourishment and daily training, his combat power soared to such heights. Broly was genuinely astonished. Factoring in that the baseline combat power for unarmed humans is considered to be 1, the upper limit of his race was truly unfathomable. 800 did not imply he was only capable of defeating 800 individuals. He could easily vanquish 8,000. Initially, he had no clear conception of his own strength, only knowing he was formidable. It was not until one day that he sensed something amiss, stealthily distancing himself from Bulma and the others, away from the city. After utilizing the energy within him to soar into the sky, he discovered he could also unleash lasers and energy blasts. He realized that this world could not be as simple as it appeared. Even as a mere child, he was already so powerful. Were the adult scions of planet Vegeta considered gods in the eyes of Earthlings? This thought instilled a sense of urgency within him. Whenever he found the time, he exerted himself even more diligently in his training. His training was not aimless. Each session brought about significant progress. Broly, are you practicing your horse stance again? Yes, Bulma's sister, with a playful demeanor. Bulma approached and teased him, leaving him utterly helpless. Each time he assumed a horse stance, as soon as Bulma laid eyes on him, she would inevitably come over to provoke him. What's the use? You've been squatting for 4 years, and haven't shown any remarkable prowess. Sister Bulma, I assure you I'm not just any ordinary strong. Humph, you're merely a 4-year-old brat who dares to claim superiority. Let us train together. Bulma's eyes sparkled with mischief. As a prodigious young woman, she had, like Broly, completed self-study of university courses that piqued her interest. If you're truly formidable, how about you teach me? Broly smiled wryly. For anyone else, he would have dismissed their requests. Yet Bulma felt compelled to prove herself. Fetch me a 6-centimeter thick steel plate. Bulma's eyes lit up. In the past, Broly had always concocted excuses to avoid such tasks. Just wait, we have some in the lab. I'll bring it right away. As he watched Bulma dash off, Broly's mind wandered to his own thoughts. Chapter 8. Persuasion and Cultivation. Mysterious observations. His foundational knowledge had begun to accumulate. It was markedly different from the education he received in his past life. More challenging, broader, and deeper. Yet he was acutely aware that he was not a genius, even with 2 lifetimes under his belt. His mental acuity and memory did not surpass that of others. His sole advantage lay in the insights gained from his previous existence, which had rendered him quite mature from a young age. coupled with the system's exceptional assistance that allowed for knowledge to be rapidly absorbed and directly infused into him. While utilizing the system facilitated swift learning, once in a true laboratory setting. He struggled to produce significant results promptly, which consumed considerable time. Moreover, he needed to cultivate. Without assistance, he found it difficult to progress quickly, far, or steadily. Undoubtedly, the majority of his energy would be devoted to cultivation. With a battle power of 800, he was already immensely powerful. What about 8,000? Or even 80,000? Wouldn't it be exhilarating to become superhuman, far more satisfying than brawling with a firearm? It was not that scientific research lacked importance, or that one could not reach the pinnacle of research alone. However, achieving the summit of scientific endeavor was not feasible for a single individual. Yet cultivation could be pursued with assistance, which would shorten the time required and reduce the difficulty. He would not abandon research. But only research that served as cultivation would be of value. Thus, with clarity on these matters, he awakened from his fantasies about various spacecraft, super battleships, and mechas. He resolved to tread the path of biology and medicine, particularly the traditional Chinese medicine, as it represented the essence of understanding the human body. His path was now clear, to prioritize cultivation. With research as a supportive endeavor, he was still exploring the realm of cultivation. Currently only capable of basic physical training, he sought to leverage biology and medicine to aid in developing methods for cultivation. But aspiring to become a top-tier scientist and uncover techniques for human cultivation was no simple feat. Bulma, on the other hand, was a genuine genius in scientific research that if he could usher her into the realm of cultivation, it would significantly benefit both of them, whether in cultivation, research, or other fields, that he could also gain access to more potent food sources. The current sustenance was too rudimentary. He would need to consume copious amounts to meet his energy demands, which squandered much of his time. Once Bulma embarked on her cultivation journey, she too would require substantial nourishment. And at that point, he would be well fed. His motivations extended beyond personal gain. Encouraging Bulma to train was ultimately for her benefit. Sometimes, even with advanced technology, if human capabilities lag behind, it would be futile. Perhaps it would be wise to leverage the achievements from his past life to produce something worthwhile. After all, living off handouts was not commendable. However, being merely 5 years old, would revealing everything now not be a tad too extraordinary? Learning and research may appear synonymous, yet they diverge vastly. Much like having a good memory does not equate to possessing strong research capabilities. These advantages merely afford the average person a greater edge. As thoughts whirled in his mind, Bulma returned with a 6-centimeter thick steel plate from the lab. "What do you intend to do?" Broly respectfully greeted Dr. Brief, who had accompanied Bulma. Dr. Brief smiled warmly. "Broly, may I observe the fruits of your training?" What? Am I unwelcome?" "Oh no, not at all. Please feel free, uncle." Indeed, Broly refrained from addressing Dr. Brief as father or guardian. Bulma was stunning, and he couldn't help but harbor other thoughts. "You still haven't mentioned your intentions. Aren't you curious if my 4 years of training bore any fruit?" All you do is stand there. What's the use? If that were enough to become a martial arts master, every farmer would be one. Bulma scoffed, eagerly awaiting Broly's embarrassment. Then just watched as he spoke. He took the 6-centimeter thick steel plate from Bulma's hands, not relinquishing it, grasping one end while the rest dangled in the air. Without gathering energy or focusing, he swiftly delivered a knife hand strike. And the steel plate shattered effortlessly. How is this possible? Bulma and Dr. Brief stared in astonishment at the small remnant of steel in Broly's hand. What is impossible about it? Broly bent down to pick up the piece of steel from the ground. Bulma darted forward, snatching the 2 segments from his grasp, inspecting them closely. "What? This is the plate you fetched. I couldn't possibly have fabricated it, could I?" Ignoring his protests, she bit down on the steel, confirming its authenticity. "This girl is truly ferocious." Broly mused inwardly. Dr. Brief regarded him with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. "Is this truly your strength? Impressive. Would you like to train with me? How did you acquire these skills?" "I derived them from biology and medical texts." "What? Impossible." Bulma retorted loudly. "It's true. I indeed summarized my findings from those books." "Nonsense. Why would I not know about this?" yet you can manufacture those devices. While I cannot, that's because I'm older than you. But we've studied the same material. I've merely had a bit more practice. That Broly's assertion left Bulma momentarily speechless. I refuse to believe it. It is simply not possible. Then why not test it for yourself? Fine, let us give it a shot, Bulma replied defiantly. Just as her words fell, Broly suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Oh, he spoke as he scanned the surroundings. What's wrong? We're at home. Can anyone truly evade the cameras? Despite Bulma's voice, Broly remained on high alert. He sensed someone observing them, yet he couldn't identify the source. In the shadows, a pair of pitch-black eyes fixated on the scene, unnoticed by Broly's limited awareness. What a disgrace, possessing Scion blood, yet only exhibiting such meager power. Is this the consequence of lacking memories? Too slow. I hope you can make it. No one could hear a whisper, and after uttering that line, the mysterious individual vanished without a trace. Broly, what's the matter with you? Bulma glared at him, discontented by his paranoia. Nothing, really. Sensing the gaze had disappeared, Broly furrowed his brow as he replied to Bulma. Let us begin. Bulma could only suppress the unease within his heart as he began to instruct Bulma. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow lurked in the darkness, ever poised to strike, that he had previously vowed never to endure such a loss of autonomy again. And yet here he found himself, once more ensnared. Whether or not this threat was directed at him remained unclear, yet undeniably posed a danger. With no other recourse, he could only remain vigilant. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall return to the laboratory, he declared. Bulma paid no heed to Dr. Brief, while Bulma took it upon himself to bid farewell. Take care, uncle. Very well. Do take your time with the training. Bulma, from this moment forth, you must heed my instructions. Stop rambling. Just get on with it. Isn't it merely about learning from you? Chapter 9. The commencement of training. A heart-to-heart with the Dr. Bulma found himself in a state of amusement as he observed Bulma. His own training was anything but straightforward. That if you continue like this, you will never achieve any results. He watched as Bulma sprang to her feet, hands on her hips, glaring at him with indignation. Bulma hastily attempted to clarify. Training must be a gradual process. Without a solid foundation, one cannot expect to leap to immediate success. Then why are you able to? Bulma protested. Miss, I too began with foundational stances. I didn't just dive into advanced techniques. Indeed, this was the truth. Initially, he had no knowledge of these techniques. However, he was fortunate enough to possess a system that allowed him to monitor his training progress at any time. With the system's assistance, he discovered the most suitable methods for his practice. Unfortunately, lacking a structured approach, he could only lay the groundwork. Take the foundational stance, for example. While it was not impossible, the efficiency was far too slow. Gaining merely 0.1 in battle power per day was of little benefit given his current prowess. The adjusted horse stance, however, yielded a quicker increase, up to 1 point of battle power in a single day. Really, Bulma regarded Bulma with skepticism. Her doubt was understandable. As the daughter of the world's richest man, her interest in this endeavor was purely fleeting. But if danger truly arose, could she realistically rely on her bare hands to confront it? A lack of interest meant she could just as easily abandon it. Bulma was indignant. What he required was not Bulma's half-hearted efforts. He had encountered numerous so-called fighters on Earth, supported by Dr. Brief, and found none possessed genuine skill. The reason Bulma could rapidly enhance his physical capabilities was solely due to the adjusted horse stance. That he had long discovered that through proper nutrition, he could also increase his battle power, albeit at a slower rate. Yet when employing the horse stance, his body absorbed energy from the air at an accelerated pace. With the system monitoring his progress, he could keenly perceive these phenomena, lacking superior alternatives. He was left with no choice but to train. Simultaneously, he relied on scientific inquiry to study his own body, ultimately formulating a cultivation technique. At present, conventional training was paramount, and he sought to impart this knowledge to Bulma. Being a genius, she should grasp these concepts swiftly. Once Bulma succeeded in her training, he would possess ample data. In his view, those fighters were mere amateurs. It stood to reason that if one could solely rely on training, those fighters would have already made significant progress. Even if they were less gifted, they could still absorb energy, unless Earthlings were indeed ill-suited for cultivation. Yet, what of the legendary martial arts master, came Senin? Surely, there must exist a unique cultivation method to absorb energy. What he intended to teach Bulma was the summarized external technique, a scion. He inherently possessed the ability to absorb energy, and with the aid of this external technique, his strength would significantly amplified. He was determined that Bulma would succeed. If Bulma were to remain nonchalant, it would be better for him not to invest his efforts in teaching her. If you truly do not wish to learn, I shall not pressure you. Training is a strenuous endeavor, but it's so dull, and it seems rather pointless, Bulma retorted, perplexed that the initial stage of training involved merely standing still. That if it were to be like this, she might as well return to the laboratory to create something intriguing. Helpless, Bulma could only earnestly persuade her. Strengthening the body is fundamental. I wish to explore whether scientific research can push the limits of human potential, be it speed, strength, or longevity. What is there to research? Isn't it the same? A single bullet solves everything. No matter how skilled one is, a bullet could take you down. Moreover, extending one's lifespan is nearly an impossible task. Isn't it? That is not the case. Look at you. So beautiful, intelligent, and kind. Learning a bit of self-defense is hardly a burden. I am not suggesting you become a fighter. Furthermore, if we could discover something, even if it doesn't lead to the elusive fountain of youth, just think, if it could preserve your youthful appearance, wouldn't that be worthwhile? Really? Of course, would I ever deceive you? Then I shall train earnestly with you. Really? Why must you be so verbose? Are you going to teach or not? Bulma said impatiently that of course I will teach. But let me be clear, if there are no results, Bulma thumped his chest confidently. Rest assured, I vow on my character that it will be at least 5 out of 6 effective. Bulma burst into laughter. You little brat, only 5 years old, and you speak of character? Hey, just because I'm 5 doesn't mean I lack character. Now, let us get started. Seeing Bulma ready, Bulma composed himself and began instructing with earnest gravity. Adjust your mind, regulate your breath, and align your body. Relax, maintain steady breathing, and cultivate a serene mindset. Bulma followed Bulma's rhythm, correcting her posture. With feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, arms crossed before her chest, and hands roughly 10 centimeters apart, Bulma complied with his guidance. Point one taught, the other learned diligently. The atmosphere gradually quieted. Bulma dared not relax. Standing still might seem simple, yet the intricacies within were profound. Lacking understanding, he had to rely on the system's judgment, continuously correcting Bulma's stance to achieve optimal results. After 30 minutes, he declared, "All right, let us pause for a moment. Prolonged standing is not advisable." Observing Bulma's expression of confusion and disbelief, Bulma explained, "You are still in the foundational phase. You cannot compromise your body for the sake of progress, as that will deplete your potential. Standing around like this, what's the use?" Bulma scoffed. "Bulma, the body is a treasure. If we can thoroughly study it, the benefits will be immense." After a moment's thought, he continued, "Moreover, you are merely laying the groundwork. In 3 years, you will understand the differences. Does that mean I'll be able to fly afterward? That is not entirely impossible," he chuckled. "Huh," Bulma replied, "you're dreaming." "I am off to the laboratory." As Bulma watched Bulma's carefree silhouette depart, he began his own training. Just as he assumed the stance, a nearby robot suddenly approached. "Greetings, Dr. Brief requests your presence in his laboratory." Bulma was taken aback, incredulity washing over him as he pointed at himself. After 4 years here, he had never visited Dr. Brief's laboratory. Suddenly, the robot emitted Dr. Brief's amiable voice. "Bulma, do you have a moment? We could have a chat. Of course. I'll be there shortly." "Very well. The robot will escort you today." As soon as Dr. Brief finished speaking, the robot turned and headed toward the laboratory. Broly could only follow in its wake, his mind racing with speculation as to why the doctor had summoned him. Chapter 10. The path of scientific research begins with aspiration. Confused and unable to gather his thoughts, he trailed behind the robot. They traversed the expansive courtyard until they reached the door of a chamber. The moment he raised his hand, the door swung open automatically. "Come in, Broly. Let us converse." He lowered his arm and stepped across the threshold. The room was in disarray. Dr. Brief, clad in a white lab coat, had a familiar little black cat, Shawa, perched on his shoulder, smoking a pipe as he sat in front of a computer, facing away from the door. Behind him, a multifunctional experimental bed loomed quietly, like a bloodthirsty beast awaiting its prey. Broly was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition, even though it was his first visit to this laboratory. "Please, take a seat." "Yes, uncle." With a calm demeanor, he walked over and settled not far behind him at an angle. "Your training results are impressive." "Indeed, uncle, I share that sentiment that I conducted a search on humans on Earth and found no record of you. I wonder, could you be an extraterrestrial?" Broly, bewildered, lifted his gaze to meet the doctor's unwavering stare. "I'm not entirely sure, but I believe I have an older brother. Most of my past remains a blur." Broly neither confirmed nor denied it, merely deflecting. According to his knowledge, Earth had yet to discover any extraterrestrial beings. Who knew what stance Dr. Brief held? Caution was prudent. With a combat power of 800, he did not believe he could stand against Earth's military. He was, after all, human and required sustenance and rest. Unless there were several with a similar strength, and the weaponry was not excessively advanced, he felt it possible to confront foes. This was his internal reasoning. He had overlooked one crucial detail. His twin brother's combat power was merely 2, and it would only rise to 6 before departure. Concealing this fact served as a safeguard for Kakarot. After all, he was his younger brother. If he could lend assistance, he would. "Would you like me to conduct a checkup?" "A checkup for what, uncle?" "I have actually observed you for some time that I won't delve into your scientific studies. But your exercise results surpass those of us Earthlings by a considerable margin. Moreover, I have detected a peculiar energy within you." Dr. Brief took a draw from his pipe, slowly exhaling a smoke ring as he began to speak. Broly's heart initially raced with alarm, quickly transforming into elation. If detection was possible, his training speed would undoubtedly accelerate. The ability to assess meant that scientific methods could not only provide a clear understanding of the body, but also easily comprehend energy. Dr. Brief's assertion directly validated his suspicions. As for being monitored, he was already residing in their home. What harm was there in a little surveillance? Although he was not particularly versed in biology, he had several friends who were doctors, some of whom specialized in biology, and he could consult them. Additionally, he could comprehend simple concepts. Broly hesitated momentarily. "Uncle, perhaps you should refrain from testing, regardless of the outcome. Can you keep it confidential?" He observed Dr. Brief turning around, puzzled that if I truly am an alien, will I be confined as a lab rat? Without granting him time to respond, Broly unleashed a barrage of inquiries. "Furthermore, why did my parents send me to Earth? How did I arrive here? I recall having a twin brother. Where has he gone?" So many questions remain unanswered. "You seem quite convinced of your extraterrestrial origins." "Uncle, as you mentioned, there is no record of someone like me on Earth." "This is certainly abnormal. I must either be an alien or a mutant. Do you think it's possible for me to conceal my identity?" As he spoke, Broly lamented internally about the difficulty of finding excuses. Dr. Brief chuckled softly. "You are correct. I shall promise you that." However, he watched as Dr. Brief stood and approached him. He felt an undeniable pressure, one that transcended mere physical might and authority. It was the dominion of knowledge wielded by the superior over the inferior. "What do you envision for your future? Even with immense power, you could only topple the current rulers. Then what?" Broly was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending the doctor's implication. "Do you intend to pursue scientific research in the future?" "Doctor, I need to delve into biology and medicine. No, that is not mere interest. It is a quest to understand your own body." "What comes next? Once your strength reaches its zenith, will you still possess the motivation to continue your research?" Broly furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had not considered long-term aspirations. Yet, reaching the pinnacle was undoubtedly an arduous challenge, as evidenced by the multitude of adults on Vegeta, their spaceships densely packed. "Broly, your pursuit of scientific knowledge should aim to uncover the mysteries of the universe and the human body, not solely for the sake of power." Broly's expression fell. "Doctor, can you truly comprehend my thoughts?" It was understandable for Broly to think this, as he had just finished learning all the foundational knowledge and establishing his goals when the doctor arrived to admonish him. Was it possible for someone to discern his innermost thoughts? If so, he would indeed need to contemplate this matter seriously. You're still young and unable to conceal your thoughts that it is evident that your focus lies primarily on power, and your genuine interest in science is quite limited. Broly opened his mouth, hesitating to reply. The doctor's words seemed devoid of error. His initial enthusiasm for science had long been overshadowed by martial pursuits. However, lacking a mentor and understanding, he sought to leverage science to expedite his understanding of the human body and martial arts. Doctor, Broly said awkwardly, lowering his gaze as if he wished to pursue scientific research. You must establish lofty goals and persist in your endeavors. This objective should be something you could never achieve in your lifetime. That is the essence of your scientific journey. That I understand. That Dr. Brief smiled gently. He did not insist that Broly must engage in scientific research. He merely wished to convey that setting low goals would lead to a lack of progress. He patted the experimental bed. Come now, lie down so I can draw some blood and scan your body. Broly complied, rising from his chair and obediently approaching the experimental bed before reclining. After years of acquaintance, he held a considerable trust in Dr. Brief, even more so in Bulma, that he believed they would not resort to dissection. Moreover, these procedures inherently required Bulma's involvement. If Dr. Brief proved trustworthy and participated, would it not expedite his training progress? Very well. Is there anything else you wish to examine? Broly shook his head without a second thought. Doctor, I haven't tea exercise today. I still need to enter the laboratory with Bulma for further learning. Let us prioritize the blood test. Is that so? Then off you go. I will seek you out for the results, and I promise to keep it confidential. Bulekli bid farewell with a sense of decorum, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Chapter 11. Ding Kawu. As time swiftly passes, trust indeed comes at a price. Yet, the final words of Dr. Brief offer him a sliver of reassurance. Even if his body harbors profound secrets, whether the doctor chooses to expose him or to study him clandestinely, he would not regard the doctor as a hypocritical charlatan. How many can maintain their composure in the face of immense temptation? He certainly could not guarantee that he would, beyond the confines of the laboratory. The night sky was beginning to twinkle with stars. He gazed upward, mesmerized by the celestial display. Akati had been 5 or 6 years since he last beheld the stars. In his previous life, he had scarcely looked upon them. Now, he was perpetually engrossed in his studies, and soon he would be consumed by experiment. As he tilted his head, he caught sight of the moon. If only he could experience this moment a few days later. He would be able to witness the full moon. That a bold thought flickered through Bulekli's mind. Perhaps he should step outside in a few days to gaze at the night sky. He quickly dismissed the notion. No, the pressing matters at hand were of greater importance. This afternoon's revelation. He was certain that Earth harbored formidable beings hidden from view. Such powers must not be allowed to fall under the influence of others. Bulekli clenched his fist tightly. Taking a deep breath, he focused his energy, adopting a standard stance with unwavering determination. This posture was tailored for his own effectiveness. Every movement, direction, and even the rhythm of his breath had been meticulously adjusted, drawing upon the statistical functions of his system to craft the most effective training regimen. One even more potent than mere strength training, that he suspected that these methods bore a connection to the Taoist and traditional Chinese medical knowledge he had encountered in his previous life. Yet, he chose not to dwell on such thoughts. Ultimately, he needed to return to the laboratory. His understanding of his own body was alarmingly limited, compelling him to rely on these methods to expedite his training. He was aware that his body was far from ordinary. It undoubtedly contained many mysteries yet to be discovered. At merely 5 years of age, his strength was already formidable. Were he to refrain from training and rely solely on nourishment, his physical prowess would still be rapidly improving, albeit at a slower pace. During this developmental phase, rapid growth was entirely natural. Yet compared to Earthlings, he could be deemed superhuman. Due to Bardock's deletion of the spherical spaceship's navigation system, he and his brother Kakarot were still quite young. Neither Bulekli nor Kakarot had received any knowledge about the scions from within the spaceship. Typically, scions with low potential would spend 3 years on planet Vegeta before being sent away, during which time they would absorb all knowledge of their heritage through the spaceship. However, they were not bound by such conventions. Bulekli, in particular, defied all norms. As a result, the two brothers arrived on Earth devoid of any legacy, utterly bare of knowledge. After sufficient training, he effortlessly made his way to Bulma's laboratory. "Bulekli, come look at what I've been working on," Bulma exclaimed excitedly. "What is it?" Bulekli leaned closer to Bulma, observing her enthusiasm as she held a delicate ring. "A gravity field device," she declared. He furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Bulma. "This bracelet can adjust gravity from 0.8 to 1.2 times standard Earth gravity," Bulma explained, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Impressive, right?" Bulekli's initially indifferent expression shifted to one of gravity. "Bulma, can this be applied to a person?" A sudden idea struck him. "If it were possible." "Of course it can," Bulma replied eagerly. "Let me try it." Bulekli extended his hand, but Bulma swatted it away, rolling her eyes at him. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? 1.2 times gravity? You're still so small." Bulekli found himself at a loss. Aside from the doctor, no one else comprehended his true strength. "This is a prototype. It's still rough around the edges. Once I've refined it, you can give it a go." "All right, let's begin by experimenting with the biological samples." Bulma set the ring aside, and the two began their work at the lab bench. Their current objective was to verify the knowledge outlined in their materials, followed by the pursuit of new discoveries that, oh dear, you learn so quickly, yet the experiments proceed so clumsily. Bulma's voice echoed with exasperation throughout the laboratory. 15 days later, within Dr. Brief's laboratory, Bulekli sat obediently on a small stool. "Bulekli, I have a question for you," Dr. Brief inquired gravely. "Uncle, what is it? Can you fly?" Bulekli's pupils contracted, but he quickly feigned nonchalance. "How could I possibly fly? It seems you still do not know how to harness the energy within you." "According to my research, you should be capable of flight. Allow me to teach you. You can give it a try." Dr. Brief gazed thoughtfully at the experimental results displayed on his computer. "Uncle, perhaps you should first share the results of your examination." Bulekli replied, fully aware that he could indeed fly. Once one's battle power exceeded 100, flight was attainable with merely a bit of technique. Even without finesse, once one reached around 130, sheer force could overcome Earth's gravity. Furthermore, Bulekli was not foolish. Any technique worth trying could be mastered with relative ease by anyone with common sense. Dr. Brief instinctively smacked his lips, realizing he had no cigarettes. He was about to pull out his lighter when Bulekli interjected. "Uncle, smoking is prohibited in the laboratory. You should be more diligent, even if you were a doctor." "You're right," the doctor conceded. "Actually, you're quite similar to Earthlings, save for the presence of a peculiar type of cell." Bulekli stood up, approaching the computer screen. "What kind of cell is that?" "I have named it the S cell. The specifics remain unclear, but I suspect that this S cell is the reason you possess a tail and can absorb energy. It also enhances the vitality of your cells, making them at least 200 times more potent than those of Earthlings. It is truly remarkable. You are astonishingly powerful." Dr. Brief marveled. Bulekli's eyes glimmered with depth. "Is that so? However, this cell also has a downside," the doctor added. "What is it?" Bulekli pressed anxiously, fully aware of the potential consequences of genetic anomalies from his previous life. "Uncontrollable," the doctor confirmed. Bulekli's heart sank. It seemed that his fears were indeed becoming reality. "What does that entail, Uncle?" Dr. Brief shook his head in frustration. "I cannot say for certain. The data is too scarce. Then we must conduct more tests." "No, you're still too young for such frequent blood draws." "Uncle, I assure you it is of no concern. If there is instability, it could lead to significant trouble. How about this? I will draw blood every 6 months, and we can research together. IT could serve as your project, and it won't hinder your training." Upon hearing this, Bulekli readily agreed. Drawing blood every 6 months would not adversely affect him, and he could accompany Dr. Brief, an esteemed expert in research. IT would be a dual pursuit of both science and martial prowess. "Then that shall be our plan. Yes, I will focus on training, learning from Bulma, and conducting research with you every 6 months." "Thank you, Uncle." With a solemn expression, Bulekli exited the room. This was a ticking time bomb, yet he found himself powerless to change it. He clenched his fist tightly once more, realizing that the more he knew, the more he felt powerless. Fate, was it? He vowed to seize control of it firmly in his grasp. Bulekli's gaze was sharp. From that moment onward, he immersed himself in the home of Dr. Brief, diligently repeating simple tasks each day. Time swiftly passed, and 5 years flew by in the blink of an eye. 5 years during which they both underwent profound transformations. Chapter 12. A New Breakthrough. A Serious Warning on November 30th. 747 in Dr. Brief's courtyard. Bulma squatted in a stable stance, while Bolakili, adorned with blue metallic rings on his limbs, levitated cross-legged before her, approximately 1 meter off the ground. He had resided there for 9 years and had now blossomed into a 10-year-old lad, whose combat power had surged past 1,000, simultaneously mastering the knowledge of biology, physics, chemistry, and medicine as an extraordinarily gifted youth. Bulma had also matured into a graceful 14-year-old girl. She no longer attended school, reasoning that Bolakili had yet to grasp as much knowledge as she had, rendering her attendance unnecessary. Dr. Brief's household was quite liberal, imposing no such obligations upon her. Thus, Bulma now found herself as an idle wanderer, engaging only in physical training and experimentation. Notably, over these 5 years, Bolakili had ceased to grow taller, and no matter his efforts, he could not increase his height. Eventually, Dr. Brief's research yielded some results, revealing that due to the S cells, he would need to wait until he was 20 to maintain a youthful state. Until then, he would perpetually remain in the form of a child. Upon learning this news, Bolakili simply gave up. The biological and genetic factors were beyond his current ability to resist. Consequently, Bulma towered over him by nearly a head, standing at 162 centimeters, while Bolakili stood at a mere 145. Furthermore, in the realm of scientific research, Bulma similarly outshone him. Bolakili, I feel like there's a little mouse running amok inside me. What should I do? Bulma inquired urgently, her face flushed and beads of sweat dotting her forehead, straining to focus. Bolakili closed his eyes tightly and offered a calm piece of advice. That moment, he refrained from stimulating Bulma. Although she was undeniably intelligent and agile, she had not dedicated herself to her training. It took her 4 years to merely master the foundational stance, far exceeding his initial estimate of 3 years. She had only managed to achieve a state of vibrant energy. The next phase of natural flow remained unattainable, let alone the subsequent stage of stretching and realigning the body. Having finally developed a sense of energy, it would be a tremendous loss if she were to squander it, and he questioned whether she might abandon her training altogether if she continued to see no results. After 5 years of arduous practice, he had finally managed to draw energy into his body, marking a significant milestone. He could not allow Bulma to waste her hard-earned progress. Half an hour later, Bolakili opened his eyes and moved his lips slightly. Stop now. Moderation is key. Bulma, drenched in sweat, plopped down onto the ground. Get up and stand. You expended a lot of energy this time, so don't just sit down. Bolakili, who had been floating in midair, gently descended to the ground. He retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket, stepped forward, and placed it in Bulma's mouth. Stand tall and take a deep breath. After a moment of respite, Bulma weakly inquired, why was it so exhausting this time? I didn't feel tired while standing. In Bolakili's mind, the system provided an answer. Name, Bulma combat power, 111 energy, 111 vitality, 12 techniques. Unknown, he understood that her recent breakthrough had temporarily depleted her energy, leaving her in a brief state of emptiness. Don't you feel any difference in your body? He asked. What difference? Bulma's query was only partially vocalized, as a look of ecstasy spread across her face. She sensed the flow of energy within her, that a powerful contradiction arose within her, an extreme weakness juxtaposed with a burgeoning strength. Bolakili. Ha! Yes, congratulations, you've entered the next stage. Can I fly now? She asked, momentarily choked. Bolakili replied, with irritation, dream on. You're still far from that, but if you keep training, you should be able to emit energy blasts soon. Surpassing the threshold of 10 was relatively easy for rapidly accumulating energy to reach 20. Bulma gazed at Bolakili, puzzled. What do you mean? Once you've recuperated, I'll take you tomorrow morning. Observing Bulma's current state, he concluded that it would be impossible to continue their project that night. You should rest well. I can do it, Bulma insisted, gritting her teeth. Don't overexert yourself. Training must be balanced with rest, and you must avoid leaving any hidden injuries. After uttering this, Bolakili felt the moment was right. By the way, I have developed a high-energy food that possesses an energy density 30 times that of ordinary food. We will consume that moving forward. Bolakili glanced at Bulma with a hint of unease, finding her half squinted, wearing a bemused expression. Fortunately, she did not voice any objections, merely nodding in agreement. This concoction was derived from the nutritional liquid aboard the spacecraft, and while it did not compare in efficacy, it was still quite beneficial for him at present. Whatever you need, just inform Yaonwire to handle it. All right, you should return to rest. I'll head to the laboratory point 3 hours later. Bulma finally regained her composure. In the lab, she settled comfortably into a chair, a burst of light materializing in her hands. Bulma, be careful. There are many experimental data here that, don't you remember? No. Bulma, that doesn't mean you can recklessly tamper with the equipment. Bulma retracted the light in her hands, standing up with her hands on her hips. I'm just having fun because I'm in a good mood. Bolakili shrugged. Whatever, it's not my stuff. Most likely, Bulma's energy would not be sufficient to emit any light, as she only had 18 energy, still a bit short. But who could say for certain? How is the new laboratory coming along? It's a bit challenging. I want to add a gravity chamber, but the materials are not permissible, and the allowed ones aren't particularly conducive to the experiments, which is quite contradictory. Can't you just create a separate laboratory and carry it with you? Bolakili turned around, looking at Bulma as though she were a fool. You dare to belittle me in the realm of science. Did I? Bolakili turned away, continuing his work in a laboratory. The high-energy food he'd spent 6 months developing was improved by Bulma into 6 different types within 3 days. The cause lay in the 30 scale of energy being too excessive and unfriendly for her. She had reformulated it into 6 products, 51020, 305080. What could he say? He had invested 6 months creating something with the system's assistance, while Bulma had produced 6 models in 3 days. Bolakili, why doesn't my energy beam have much destructive power? It's even difficult to shatter small stones. Bolakili sighed in exasperation. Bulma was perpetually dissatisfied with her current combat prowess. For ordinary individuals, the limit was 10. Exceeding 20 required either knowledge of methods or self-summarization to emit energy beams, and surpassing 30 allowed for energy blast. The Bulma's energy was just shy of the standard. It merely looked impressive, while its power was lacking. Where's the notion of instant success? You must learn to be content. How long have you been training? Achieving such accomplishments is already remarkable. However, with the high-energy nutrient blocks, your future training progress will undoubtedly accelerate. Bulma pouted. What a terrible name. Bolakili dismissed her complaint that it's just a name. Chapter 13. New equipment. Fun things whatever, as long as it works. Bulma refrained from further mockery and instead curiously shifted the topic. Are you truly certain that you do not require my assistance with your research on human anatomy and cultivation techniques? No. You should focus on producing the new experimental laboratory as soon as possible. He replied, if you ask me, I could have manufactured it long before you did your best. He added, practicing in a horse stance is too slow. May I increase the gravity ring? Broly turned immediately, his gaze serious as he fixed it upon Bulma. Bulma, you must not be overly impatient. It is best not to use the gravity ring until your energy reaches 100. Ideally, it should be at least 80. With a huff, Bulma outwardly feigned disdain, yet internally, she respected Broly's words. Over the past 9 years, their bond had grown increasingly intimate. Unless for special reasons, they were nearly inseparable, always together. Broly understood that he could not afford to be careless with his training. Quick progress now could lead to dire consequences later. Due to his race, his body naturally absorbed the ambient energy in the air, but Bulma, being purely human, could not afford such liberties. Exhausting one's potential and facing a bleak future was the most despairing fate. Though he had not undergone training, he had experienced the hopelessness of scientific experiments in his previous life. Otherwise, he would not have been subjected to such testing like a lab rat. He now sought new methods to actively absorb the ambient energy, aiming to replace the inefficient approach of refining his physical form for energy. Only by enabling Bulma's body to rapidly absorb energy could he truly unleash his full potential, but that was not possible at present. He needed to proceed methodically and gradually. If it cannot be done, it cannot be done. Why so serious? He mused, observing Bulma's feigned grievance. only to turn away with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. How well he knew Bulma's true nature. Her display was entirely contrived. System. Is the data insufficient? Currently analyzing. An estimate of 7 days is required. Upon hearing this, even the typically composed Broly nearly lost his composure. Just as Bulma had stated, he was processing data on human anatomy. Yet the pace of progress was disheartening. The system indicated that completion would take another 7 days, which, while a cause for celebration, also raised concerns. Bulma, regarding that new device, my design for the energy source. Why is there an ongoing conflict? Bulma had caught up to him, standing closely by. Upon a closer inspection, her face flushed with indignation. Broly, did you alter my blueprints? Indeed, otherwise it could not support the gravity chamber, he replied nonchalantly. What about the original blueprints? They were overwritten by me, Broly stated matter-of-factly. This is a suggestion from the system. It surely cannot be erroneous, so what does it matter if I deleted it? Ah, you fool, why did you tamper with my blueprints? Bulma seethed in frustration. Hey, without that adjustment, the gravity chamber simply cannot be integrated. It has only been 3 days. Do you really think you are smarter than I am? Broly fell silent. Sensing that things were amiss, it appeared that even with the system as an aid, he could not surpass her intellect. His previously calm demeanor faltered as he cast a timid glance at Bulma. Well, this should not pose a problem, right? Seeing Bulma's lack of rebuttal, he was just about to feel triumphant when she suddenly seized his collar. With a sudden force, Broly did not resist, allowing her to pull him to the computer screen. Bulma pointed at the monitor with her delicate fingers, her tone devoid of any softness. Come here, great inventor. Tell me how you plan to resolve the energy conflicts here, and here. And what is this? High-density energy block. Have you overdosed on high-energy nutrient blocks? Explain your reasoning to me. I believe traditional energy sources are inefficient and require improvement. Broly replied, causing Bulma to laugh in exasperation. Improvement? Can your pig brain even comprehend such a feat? You haven't even mastered biology, yet you dare to delve into physics, electrical engineering, and even the energy sector? You even have the audacity to encroach upon the industrial manufacturing domain. Tell me, how do you intend to resolve this conflict? As Bulma indicated various points, Broly's mind raced, realizing he was in deep trouble. I was merely trying to alleviate your burden, he stammered. Forget it. You can resolve your closed biological experiments while I will handle the physics lab, manufacturing facility, and gravity chamber on my own, that I can reconstruct the blueprint from memory. Bulma's anger subsided significantly, and she shot him a displeased glance. She could not help but feel frustrated encountering someone with an exceptional memory, yet inept in practical experimentation. You have 1 day, she declared before exiting the laboratory. With the blueprints gone, he could accomplish nothing. Staying there to doze off was futile. Dr. Brief's household returned to its routine of learning, research, and training. Broly had considered inviting Dr. Brief and his wife to train alongside them, but they had declined. Their reasoning was rather peculiar. They claimed that if they spent excessive time training, they would have no opportunity to tend to their flowers and pets, nor enjoy leisurely tea time. Broly had no choice but to abandon that idea. Each person's pursuits were distinct. While the sunrise was beautiful and full of life, some preferred the allure of sunset. There was no right or wrong in such matters. 2 years passed, and Bulma excitedly burst from the laboratory. Broly, where are you? Where have you disappeared to? After searching high and low, she finally dragged him out from the gravity chamber. What do you want, lady? Broly was furious, but dared not voice it. If she were to damage the gravity chamber, he would be at a loss. Bulma had indeed done so before, and not just once. Henceforth, Broly genuinely dared not offend her, as she was one to fulfill any request. The new equipment, an ultra-capacitive mobile laboratory, was complete. Broly, who had been in a daze, instantly regained clarity. Really? Yes. Broly embraced Bulma tightly. You are truly a genius. Of course, Bulma replied, only to realize she was being held by Broly. Her cheeks flushed, and she fell silent, allowing him to twirl her around. Suddenly, a clattering sound startled both of them. Mrs. Brief smiled at the scene. Oh dear, did I scare you? I apologize. I will leave immediately, having seen nothing. You may continue. With that, Mrs. Brief turned and left. However, she added, Sweetheart, now that your date with Bulma is over, you can come and take me out as well. Mother, Bulma stomped in anger. Mrs. Brief, however, quickened her pace until she vanished from sight. Broly fell into contemplation, recognizing that while his power was increasing rapidly, his control over it was lacking. He had not even noticed Mrs. Brief approaching him. My current strength is too insubstantial. I need to solidify my foundation. Thanks to the gravity ring, gravity chamber, and high-energy nutrient blocks, Broly's combat power now stood at 2,000. Gaining insight, he looked at Bulma. Take me to see. Wait a moment, I have discovered something intriguing, Bulma interjected, speaking in a mysterious tone. Chapter 14. The Dragon Ball's Kakarot. Broly remained silent, watching Bulma expectantly for her explanation. The legendary Dragon Balls, what? Broly asked. Puzzled, I uncovered an ancient legend about something called the Dragon Balls. If one collects all 7, one can summon Shenron, who can grant any wish. Bulma's excitement grew with every word she spoke, her joy radiating so intensely that her saliva almost splattered onto Broly's face. Pretending to wipe his face, he feigned a stern expression and said, Bulma, you are no longer a child. You should possess your own discernment. However, Broly was genuinely uninterested in such matters. His sole focus was on how to enhance his combat prowess. Moreover, legends were merely that. Legends. After all, in a past life, there were tales of Aladdin's lamp and river gods. So what? Did they truly materialize to fulfill anyone's wishes? Enough of this nonsense. You are 16 now. Do you still indulge in fairy tales? It is indeed a sorrowful matter that Bulma had already reached a height of 167 centimeters, while he remained at a mere 145 centimeters, showing no signs of growth whatsoever. But I want to go. Let's first check out the new laboratory. No, if you do not agree, I will not activate it. Broly turned helplessly to look at her. Bulma, but I truly discovered Dragon Balls. Just as I was conducting my final tests, I found something in a corner of the storage room. And then, that thing looks exactly like the legend. Bulma, I have no desire to concern myself with these ethereal myths. I only wish to pursue biological research and cultivate my abilities this day. I have yet to uncover a method for cultivation, and my progress has already slowed. Broly firmly opposed. Then let us take a walk. Perhaps we can discover something new? We could explore various places. Did you not say that cultivation cannot solely be pursued in isolation? Furthermore, with your current strength, the effects of quiet meditation are not favorable. Going out now poses no real danger. Bulma's words struck a chord with Broly. Indeed, he had come to master his own fate. With a combat power of 2,000, he felt invincible on Earth, save for that lurking figure from the past. He had since encountered numerous so-called martial arts masters, none of whom truly possessed any skill. Hardly anyone exceeded a combat power of 10, and those surpassing 8 were exceedingly rare, and on Earth, there were likely very few beings capable of threatening him. Yet, he had still not found a method for cultivation, and it had been a decade. Then should you not venture out? Even if you cannot find any reclusive masters, consider it a break for yourself to refresh your body and mind and witness different sceneries with your own eyes. You have been in West City for 11 years. Have you ever gone outside? Broly fell silent. Although Bulma's motives could be seen as self-serving, her reasoning held merit. He revealed a handsome smile. Very well. I shall accompany you. Bulma's heart soared, as if she had consumed honey, her mood shifting from overcast to clear. All right, wait for me. My Dragon Ball radar has also been designed and is currently in production at the factory. Once it is completed, we can set off. Good. Nodding in agreement, Broly displayed a rare smile that lingered. Previously, his countenance was often placid, rarely revealing any signs of emotion. Bulma, filled with excitement, rushed to his side and grasped his hand. Let us go. I shall show you the new mobile laboratory. IT is incredibly powerful. Broly smiled, albeit with a hint of bitterness. He had originally intended to affectionately tickle Bulma's nose, but the height difference thwarted his plans. Talking too much brings tears. Of course I believe in your abilities, Bulma. You are a genius. Indeed, but you are also a genius. We are both geniuses. As they walked forward, Bulma suddenly adopted a serious expression. Broly, is it true that if I cannot persuade you, you will allow this beautiful woman to venture out alone? Broly was at a loss for words. You may be beautiful, but you are certainly not fragile. Not to mention your combat power is nearing 100. Even the peculiar inventions in your hands would leave few capable of besting you. Women are so fickle. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. While he thought this, his lips remained sealed. No, I merely advise you to stay. If you insist on embarking on a risky venture, I will undoubtedly play the role of your protector. Humph, sweet words masking sharp intentions. Broly stared, dumbfounded, as Bulma released him and walked ahead with determination. I asked that how the phrase is used. Somewhere, the moment finally began that if there was no movement soon, I was ready to intervene. Your life seems too easy. Those people have truly acted without restraint, allowing you to operate freely. Do they not fear you might not return? Yet, it makes sense. You are merely one among many that I hope my gamble pays off. Having given you such generous conditions, the next step will not afford you any leisure. It will either lead to your destruction or transformation. The world of Dragon Balls is merely child's play. Old Turtle, I suddenly feel like going for a stroll. How peculiar. You choose not to gaze at bikini-clad beauties but wish to take a walk. Enough chatter. Let us go. All right, let us go. Unbeknownst to Broly, he was being watched. After observing the newly revamped laboratory, he planned to set off with Bulma once the Dragon Ball radar she mentioned was completed. Along the way, the diverse landscapes indeed lifted the gloom from his heart. Bulma rode the motorcycle ahead, opting not to activate flight mode, instead cruising along the highway. Broly embraced her waist from behind. Isn't this delightful? Yes, it's quite pleasant to be out occasionally. Wouldn't it be even better if I could fly? I can take you. Humph. I would rather fly on my own, Bulma replied with a hint of pride. Over the years, she had been flown by Broly countless times, so she no longer found it remarkable. She now eagerly sought to surpass 100 in combat power, so she could soar independently. This notion had been instilled in her by Broly, who used combat power as a benchmark. It won't be long. Within 2 years at most, you will surely break through. Speaking of which, how is your research on converting carbon dioxide into food progressing? There's been some progress, but not much. Bulma turned her head. Curious at all. Do tell me about it. Be careful and watch the road. Rest assured, my skills are as they spoke. The motorcycle crested a small hill and leaped into the air. Currently, our high-energy nutrient blocks extract the essence of food and compress it. I am considering. Watch out. Broly was about to elaborate when suddenly, a dead fish appeared on the road, lazily drifting in the direction of their motorcycle. Bulma, alerted by Broly's voice, turned her head and panicked. Quick dodge. Seeing that Bulma could not stop in time, Broly lightly pressed the motorcycle's pedal and leaped into the air, placing himself directly in front of the motorcycle, just as he was about to confront the source of the obstruction. He muttered, Monsters, do you wish to steal my food? Frowning, Broly turned to see who was so impolite. It's him, Kakarot. At first sight, Broly recognized the visitor. He scrutinized the figure before him, thought name. Kakarot combat power. 410 energy, 1010 vitality, 45 techniques. Unknown, how can this be? Kakarot's combat power is so meager. It has been 11 years since our last parting, and at that time he possessed a combat power of 6. This is indeed a case of Broly overthinking. A power level of 10 is already the limit for an ordinary human. How long did it take Bulma to surpass this threshold? With guidance from such a master, even Bulma took 5 years to break through to a combat power of 20, all while in a favorable environment. Kakarot, after all, is recorded as the weakest scion in terms of combat power, lacking even the ability to adapt to the gravity of planet Vegeta. Furthermore, living in the mountains and relying on his own strength to find food. It is only natural that his growth would be slow. Kakarot took a defensive posture, gripping a beautifully crafted wooden stick, while a large fish lay discarded beside him, his expression one of serious vigilance. You two monsters, are you trying to steal my food? Before Broly could respond, Bulma angrily dismounted from her motorcycle, hands on her hips. Hey, little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Who are you calling a monster? Who would covet your food? Noticing the clarity returning to Kakarot's eyes, Broly felt a sense of foreboding, his expression darkening slightly, as he had anticipated. Kakarot stepped back, still wary of them. Huh, are you humans? Of course we are. Bulma retorted, glaring at son Goku. What do you mean you can't recognize a human? Seeing Kakarot remain on guard, Broly cautiously approached them, circling around to observe. He even readied his wooden stick to poke at Bulma's skirt. However, Bulma was quick to react, slapping him across the face, sending him crashing into a nearby tree. Kakarot, unharmed, sat on the ground, covering his visibly swollen cheek. Ouch, that hurts. Humph, you pervert, daring to make a move like that. Broly remained still. Bulma's strength far exceeded Kakarot's, and he was not a match for her. Had she not worn a gravity ring herself, Kakarot might have lost his life with that one strike. In the realm of combat power, a level below 100 is significant, with 10 being a crucial dividing line. Once one surpasses 10, they begin to absorb energy. Below 10, absorption is impossible. Kakarot currently finds himself at this pivotal juncture. Wow, you're really impressive, Kakarot exclaimed, prompting Bulma to puff up with pride, of course. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Broly, her expression shifting to one of disbelief as she stiffly tugged at his sleeve. Pointing at Kakarot. Look, see? Is it true? I see it. It seems he doesn't remember me, but it appears he's been training in martial arts. Let me give it a try. Huh. Bulma turned, puzzled. Try what? Broly smiled, adjusting the gravity ring on his wrist and bending down to tweak the one on his ankle. With such a small ring, even a genius like Bulma could only manage a gravity adjustment between -1 and 5. He could wear 4. Any more would compromise aesthetics and mobility, which he didn't particularly need. This was merely a transition. He was also researching a new biosuit, but it was not yet ready for completion. With the 4 rings combined, he adjusted it to 3 times the normal gravity, equating to 12 times. Now he needed to set it to the maximum, thus limiting his own strength to the bearable extreme of 20 times gravity. Anything beyond that would be detrimental, rendering him incapable of fighting back. Kakarot stood up, baring his teeth in a grin. Your strength is truly remarkable. Come at me. As he spoke, he assumed an attacking stance. Broly swiftly pulled Bulma behind him. It seems your strength is also considerable. Shall we test it? Kakarot wore a puzzled expression. Really? You're strong too. Indeed, I'm even stronger than her, he replied, gesturing to Bulma behind him. She merely pouted in annoyance, saying nothing. Outside, she still wanted to save face for her boyfriend, planning to address it once they returned home. Although they exchanged no words, their years of growing up together spoke volumes. That Kakarot's eyes brightened. Is that true? Awesome. His gaze sparkled with the thrill of encountering a rival. Broly stood quietly, maintaining a combat power of just 8, slightly lower than Kakarot's, yet he had confidence in his ability to surpass Kakarot. Do you really not remember me? Kakarot immediately dropped his stance, looking at Broly with a mix of cuteness and confusion. Remember what? Broly shook his head. It was evident that Kakarot truly had no recollection of him. Regardless, we should give it a try. Combat isn't solely about energy. There are many factors at play, and oh worries. Let us begin. I await your attack. All right, Kakarot eagerly resumed his battle stance. However, before he could launch an assault, he squatted down. Broly and Bulma exchanged exasperated glances. What is wrong with you? Bulma inquired curiously from behind. That I'm hungry. I've got no strength, Kakarot replied weakly. Seriously, what does that even mean? Bulma scoffed. Do you have any low-grade high-energy nutrient bars? No, I only have a 10. Broly contemplated for a moment. Give it to him. Are you kidding? Can he even eat that? It's not an issue. Just give it to him. With a sigh, Bulma reluctantly retrieved a small purple, cookie-like substance from her pocket and tossed it towards Kakarot. Here, eat this, but don't devour it all at once. Kakarot, feeling faint from hunger, paid no heed to her warning. He picked it up, inspected it, and sniffed it before taking a big bite. In no time, he was bouncing with joy. This is amazing. I'm not hungry anymore. This is incredible. Bulma rolled her eyes, looking down on him as if he were a naive country bumpkin. Yet internally, she was astonished. That morsel contained enough energy for 10 burly men for a day. And here was this little fellow. Can we start now? Broly's eyes widened with surprise. Just from that one cookie, Kakarot's combat power surged to 12. He could feel energy around him flowing into his body, almost as if their kind was truly miraculous. Moreover, this was the very experimental subject he needed. Come on. Kakarot let out a loud roar, charging forward without hesitation. Chapter 16. No Tail, Special Invitation. Broly remained expressionless. His steps light, effortlessly evading Kakarot's assault. He tilted his head slightly, skillfully dodging a follow-up kick. With a fluid motion, he turned to face Kakarot, who stood between him and Bulma, and sighed inwardly that Kakarot's fighting style was imbued with a primal ferocity. This was both a blessing and a curse that, in a straightforward confrontation, Kakarot would undoubtedly gain the upper hand, but against an equally matched opponent, such reckless and wide-sweeping moves would not only squander his stamina, but also leave him vulnerable to counterattacks. Reflecting on Kakarot's upbringing by a mere mountain dweller, Broly mused that perhaps the man's slightly superior physical condition was merely a product of his mountainous surroundings. After all this time, it was possible that the old man had long since passed away. System, what was the combat power of the old man who adopted Kakarot? It suddenly struck him that he had no clear understanding of the old man's strength, observing the man's agile form when he had carried Kakarot. Broly surmised that there must have been something exceptional about him. Name: unknown combat power, 3240 energy, 2020 vitality, 1232 techniques. Unknown. The numbers were startling. The old man's combat power was remarkably high. This left Broly in a state of confusion. If the old man possessed such strength, then Kakarot's capabilities should not be so meager. This realization sent him into a state of euphoria. He had encountered someone whose combat power exceeded that of ordinary beings. And the difference was staggering. He knew he had made the right decision in coming here. Once he met that old man, he was sure to uncover extraordinary truths. Once again, he bent to evade Kakarot's attack. Is this all the power you possess? Kakarot paid no heed to Broly's words, his gaze filled with uncertainty as he stared at his own hands. Strange, why can't I seem to hit you? Bulma, watching from behind, laughed heartily. That fellow, who bore a striking resemblance to Broly, was unexpectedly adorable, far more so than the usually stoic Broly. Both shared a similar height and tail, even their appetites seemed alike. For now, Bulma was willing to believe that the person before her was indeed Broly's brother. However, given the disparity in their fighting abilities, it was clear that Broly was adept at evading his brother's wild attacks, indicating that Kakarot's strength was indeed lacking. Moreover, it seemed that Kakarot had no recollection of Broly at all. That was to be expected. He was only 1 year old at the time, so how could he possibly remember anything clearly? Yet, seeing their similarities, it was amusing that he harbored no suspicions. Truly a simple-minded creature. Bulma smiled slyly, arms crossed, watching the spectacle. With some snacks and drinks, they would make the perfect audience. Hey, you there, Broly IST using his full strength. You need to step it up since they've treated you to such fine delicacies. Bulma unabashedly provoked Kakarot. After several such taunts, Kakarot finally had enough. He plopped down onto the ground and I'm done fighting. Why? You keep dodging. I can't hit you. So you've given up? It's not that I've given up. It's just that you good people have fed me well, and I'm at least 6/10 full now. There's no need to continue fighting. As he patted his belly, Kakarot explained. Broly frowned slightly, unsure of what more to say. That it was indeed true. His brother's temperament was far more agreeable than that of their father. What is your name? I am Sun Wukong. And you? Bulma leapt to Broly's side, astonished as she looked at Kakarot. What did you say your name was? I said I'm Sun Wukong. What's wrong with that? Kakarot replied, puzzled. Sun Wukong. Bulma repeated, glancing up at Broly. She knew that his brother should be named Kakarot. Broly, however, was not surprised. He had left his brother at the foot of a tree in haste, without leaving any information or clues. Eager to escape. After confirming that the old man had taken in his brother, he had departed without a second thought, only to encounter Bulma later. It was entirely normal for his brother to be given a new name. Yet why Sun Wukong, and why was he wielding a staff? Had he truly inherited some traits from the great sage Sun? Broly remained expressionless, though internally he was scoffing. Yes, my name is indeed Sun Wukong. By the way, I still don't know your names. Broly. Broly. What a peculiar name. It sounds remarkably like broccoli. Sun Wukong muttered. Bulma, unable to contain herself, stomped forward and tugged on Sun Wukong's ear. What are you laughing at? I am not laughing. Sun Wukong protested, grimacing as he turned his head away innocently. Though Broly appeared unaffected, the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. I say you're laughing. So you must be. All right, what's the harm in laughing a little? I told you not to laugh, so don't. Fine. What is your name then? I'm Bulma da Bulma. What a funny name. Bulma's face flushed with anger, and in a fit of frustration. She twisted Sun Wukong's ear with force. Ouch! That hurts! Bulma! Let go! Bulma held on for a second longer before relenting. Sun Wukong rubbed his ear in pain. Bulma, what was that for? For making fun of my name. Sun Wukong could only remain silent in his grievance. Broly, having observed their playful banter, decided to intervene. Sun Wukong, how old are you? A cold sweat trickled down his brow. He almost slipped and called him Wukong. It was unavoidable. As a person from Huaxia, he found it difficult to suppress the fondness for that name. That I'm 14. Sun Wukong replied, still curiously observing them. You all are quite strong, though different from me. In what way are we different? You don't have tails. You must not be normal people. Bulma and Broly exchanged speechless glances at Sun Wukong's confidence. How should they respond to such a thought process? Praise or scold? Just as Bulma was about to speak, Broly interjected, haven't you ever seen humans before? You're the first people I have seen, aside from my grandfather. Broly understood then. His assumptions had been correct. This place was not far from where he had initially landed on Earth. But it was indeed more secluded. The fact that Kakarot and his grandfather had chosen to live here was entirely reasonable. By the way, since you treated me to such delicious food, I'd like to invite you to my home for grilled fish. Sounds great. Bulma hesitated to speak, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue. In Chapter 17, titled Not Allowed. Takeaway, she internally dismissed the possibility that the individual before her was Broly's brother. Firstly, their names bore no resemblance. Secondly, he exhibited no recollection of Broly whatsoever. Despite concealing his tail, he should have at least recognized him. And lastly, their ages did not align, for Broly was merely 12 years old. Nevertheless, observing Broly's enthusiastic agreement, she refrained from voicing her doubts. Her intention in bringing him along was primarily for leisure, and a slight delay in collecting the Dragon Balls would not significantly impact matters. Moreover, since Sun Wukong possessed a tail, it was plausible that they might uncover details about Broly's heritage. Of course, this had to pertain specifically to Broly. Other distractions were not permitted to hinder their mission. Broly, on the other hand, was eager to meet the old man, hoping to glean information unknown to him. Furthermore, now that he had found Sun Wukong, it was essential to take him along. Life in the mountains was arduous. He struggled to find sufficient nourishment, warmth, and restful sleep. Besides, Sun Wukong was an exceptional subject for experimentation. Studying the two of them simultaneously would undoubtedly accelerate the research process in time, whether in scientific endeavors or martial training. Their progress would surely be significantly enhanced. With no other choice, Bulma retrieved the dragon radar from her pocket and powered it on. What is this? It's in the same direction. Broly instantly understood. Very well, let us proceed. Sun Wukong has graciously invited us for grilled fish. Bulma joyfully followed suit. Sun Wukong, meanwhile, marched ahead with a large fish slung over his shoulder. Don't you outsiders have tails? He inquired innocently. What? I'm a girl. Where do I get a tail? A girl? Yes, my grandfather told me that girls are like this. Of course. What did you think they looked like? I don't know. I've never seen one. Broly trailed behind. His mind was engrossed in thought. Kakarot. No, he should call him Sun Wukong. Had a remarkably low combat power. He recalled that upon his arrival on Earth, he had already reached a power level of 6. Now, 11 years had passed. Sun Wukong, does your grandfather teach you martial arts? Martial arts? What is that? My grandfather just teaches me to exercise. Broly frowned slightly. Exercise? That is not quite what I had in mind. He had anticipated some form of martial techniques. Exercise served little purpose. His current regimen was sufficient, and pursuing anything further would merely stifle his potential, which he was reluctant to do. Is your grandfather home? Broly pressed on, unwilling to give up. Previously, he had been so focused on immediate matters that he had overlooked the possibility of encountering a hidden master. My grandfather has passed away, Sun Wukong replied casually, still carrying the fish. What? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. But aren't you sad? No, my grandfather is still with me. Broly's brow furrowed. Logically, a warrior with a combat power of 40 should not perish so easily. He understood this well, having come from a power level of 40 himself, and knowing the vitality of a body at such a level that it seemed improbable that someone like that could die on Earth. Wait a moment. Broly suddenly had a thought. You live nearby. Has anyone come by? He trailed off, for Sun Wukong had already mentioned that he had only met two other individuals, himself and Bulma. So he must have forgot. What were you going to say? Sun Wukong asked, his steps light as he turned to face Broly, curiosity evident in his expression. Hey, watch where you're going, Bulma exclaimed, snapping him back to attention. Do you know how your grandfather died? He was trampled by a monster. Sun Wukong's tone revealed no hint of sorrow. A monster? Bulma's heart raced, and she instinctively moved closer to Broly, a chill creeping down her spine. Despite her formidable combat power, it was difficult to remain unshaken by such tales. Where did this monster come from? Bulma asked, her sense of security wavering as she glanced around and looked up at the clear blue sky. It comes out at night. You can see it when the moon rises. Broly felt an odd sense of familiarity with Sun Wukong's words, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He rarely ventured out at night to gaze at the moon. Bulma, who had initially been fearful, suddenly burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. What is so funny? Sun Wukong asked, his childlike voice tinged with confusion. Your grandfather must have told you stories, which is why you say that, in a way. That monster left a huge crater and destroyed houses that even kill my grandfather. Bulma's laughter ceased abruptly. Sun Wukong's serious demeanor made her lose interest in humor. The group crossed several mountain peaks before finally arriving at Sun Wukong's dwelling. A modest cabin came into view. Sun Wukong set the fish down from his shoulder. Wait for me a moment, he said, bouncing into the house. Broly surveyed the surroundings. The towering trees were cleared around the mountaintop, leaving only this solitary house. Had he been living like this for over a decade? Bulma, however, had already rushed inside without a second thought. He was uncertain about what was transpiring until he heard Bulma's piercing scream. Dragon Ball? Broly hesitated to enter. He had no interest in such fanciful tales meant to deceive children. Even if Bulma had already located two, he remained steadfast in his beliefs. Hey, what did you do to me? That's my grandfather. Don't you dare touch him. The sounds of their dispute echoed from within. Broly remained unfazed, while Bulma might be somewhat headstrong. She would never resort to stealing Sun Wukong's Dragon Balls. Broly, come in here and mediate. He claims that this Dragon Ball belongs to his grandfather. I don't care. You're not taking it. This is my grandfather. I kindly invited you to eat grilled fish, and yet you wish to steal my grandfather. Broly had no choice but to step inside. The Dragon Ball on the table still shimmered with light. Broly, you tell him. He insists that this ore belongs to his grandfather. It's infuriating. I want to trade him for this Dragon Ball, but he refuses. Sun Wukong bared his teeth, glaring at them fiercely. Broly paused for a moment. If we want to take it, you wouldn't stand a chance against us. As he spoke, he contemplated how to address this troublesome brother of his, whether to teach him a lesson or to find another approach. I don't care what you do. I absolutely want to allow you to take my grandfather away. Observing Sun Wukong's firm resolve, Broly dismissed the thought of taking the Dragon Ball. Bulma, didn't you tell him the legend of the Dragon Balls? Broly remarked, believing that Sun Wukong might be enticed by the tale of the Dragon Balls that moment. Bringing Sun Wukong along while keeping the Dragon Ball by their side seemed only natural. Besides, they could decide where to settle later. In Chapter 18, titled A New Journey, Acquiring the Spaceship, Bulma hesitated before speaking. After a brief introduction, Sun Wukong held the orb in his hands. It's so powerful. Yes, but to summon the Eternal Dragon, one must gather all 7 Dragon Balls and recite a specific incantation. 7 are required, yet only this one is available, which is inadequate. Therefore, am I not searching for the Dragon Balls alongside Broly? Would you kindly lend me the 4-star ball in your possession? Unexpectedly, amidst a pleasant conversation, Sun Wukong abruptly covers the 4-star ball in his hands. No, this belongs to my grandfather. Oh, you little brat, how utterly unappealing you are. Far inferior to Broly. Broly, rendered speechless, finds himself an innocent bystander in this matter. Regardless of what you say, I cannot part with it. Sun Wukong remains unfazed. Bulma's eyes dart about. How about this? You lend it to me. No way. Broly, unable to tolerate the ongoing dispute, interjects. How long must this bickering continue? Why don't you take the 4-star ball with you and follow us, and then you can lend it to me when needed? No. Sun Wukong turns his head away. I still need to train. But training alone is rather slow. Isn't it? Let us travel together. You can broaden your horizons while also honing your skills. Sun Wukong appears somewhat tempted, yet remains resolute. If you join us, we'll provide all your meals. I assure you'll be well fed. Recalling his previous insatiable appetite and the sight of Sun Wukong devouring an entire energy block rated at 10 without a blink, Broly proposes this enticing offer. Really? As anticipated, Sun Wukong's spirits lift at this suggestion. Of course. We have plenty of energy blocks, just like the one you just had. All right, I'll accompany you. Bulma leaps with joy, exclaiming, "Oh yes, splendid. We found a 4-star ball. Now we have 3, and we are much closer to summoning the Eternal Dragon. But let it be clear, I am merely lending it to you, not gifting it. It must be returned out, of course, no problem at all, as long as we have an agreement. Aren't you going to treat us to grilled fish? Hurry up and cook." Bulma cheerfully pushes Sun Wukong forward. She then returns to embrace Broly. "Mwah, Broly, you're so clever, simply marvelous." Even with his steadfast composure, Broly feels a bit dazed by Bulma's sudden display of affection. "What are you doing?" "Humph. Is a kiss not permissible?" "Fine, then I want to kiss you back." "You rogue." Watching Bulma dart away, Broly smiles faintly, surveying the surroundings as he gradually sits down, imagining Kakarot growing up in such an environment, after satisfying their appetites. The trio agrees to set off. Bulma dramatically produces a universal capsule, opens one, and reveals a car. "What a marvel!" "Oh please, that's merely a car. You've clearly never seen one before," Bulma retorts with annoyance. "We are embarking on a new journey with new companions. Thus we require a new vehicle. Bulma, put that away." Broly steps forward. "If we're going to train, let us proceed by running." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong is eager to comply, while Bulma turns pale. "What?" Broly stares at her intently, but Bulma pulls out the Dragon Ball radar and presses a button, revealing a look of dread. "Broly, but the next Dragon Ball is over 1,200 kilometers to the west. Are we to run there?" "Indeed." Bulma laments. "How long will that take?" Broly glances around. "That if we run for 15 hours, we could cover at least 120 kilometers a day. We'd arrive in no more than 10 days. Ignoring Bulma's reluctant expression, he considers Sun Wukong's current fighting power of only 12. If he's willing to train alongside them, by the end of this journey, his power could easily exceed 50. "Let us go, Sun Wukong." All right. With that, the two take off in a blur. Broly, still under the influence of his gravity ring, continues in a 20th gravity environment, his power comparable to Sun Wukong's. "Hey, wait for me." A cloud of dust envelopes them, leaving Bulma feeling a chill as she stands motionless, ultimately retracting the car and hastily pursuing them. As they run, Broly suddenly remembers something. Sun Wukong. After leaping over a large tree, Sun Wukong cheerfully responds. "Have you ever seen an enormous, peculiar metal ball?" "No, I've never encountered one." He jumps over a moderately sized rock. "Sun Wukong, can't you take the main road?" Bulma complains. "Why? ISNT this faster." "But it consumes more stamina." "No worries. As long as I'm well fed, I have plenty of energy." Sun Wukong remains unconcerned, while Broly chooses not to mention it. He is aware of the Scion's extraordinary stamina, as he possesses it himself. By the way, Broly, why do you ask? Just continue running. I'll check something first. This area should be close to where the spaceship landed. Perhaps I can find it, that if I can comprehend the technology of the spaceship, it would greatly assist in the development of my biosuit. Previously, he couldn't, but after absorbing vast amounts of knowledge, he should be able to discern some details now. With that, he adjusts the gravity rings on his wrists to 1. This is not the time for training. He is clear about priorities. In the astonished gaze of Sun Wukong and the envious stare of Bulma, Broly takes off into the sky. "Be Bulma. Did you see that?" Sun Wukong stammers, pointing at Broly soaring away. "I'm Bulma. Don't give me ridiculous nicknames, you brat," she shouts, continuing her UNITS just flying. "What is so astonishing about it? I'll be able to do that too in no time." "What? You can?" Sun Wukong gazes in awe at Bulma, who is now far ahead, quickening his pace to catch up. "Bulma, what on earth is going on?" "I want to tell you, especially after you gave me that silly nickname." "Just tell me." Broly quickly finds the site where the spaceship landed, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia as he observes the dust-covered sphere. Oh well, it's no loss not returning. This place is quite pleasant, with the brilliant Dr. Brief and the lovely Bulma. After pondering, he retrieves a universal capsule from his pocket and tosses it at the spherical spaceship. With a loud bang, the spaceship vanishes, leaving only the capsule lying in the dust. Broly unleashes a surge of energy to disperse the dust around him, landing gracefully to collect the capsule. With a burst of speed, he ascends into the sky, racing towards Bulma and the others. Chapter 19. Energy blocks, filling the void upon catching up to Bulma and Sun Wukong. Broly lands quietly. After adjusting the gravity, he resumes running alongside them. After 2 hours, all are sweating profusely, despite her complaints. Bulma does not defy Broly regarding their training, adjusting the gravity to a level that allows her to maximize her fighting power to 12. Even so, she still lags considerably behind Sun Wukong in stamina and endurance. Let us take a break. Observing the fatigue etched on both individuals, Broly felt compelled to speak up. The duo struggled to manage their stamina, particularly Sun Wukong, whose initial exuberance resembled that of a playful monkey, leaping about energetically, only to later succumb to exhaustion. Relying solely on sheer willpower to persevere, he wielded a stick, an advantage over the others. Upon hearing this, Bulma finally regained her spirits, preparing to plop down onto the ground. Stand, do not sit. With no other option, Bulma reluctantly retrieved a universal capsule that even Sun Wukong is seated. Broly glanced at him, choosing to disregard his posture. Regardless of his diminished strength, Sun Wukong remained a scion, possessing a fundamentally different physique from that of a human. Grumbling, Bulma extracted a high-energy nutrient block, offering Sun Wukong one rated at 20 to what? Gripping her hands tightly, she turned to Broly in disbelief. Indeed, this moment. Sun Wukong could only voice his hunger, oblivious to everything else. With exasperation, Bulma tossed him a 20-rated nutrient block. Eat. Honestly, Broly watched the scene unfold with a smile, catching the energy block Bulma had thrown and promptly devouring it. Such a meager portion was hardly sufficient for him. Yet fortunately, he still had some stamina left. This was merely a brief intermission, not yet mealtime. The proper dinner would not commence until after 10 o'clock at night. As he waited for Sun Wukong to finish, Broly mused, noting that Sun Wukong's strength had indeed increased. This indicated that his potential was ample enough for self-improvement, yet the available food was inadequate. Or rather, the energy contained within the food was insufficient for him to transcend his limits. Even if he could satiate his hunger, it would merely compensate for his previous deficiencies. There is a saying, the impoverished are cultured in their words, but rich in their martial prowess. The most direct manifestation of this principle is consuming food rich in energy to replenish one's bodily deficits. Only then can one progress. Sun Wukong, in his earlier state, had no means to attain such sustenance, resulting in his comparatively low strength. Kakarot, rest assured with me around, you shall never worry about food or clothing. This was not mere bravado. His laboratory was nearing completion. Once he could convert carbon dioxide from the air into starch and sugar, and mix in a few trace elements, his high-energy nutrient blocks would require neither copious amounts of meat nor vegetables. The energy for vegetables is also obtained through photosynthesis, which involves absorbing carbon dioxide. Meat derives its energy from consuming plants. Ultimately, it all boils down to a unique transformation of carbon dioxide, harnessing the energy present in the air to generate the required nourishment. According to Broly's conjecture, once he becomes sufficiently powerful, he should be able to absorb energy directly from the air without the need for food. However, that realization still seemed distant, and he was uncertain if he could achieve it. From his experience, even his adoptive father and others seemed to require sustenance. Regrettably, their previous weakness and lack of information had rendered it impossible to gauge his adoptive father's strength in his perception. Sun Wukong's current strength had astonishingly surged to 1.5. It appeared that the recently consumed nutrient block had merely acted as a catalyst. It would not be long before he too would break through. Quantitative changes could indeed lead to qualitative transformations, albeit at a leisurely pace. After a brief interval, witnessing the two ease into a more relaxed state, Sun Wukong exuberantly bounced around. Having eaten, shall we continue? Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong dashed over. Broly, I feel my strength and speed have increased. That's splendid news. So, it would be advantageous for you to join us. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Let us run. Bulma, however, was less enthusiastic. Broly offered no words of comfort. Her lack of earnestness towards training was hardly surprising. Were it not for the goal of flight propelling her forward, Bulma might have given up long ago. Bulma, if you persist with such intensity for a month, you might just break through and achieve flight. Bulma was once again moved, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Broly, yearning for his affirmation. Really? Absolutely. Then hurry, let us run. Broly smiled gently and followed suit, meticulously observing Bulma's every movement. 2 days later, Sun Wukong's strength astonishingly shattered the barrier, reaching 30, prompting Bulma and Broly to adjust their gravity rings accordingly. There was no choice. If they did not adapt, even Broly would find it difficult to keep pace with Sun Wukong. At this juncture, lacking special means, a disparity of 10 or more points in combat power could prove fatal and nearly impossible to surmount. That night, under a starry sky, Sun Wukong hung his head, recalling his grandfather's words. Broly and Bulma, however, had no reservations, unabashedly gazing up at the moon. The opulent villa loomed quietly behind them. Ah, such a life is truly delightful. Bulma joyfully stretched her graceful figure. After all, it was Broly who bore the brunt, so she felt unconcerned. Sun Wukong, ever curious, turned his gaze towards Bulma, his interest piqued, almost leaning in closer. Broly, initially poised to speak, found himself exasperated. Bulma, mind your comportment. Sun Wukong, turn around and close your eyes. Why? Bursting into laughter, Bulma detected Broly's jealousy, and Sun Wukong's innocent demeanor only fueled her amusement. And no reason. Just turn around, quickly. But women are different from us. And besides, you don't have a tail. Bursting into laughter again, Bulma's mirth rang melodiously beneath the night sky. Broly, feeling exasperated, thought, who said I lack a tail? Yet he found himself helpless against his adoptive brother's antics. Turn around, and I'll teach you a method to swiftly enhance your strength and speed. Really? Sun Wukong inquired, brimming with eagerness as he spun around, and in his mind, the enigmatic woman could not possibly offer superior training. Broly shot a fierce glare at Bulma, who remained unabashedly showcasing her figure. Rising, he dusted off the dirt from his behind and strode over. Since he had promised to teach, he was determined to follow through. Everything naturally began with foundational stances. Though Sun Wukong was strong, the basics instilled by his grandfather were somewhat shaky, lacking the solidity of Broly's rigorous training. After a brief introduction, Sun Wukong mimicked the stance quite adeptly. He experienced the sensations of lifting his head, relaxing his shoulders, dropping his elbows, retracting his chest, straightening his back, loosening his waist, and grounding himself, all while maintaining a balanced posture with his energy concentrated in his dantian. As Broly finished articulating the essential points, Sun Wukong held his position, his expression filled with queries. Broly, what does that mean? Bursting into laughter for the third time that evening, Bulma-chan, be quiet. If you truly don't understand, just remain standing like that. Sun Wukong, unfazed, retained his excitement. Is it really this simple to just stand here? Broly diligently adjusted Sun Wukong's posture. Initially, he had taught a stance suitable for himself. Now, he tailored one that was uniquely appropriate for Sun Wukong. It was akin to instructing Bulma, a mirror image of the process. The tranquility among the three formed a beautiful tableau under the moonlight. In the distance, a shining beam pierced through the darkness. It appears you haven't arrived empty-handed, able to make such precise adjustments based on his physical changes. An observer in the shadows leisurely monitored Broly's every move from afar, as if some sort of detector existed nearby. Conversations, actions, and expressions were transmitted without omission. Should I create some trouble for him? Now, my battle power has reached 2,000, and the subsequent matters are quite troublesome that I hope that at that time, Piccolo is not defeated. And the God of the heavens and the King of the worlds, alongside Namek, do not vanish. However, The emergence of battle powers in the thousands at this moment seems rather ill-advised. Furthermore, if I were to intervene, it might come across as somewhat exaggerated, and that individual's cultivated power appears to surpass what is appropriate. Suddenly, another figure materializes in the mysterious man's mind, a lecherous old M.I. in the Dragon Ball universe. If one were to identify who has caused the most trouble for Goku and his companions, creating the most narrative conflicts, it would undoubtedly be that person, that he could be said to have instigated chaos from beginning to end. Well, since you are so adept at causing disturbances, I shall accept you and see if you can grow stronger and create brilliance once more. After murmuring to himself, the mysterious man leisurely closed his eyes, with only a glimmer of light reflecting in the air. After instructing Goku for a while, Broly noticed Bulma appearing bored. Given that today's training was of high intensity, it was understandable, as Bulma's physique could not compare to that of himself and his inexpensive brother. Bulma, if you're tired, feel free to head back and rest. It's perfectly fine. Bulma's eyes brightened. Really? I can rest now. With no one appreciating her, Bulma had long ceased to display her graceful figure out of boredom. Moreover, feeling fatigued, she could hardly muster the energy to continue training, resigning herself to resting her chin on her hands as she watched the two of them idly. Well, I should finish my training early to recover my stamina. We have to continue tomorrow. All right then. Bulma cheerfully agreed, nimbly rising to stretch. I'll go wash up and apply a face mask before resting. Broly looked at Bulma's retreating figure in speechless disbelief. Your battle power is already at 98, and you still need to apply a face mask? Then he recalled that it was likely Bulma's psychological comfort, so he decided not to interrupt her, letting her be. After all, a person with a battle power of 98 would not be harmed by a face mask. His attention shifted back to Goku. Is this how you became so strong? Of course, but what you're learning now is merely the foundation. There are even stronger techniques to come. Really? That's wonderful. Goku's face lit up with joy, radiating happiness. For Goku, any opportunity to train and progress was a source of immense joy. Broly sighed. This child has undergone a significant change in temperament. By the way, Goku, has your character always been like this? He shook his head. Maintain your posture and don't move. Goku's expression turned serious as he obediently resumed his stance. His positioning perfectly mirrored Broly's adjustments, leaving Broly astonished. It is worth noting that even with the system's assistance and countless repetitions, achieving the optimal position for the flow of energy was no easy feat. Yet, Goku managed to accomplish it in one go. Goku, come, you try moving first. Oh, responding promptly, Goku lifted his hand and scratched his body before continuing to stand still. Just as Goku completed his motions, Broly's eyes widened in disbelief. Internally, he was screaming, impossible. This is too exaggerated. It's truly unbelievable. Externally, he maintained an indifferent facade, pretending to be somewhat satisfied. All right, just keep maintaining that posture. Let us continue discussing your character. I don't know, but my grandfather told me that I had a concussion from falling when I was little, so I can't remember things from before. Broly pondered thoughtfully. That's the expected outcome. Scions are known for their volatile tempers. Because I've been suppressing my memories since childhood, it's not very apparent. Plus, being born into the relatively stable Bardock household has made my temperament slightly better, though I can still be easily provoked at times. It's in their nature, and Goku's ability to remain so innocent and untainted is truly astonishing. Additionally, it starkly contrasts with his infantile personality. With Goku's revelation, everything became clear. So, do you really not remember anything from before? I've long forgotten. Observing Goku's calm demeanor, it was evident he had no intention of delving deeper. Aren't you sad about it? Not at all. My grandfather told me we should look forward. Broly, I see I've been schooled. Your mindset is truly admirable. I think so too. Giggling, Broly shook his head while observing Goku maintaining his stance perfectly. Keeping it in the most effective position for energy flow, he opened a universal capsule, revealing a metallic square box in the open space. Crouching down, he opened the box to expose a plethora of energy blocks packed tightly inside. There were 51,020 energy blocks, each containing one block, prepared specifically in case of any significant events, allowing only the consumption of lower-grade energy blocks. He retrieved one block each of 10 and 20 and placed them into Goku's pocket. These energy blocks, as you know, eat them when you're hungry. The left pocket is for the 10 scale, and the right pocket is for the 20 scale. Remember, got it, Broly, you're so kind, smiling and shaking his head. Broly replied, continue your training until you can't stand anymore. I'm off to rest. All right, go ahead, Broly. After storing the square metallic box, Broly strode steadily toward the villa. In the early morning, upon Broly's arrival, Goku was already excitedly running back and forth at the villa's entrance. What are you doing? Broly, good morning. There's an old turtle outside asking me for some salt water, but I don't know what salt water is. And I can't open the door. Broly was left dumbfounded, mentally chiding himself for forgetting. What do you even remember? This is an electronic keypad lock with facial recognition. UV, you've been training all night, and didn't T come in? No, I was resting beside that big rock. When I woke up this morning, there was another big rock next to me. I initially planned to lift it, but it turned out to be an old turtle asking for water. Goku explained while pointing at a large rock with one hand and gesturing with the other. Broly understood and opened the door. Chapter 21, A Kind Heart, the mysterious turtle wait for me. With that, Broly turned and entered the villa's kitchen, placing a large bucket under the faucet, turning on the tap, and starting to fill it with water. Simultaneously, he grabbed 10 packets of salt, tearing open the tops and pouring them in. Once everything was prepared, Bulma, still half asleep, emerged to head to the restroom, moving the large bucket. Drink up? Thank you. Thank you. You're such a good person. Broly ignored the old turtle. Goku, why don't you come in and wash up? Oh, just wait a moment. We'll wash up first. Gurgle, gurgle. Okay, thank you, kind people. Turning back, he pulled Goku inside, dragging him into the kitchen to clean him up. An old turtle. As Bulma stepped out, she spotted a brown-aged turtle on Goku's back. Madam, I am a sea turtle, not a land turtle. They're the same. Broly, what is going on? Bulma exclaimed casually. After explaining the situation, Goku looked at the turtle sympathetically. Shall I send you back to the sea? No. The sea is so far away. It's completely opposite to our destination, and it would take too much time. No. I must help the sea turtle return. Broly observed with a cold gaze, sensing something was off but unable to pinpoint it. Goku, you need to understand that we are 600 kilometers away from the ocean, that it will take us 3 days just to get there, and that doesn't even account for the return journey. As Sun Wukong's strength surged, their speed had long since escalated, yet Bulma remained unwilling to squander these 6 days. No, if you won't take me, then I shall go alone. Sun Wukong declared defiantly, hoisting the old sea turtle onto his shoulders and dashing off, following the route Bulma had just indicated. Unfortunately, neither the old sea turtle nor Sun Wukong was familiar with the way. You, then give me the Dragon Ball. Once I deliver it, I will catch up. Bulma's frustration was palpable as she stamped her foot. Hurry! How can you chase after me when you don't even know the way? She glanced at Broly, who appeared to be deep in thought. What should we do? Bulma, don't you find this strange? What? A giant sea turtle could be away from the ocean for so long, and has managed to travel 600 kilometers inland. Bulma paused, then realized, you're right. They can't possibly be trying to steal the Dragon Balls, can they? No. With Sun Wukong's formidable strength, that seems unlikely, but, she gasped in sudden horror, they wouldn't be attempting to deceive us, would they? Shall we pursue them to find out? All right, as Bulma prepared to sprint, Broly's expression darkened. At this point, we should use tools. Bulma abruptly halted, anxiously retrieving a universal capsule and tossing it out. Broly stared at the enormous aircraft that materialized before them. Goodness, get aboard quickly, Bulma exclaimed. Already racing up the steps and beckoning Broly to follow, he shrugged and complied. They soon spotted Sun Wukong. In an unspoken agreement, they landed the aircraft, assisting both the giant sea turtle and Sun Wukong aboard. Upon reaching the shoreline, Bulma came to a stop. Old sea turtle, we've brought you here. Now we must take our leave. Farewell. Wait a moment. Bulma and Broly exchanged subtle glances. Indeed, the old sea turtle had anticipated their arrival. Is there something else? Sun Wukong, having done a good deed, stood by with a silly grin, oblivious to the tension. You have aided me. Please wait a moment while I summon my master to express my gratitude. All right, Sun Wukong replied, cradling his head contentedly. Without waiting for Broly and the others to respond, the old sea turtle turned and slipped back into the sea. Bulma gazed at the azure waters, bewildered by the turn of events. Sun Wukong, however, jubilantly rushed to the shore. Wow! Is this the ocean? The two watched as Sun Wukong frolicked, unconcerned for his antics. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was afternoon. Broly, he still hasn't returned. He must be toying with us. Let's head back. Finding the Dragon Balls is paramount. Shaking his head, Broly replied, "No rush. He should reappear." Just as he spoke, the figure of the old sea turtle emerged from the water, a person perched upon its back. "Hey, wonderful. You're still here. I was worried you'd left due to the delay. Do you have any idea how busy we are? You've wasted so much of our time. I never asked you to wait." "You could have left." The old sea turtle, recalling Bulma's reluctance to assist him, bore a grudge and spoke curtly. The old sea turtle ignored Bulma's indignation, instead leading the bald man to Sun Wukong's side. "Master Rashi, this kind-hearted youth, is the one who brought me back." The bald man comically hopped off the turtle's back. "So is you, this benevolent lad, who rescued my old sea turtle. Thank you immensely." Bulma stood dumbfounded, gazing at the repugnant old man who approached her. The old sea turtle voiced its disdain. "Master Rashi, what are you doing? Can't you at least act like a sage?" Only then did the elderly figure, known as Master Rashi, take notice, turning to Sun Wukong to pose the same question. It's perfectly fine. The important thing is that he found his way home." Broly observed the old man with keen interest, noting that this figure possessed combat prowess exceeding that of both Sun Wukong and Bulma. This was the first exceptionally powerful individual he had encountered outside of his circle. This fellow must possess something extraordinary. Furthermore, using a sea turtle as a pet or mode of transport, he exuded an air of mystery that seemed unbelievable that I must express my gratitude. Subsequently, Master Rashi summoned the flying Nimbus and presented it to Sun Wukong as they prepared to depart. Under Broly's subtle guidance, Bulma restrained her anger and quietly followed him. "Wait a moment. Master Rashi, is there something else you wish to discuss?" Master Rashi regarded Broly with unwavering eyes. "You are practitioners, are you not?" "Indeed. Have you not heard of my reputation?" The old sea turtle gazed up in astonishment. "Master Rashi, could it be?" The proud old turtle nodded affirmatively. "That indeed. In moments of stillness, I too yearn for movement. If you do not mind, after you complete your business, you are welcome to visit me. I can teach you the ways of cultivation." "Who do you think you are? You presume to teach us? Are you truly that powerful?" Bulma could no longer contain herself and mocked loudly. Clearing his throat, Bulma begrudgingly stepped back, shooting a fierce glare at Master Rashi. The sage merely regarded her enigmatically, while the old sea turtle remained incredulous. "If the opportunity arises," Master Rashi interrupted Broly before he could speak. "Sun Wukong, your nature is pure. Once you fulfill your endeavors, you may come to me. That I possess information regarding your grandfather. Is that true? Do you know my grandfather? If I'm not mistaken, the staff behind you is the Rui Jingu Bang, which I gifted to your grandfather, provided your grandfather's name is Sun Wukong." Yes, grandfather, you are truly remarkable. My grandfather's name is indeed Sun Wukong." Broly and Bulma found themselves once again overlooked. Broly observed the enigmatic old turtle with a cool demeanor, his mind racing. Hearing this revelation, his expression shifted to one of perplexity. Chapter 22. Collecting the Dragon Balls, Observations along the way, Pure-Hearted Science. On planet Vegeta, aside from my father and mother, I know of no one with a good temperament. All right, grandfather, once Bulma and I finish gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, I will seek you out. Very well. Broly noticed the significant glance Master Rashi cast upon him, finally recognizing the underlying tension. This seemingly contradictory old sage appeared to be searching for Sun Wukong. Yet his myriad gestures hinted that he was also implying his own desire to join them. It felt as though everything was not solely for the purpose of Sun Wukong, but rather for himself. However, in Broly's eyes, he was merely an old man with a combat power of 138, and he should not know him at all. What could be the reason for this? Unable to fathom it, Broly chose not to delve deeper. With his current combat power at 2,000, he had no reason to fear this old man. Confident in his system, Broly did not even consider the possibility of a miscalculation. Bulma pouted as she retrieved the Dragon Ball radar and pressed the button. Huh. What's this? How come there are 4 Dragon Balls here? What? Broly queried, puzzled as he looked at her. Look. Bulma handed him the radar. Broly glanced at it, deep in thought. Master Rashi, do you happen to possess a yellow Dragon Ball with red stars inside? Master Rashi tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, pondering for a moment before suddenly reaching into his chest. Is this what you were referring to? Bulma exclaimed with a scream, rushing forward. Yes, that's it. Could you possibly give it to us? Master Rashi's face broke into a lecherous grin. It could be arranged. No way. Broly, observing Master Rashi's expression, felt an ominous premonition and directly refused. Bulma, still awaiting Master Rashi's conditions, was taken aback by Broly's immediate dismissal. Frustrated, she straightened her posture and turned around. Broly, what are you doing? I haven't even heard his terms yet. You fool. Broly stepped forward, fixing a steady gaze on him. That if you wish to give it to me, that's fine. If not, then it's of no consequence that I intend to keep Goku by my side for training. Master Rashi's eyes darted around. He was uncertain of how much Broly truly knew that it was crucial not to raise his suspicions. However, it seemed Broly was daring enough to leverage Goku, subtly indicating he wouldn't seek him out for training. Would he acquiesce to that? If he refrained from interference, Broly would undoubtedly gain nothing from him, and that was something he would not permit. Cough, cough. Goku is someone I wish to take as my disciple. What gives you the right to prevent him from coming? Broly remained silent, turning to face Goku. Goku, once this is all over, return with me. I will train you and ensure your hunger is satiated. Oh yes, that sounds wonderful, Goku exclaimed, his mouth watering at the thought of being well fed, completely forgetting his promise to Master Rashi. Master Rashi's face darkened as he yanked the 3-star ball from his neck and tossed it to Bulma. Forget it, you youngsters truly lack respect for your elders at D.O. as you please. Let's go, big turtle. Master Rashi leapt onto the back of the giant turtle, turning his head with a meaningful glance. However, training requires methodology. It's not sufficient merely to strengthen the body unless you have no desire for improvement. Broly's gaze deepened. Let's move. Bulma, having obtained the Dragon Ball she desired, was overjoyed and followed Broly without any complaints. Goku, naturally, did the same. 7 days later, the trio secured the 6-star ball. Bulma, beaming with delight, left the village, taking along the troublesome and lustful Oolong. Broly, we now have 5 Dragon Balls. We only need 2 more to summon the Eternal Dragon and fulfill our wishes. Aren't you excited? Bulma inquired, slightly dissatisfied. What is there to be excited about? It might just be a fabricated legend, Broly replied nonchalantly, simultaneously keeping Oolong firmly restrained. This little pig, if it weren't sentient, would surely make a delicious roast. Nonsense, it must be real. I assure you it is indeed true. All right, if you say it's true, then it is. Very well, Bulma retorted, exasperated by Broly's lackadaisical attitude. Broly raised a hand, and a laser shot forth, obliterating a motorcycle approaching from a distance. What are you doing? As you can see, Goku, curious, chimed in. Broly, are they the bad guys? I don't know, but their intentions are surely malevolent. Bulma gazed at the smoke in the distance, remaining silent, aside from Broly and her own objectives. What did the rest matter? Goku lay on the vehicle, while Oolong pondered. This seems to be the evil desert. Could that possibly be the legendary Yamcha? As this thought crossed his mind, Oolong began to flail about. Wow, that's incredible. You can shoot lasers from your body. You might have just killed the sand bandit Yamcha. Broly shot Oolong a cold glance, remaining unresponsive and merely closing his eyes. Oolong, feeling awkward, fell silent, his eyes darting about. He was not willing to be at the mercy of Bulma and Broly. The group set off once more, encountering many oddities along the way. Bulma successfully broke through, exclaiming joyfully as she took to the skies. Broly, you were right. I truly have broken through. I can fly. Thud. Bulma fell to the ground. Ouch, my poor back. Help me up. Broly, bemused, could only get out of the vehicle to assist her. You've just broken through, and you dare to fly so high. Is that not courting disaster? I didn't know I wouldn't be able to stay airborne for long. Ouch! Take it easy, just as Bulma grimaced in pain. She suddenly pointed in a direction. Hey. Oolong has run away. No need to worry. I've marked him, but he won't get far. Seeing Bulma wincing in pain, yet still concerned about chasing after their loot, Broly remarked irritably. "Oh, all right. Then you must go retrieve him. Rest assured, you should get back in the vehicle and recuperate." Goku, filled with envy, rushed over. "Bulma, you can fly too? That's amazing. How long until I can?" Under Goku's admiring gaze, Bulma instantly forgot her back pain. Just keep at it. You'll get there soon," Broly smirked inwardly. "And you criticize others? Goku's fighting power has skyrocketed to 80. If he maintains this momentum, he will indeed be flying in no time." Right, I will work hard," the naive Goku confidently declared he could achieve it. However, this journey was undeniably enjoyable. After saying that, he fell silent, observing Broly intently. Chapter 23. Flame Mountain, the reckless girl indeed? You are right. Broly conceded. The young lady hold a grudge quite well. Let us proceed. Next, Goku will run while Bulma and I will ride. Then why don't you run too? Bulma inquired. Are you comfortable with Goku driving? As Bulma prepared to retort, she promptly fell silent, recalling the thrilling dangers of Goku behind the wheel. Perhaps it would be wiser to have her future husband at the helm. Then take it slow. Ouch, my poor back. Goku looked on with curiosity. Didn't you just say didn't hurt? Mind your own business, Bulma snapped, continuing to groan under Broly's support. Goku wore a perplexed expression. Isn't that how it is? Scratching his head in confusion, he turned and began to run. Broly assisted Bulma into the vehicle and prepared to drive. Aren't you going to look for Oolong? Don't worry. He'll find a way to come back to us. Broly wore a mysterious smile. What a sight. How sinister. He certainly did not appear to be a good person. The trio continued onward on a distant beach. Master Rashi reclined in his rocking chair. Will the Dragon Balls soon be gathered? With a powerhouse like Broly, the Pilaf gang will surely be unable to cause any trouble. But if the 7 Dragon Balls are gathered too easily, wouldn't that be rather unsatisfactory? Narrowing his eyes, Master Rashi's voice drifted softly. Master Rashi, what are you talking about? The giant turtle inquired curiously. I was just thinking, Bulma is truly beautiful and supple. Master Rashi is a sage. How can you entertain such lewd thoughts? The great sea turtle concealed its face, as if it were caught in a moment of profound embarrassment. Hey, this is merely a part of human nature, dear Master Rashi. I am but a mere mortal as well. The wise turtle, unashamed, boldly countered the great sea turtle's sentiments. You truly leave me at a loss. Observing the great sea turtle once again prostrating itself, Master Rashi revealed a mysterious smile. Very well, let us consider this a gift. I am curious to see whether you, devoid of any memories of the Dragon Balls, will bestow the opportunity to make a wish upon another or keep it for yourself. If you choose to wish for yourself, what would your desire be? After your turn is over, should you not return, I shall come to your aid once more. With that, Master Rashi closed his eyes, leisurely swaying in his rocking chair, the smile at the corners of his mouth spilling over, casting a serene aura over the nearby sky. Everything appeared tranquil and peaceful, especially the surrounding sea creatures. Meanwhile, Broly was attending to Bulma. Despite having thoroughly checked her, she continued to feign discomfort, insisting that he massage her. I cannot do without a massage. Once you start, it feels wonderful. Bulma, your act is exceedingly transparent. Humph, it feels delightful. What are you talking about? I'm not pretending, it genuinely hurts. However, your technique is remarkably soothing. Are you a trained professional? Broly's forehead twitched with tension. From childhood to now, have you ever seen me undergo any training? Haha, regardless, it feels great. Broly remained silent, massaging quietly, with no intention of deliberately tormenting Bulma. Hey, can we continue moving? But you need to keep an eye on Bulma. Broly displayed a rare, unmistakable look of exasperation. Bulma, Goku, true to his nature, rushed to Bulma without a moment's hesitation. All right, shall we leave now? Bulma, under Goku's intense scrutiny, sheepishly got up, mumbling under her breath. Goku, however, was unconcerned with the details, eager to resume their journey. Fantastic. Oh yeah. Just as Goku was about to dash off again, Broly interjected, Wait, hold on. A mysterious smile crossed Broly's face. The very reason he had stopped to assist Bulma with her massage was, in part, to witness this that, it's Oolong. Oolong has indeed followed us. Broly, you are truly impressive. Broly regarded Bulma with a half-smile. Indeed, Bulma detected the peculiarity in his tone, turning to see Broly's strange expression fully revealed. Without a moment's thought, Bulma exclaimed, "Enough already. Your charade has gone on long enough. I am genuinely in pain." Broly found himself at a loss. He opened the door, exited the vehicle, and took the driver's seat once more. "Let's go." "Huh? Are we waiting for him?" Goku inquired curiously. "No need. Doesn't he enjoy running? Let him be." With that, Broly started the engine and accelerated. "Help! I was wrong. Please wait for me." Oolong's desperate cries echoed in the distance. Goku took a quick glance, but did not turn back to retrieve him. Broly's actions surely stemmed from a reason. Cognizant of this, Goku joyfully resumed his sprint. The allure of flight remained enticing, even though the Nimbus cloud was swift, stable, and effortless. After all, nothing could compare to the freedom of flying unencumbered, right? Once he could soar through the skies, it would be akin to having double insurance. Broly, of course, did not disregard Oolong's plight. He quickly slowed the vehicle, allowing Oolong to hop in before accelerating once more. "You were just running. Why come back?" Bulma languidly reclined in the back seat, teasing Oolong. "I am sorry. I was wrong. Please spare me. I shall never do it again." Oolong pleaded, tears welling in his eyes. Humph! Seeing that they bore no ill will, Oolong sighed in relief. However, as he gazed at the increasingly desolate landscape and felt the rising heat waves, his complexion paled. Are you all going there?" he stuttered, trembling as he pointed towards the direction of their travel. "Indeed, where else?" Suddenly reinvigorated, Oolong waved his hands frantically in protest that no, we cannot go there. That is the lair of the legendary Ox King. The fiery mountain we must not approach. He is known as the Demon King. What nonsense! You said the same about Yamcha. Yet look where that led us. Oolong's excitement transformed into a shiver. Indeed, the individual driving this car, with his gentle demeanor and refined manners, possesses the ability to unleash a laser that could obliterate Yamcha in an instant. Who can say who is stronger or weaker? As everyone pondered this question, Goku was still sprinting ahead when suddenly a figure appeared before him. Hey, move aside. I can't stop," Goku shouted in urgency. "You creep. What are you doing? Get out of the way. I can't brake." Bang! Goku collided with an impulsive girl. Bulma glanced over to, two clumsy fools. In contrast, Oolong's attention was immediately captured. "Wow, what a stunning beauty! Pervert! What are you staring at?" Broly calmly approached. Chapter 24, Fiery Mountain. Bold speculations. Goku was now crouched on the ground, holding his head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What were you thinking? Broly looked over to see a girl wearing a pink helmet adorned with a horn, draped in a blue cloak, rubbing her forehead. "Curse you, little brat. You attempted a sneak attack." The girl shouted angrily, her hands poised like swords at her helmet. "Take this." A beam of laser shot forth immediately. Goku shouted in alarm, dodging just in time to, "Oh no, a monster." "Humph, not too shabby." With that, the girl unleashed another attack. Goku managed to evade once more. However, as Broly was walking towards them, the girl's laser shot straight at him. "Watch out! Be careful!" Both Goku and the girl shouted simultaneously. Oolong, who had been watching from the car, was utterly entranced, while Bulma glared discontentedly, unable to comprehend why the girl wore so little. "Broly, the Dragon Balls are right in there." Oolong, sitting beside Bulma, turned pale at the revelation, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Even though he knew of Broly's formidable strength, he still felt uneasy, having never witnessed it firsthand. After all, the Ox King was a notoriously malevolent figure. Their unguarded approach left him feeling quite vulnerable. How impressive! The unfolding events inside the vehicle failed to affect the girl in the horned helmet. What on earth is going on here? Broly, you arrived just in time. That person shot a laser at me. Broly glanced at the furious Goku. "Who are you?" "I am Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Ox King." Wow. Before anyone could react, Oolong was so startled that he ducked behind the car. "What are you doing out here?" "I'm going to find Master Rashi to ask him to use the banana fan to extinguish the flames." Broly's lips twitched. The banana fan? Sun Wukong, the Bull Demon King, reminiscent of the blazing flame mountain. Accompanied by the banana fan and the rotund pig Oolong, along with the Rui Bang resting upon Sun Wukong's back. Why does all of this seem so familiar? the flames of Flame Mountain, which ordinary water cannot extinguish. Only the banana fan possesses the power to quell the fire. Broccoli gazed at the towering inferno in the distance, momentarily at a loss. Until now, he had solely focused on honing his combat skills. Yet he still lacked proficiency in many techniques. Who is Master Wulian? After pondering for less than 2 seconds, realizing he could not comprehend it, Broccoli swiftly shifted his train of thought, since he possessed the extraordinary banana fan. He must also be an extraordinary being. Perhaps he has methods of cultivation that could serve as reference. The girl opposite him looked at him in utter disbelief. What? Is there something on my face? No, it's just that you are unaware of the martial arts god. Master Wulian. A spark of enlightenment flashed through Broccoli's mind. The martial arts god came Sunin, Master Wulian. Damn. Bulma had already leaned in. What's wrong? Nothing, I just didn't expect that lecherous fellow to be the legendary Kame Sunin. Indeed, didn't he say so? Bulma inquired curiously. I just didn't realize it first. It had been a long time since I heard that name. So I didn't respond immediately. Then who is she? Bulma warily pointed at Chi-Chi. Broccoli instantly understood Bulma's implication. Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Bull Demon King, what? Bulma widened her eyes, incredulously staring at the sweet and lovely girl in front of her. All her preconceived notions about the Bull Demon King crumbled. Oolong trailed behind. Broccoli contemplated for a moment. Wukong, you take her to find Master Wulian. Only you can locate him. What? You know where Master Wulian is? Chi-Chi suddenly exclaimed. Broccoli looked at her with an expression of disbelief. Didn't you say you were going to find Master Wulian? Chi-Chi felt a bit embarrassed. Yes, but I don't know where Master Wulian is. I've gone out to search many times, but have never found him. By the way, don't you know? Take me with you. Broccoli was at a loss for words. Did he just fall for it? Broccoli, the Dragon Balls are within. No matter what, the flames must be extinguished. Bulma's words reminded him. Yes, indeed. Wukong, you take her along. However, only those with kind hearts can ride the Nimbus Cloud. I don't know where it is. We must use the Nimbus Cloud to find the old master Kame Sunin. Just as Wukong finished speaking, a deep voice resonated in the air. You say you have a Nimbus Cloud? Yes, it was given to me by the old master Kame Sunin. Then show it to me. Sure, without realizing it, Wukong called out for the Nimbus Cloud. Oolong watched in trepidation as a tall, dark figure emerged behind Wukong and Chi-Chi. The Bull Demon King was in deep trouble. Bulma looked on with curiosity. She was now bold and fearless. Aside from Broccoli, who could surpass her? However, Broccoli's attention had already shifted, moving closer to Flame Mountain. Hey kid, I can't even approach Flame Mountain. Don't get too close. Broccoli paid no heed to his words that he needed to verify that in his memory, the flames of Flame Mountain were not ordinary earthly flames. If there were elements in this world that closely resembled what he knew, could it be that there are deities in this realm? Perhaps even a heavenly court. If there were a heavenly court, it would imply that many myths from his past life were indeed true. Could it be that he might even have the chance to return? With this thought, Broccoli quickened his pace. The Bull Demon King's eyes narrowed, disregarding him entirely. Since he couldn't enter Flame Mountain, he would first entertain this little one with the Nimbus Cloud. Young man. Son Wukong looked up at the towering Bull Demon King in confusion. Huh. This Nimbus Cloud, was it given by Master Wulian? Yes. The Bull Demon King was exceedingly excited. Wonderful. At last there is news of Master Wulian. Could you kindly ask Master Wulian to bring his banana fan? The flames of Flame Mountain can only be extinguished by the fire of the banana fan. Sure. Son Wukong glanced at Chi-Chi. Hey, you said you wanted to find Master Wulian. Are you going? Yes, I want to go. The Bull Demon King nodded eagerly. Then see if he can hop on. As Son Wukong willed it, the Nimbus Cloud descended. Chi-Chi jumped on, standing firmly atop it. Wow, you're the second person who can ride the Nimbus Cloud. Just as Son Wukong exclaimed in surprise, he frowned. In Chi-Chi's bewildered gaze, he knelt on the Nimbus Cloud. Foolishly reaching out to pat Chi-Chi's private area. Chi-Chi let out a furious scream, slapping Son Wukong away. She dashed off in a flurry. Wow, Bulma, that was a woman just like you. Everyone was left in a daze. Unsure of Son Wukong's thought process that moment. Chapter 25. Extinguishing the flames, Wukong's wife, a radiance emerged from the place where Broccoli had vanished, and with a resounding boom, The entire Flame Mountain was leveled by a beam of light, and the flames of Flame Mountain immediately disappeared. It seemed he had exerted too much force. Just how powerful am I? Broccoli examined his hands repeatedly. That beam of light was naturally released by him. The Bull Demon King and others rushed over, unable to comprehend the scene before them as they stared at the flattened mountain. Bulma hurriedly stepped forward. Broccoli, did you do this? Without a hint of emotion. Yes, I simply exerted a bit of strength. Who knew the mountain would give way so easily? So impressive. Broccoli carefully recalled his previous actions. Actually, Bulma, if you were to make a little more progress, you should also be able to easily destroy this mountain. Even if it's not as thorough as mine, you should at least be able to temporarily extinguish the flames of Flame Mountain. Bulma incredulously pointed at herself. Are you saying I can do it too? Yes, I believe you can. Then let me give it a try. With Broccoli's affirmation, Bulma was eager to test her abilities. You want to make a big hole? Bulma's face fell, since the mountain had already been leveled by Broccoli. What could she possibly do? This turn of events was something even Broccoli had not anticipated. Ever since Bulma perfected the gravity ring, he had been wearing it, never realizing that his strength had grown to the point of being able to obliterate a mountain with a single strike. In comparison to his past life, no weapon possessed such formidable power. Save for the ultimate weapon, it seems I need not rush to enhance my strength, but rather find ways to develop my abilities. With this thought, Broccoli reaffirmed the path he needed to take in the near future. Turning back, I apologize, but I accidentally extinguished the fire on Flame Mountain. However, your castle. No, it's fine as long as the fire is extinguished. The Ox King was rendered speechless, for he was utterly unaware of the extraordinary capabilities of Broly. With this single strike, the flames were indeed extinguished, yet it also obliterated the entirety of Flame Mountain, leaving his castle in ruins. However, there was a silver lining. The villagers nearby would thrive, and their spoils from future raids would undoubtedly increase. Even Master Wulian would not be able to achieve such a feat. Broly was merely being polite, by showcasing such formidable strength. It was evident that he would hesitate to voice any objections that, in Broly's eyes, the Ox King's prowess barely registered at a mere 16 points. Having extinguished the flames, it was time to seek the Dragon Balls and depart. Wait a moment, the Ox King interjected. What is it? That staff on your back, is it the Rui Jingu Bang? He inquired. Indeed, it is a gift from my grandfather. Is your grandfather Sun Wukong? Yes. How did you know? Sun Wukong gazed at the Ox King with curiosity, not delving deeper into the implications, merely astonished. Wonderful, since you're the grandson of Sun Wukong. And you just touched my daughter. I shall arrange your marriage. You shall be my son-in-law, the Ox King exclaimed with enthusiasm. Son-in-law. What is that? Can you eat it? Yes, you can enjoy an abundance of delicious food. The Ox King, oblivious to Sun Wukong's nature, assumed he was discussing a wedding feast, laughing heartily. Sun Wukong, lost in thoughts of various roasted meats, felt his mouth water. Fantastic! If I can eat so many delicacies. I accept. Oh yeah, splendid. Chi-Chi, come out quickly. Truly, a father knows his daughter best. The Ox King swiftly pulled Chi-Chi from her hiding place. Chi-Chi, quickly, call him husband. Husband! Chi-Chi shyly gazed at Sun Wukong, already envisioning names for their future children. Sun Wukong remained oblivious to their conversation, utterly unaware. Broly, ahead, was struck by an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Was his brother truly being arranged into marriage without any comprehension of the situation, only aware of the promise of food? He had initially intended to object, but given that Sun Wukong had not denied it, and they had not yet formally acknowledged one another, it felt inappropriate to interrupt. Thus, he chose to ignore the matter. As it did not concern him, that he turned to accompany Bulma in search of the 6th Dragon Ball. However, I must first join Broly and Bulma in locating the remaining Dragon Balls and then seek Master Rashi for training. That is of no concern. You are still young. When you grow older, it will naturally come to pass. Here is the plan. When my daughter matures, I shall send her to find you at Master Rashi's. Be sure to leave an address. I am a brother to Sun Wukong, and we both trained under Master Rashi, the Ox King declared, his tone suggesting that anything could be negotiated once a promise was made. Reminiscing about past experiences, Broly, ahead, was on the verge of laughter. Address? What is that? Can you eat it? Now, the Ox King and Chi-Chi were at a loss, unable to comprehend this unconventional approach. Leave our home address. When the time comes, Broly will also accompany Master Rashi. If you come, at least you will know where to find us. That we are currently unaware of Master Rashi's exact whereabouts. Bulma kindly interjected, making things up as she went along. Wasn't Wukong's Nimbus Cloud a gift from Master Wuqian? Yes, but it was given to him by the seaside, so you should have your daughter come to the seaside to find him, Bulma replied. Somewhat irritated, she then turned and ventured into the ruins in search of more Dragon Balls. I could see that moment. Broly seemed less focused on finding the Dragon Balls. He sensed something amiss. The flames had not been extinguished, merely momentarily subdued, as the channels that harbored the fire remained buried. There would be opportunities to investigate further in the future. The group soon located the Dragon Ball. Wonderful. It's the 6-star ball. That means we only have one more to find, and our mission will be complete, Bulma exclaimed, cradling the newly discovered Dragon Ball with great excitement. Let us go, Broly agreed, having adjusted his gravity ring back to that of an ordinary person. Bulma eagerly followed him, while Oolong reluctantly trailed behind, still in search of his own source of despair, too fearful to stray far from them. Wukong, continue running. Yes. Why? Chi-Chi protested, mustering her courage and glaring at Broly. Broly smiled at his prospective future sister-in-law. Because he needs to train to grow stronger. Then why aren't you running? I am running. I, along with Bulma, have been running. Wukong should be running. I merely collided with you. Chi-Chi's face flushed. She hadn't anticipated that her reckless collision would lead to a husband. You must not bully him. Rest assured, aside from training to enhance his strength, we will not purposely torment him. Let us go. Come visit my home to find him. Your home? Bulma exclaimed. Yes, my home. My boyfriend will be going to train with son Wukong at Master Rashi's. If you come to my house, you will be able to find son Wukong, where you can find your own way. Oh, Chi-Chi nodded, still somewhat confused. Broly was at a loss for words, having never stated he had to go. Bulma provided their address before hopping into the vehicle. Son Wukong bid farewell and dashed ahead, showing no sign of reluctance. Broly, initially prepared to drive, resigned himself to the back seat. Oolong, you drive. Why? Bulma fumed from the back seat. Why do you care? Reluctantly, Oolong took the driver's seat, begrudgingly accepting his fate. Driving was far less enjoyable than being a passenger. However, unable to resist the pressure, he complied. Not long after Oolong had started, Bulma's voice rang out from the back seat. Broly, harder, please. Oolong cast a sidelong glance, internally scoffing at the sight of Broly, a formidable warrior, giving Bulma a massage. Bulma, on the other hand, seemed to revel in it, exclaiming her enjoyment. Truly, I am at a loss for words. Broly, we only need one more Dragon Ball to complete our collection. Broly, somewhat disinterested, applied pressure with a lackadaisical demeanor. Broly, do you have any wishes? None, Bulma, resting her chin in the seat, pouted. Then you have nothing at all. Broly remained unconvinced about the authenticity of the Dragon Balls, responding with exasperation. Wait until you can summon the dragon before you speak of wishes. But we have indeed found 6 Dragon Balls. And they're just as the legends describe, from 1 star to 7 star. Only one more to go. Bulma detected Broly's indifference and expressed her dissatisfaction. Yes, indeed, I never claimed otherwise. Bulma felt her frustration mounting, and without a second thought, she flung open the car door and leaped out in a huff. I will run by myself. Bulma shrugged, offering no further comment. This matter was indeed beyond comprehension. Of course, Bulma did not take it too seriously. Many individuals he encountered bore striking resemblances to the legendary figures from their myths. Even if the Bull Demon King was not the son of Red Boy, but rather the daughter. Chi-Chi, the similarities were uncanny. How could one explain that? And then there was the flame of the fiery mountain. In his perception, it was no ordinary fire, unlike the water-resistant flames spoken of by outsiders. This particular flame seemed to possess a mesmerizing quality, inducing a slight state of disorientation, a sensation he could faintly detect. It was truly remarkable. If he were to delve deeper, the results would surely be promising. Bulma gazed out the window, observing that Bulma and son Wukong had already sprinted ahead. Thanks to Bulma's guidance, son Wukong's strength had significantly increased, achieving a 9-fold enhancement in just over 40 days. reaching a combat power of 90.I. In contrast, he himself had made no progress whatsoever at this stage. He yearned for a noticeable improvement of at least 10 points in combat power, yet even that seemed a formidable challenge. However, he felt no urgency. In cultivation, one should savor the journey. While effort was indeed essential, when the pressure was not overwhelming, taking the time to appreciate the scenery along the way was also a commendable choice. Why don't you go down and run? Then why aren't you going? Oolong's face turned green. I just ran over here. I'm still catching my breath. Rest assured, you won't be made to run. Oolong's expression brightened at this. If he were truly forced to run, it might just be the end of him. Does that dragon exist? I don't know, but Bulma believes, so that if she believes, then you should accompany her, of course. So put away your mischievous thoughts. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind roasting a pig. Bulikili glanced at Oolong ahead, feigning indifference as he spoke. No, I don't like her because she's so fierce. No, that's not it. Haha, but you're right. Bulma can indeed be rather headstrong at times. However, how long until we find the dragon? Will you let us go? Didn't we already let you go? You came back looking for us. I had no choice. Otherwise, who would come looking for you? Why? You clearly left, but still chose to return. Bulikili pretended not to know, asking curiously, well, I think you all are better, and I want to follow you. As he uttered this, Oolong silently cursed them in his heart. May you not find the Dragon Balls. Unable to summon the dragon and be devoured by the mechanical monster, losing the Dragon Balls to it. Unbeknownst to Oolong, his disgruntlement inadvertently created trouble for Sun Wukong, that he ran the fastest, and knowing to follow the road. He soon entered a shaded avenue lined with lush trees in the distance. 2 large trees sheltered him. I asked at him. Ashu. Indeed, he has a Dragon Ball. 2 individuals concealed within a mech communicated via their internal channel. A long-haired beauty from the Chi clan and a dog-headed Ashu. Should we wait for that woman to arrive before we strike? Have you lost your mind? That guy can fly. We could seize one and return to report to Lord Pilaf without issue. But ultimately, we would have to come out. The beauty, named Xiaowu, retorted loudly. Are you foolish? Once they reach the castle, equipped with various super weapons, what can we accomplish with just our 2 mechs? Besides, if it fails, we would be in trouble, and we might not even find one of them again, only to return and face scolding. Why bother? Ashu's words completely swayed Xiaowu. You do have a point, that let's not take any. Idiot, if we don't take any, won't Lord Pilaf scold us? Then let us act quickly. He is getting closer. Then I'll go down. After Ashu finished speaking, he jumped down from the tree he was perched upon. Xiaowu, however, paid him no mind and swiftly launched missiles. Just then, Bulma arrived. Be careful. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, hearing the commotion, extended his Rui Bang, striking down the missiles with a few swift blows. You wicked bunch. With that, he unleashed lasers from both hands, instantly obliterating the 2 mechs. Watching the 2 escape in a panic, neither Sun Wukong nor Bulma had any intention of pursuing. Bulma, why did they attack me? Perhaps they are akin to the pirates in the desert, wanting to rob you. Sun Wukong clapped his hands. Forget about them. Let us keep running. All right. Bulma replied cheerfully. Such trivial matters did not faze her in the slightest. Unfortunately for Oolong, his curse had only been half fulfilled. The group ultimately arrived at Pilaf's castle without incident. In a swift maneuver, Sun Wukong and Bulma bound the 3 captives. After some intimidation and coaxing, Pilaf finally revealed the location of the last Dragon Ball. Excited, Bulma hurriedly set off to find it according to Pilaf's directions. While Bulikili curiously observed the trio, one must admit, the technological sophistication of his castle was impressive, while Bulma could afford to dismiss such technology. He could not. Did you build this castle? Of course. Just you wait. Once I'm ready, I'll come back for a showdown. Bulikili's mind began to wander as he prepared to speak. Wonderful. Bulikili, I found all 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed, rushing over with a Dragon Ball in hand. Together with the 4-star ball in Sun Wukong's possession, they indeed had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma, what about your wish? I don't have a wish. Bulma replied nonchalantly, as the daughter of a wealthy family, a genius scientist, with a good man by her side and formidable strength, she truly had little to worry about. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Bulma's mind. Sun Wukong, Do you have a wish? Sun Wukong paused, taken aback by her unexpected question. What is a wish? Bulma was at a loss for words. She had witnessed Sun Wukong's simplicity before. A wish is something you desire. To always have enough to eat. Does that count? Bulma was overjoyed, see? How could anyone not have a wish? Yes, that's it. When the time comes, you just need a voice that wish. Why wish is to have many. Many women. Oolong eagerly raised his hand to express his desire. In his mind. As an adventurer, he felt entitled to propose a wish. Bulma's face darkened as she slapped Oolong on the head. You perverted pig. You have no right to wish. Crouching down, Bulma pulled out all 6 Dragon Balls, stacking them together. Gazing at the shimmering orbs, she marveled at the truth behind the legend. See? The balls are glowing. Sun Wukong also retrieved his Dragon Ball from his pocket. Bulma, intrigued, noted that from a scientific perspective, this phenomenon defied explanation. Wait a moment, I think. Bulma looked up at Bulma with hopeful eyes. If the dragon is real, it would be best to keep Pilaf and his companions' mouths tightly sealed. Realizing this, Bulma stood up, propping her hands on her knees. She took out her universal capsule and produced a large piece of cloth, using it to gag the 3 captives. Once Bulma confirmed they could not speak, she turned around excitedly. Sun Wukong, let me borrow your Dragon Ball for a moment. Bulma remained quietly in anticipation. Regardless of the final outcome, having gathered all 7 Dragon Balls was an accomplishment in itself, and it certainly wouldn't hurt to give it a try. However, during this crucial moment, one must not be careless. Although it appeared that all attention was focused on the Dragon Balls, Bulma's awareness was already attuned to the surroundings. Wulian was also anxiously observing, unable to suppress a heartfelt exclamation. The moon tonight is truly round. Sun Wukong had already presented the precious 4-star ball he cherished, gazing at the 7 shimmering orbs. But how do we manifest our wishes? Fool, of course we summon the dragon. I know that, but how do we summon it? Bulma leaned on her chin, watching intently. After a moment, Wulian could no longer contain himself. He boldly declared, Come forth, Shenlong, and grant my wish. Wulian expressed his dissatisfaction, and to everyone's astonishment, the Dragon Balls responded. The 7 orbs first erupted with an even brighter radiance, only for the sky to be suddenly obscured by dark clouds. The Dragon Balls then emitted a brilliant beam of light, and a colossal green dragon, approximately 100 feet long, emerged. Its eyes glowed red, and long whiskers extended from either side of its snout. Bulma's pupils contracted in shock that a transformation had indeed occurred, one that was both sudden and striking. From the current sensory experience, it did not resemble a mere mirage. Observing the majestic form of the dragon and sensing its unparalleled pressure, one could only wonder at the immense power of the being that created the Dragon Balls. Bulma regarded the scene with a serious expression, remaining silent. Bulma clenched her hands in excitement, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The data was correct. She was not merely indulging in fantasies, but was indeed partaking in a momentous event. Sun Wukong felt only awe and curiosity, his mind devoid of the complex thoughts of others. Wulian, however, was different, his eyes filled with pink hearts. Wow, there really is a Shenlong. Does that mean I will have many? Pilaf, on the other hand, was filled with regret. Asu and Xiaowu shared a similar sense of shock. Due to their position, they could not see the full grandeur of Shenlong. The dragon's eyes flashed with red light, and a commanding voice resonated from its mouth. State your wish, whatever it may be. I shall fulfill it, but only one. That Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. It's so massive. Bulma sensed something amiss. Yet he could not discern what it was, feeling as though he were under scrutiny, albeit in a manner entirely different from the ordinary. Furrowing his brow, he lowered his head, muttering to himself, How strange. I can't shake the feeling that something is off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Wulong's mouth watered. Believing the dragon was speaking directly to him, a beam of light struck the ground near Wulong, interrupting his impending words. My wish is for you to grant us 10,000 wishes. The utterance sent shockwaves through everyone, including Bulma, Sun Wukong, and Pilaf. Such audacity exists in this world. Simultaneously, the watchful Master Rashi was equally astonished, his legs twitching. He never imagined Bulma would dare to speak such a jest. Elsewhere, a green elder and a black attendant standing at the edge broke into a cold sweat. How brazenly shameless this individual is. Bulma, after collapsing, quickly regained her composure, though she had no wishes of her own. She feared provoking the fabled Shenlong. Given the disparity in size between them and the dragon, would it not merely sweep them away in an instant? With trepidation, she watched Shenlong, awaiting the final verdict. To their surprise, the dragon did not engage in idle chatter. That wish cannot be granted. Please choose another. Then let me become the most powerful person, surpassing all others. After a moment's hesitation, she added, and all the gods. A bead of sweat the size of a mung bean appeared on Shenlong's forehead. I'm sorry, but that wish cannot be fulfilled either. Please choose another. Then do you know where I originally came from? Is this your wish? Bolakili immediately denied it. This was merely a test for this so-called dragon. How could it be considered a genuine wish? No, you cannot fulfill my wish. Bolakili regarded the dragon with a hint of disdain. After so many requests, not a single one could be realized. The dragon, once so boastful, now found itself embarrassed by its own words. Shenlong was momentarily taken aback by Bolakili's boldness, frozen in place. It had been summoned several times before. But this was the first time it had been so overtly dismissed. Or perhaps Bulma recognized that Bolakili was merely toying with the situation and quickly interjected, Shenlong, grant son Wukong the ability to never feel hunger again. The dragon's red light flickered, as if it were about to respond, but suddenly seemed to falter. That wish cannot be granted. Please choose another. Everyone was left dumbfounded, particularly Pilaf. According to his preconceived notions, being a king was far more challenging than granting someone eternal satisfaction of hunger. Yet even this wretched-looking green dragon could not accomplish that. It was utterly useless. Indeed, in Pilaf's eyes, Shenlong had automatically downgraded. Everyone stood in stunned silence, while Wulong felt elated. With Pilaf out of the picture and son Wukong and Bolakili's wishes unfulfilled, Bulma certainly had no need for it, which meant it was his turn. Speak your wishes, whatever they may be. I can fulfill them. The light in Bulma's eyes faded completely. This useless dragon was merely boasting. It could truly accomplish nothing. Unable to contain his inner excitement any longer, Wulong envisioned a future filled with happiness for the next 50 years. He involuntarily exclaimed, Shenlong. Chapter 28. A Sudden Turn, Knowledge of Acupoints. Shenlong, grant me the knowledge of all acupoints in the human body. Bolakili's voice rang out once more, interrupting Wulong's daydream and bringing him back to reality. This is quite simple. Shenlong ceased to feign ignorance. Realizing if that man changed his request again, it might genuinely be unable to fulfill it. The primary issue was that the rules could not respond. As its vessel, it felt helpless with such a straightforward wish at hand. It had better fulfill it quickly and depart. With a flash of red light, Shenlong declared, Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon uttered these words in haste, not allowing anyone the chance to react before transforming into a point of light and vanishing. Simultaneously, the dragon balls ascended into the sky, radiating brilliance as they scattered. Fortunately, Bolakili was quick-witted, swiftly adjusting the gravity to soar into the air, catching the 4-star and 1-star balls. Pilaf was left dumbfounded. He had heard from Asu and Xiaowu that they could fly. But witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. His eyes glazed over, his body trembling uncontrollably, and cold sweat dripped down. The three unfortunate souls found themselves unable to speak, bound and anxiously waiting. Now that it's done, we should return. As he descended, Bolakili's expression revealed no trace of joy or sorrow. He simply remarked to Bulma, So, did you acquire that knowledge? With a slight nod, he continued, Let us go. Wulong was anxious, as were Pilaf and the others. And what about me? Bolakili lightly tapped his finger, and a point of light emerged from Wulong's body. All right, you may leave now. Sun Wukong plopped down on the ground, staring blankly at them. With this matter concluded, he thought he could simply follow Boracli, envisioning a future where he could feast daily, causing drool to unconsciously trickle from the corner of his mouth. As for the notion of having a wife, he was utterly oblivious to the concepts of marriage and companionship. With the affair resolved, his mind was consumed with thoughts of cultivation and training. Borically, shall we venture to the home of Master Rashi? He inquired. We could train alongside him. No, son Wukong. You will accompany me back to the West Capital. Originally, Borically had entertained various thoughts, but a sudden inspiration had imbued him with confidence that he could swiftly devise a method for cultivation. Even if it were rudimentary, it would suffice. There was no need to seek Master Rashi's assistance. He felt an odd sensation that Master Rashi was scrutinizing him, yet it did not quite feel like that. In any case, it left him with an unfavorable impression. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be best to limit interactions with him. Boricly's assumptions were rather presumptuous. Master Rashi had been watching him for over a decade. If he chose not to approach, what effort would be required? And what of them? Bulma gestured casually towards the bound and gagged Pilaf and his companions. The three of them, upon realizing they were about to determine their fate, struggled vigorously in place, desperately hoping for a favorable outcome, at the very least, a release without charges. Having witnessed the technological marvels of the castle, Boricly had developed a different perspective and was certainly not inclined to let them off easily. In his past life as a laborer, he understood the immense value of having a capable workforce. If Pilaf and his cohorts were indeed the architects and manufacturers of the castle, they might not surpass Bulma. But their capabilities would not be far behind. Observing the trio's anxious demeanor, Boricly hesitated. He wished to utilize them, yet lacked the means to control them. Let us take them for now. We'll see how it goes later. Bulma's eyes flickered with surprise, but she said nothing further. They were merely some inconsequential scientists. Who was Bulma? Cunning and astute, she naturally discerned Boricly's intentions. Then let us proceed. I could see this point. Only Oolong remained speechless. He had once ruled his village as a tyrant, but now he had been coerced into following them, only to find himself abandoned. Indeed, Oolong now felt utterly forsaken. Hey, you guys. Bulma hesitated for a moment, feeling a twinge of compassion, and prepared to include him. Bulma, there's no need to waste time on useless individuals, Oolong protested, having recognized Bulma's change of heart. Observing that the group did not appear impoverished, he believed that accompanying them would surely lead to a happier existence. Despite his fear of Boricly, he mustered the courage to retort. Hey, how am I useless? I'm doing just fine. Ignoring him completely, Boricly continued his stride toward the castle. The moonlight glistened, illuminating everything around them. As for Oolong, he was indifferent unless it concerned Bulma. His earlier suggestion was merely a passing thought. Even if Bulma took him along, it would be inconsequential. Once they decided not to visit Master Rashi, he began to ponder deeply. He had just acquired knowledge of the human meridian system, and if he did not organize it properly, it would surely complicate future experiments. Unlike the 720 acupoints he was familiar with, the dragon had provided over 2,400 points, with the primary points not varying much, including the 12 regular channels and the 8 extraordinary vessels. The overlapping points were minimal, with a greater emphasis on hidden points. The functions of these hidden points left him both apprehensive and intrigued. For the time being, he firmly resolved to avoid them. However, there were certain negative points, what was referred to in his past life as the 108 vital acupoints. If utilized correctly, these points could offer him significant advantages, facilitating a smoother journey along his path of cultivation. I'll sort through this thoroughly on my way back, that I already have some ideas. Boricly's ambition had swollen immensely. If he could indeed realize these aspirations, his combat prowess would transcend the conventional definitions of power. Upon arriving at the castle's grand entrance, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, he retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket, removed the cap, and with a flick, it descended upon the castle, subsequently engulfing it entirely. There is still much advanced technology one do not comprehend. It must not go to waste. If Bulma knew of Boricly's intentions, she would be infuriated. Yet, she remained oblivious as she set about untying Pilaf and his companions. You all heard that. Behave yourselves and do not entertain thoughts of escape. You cannot flee, she threatened, fixing her gaze upon the trio. Pilaf and his comrades displayed obsequious expressions. Lacking a universal capsule themselves, they had witnessed the brutality of the trio and, even with technological enhancements, would think twice before acting. especially now. Yes, yes, we shall surely heed your wishes, esteemed one, Pilaf bowed, fawning over Bulma like a sycophant. Humph, it's not me you should be concerned about. Your meager scientific endeavors do not impress me in the slightest. If it weren't for Boricles' pity, you'd be in dire straits. Yes, yes, that Ashio and Xiao Wu stood rigid, their bodies tense. Bulma scoffed, not particularly fond of the trio. Oolong observed this scene with boredom. As long as he could follow along to a satisfactory conclusion, he had no reason to complain. Cradling his head, he whistled and gazed at the sky. Tonight was a full moon, and it was truly beautiful. Sun Wukong did not look up, for gazing at full moon was said to summon monsters. Oolong burst into laughter. "Haha, are you joking? That's impossible. I looked at it, and nothing happened," as Sun Wukong noticed Oolong's unwavering confidence. He innocently raised his gaze to the full moon. Boricles' expression shifted dramatically. Initially unfazed, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. A mysterious wave of energy surged forth, nearly overwhelming him. He immediately sensed that something unfortunate was about to transpire. Bending down to pick up the capsule, he called out urgently, "Bulma, quickly take them away." Simultaneously, Bulma's voice rang out. "Boricles, Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong." No reminder was necessary. Boricles had already grasped the situation. His face grew grave as he looked up. Suddenly, his expression soured once more. He hurriedly lowered his head, attempting to calm the tumultuous blood coursing through him. Relying on his strength, and having not looked up for long, he finally managed to suppress it. With lingering trepidation, he muttered, "What was that just now?" A roar abruptly interrupted Boricles' thoughts. Daring not to look up, he beheld a massive gorilla, cloaked in black fur. Realization dawned on Boricles, piecing together what had transpired. No wonder Sun Wukong had warned that gazing at the moon during its fullness would summon monsters. It had all led to this. Recalling his previous experiences observing the moon at Dr. Brief S and the bloodline fluctuations, coupled with the Dr. S remarks regarding the S cells and his own bodily flaws, along with Sun Wukong's warnings and the current transformation as corroboration, he understood all too well. The instability brought about by the S cells had manifested. The transformation into a gorilla, or rather a great ape, was not the most difficult concept to accept. It could potentially revert. Otherwise, Sun Wukong might not exist at all. What troubled him most was the uncontrollable nature of this transformation. That it was evident that the full moon was a crucial or significant catalyst for this change. "Get away. I'll handle this." As Bulma eagerly prepared for action, Boricles turned pale. The massive gorilla before him was not merely a simple alteration in physique. Its strength was surging exponentially. "That I want to give a try." "You fool, Bulma. Hurry and leave." Boricles promptly adjusted the gravity ring on his wrist to one that he had long since become accustomed to the habit of restoring everything to its original state immediately after completing a task. Yet he found himself compelled to readjust the gravity once more. However, the release of gravity from his hands did little to bolster his confidence in overcoming the giant ape-turned Sun Wukong. Squatting down, he inquired of the system, "What is Sun Wukong's current power level?" "Name, Sun Wukong battle power, 500, 140, 0900 energy, 90090 vitality, 1111 techniques. Unknown how astonishingly powerful. He mused at a tenfold enhancement, and potentially even more with unstable bursts. Observing the giant ape, it was evident that it lacked any semblance of rationality. He could only surmise that if it possessed reason, Sun Wukong's grandfather, Sun Wufan, would not have met his demise at the hands of the giant ape. Boricles ceased concealing his aura. A powerful energy emanated from him, and the tail that had been hidden within his trousers unfurled. Without the agile assistance of his tail, he felt entirely devoid of confidence in his ability to maneuver with ease. Oolong stammered, pointing at Boricles. It's obvious that Sun Wukong has a tail, but why does Boricles have one too?" Palofu, Xiaowu, and Ashu huddled tightly together, trembling as they gazed at the colossal thigh of the giant ape, which loomed perilously close. "What should we do?" "King Palofu," Xiaowu stuttered, "that if you ask me, I have no idea," he replied. "Goodness, how can there be so many monsters in the world? It's terrifying." Bulma, having been reprimanded by Boricles, reluctantly pulled Yulong over and then attempted to gather Palofu and the others. However, her movement drew the attention of the giant ape, which was roaring skyward. It swatted at her with a massive hand. "Oomph, do I look like I fear you?" Despite the overwhelming pressure emanating from the giant ape, Bulma remained undaunted, ready to confront it. Little did she know that should she truly dare to clash with the giant ape head-on, it could spell her doom. A critical moment. Bulma finished adjusting the gravity ring and rushed over, planting his legs firmly on the ground and his hands atop his head. A powerful gust of energy surged forth, sending Bulma and the others hurtling away in what felt like an eternity. Yet was merely a few breaths. Bulma arrived, and with no time to counterattack, he positioned himself protectively in front of Bulma. "Are you all right?" he asked, slightly bending forward as he pressed his hands heavily into the earth, propelling himself like a released arrow onto the giant ape's arm. During this time, he inquired about Bulma's condition. "Goodness, starting from 30 meters, 10 zhong high. If this giant ape transformation possesses awareness, it could serve as an incredibly effective weapon." Unfortunately, he gazed into the giant ape's blood-red eyes, feeling little hope. Sun Wukong, after all, was pure-hearted and innocent, not inherently so, but had always presented himself in a simple-minded manner. Even so, he could not escape the influence of his genes, and for someone with such a multitude of thoughts, expectations were futile. Clutching the giant ape's massive arm, he attempted to lift it. "Wake up, you fool!" Bulma roared, energy surging in his arms. The giant ape, irked by the annoyance of this mere ant, swatted at him with its other hand. Bulma, left with no choice, relinquished his grip on the arm and lunged towards its chest. However, striking its chest did little to budge the creature, only serving to further infuriate the giant ape. Bulma found himself restrained, unwilling to unleash his full power. Though the giant ape was currently in a frenzied state, it was still his own brother, and he could not act on his subjective feelings. With no alternative, he resolved to find a way to restrain the giant ape. "I'm fine, Bulma. Just be careful." Bulma's voice trembled as she spoke, having realized the danger of engaging with an unknown entity after this harrowing experience. She was genuinely hesitant to act recklessly against a foe whose strength was uncertain. It was utterly terrifying. Even the residual force from their battle had left her defenseless, sending her flying. If she felt this way, Palofu and the others were in no better position. They had been left in a daze, having miraculously survived, now standing in shock as they beheld the devastation. Have you ever seen a giant ape create a 56-meter deep pit with a single punch? Its fists are as massive as a sofa, and yet so formidable. They pondered. And what about that dapper fellow with the pompadour? He seems to be toying with that massive creature despite his diminutive stature. It's simply inconceivable. Bulma, you must teach him a lesson, Bulma urged, but just as she spoke, Bulma was unexpectedly swatted away by Sun Wukong's tail. His lack of combat experience was painfully evident. Were it not for his superior physical abilities, he would hardly stand a chance against Sun Wukong. "This is too much. I cannot remain restrained like this." Realizing he needed assistance, he called out, "Bulma, is there any way to revert him back?" There was no option to eliminate his own brother. After all, Bulma, taken aback, exclaimed, "In this state, can he even be restored?" Clenching her fist, she shouted, "Bulma, there's no hope. Just bury him." Bulma deftly dodged a swipe from the giant ape, feeling a mix of amusement and despair. Was it truly Sun Wukong who was beyond salvation, or was it Bulma himself? There was still ample time, after all. Even in dire straits, one must strive to explore possibilities. This transformation into a giant ape must be consuming vast amounts of energy. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. It should not be sustainable for long. His thoughts raced, seizing a single hair from the giant ape and swinging it around. The giant ape winced, baring its teeth in pain. After several failed attempts to grasp him, the giant ape grew irate. With a mighty roar, a powerful beam shot forth from its mouth. Bulma squinted, pondering, could it be that we possess a racial talent? His understanding of his own physical capabilities was rather superficial, yet he felt confident that he could unlock something new with the knowledge he had recently acquired. That it was simply a matter of time. Now, in front of him stood a giant ape of his own lineage. Even if his surrogate mother had strayed, his surrogate father must have been a scion, so their bloodline ought to share certain traits. It was only logical. While deep in thought, he was unexpectedly blown away by the giant ape's overwhelming force. Yet, Bolai Keely felt a surge of joy. The force had diminished, indicating that it was losing strength. Bulma and the others watched with bated breath, primarily due to the immense pressure exerted by the giant ape, towering over 30 meters. Like a moving behemoth of 9 stories, in contrast, another scene unfolded in calmness. Master Rashi stood, stretching his arms and yawning. It has been ages since I last exercised. I think I shall go for a swim in the ocean. He paused, recalling that he had just returned from the sea not long ago. The giant turtle raised its head in confusion. Why do you care? Master Rashi retorted, not bothering to look back, his tone laced with irritation. With that, he dove into the water with a swift plunge. The giant turtle merely observed in silence, perplexed. Master Rashi was not incapable of executing a clever ruse before the giant turtle, but he preferred to prepare everything personally. Not long after entering the sea, Master Rashi mysteriously vanished, in an unknown location. He appeared invigorated and transformed, shedding the lethargy of his previous state. Surrounding him were towering mountains, isolated from the world. Before him loomed a pitch-black passageway, blocked by a massive stone door crafted with uncanny artistry. Since he refused to adhere to the script, I shall do the same and disrupt everything. I am eager to see how those individuals will cope and how they will report the outcome. With a mysterious smile, Turtle Sage stepped into the cavern before him. Upon entering the pitch-black passageway, a stone door unexpectedly swung open, revealing another Turtle Sage who bore an uncanny resemblance to the first, yet exuded an aura as profound as the depths of the ocean, making it impossible to discern the true extent of his strength, his face resembling that of a zombie. Has the target qualified for observation? No. The target is disordered and chaotic, necessitating arrangements to seize control. The other remained expressionless. What number is the specimen? What is the lowest number of specimens currently cultivated? 62. Strength point 800, 000. Turtle Sage's expression darkened. Even the latest and weakest specimen possesses a combat power of 800, 000. What can be done? It cannot be dispatched. What about the highest? Due to resource constraints, the top 30 have reached their current limits and cannot advance further. With a combat power of 100 million, they can barely be considered enforcers. Turtle Sage helplessly rubbed his bald head. There's still time to create one. If only a few thousand are needed, it should be possible. Turtle Sage clapped his hands. Very well, let us find someone. The Turtle Sage before him nodded slightly and then vanished. Shortly thereafter, a youth of around 18 years was brought forth. Who are you? What do you want? Let me go. Turtle Sage waved his hand gently, signaling the expressionless Turtle Sage to proceed. After approximately half an hour, the sound of footsteps echoed through the passage, accompanied by a dark, decaying aura that assailed the senses. The expressionless Turtle Sage emerged, leading a figure cloaked in a black robe, towering at 2.2 meters. Success. Turtle Sage furrowed his brow. 0.800. That is already the lowest. Anything lower cannot endure the influx of energy. Very well, I will take the person. Turtle Sage pondered briefly before deciding. Simultaneously, he resolved internally, it appears I must resort to the deceptive technique of the demon sealing wave. With that, Turtle Sage grasped the shoulder of the cloaked man, and they vanished from sight. The expressionless Turtle Sage turned and re-entered the massive stone door, which then slammed shut. Throughout the entire ordeal, Turtle Sage had not once glanced inside, nor spoken any unnecessary words. He harbored his own intentions. Broly, as his target, was currently incapable of defeating the puppets he had created, as for waiting for the full moon night to trigger his transformation into a giant ape. That thought had never crossed his mind. The release of the puppets was merely a means to compel them to train under him. If Broly resolved everything himself, what purpose would he serve? Broly was still struggling that it was not that he was truly incapacitated. He simply dared not inflict fatal damage on the giant ape, thus being suppressed by it. As time passed, the full moon gradually waned, and he could sense the giant ape's power diminishing. Broly, are you truly all right? Rest assured, it's not a significant issue. Dodging the giant ape's tail, Broly replied effortlessly. For him at present, it was indeed not a major concern. A being devoid of reason, whose power was steadily waning, fought with a style reminiscent of Sun Wukong, bold and unpredictable, posing little threat to him. After another half-hour of stalemate, the giant ape transformed from Sun Wukong could no longer endure. After nearly an hour of being toyed with by Broly, the energy provided by the moon had also begun to wane. Coupled with the immense consumption, the little energy Sun Wukong possessed could naturally not sustain him. "Broly, are you all right?" Bulma rushed over, her concern evident in her gaze. Shaking his head, he removed his shirt and wrapped it around Sun Wukong. He was clad in ordinary clothing, which could not withstand the drastic increase in size. Previously, the thick and dense fur of the giant ape concealed much, but now it was a sight to behold, particularly the drooping appendage. Bending down, he hoisted Sun Wukong up. "Let us go." Everyone, surprised, Bulma glanced at him. "As you wish." The group, including Oolong, boarded the aircraft Bulma had produced, soaring into the sky. The moon, once full, had vanished, leaving them enveloped in shadows above. Broly, cradling his oversized brother Sun Wukong, found his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Chapter 31. The Journey Home. Mysterious creatures thought if they all possess unique abilities, whether through giant ape transformation or inherent skills, these require vast amounts of energy. Relying solely on cells to store energy may appear substantial. Yet the consumption is truly immense. Storing energy in the physical body entails inevitable energy expenditure with every movement. However, what about the legendary Dantian from my past life? It is said that the Dantian is an expansive space within the human body, capable of containing immense amounts of energy, incomparable to mere human cells. The moment this thought arose, it was swiftly dismissed. No, why must I choose just one? Adults engage in such dilemmas. I desire it all. Broly, upon returning this time, what shall we do next? Broly instantly understood Bulma's intent. Her family was immensely wealthy. She was a technological prodigy, having invented many useful items. Now, her training had progressed to the point of free flight. Having also encountered the mystical Dragon Balls, she now seemed to have lost her direction. Bulma, the path of cultivation is endless. Broly, so too is the pursuit of scientific knowledge. Broly found himself at a loss for words in response. Logically speaking, it seemed there was no flaw in her reasoning. The paths they traversed were merely different. Ultimately, their goals should not be too disparate. Bulma spoke of short-term objectives that they had now lost sight of. Her perspective suggested they should relax and enjoy life. While that was not entirely unreasonable, he could not rest easy knowing the enigmatic figure he had been secretly observing had not yet been apprehended. Furthermore, there were matters concerning the universe. Currently, there was no evidence of extraterrestrial beings on Earth, nor any knowledge of cosmic affairs. Broly was unique, aware of the existence of aliens, as he himself was an extraterrestrial. The present was not the time to venture into the cosmos. With a combat power of 2000, he could dominate on Earth, but in the vast universe, it was nothing significant that we still have a long way to go. Yet, your strength has grown so formidable. No one can defeat you. What else is there for us to strive for? After this ordeal, Bulma, who had once been quite zealous about cultivation, began to relinquish her obsession. Several renowned adversaries had been dealt with by Broly. Why then did he still harbor such urgency? Was it not possible to take things slow, allowing him to gradually develop a method of cultivation, thus enabling progress without the need for the previous fervor? Broly understood Bulma's perspective immediately. However, he could not reveal the hidden mysterious individuals, the existence of aliens, or the fears of his family regarding Frieza. He was aware of the circumstances surrounding Kakarot's dispatch. It was primarily due to Frieza's impending invasion of their scion race. He held no doubts about the multitude of spaceships he had seen in the vastness of space after leaving planet Vegeta. The spacecraft he himself piloted bore the same characteristics. Such advanced technology could surely be attributed to the scions, who had clearly prepared for Frieza's assault, which allowed him to witness that grand spectacle. Broly, what? Have you been lost in thought? I've called you several times. No, I was simply contemplating that I was just asking what you were thinking about. I was thinking of you. Bulma was suddenly overcome with goosebumps. That scoundrel, who knows which woman he is thinking about? Nevertheless, she continued piloting the aircraft with a cheerful demeanor, saying nothing further. Broly, surveying the crowded plane, was lost in a myriad of thoughts. Was Bulma wrong in her observations? Certainly not. Yet he found himself perplexed by the source of his urgency. Even his memories of that previous instance of covert observation felt insubstantial. However, he remained fervently attached to the notion of controlling his own destiny. He had experienced this numerous times in the short term, that in his past life, he had been forced onto the experimental platform, subsequently discarded. Regardless of the reasons, that event had transpired, leaving scars that were not easily healed. Furthermore, the desire for self-governance was inherently unproblematic. Bulma.hm. What is up? When we return, you should teach son Wukong how to cultivate. Really? Can I? Bulma exclaimed, suddenly exhilarated, causing the plane to sway erratically. Hey, Bulma, for safety's sake, please focus on flying the plane. Broly interjected. What's the harm in waiting until we land? We're in the sky, and everyone's lives are intertwined. Right, Pilaf and the others hurriedly agreed, echoing Oolong's sentiment. What are you afraid of? We can fly, Bulma retorted, feigning fright to tease Oolong. Hey, you all are being reckless. This is truly dangerous. Oolong's complexion turned shade of deep purple. If you claim you can fly, aren't you disregarding the lives of the others? Rest assured, the only ones who will perish will be you. We will be fine. Son Wukong is still with us? No. If Broly's with him, he'll definitely take him flying. Bulma teased Oolong further. As she spoke, she increased the plane's tilt, causing it to rock back and forth. Bulma, the lives of everyone on this plane are in your hands. You must not jest. Bulma was unfazed, engrossed in her discussion. While he interrupted her flow, if I don't tease you, who else should I? Hey, Bulma, if this plane crashes, it could cost lives. With the plane tilting dangerously, Sun Wukong groggily opened his eyes. What's wrong? He mumbled, his stomach growling loudly. Transforming into a giant ape had drained his energy. Broly had anticipated this, pulling out 2 high-energy nutrition packs rated at 20 to eat this. Sun Wukong first stuffed one into his mouth, chewing lazily before swallowing it down. And without waiting for it to digest, he quickly consumed the second one. Broly said nothing further. Though the 40 units of energy were insufficient to fully replenish Sun Wukong's strength, it would suffice to restore a portion. What was concerning was that Sun Wukong's power had explosively surged to 1/20th. The speed of this growth was astonishing. Bulma continued to tease Oolong and the others. The plane's tilt unabated. Oolong, Pilaf, and the others clung tightly to secure fixtures. Bulma, stop. The plane is going to crash. Initially indifferent, Broly's expression suddenly darkened. Bulma, bring the plane down. What's wrong? Bulma asked, sensing the seriousness in his tone. Even without precise control over his energy, he could sense that danger was approaching. Quickly, do not delay. Enemies are coming. All fell silent, and Bulma immediately complied with Broly's command. However, Oolong and the others began to wail in fear. Chapter 32. Dire Straits, the return of the immortal. Oh no, we're doomed. There are enemies, and at this altitude, if the plane is shot down, we are finished. Oolong lamented, his face a picture of despair. As the plane descended, it stabilized and Pilaf and the others huddled together, weeping profusely. What should we do? I'm still so young. I don't want to die. Help. Your Majesty, they will definitely rescue Sun Wukong. But they want to save us. We are doomed. Your Majesty, are we to be buried in the sky? I don't want to be blown to bits. Silence. If you make another sound, I will kill you myself. Broly warned, his voice cold. The 4 fell silent instantly, too frightened to utter another word, even covering their mouths in despair. Bulma, land the plane as soon as possible, then escape with Sun Wukong. What? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, turning her head, her face a mask of shock. Just focus on flying. With that command, Broly raised his hand and fired 4 beams of light, striking the bewildered bodies of Oolong and the others. Only Bulma can undo this. If you provoke him, you will surely face dire consequences. Upon hearing Broly's words, the 4 felt as though countless ants were gnawing at their bodies. Please, sir, have mercy and spare me. They pleaded, crawling over in a panic. Broly paid them no heed, readjusting the gravity ring and opening the plane's hatch. Ignoring their astonished, Worried and confused gazes, he leapt out. Broly hurried toward the direction of the monster. Deeply concerned that if Bulma and son Wukong were caught up in this, it would spell disaster. The putrid, foul odor filled the air, accompanied by the howling wind that a fierce battle was imminent. The oncoming threat was dire. And Broly's gaze remained fixed ahead, filled with trepidation. He had no confidence in facing this foe. This wasn't even the crux of the matter. The one who approached was certainly not the mastermind. Yet their power was already beyond his capacity to contend with. Moreover, the timing of their arrival and their relentless pursuit raised the unsettling question of whether his every move was being monitored. Harnessing his internal energy once more, he surged forward, drastically increasing his speed. Simultaneously, he accumulated as much energy as possible within his palms, pulling out several high-energy nutrition packs rated at 80 and tossing them into his mouth. Approaching, the moonlight had completely vanished, and the desolate landscape below flickered with increasing bleakness. Broly abruptly halted his flight. Here in the desert, he should not disturb too many people. Muttering to himself, he fixed his sharp gaze ahead. He sensed that the situation of his pursuers was abnormal. They seemed to be chasing him, yet more like they were fleeing from something. Gasping, Broly took a sharp breath. Who could chase someone like me with such confidence? A thick, black beam of light carelessly shot toward Broly. He narrowly evaded it, his expression darkening. Shu and Ti, we at least exchange pleasantries first. This fellow has no sense of honor. Just as he landed, cursing under his breath, he felt his expression change again. Who is the true villain here? Charging in without a word and attacking. This is hardly conducive to a fair fight. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself forward, his hands glowing as two blinding beams of light sliced through the night sky, swiftly targeting the hidden enemy. Roar, another monster? Broly chuckled grimly. Had those two attacks struck, he wouldn't have been able to withstand them. What to do? This monster seems to possess normal strength. System. Name. Unknown. Battle power. 8,000. Energy. 8,000. Broly was taken aback. Hey system, you can't be thinking I'm about to kick the bucket, can you? No, then why? Having spoken halfway, Borowickelli unleashed a surge of energy from both hands and charged forward with great force. In the blink of an eye, he was sent hurtling back, crashing heavily into the ground. I understood why there was no continuation. Borowickelli's expression grew grave. The opponent, though human, bore an otherworldly presence. Beneath the cloak of darkness, an eerie purple glow emanated from the figure. If my eyes did not deceive me, that glow originated from its eyes. Damn, this is spiraling out of control. Borowickelli retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket, sighing inwardly. After so many attempts to extract it, he was nearly out of options. He had hoped for a replenishment. Yet it seemed he would not make it back in time. That a moment of clarity struck him. The adversary was clearly formidable, and should he wait until he returned to Shidu, there would be tears to shed. Arriving here was certainly preferable to facing the tribulations of Shidu. After all, there were allies like Dr. Brive who treated him well. In the heat of battle, he would undoubtedly be unable to protect himself, thus risking collateral damage. He opened the universal capsule and extracted an oddly shaped metallic object resembling a solid brick at the back and a fine needle at the front. Before he could launch an attack, he hastily erected an energy shield in front of him, rolling away like a lazy donkey. Damn it, who exactly is the villain here? Why don't they come forth and exchange a few words? Unlike the recent trend of villains, perhaps they belong to an era predating the 90s? Cursing under his breath, Borowickelli took aim at his opponent. Boom! He fired a shot, and the brick-like structure emitted a blue glow. A robust current surged relentlessly toward the cloaked figure. I cannot remain here. I must devise a means of escape. Borowickelli observed his opponent with calm composure. There is no need for a skirmish. He was acutely aware of his slim chances of victory. Even after this exchange, the opponent exhibited none of the characteristics typical of a villain, further diminishing his prospects. Just as he prepared to flee, he felt a stirring of energy within him, vibrant and alive. Moreover, the flow of his blood surged with an unprecedented intensity. Borowickelli realized it stemmed from the fact that he had lived too comfortably in the past, devoid of any substantial battles or pressures. Now, he was acutely aware of this change. Was it necessary for his kind to engage in combat frequently? If he were to survive and return, he must test the concentration of the S cells. This was the only explanation he could fathom. However, he knew that such inquiries required time. Having lost focus for but a brief moment, his weapon had already drained of energy after a full power strike. This technology is rather underwhelming. It defies logic. He barely evaded the energy projectiles launched by his foe, but the enemy closed in on him in the blink of an eye. Kelly was left with no option but to retaliate with his hands while desperately fleeing on foot. Yet the recoil from his attacks was excruciating. Just when he found himself in dire straits, a thunderous voice rang out. "You wretched beast! What do you think you're going?" Kelly's lips twitched. Had he stumbled into some sort of farce? Or was this a low-budget rendition of Journey to the West? From a distance, Master Rashi soared toward him. Kelly was at a loss. With a combat power of merely 138, what could he possibly achieve? However, the slap to reality came swiftly, akin to a whirlwind. The oppressive force that had him gasping for breath suddenly diminished significantly. Kelly's eyes narrowed as he quickly grasped the intention behind this sudden shift. Chapter 33. Unleashing Power, Kamehameha. The opponent intended to flee. This revelation left Kelly utterly astounded. Unconsciously, his hands tightened as he recklessly sought to ensnare the foe. The situation was abundantly clear. This foul-smelling villain seemed genuinely fearful of Master Rashi. Or perhaps it was Master Rashi who was in pursuit of him. Judging by the booming declaration from Master Rashi's entrance, the odds were overwhelmingly in favor of the latter. "Old turtle, hurry up. I can't hold on for much longer." Originally, he was not a match for the enemy, and having already suffered considerable damage from the recoil, he was now desperately trying to bind this monstrous figure. The damage inflicted was substantial. Kelly had not noticed the fleeting glimmer of triumph in Master Rashi's eyes. This was precisely the effect he desired. The more severely he battered Kelly, the greater the feedback he would receive when he unleashed his power. In fact, Master Rashi even slowed his speed deliberately. Kelly was oblivious to this tactic and bore the brunt of the opponent's blows. Each strike felt like a crushing weight, and he had no effective means to counter it. Leaving him with no choice but to endure, his internal organs felt as though they were being turned inside out, as if they might shatter at any moment. "Damn it, I can't endure any longer. Let fate decide." Seizing an opportunity, Kelly dashed away, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. This foe is far too powerful for times my strength. The man in the black robe with purple eyes did not pursue Kelly, but instead cast a deep glance in his direction before turning to flee in another direction. Kelly's expression shifted dramatically. Had he not cast a glance at him, or if he had merely glanced without running in that direction, he might have let him be. Currently, he could not defeat him. But once he acquired complete knowledge of the acupoints, he could swiftly formulate a cultivation method, at which point he would surely reclaim his dignity. Yet now, he was headed toward Bulma and the others, and he had no choice but to intervene desperately. His teeth ground in frustration. "Master Rashi, you must hurry. I can't hold him back, that if he escapes, your chance will vanish." To his surprise, Master Rashi halted. His purpose was not to fulfill Kelly's request, but rather to lead him toward his training. Allowing Kelly to take it for granted would negate the effect he desired. "Wait, I've forgotten something." From afar, Master Rashi called back, seemingly ready to leave. Kelly's countenance darkened. If Master Rashi did not arrive, he truly had no means to withstand the enigmatic figure cloaked in black. He could not comprehend why this opponent feared Master Rashi, but he certainly possessed some unknown means to counter him. He himself lacked such means that, in a fit of rage, he could only charge forward once more, and no matter what, he must not allow that monster to pursue Bulma. If he could not withstand the onslaught, Bulma would stand no chance whatsoever. "Damn that old turtle. Just wait. Once I survive this ordeal." Clenching his sphere of light in his left hand, he roared and directed it toward the man in the black robe with purple eyes. For now, he could only resort to a strategy of evasion. Engaging in direct confrontation would yield no favorable results. Even in a race of speed, he could not compete, so he would have to dance on the edge of a knife. If death awaited, then so be it. The light emitted no lethal force. It merely obscured the opponent's vision. Kelly swiftly turned and fled. Closing the distance was out of the question. He had not yet endured enough torment. Like a monkey, He darted around the figure in black, harassing it from all angles. Uncertain whether it was Master Rashi's departure or some other factor, the opponent suddenly paused, no longer in a hurry to leave. Wulian, left with no other choice, continued to wear down the enemy. What a stroke of misfortune. What on earth is happening? Wulian pondered, perplexed. Master Rashi possessed a mere 138 in combat power, yet this monstrous figure, boasting a staggering 8,000, appeared to fear him. This point, he had yet to consider the possibility that his system may have misjudged the situation. Based on his encounters with this creature, the actual combat power should align with the measurements. Boom! As he contemplated, a momentary lapse in focus proved fatal. He was struck. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, splattering onto the ground. The impact was severe, rendering him unable to rise. Wulian's eyes dimmed, his heart heavy with despair. This is bad. He was never a match for his opponent, and now he gathered the last remnants of his energy within him. If the adversary approached, he would unleash one final, desperate attack. Even in the throes of death, the sounds of footsteps echoed. His opponent did not utilize energy, but seemed to relish in tormenting him, drawing closer at a leisurely pace. Boric raised his head defiantly, locking eyes with the mesmerizing violet gaze of his foe. "Who are you? What do you truly seek?" The other remained silent, unyielding. Boric's head fell heavily to the ground, a wave of powerful energy surging forth, leaving him utterly despondent. There was no chance of turning the tide now. With a bitter smile, he ceased to conceal his intentions, his hands radiating brilliance. Boom! The energy tore through the air with a thunderous explosion. Boric had no time to ponder why sound arrived before light. He poured forth all his energy towards his opponent. Having lived a second life, the past 12 years had been satisfactory. He had gained much. Yet, a bitter realization dawned upon him. His strength should not have been able to endure for so long. Furthermore, why did his left eye perceive a surge of light? Startled, he glanced upwards, discovering another beam of energy on his left. Clashing with the violet energy sphere before him, it was this supplementary attack that prevented his immediate demise. However, he could discern that this light was not particularly formidable, weaker than his full-force strike. Death appeared inevitable. Kamehameha! The brilliance of the light dwindled, as the turtle hermit's tone shifted from infatuation to solemnity. A sturdier beam of energy shot forth from his left side. This energy, there might be hope. Though Boric was grievously injured, the system he bore remained intact, allowing him to perceive everything with precision. The turtle hermit soon approached his side. "Are you all right? Do I look like I'm fine?" Boric retorted sharply, his dissatisfaction with the turtle hermit's prior retreat evident. "Do not take offense, young man, that I simply forgot an essential item. Without it, I would have been powerless and met a needless fate." The turtle hermit, his stooped figure standing protectively in front of Boric, carefully retrieved an object from his robe and placed it on the ground. Boric's gaze sharpened as he finally discerned the object. His astonishment. The turtle hermit had produced a small glass vial with a cork, adorned with cryptic inscriptions that seemed to serve little purpose. "This is what you spoke of. Do not underestimate it, young man. It is precisely because of this that I can seal him away." "What is it?" "The vessel for the Math B, I tell you. You should defeat your opponent before boasting." Chapter 34. A Change in Course. New training. Boric was at a loss. His opponent appeared distinctly hesitant. He was gravely injured, his mind clouded. There was no time for further contemplation. How had the turtle hermit arrived here? Why could he intimidate the monster? Why did the monster not flee this time? What was the turtle hermit planning to do with that small vial? The turtle hermit was a familiar face. Upon his arrival, Boric could no longer hold on and succumbed to slumber. As for whether he lived or died, if death were to come, so be it. He was utterly drained of strength. The fourfold disparity in power, compounded by his injuries and then further struck, rendered his condition dire. What transpired next was a blur. Ouch! Bulma! Bulma! Boric awoke to the frantic cries of son Wukong within the aircraft cabin. The turtle hermit stepped forward to "You're awake. That means you're not gravely harmed," which is a relief. Upon seeing the turtle hermit, Boric's consciousness fully returned. "Turtle hermit? What about that monster?" "Rest assured, I have sealed him with the math. Once we reach the seaside, I will cast him into the depths of the ocean, ensuring he cannot escape. With great effort, Boric lifted his hand to massage his temples. You must be thirsty. Here, drink. The turtle hermit kindly offered him a cup of water. Boric accepted it without hesitation, gulping it down. Bulma, having maneuvered her way past Oolong, approached. Boric, how are you? Are you feeling better? Seeing Bulma's anxious expression, Boric managed a strained smile. Do not worry, Bulma. I am fine, just a bit fortunate to be alive. Bulma suddenly collapsed against him, tears streaming down her face. You scared me to death. If anything had happened to you, I wouldn't know how to go on. Boric gently stroked her hair. What nonsense are you speaking? Look at me. I am perfectly fine. But you were unconscious. After a moment, they eased their tension, and Bulma wiped her tear-streaked face. See, I'm not missing any limbs in a moment of excitement. Boric moved too vigorously, aggravating his injuries. No, don't move. Just lie still and rest. Bulma urgently urged him. Then she grumbled. After all this, you still try to act tough. With a wry smile, Boric thought, isn't it for your sake? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Oolong, Pilaf, and others remained silent. Regardless of Boric's injuries, the four, fearful of their own lives, dared not make a move. Son Wukong, do you want to train with me? The turtle hermit interrupted their moment, alleviating the awkwardness for Pilaf and the others, who felt like they were witnessing a romantic scene. I'll follow Boric's lead, Son Wukong declared, his eyes wide with eagerness. His affection for Boric was unmistakable. Among those present, only they bore tales, and Boric's unreciprocated kindness towards him was palpable. The turtle hermit was at a loss. His goal was Boric, yet here was Son Wukong, circling back to seek him out. How awkward. Boric pondered for a moment. Turtle hermit. Yes? Was there anything special about that final move that defeated the monster? The turtle hermit shook his head gravely. Not really. That technique is rather weak and has minimal effect on you. What do you mean? Bulma interjected, unconcerned. Boric struggled to sit up, but Bulma pressed him back down. Unable to resist, he resigned himself to lying there, patiently awaiting the turtle hermit's explanation. That technique is highly effective against evil beings. The seal on the vial exerts substantial suppression on malevolent energies. Once sealed within, no one can open it from the inside. What technique? Son Wukong inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. He continued to press. If it can't be opened from the inside, can it be opened from the outside? The turtle hermit frowned, looking helplessly at Son Wukong. You wanted me to explain, and now that I am, you can't help but interrupt. What is the matter? Can't you explain? Bulma, of course, comprehended the meaning behind Master Rashi's words, and she was genuinely astonished to witness him actually explaining things to Son Wukong. That lecherous old man seemed to truly care for Son Wukong. Then why did you not employ your abilities from the very beginning, causing Broly to sustain such grievous injuries? Master Rashi choked out, his eyes wide as he glared at Son Wukong. If it were so easily resolvable, how would it showcase my prowess? Yet, he could not voice such thoughts. As he wrestled with his conflicting emotions, Broly deftly redirected the conversation. Master Rashi, you harbor immense energy within you, and you are capable of utilizing your technique known as Kamehameha, he declared proudly. Indeed, Kamehameha. Do you possess a special training method? Master Rashi shook his head. There is no such thing as a training method. That's utter nonsense. Bulma, feeling irked, interjected. Although she had not delved deeply into the matter, she had spent each day in Broly's company. Having witnessed and heard enough, she naturally believed in the existence of a training method. How else could one explain the rapid progress she made after Broly adjusted her training posture? Old lecher. If there is no training method, how can you possess such formidable energy? Do others not have it? This sentiment resonated not only with Broly and Son Wukong, but also with Pilaf and his companions, who nodded in unison, their eyes fixed intently upon him, as long as one intensifies their training to the limits of human capacity, coupled with ample nourishment to replenish energy. Surpassing physical limitations will naturally allow for energy absorption. And through gradual understanding, mastery can be attained. That is impossible. By your logic, countless individuals train daily. Why do they not succeed? Teach if the method is flawed, effort is in vain, isn't that just a technique? Master Rashi fell silent. He had indeed not acquired any techniques from Master Rashi's mind upon arriving in this world. This was a truth he had not deceived them about. Broly scrutinized him closely, sensing no deceit in his expression, and chose to temporarily trust him. Since the other party wished for him and son Wukong to follow him, it was unlikely he would resort to deception, unless he possessed only a singular training technique that he chose to conceal. Bulma, initially believing that Master Rashi was unwilling to divulge information, turned away, glaring at him. Let's change direction and head towards Master Rashi. Without waiting for Bulma's reply, she continued, Son Wukong, you should accompany Master Rashi for training. Master Rashi, may I follow you to observe as you teach Son Wukong? Master Rashi beamed with delight. Of course, I would welcome that. It has been ages since I taught disciples, and you too are truly talented. Broly scoffed, dismissing the old man's flattery. That old lecher undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. He just couldn't see through them yet. Bulma, follow my lead, and we shall see how things unfold. After all, there is little to accomplish at home for the time being, and we have already brought the laboratory with us. Upon hearing this, a smile broke out uncontrollably on Bulma's face. Chapter 35, adding one more, 3 brothers? What did Broly just say? What does that mean? Although the two had long harbored affection for each other, nothing could bring greater joy than Broly openly acknowledging their relationship in front of everyone. Wasn't that the essence of it? Bulma was indeed thrilled, yet she was no fool. She distinctly recalled Master Rashi's earlier words. But you did say that training must adhere to proper methods. Isn't that a technique? Master Rashi found himself at a loss when faced with such a tenacious girl. What I meant was that training requires a method. I never claimed there was a specific training technique. Bulma turned her head away in silence. Did she not know? She was merely testing the waters, hoping for a slip of the tongue. Tisich, why not just tell us outright? Master Rashi, exasperated, retorted, Young lady, if I were to give you a book, would you truly comprehend it? Of course I would. Master Rashi held his ground. You're just boasting. Tisich, believe it or not, it's your choice. Though outwardly, Master Rashi appeared speechless and dismayed by Bulma's rebuttal. Inwardly, he remained unperturbed. He was well aware of Bulma's genius. His words merely served to create an illusion of her having the upper hand, prompting her to cease their futile quarrel. Broly had since closed his eyes to rest, unfazed by Bulma's dispute. Pilaf and his companions trembled in fear, having previously experienced the consequences of ignoring Bulma's words. Broly was not one to deceive them, in their eyes. Broly had become a demon. Only son Wukong remained indifferent about their destination, as long as there was good food to eat, opportunities to train and enhance his strength, and the chance to spar with formidable individuals. He was willing to go anywhere. Naturally, being with the good-hearted Broly was the most favorable situation, and was that not the implication now? The group of 8 found their footing on Master Rashi's small island. A large sea turtle crawled over. Master, what is this? Broly's expression was peculiar. The title Master was uttered with an air of deep melancholy. I've taken on 2 disciples. This one is a family member and servant of the other. Bulma had long harbored disdain for Master Rashi, but his recent words dispelled her grievances, and she smiled brightly, offering him a look of appreciation for his perceptiveness. However, isn't that a bit much? There isn't enough space on the small island. Fear not, I shall arrange for them to leave shortly. The large sea turtle was taken aback. Hadn't it merely playfully complained, and now it was to be cast away? Rest assured, I won't disturb you. And if I do, you can always retreat to the sea. The large sea turtle lay despondently on the ground. What gives? I merely said a word or 2, and now you wish to drive me away. Master Rashi paid him no heed and headed straight into the house. Broly, naturally, would not hold back. Earlier, he had refrained from publicly contradicting the old man when he mentioned taking on disciples, but that did not imply he accepted it. He followed suit inside that I could never be your disciple. Why not? Do you think I am unworthy? Broly retorted that my battle power is now 4,000, while yours is only 141. Indeed, after recuperating, he discovered his battle power had surged to 4,000. Though Master Rashi had made progress during this time, the gap between them had only widened. What about your techniques? Master Rashi was not surprised. The Scion bloodline contributes to this factor, yet not everyone possesses such abilities. Nor can everyone detect them. Otherwise, those warriors battling in the field would have discovered it long ago, and there would be no need to wait for Broly and son Wukong to reveal it. Before their arrival, aside from Bardock's legendary Super Saiyan tail, the highest battle power among the Scions belonged to King Vegeta. If recovering from serious injury doubled one's battle power, the Scion race would have long been extraordinary. While it is said that injured Scions are discarded, Bardock would never do so. He would save any injured comrade, and if it were possible, they would have been discovered by now. What happened to the Scion race remains a mystery. This is something Master Rashi intended to keep from Broly. This kind of ability requires a certain level of strength, but more crucially, it necessitates a connection to that world. Otherwise, if the S cells cannot be activated, would your power increase even if you were injured 10 times and recovered? Broly is an outsider, and so is Master Rashi. Present. It is premature to discuss those matters. The current focus lies on enhancing one's combat techniques without augmenting one's overall energy. Otherwise, should Borikeli ascend swiftly and venture to that place, the circumstances would be vastly different. After all, unlike Pong's, who possesses a pure human lineage, the Scion bloodline indeed offers significant advantages in the early stages. Yet it also imposes considerable limitations in the later phases. Borikeli found himself a loss for words after being reprimanded by the Turtle Sage, who spoke the truth. What you imply is that you can teach me more combat techniques. No. The Turtle Sage rummaged through the room in search of something. Then what can you teach me? Mastering Ki what? Borikeli was utterly perplexed. Ki? What on earth is that? Can't you unleash energy blasts? That is Ki. Isn't it? Borikeli found it amusing. Look at me. If I were to become extremely angry right now, could I unleash an energy blast? The Turtle Sage straightened, his expression serious as he regarded him. I'm not jesting. That is Ki. All right, but I prefer to call it energy. It means the same, yet it differs from your understanding of energy. The Turtle Sage lowered his head, continuing to search for what he needed. Borikeli quietly leaned against the wall, observing his chaotic search. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from outside, as if someone had tumbled into the sand. Let's go take a look. Shrugging, Borikeli remained silent. His combat power had inexplicably soared to 4,000. And even if that monster returned, at least he wouldn't be as helpless as before. Stepping outside, he found a crowd gathered, curiously observing something. Borikeli joined them. Son Wukong curiously drew forth a small bald figure, who coldly surveyed the surroundings. Attempting to shove Borikeli aside, he discovered it was impossible, and instead, he wriggled free from Borikeli's grasp, brushing the sand off himself. With a sly, sinister grin, he scampered over to the Turtle Sage. Greetings, you must be the illustrious Master Mutien. I am Krillin, hailing from the east, seeking your guidance as a disciple. That's fine. You may be my third disciple. The small bald figure's insincere grin froze on his face. So easily, no trials or tests. Unbeknownst to him, the Turtle Sage was both him and not him. I am not your disciple. I merely follow along to train. The Turtle Sage waved his hand dismissively. Very well. Then you shall not be considered an entry disciple. Borikeli neither spoke nor impeded his opportunistic cousin from entering the Turtle Sage's tutelage. He wished to observe the Turtle Sage's true intentions. Regardless of how one perceived it, something felt distinctly off. Why was he, in good spirits, wandering far from home to vanquish demons? And why did he conveniently pursue him? Bulma, you should take them back home. Chapter 36 Disagreement. Learning independently why, Bulma protested, dissatisfied. They do not require training. Pilaf, noticing a favorable opportunity, had a glint in his eye and hatched a plan. And why, Lord, look, we currently serve no significant purpose. Why not release us as if we were mere trifles? Bulma seethed with anger. Crass and despicable. Pilaf, unashamed, smiled ingratiatingly. Yes, Madame Borikeli speaks wisely. Bulma's face flushed with indignation. Nonsense. Speak another word, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Yet her threats bore no weight. Borikeli also gently advised. Let it go, Bulma. Listen to me. You can come back any time. But, seeing Bulma soften her stance, he presented a reason she could not refuse. Whether or not that foolish pig matters little. Pilaf must be firmly secured in the laboratory. Oolong interjected, displeased. Hey, can you show some respect for the individual involved? Though I may be a small pig, I am not a foolish one. Boraceli ignored him entirely, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Bulma, awaiting her response. Very well. Under Boraceli's insistence, Bulma reluctantly acquiesced. All right, provide me with a mobile laboratory. I need it for my experiments. Bulma lifted her head. Currently, none of this training serves any purpose. I must complete my experiments. At this juncture, another thought struck her to be, by the way, take Pilaf with you and construct a new gravity device, at least 8 times the normal gravity. Yes, then I shall contact you once it is ready. Very well, Boraceli replied with a smile, and Bulma's expression shifted from anger to delight as she agreed. Without delay, she led the 4 away from the Turtle Sage's island. In an instant, the once lively island was left with just 4 individuals and 1 turtle. Boraceli observed the small bald figure, who appeared disdainfully superior to everyone else, shook his head, and entered the house without waiting for the Turtle Sage to turn around. Hey, who do you think you are? The master hasn't even entered yet. What are you doing going in? Do you understand the respect due to your teacher? A beam of light shot from the open door, striking the sand before Krillin and creating a large crater, sending sand splattering across his face. Startled, Krillin trembled, utterly bewildered, casting a pitiful glance at the Turtle Sage. The Turtle Sage paid him no mind. It appears that with Boraceli's presence, Krillin's motivational influence over Sun Wukong has diminished nearly to nothing. The classic scenes of Krillin's sacrificial heroics and boundless might may never be witnessed again. However, he was indifferent to adding another disciple. The Dragon Ball world was merely minor skirmishes, with the ultimate goal lying in the realms beyond, perhaps even returning to where he came from. The Turtle Sage mysteriously turned and re-entered the house, leaving Sun Wukong, who was mercilessly mocking Krillin, and the confused sea turtle behind. Laughing? What are you laughing at? You fool, is that a derogatory term? Sun Wukong looked at Krillin curiously, even leaning in closer. Seeing Sun Wukong approach first and being pointed out as the senior disciple by the Turtle Sage, Krillin perceived him as a simpleton who could easily be deceived. He decided to extract information from him first, hiding his ulterior motives and flattering Sun Wukong. Senior brother, as a newcomer, I know nothing. I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Sun Wukong, still puzzled, looked at him in confusion. I just arrived as well. I know nothing. Krillin, not believing him, thought Sun Wukong was unwilling to share. How could that be? Senior brother, as disciples under the same master, we should support one another. Please share some information with me to avoid any missteps, lest we both face punishment. Sun Wukong nonchalantly held his head. Not a chance. I came with Boraceli to learn and train under the Turtle Sage. Krillin's spirits lifted. It was clear that the arrogant fellow who had just entered was indeed Boraceli. Boraceli, the one who just entered? That's him. Why did he bring a gun? Is it a laser gun? Certainly not. That is an energy attack unleashed by Boraceli. What? Krillin's expression conveyed skepticism, just as Sun Wukong was about to elaborate further. He heard Wukong come inside. Hey, coming. Sun Wukong had become exceedingly reliant on Boraceli. The more he learned, the more he recognized their differences. Thus far, only they bore tails. I'm going to find Boraceli. Why not come in too? Without waiting for Krillin's response, he rushed inside. Boraceli. Remove the bracelet from your wrist. It holds little significance for him at present. Here, put on. I asked it a gift from you, of course, but you must not take it off. While speaking with affectionate indulgence, he donned the bracelet, adjusting the gravity to 3 times its normal level. It feels incredibly heavy. Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment, attempting to leap, only to discover that his body felt as if it were encased in lead. Haha, don't waste your efforts. During this period, focus on training diligently with Master Rashi. Very well. Master Rashi has finally found what he was seeking. Are you truly not going to join them in their training? Do you believe my thoughts dwell on that? Broly retorted to Master Rashi. Your power indeed surpasses that of ordinary individuals, even exceeding mine by several magnitudes, yet you fail to harness the energy within you, which is a grave waste. Just then, Krillin entered the house, carrying his belongings, overhearing Master Rashi's serious remarks. staring incredulously at Broly, who was of similar height to him. What does Master Rashi mean? That guy has surpassed the martial arts god? Is this some kind of joke? That is precisely why I remain here. Otherwise, I would have departed long ago. Observing Broly's determination, Master Rashi did not press the matter further if he were too insistent. It might arouse suspicion. Very well then, follow me. Master Rashi, the island is far too small. Even shackled by the gravity ring, Sun Wukong felt the confines of the island were inadequate. Point one need not even glance. A casual look would reveal it exceeds the island's boundaries. Fear not, follow me. From that moment on, Sun Wukong and Krillin trained diligently under Master Rashi, while Broly occasionally observed, spending most of his time within the biological laboratory. He collected Sun Wukong's blood and meticulously compared it with his own. Amusingly, despite Sun Wukong's combat power having reached 120, he was still terrified of needles. Yet, when Broly needed to draw blood, there was no room for Sun Wukong to resist. Each time, he was left screaming while blood was drawn. Over time, Broly observed Master Rashi's teaching methods while pondering his own understanding. He did not entirely agree with Master Rashi's approach, but one could not deny its effectiveness. At the very least, it proved remarkably beneficial for Krillin. The most significant improvement was seen in Sun Wukong, primarily due to his Scion heritage. However, even with the same training, Krillin surpassed human limits in a short time and began to absorb energy from the air. There were no specific methods, yet proved effective. In the laboratory, Broly examined the data displayed on the computer. Although he didn't fully endorse the methods, when combined with his teachings, he was on the verge of forming a closed loop. At the very least, the path to energy cultivation had been discovered. Chapter 37, Meteor Realm, Mastering the Stars. Having studied alongside Master Rashi for over 8 months, Bulma had visited twice, each time departing within half a day. Her research on the gravity ring had not yielded breakthroughs, and she felt embarrassed to linger longer. Nevertheless, she spoke with Broly at great length on the phone daily. During these 8 months, Master Rashi's power had only increased by 3 points, reaching 144, while Krillin's improvement was more pronounced, achieving a gain of 35 points. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, was extraordinarily formidable. Under Broly's unlimited supply of high-energy nutrition blocks, his combat power had astonishingly soared to over 320, far surpassing Bulma. He could now endure 13 times the normal gravity while maintaining normal activities, and for training purposes, he wore 4 of Broly's gravity rings, each set to 3 times the normal level. Were it not for the remarkable advancements of Sun Wukong and his companions, Broly might have overlooked the training methods imparted by Master Rashi. In his view, those movements seemed less effective than the stances and horse-riding postures he taught. Yet, those seemingly insignificant movements brought him great surprises. Indeed, the astonishment he felt now was near overwhelming. Broly gazed fervently at the computations on the computer, hoping for success. If he succeeded, his foundational training would be solidified after living on this island with Master Rashi for 8 months. His daily task had become studying how to manipulate the energy within his body. Today was the day he simulated success. Ding! Broly appeared unchanged, yet his tightly clenched hands and gleaming eyes conveyed his emotions perfectly. System, feasible. Broly received confirmation from the system and rose to his feet. He had mentally simulated the energy manipulation route thousands of times, mastering it thoroughly. Everything was in place. It was time for him to conduct his own experiment. Exiting the laboratory, he utilized the universal capsule to store his belongings. Oh, why are you out so early today? I feel I might be able to break through. Did I ask that so? Master Rashi responded, perplexed. So soon? 8 months may seem lengthy, yet conjuring a technique from nothing is indeed a formidable challenge. While although it is only a rudimentary foundation, it is workable. What does it do? It compresses the energy within the body and accelerates the absorption of energy from the air. That sounds promising. Broly, now unhurried, stood beside Master Rashi, sheltered by the shade of a tree, watching as Sun Wukong and Krillin eagerly dug into the ground with their hands. It's merely a foundation. After speaking, Broly added thoughtfully, Master Rashi, which harbors more energy, the acupoints or the cells? The acupoints, Master Rashi replied without hesitation. Master Rashi, the enigmatic figure, surprisingly knew about acupoints. Squinting slightly, Master Rashi, being a creature of several centuries, known as the martial arts god, surely possessed wisdom. Thus, Master Rashi opened several acupoints. How formidable was his true power? Haha, my strength encompasses these aspects, but as for how strong I am, that remains uncertain. Indeed. I shall go train now. Wish me luck. Broly did not press further, instead offering a smile. Certainly, good luck. Broly turned and walked away from them, both to avoid disturbing them and to seek solitude. Master Rashi slightly turned his head. Hurry and grow stronger. The more powerful you become, the happier I will be. The future holds many thorns. After muttering under his breath, Master Rashi fell silent, quietly observing Sun Wukong and the others. Unbeknownst to Broly, Bulma was rushing to inform him of good news, but as he was engrossed in his energy storage experiments, he missed the call. She was hastily making her way to him, having spent 8 months on a trivial gravity ring, which had driven her to the brink of madness. With results in hand, she was eager to boast. Broly found himself alone by the seashore, listening to the sound of waves crashing against the cliffs. With a raised hand, a beam of light shot forth, creating a platform midway up the cliff. The Akati must be said that after 8 months of contemplation, his control over the energy within him had significantly improved. Even with a combat power of 4,500, it posed no hindrance. With a leap, Broly plunged downwards. He named it Mastering the Stars. Primarily focusing on vital energy, he mused aloud before slowly closing his eyes. Broly did not aspire to establish a new school of thought. Since Master Rashi referred to this energy as chi, he felt that was sufficient, merely choosing a more melodious name, the energy within him. Under his guidance, swiftly transitioned from a tangible form within his cells to the ethereal meridians, that he could distinctly sense these meridians, even the acupoint nodes within them, all while remaining unseen by outsiders. Even in the biological laboratory, the simulations were merely representations of operational diagrams, harmonized with muscle movements, cellular activity, and actions to achieve effect akin to the flow within the meridians. First, he would gather the vital energy. He once again experienced a profoundly contradictory sensation that it was a feeling of being immensely powerful, yet simultaneously exceedingly fragile. That no, this is too uncomfortable. I must swiftly find my footing. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he naturally acted accordingly. Under his precise control, vitality surged rapidly through his meridians. The human body's meridians are inherently transparent, allowing chi to flow within. However, prior to being unblocked, the capacity and speed that could be endured were quite limited. Lacking relevant knowledge previously, he had been unable to take action, but once he became aware, he began to deliberately cultivate his meridians. Now, as this energy flowed within, it posed no issues whatsoever. The first realm, the meteor realm, corresponds to combat power below 100, with Bo-Reich Lee's resounding command echoing in his mind. A mass of liquid materialized just below his navel, gradually coalescing into an irregular solid. The Ren Meridian Point, Guanyin, Bo-Reich Lee furrowed his brow as he gazed at the gray, irregular stone of gathered chi within his Guanyin, feeling the surging energy above it, his mind devoid of joy or sorrow. Truth be told, he was not entirely satisfied. The Guanyuan point belongs to the 4th meridian of the Ren channel, not intersecting with any other meridians, far less useful than many other points. Ideally, he should have aimed for an intersection of the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 primary meridians, enabling dual utility from a single point, thus facilitating a swifter path to cultivation. Nevertheless, he conceded that this was still a decent start. After all, the Guanyuan is one of the 3 major dantians in the human body. Compared to other points, its internal space is boundless, capable of accommodating an infinite amount of energy, thus representing a small universe within the human form. Nurturing it well would also be a worthwhile choice. Just as he prepared to continue cultivating the Guanyin, however, the energy within him began to surge uncontrollably. Bo-Reich Lee's expression darkened as he gazed up at the heavens, filled with a mix of despair and indignation. Damn it, after simulating and practicing so diligently, it has spiraled out of control again. Chapter 38. A more perfect consciousness of the body. initially intending to channel all remaining power into the Guanyuan in order to break through to the second realm, the satellite realm. He found that upon activating the chi within him, it once again became unmanageable. He lost control over his body once more, which only fueled his despair. The chi within him was like a wild stallion, completely beyond his control. O'Reilly could only watch helplessly, unable to take any action. Though he had lost control of his body, he had not been deprived of his perception. He was acutely aware of the flow and abundance of chi within him. He watched helplessly as the excess chi flowed into the middle dantian, specifically the Shanzhong point. Impossible. Why is it gathering again in the Shanzhong point, despite being in the same meteor realm? Countless meteor realms. Contemplating a certain hypothesis, O'Reilly's complexion turned ashen. Yet no matter what, he found himself unable to exert control over his own body. This was a cruel jest. How could one claim to master the stars when they were so pathetically weak that they couldn't even perfectly govern their own body? Despite his complaints, the body belonged to him, and O'Reilly observed in silence. After more than 10 minutes, the meteoric energy in Shanzhong Point was finally refined, just as he prepared to continue. The chi within him remained unyielding. O'Reilly felt the relentless flow of energy. What is going on? As expected, the chi, resisting his control, automatically converged at the upper Dantian's Intang point. What on earth is happening? Wasn't it said that the lower Dantian is for essence, the middle Dantian for chi, and the upper Dantian for spirit? He observed quietly until the meteoric energy in the upper Dantian was completely formed, feeling no trace of energy within his cells. Even with O'Reilly's composure, repeated disruptions were beginning to fray his nerves. What is happening? Why can I still not control the chi within? Is it planning a rebellion? Aside from the clear perception of the meteoric energies revolving in the three major dantians, he could do nothing else. O'Reilly was utterly perplexed. What on earth is going on? How did this anomaly arise? Recognizing the loss of control over his body, O'Reilly understood that the changes within had not ceased. As expected, after the upper and lower dantians rotated 72 times in one direction and 36 times in the opposite, the lower dantian released a significant amount of chi, which then permeated the various points in his lower limbs. The chi from the middle dantian occupied points throughout his abdomen and back, while the chi from the upper dantian filled the points in his head. It did not follow the meridian pathways, nor did it adhere to the 2,400 points he was familiar with. Rather, it aligned with the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 primary meridians he had known in his past life. O'Reilly was left in a state of amusement. What on earth is this bizarre amalgamation? Is this minuscule chi developing consciousness of its own? Once all changes subsided within him, O'Reilly regained control over his inner power. He felt no exhilaration, for without understanding the nature of this transformation, he could not fully embrace it. Inside, the 3 major dantians had each amassed meteoric energy in accordance with the first layer of his cultivation method. What kind of situation is this? Everything was proceeding smoothly, and yet suddenly, such a disruption arose. How could I possibly feel at ease? Furthermore, wasn't the upper dantian supposed to be the Baihui point? The lower dantian was a matter of debate, but Guanyin was acceptable. As he pondered, O'Reilly recalled something. The system in the Guan, Shanzhong, and Intang points, was there something special? The golden ratio, respectively, from the soles of the feet to the points in the body length. From the lower Yin to the Shanzhong point in the torso length. From the chin to the Intang point in the cranial length. After hearing the system's explanation, O'Reilly's expression softened. He broadly surmised why he had lost control earlier. The reason was likely related to the body's spontaneous actions. After all, the cultivation method he created was somewhat crude, leading to self-correction by the body. It was not that his body had developed a new consciousness, but rather an instinct, or what could be termed as a secondary consciousness. It is said that after death, a person can transform into a zombie, but will lose all memories of their former life. What governs the body is the consciousness of the body itself, which is essentially a second consciousness of the person. Some individuals possess a strong body but a weak soul, leading to the premature emergence of a secondary personality. He himself should not experience this, as his primary personality is robust, leaving little opportunity for a secondary personality to awaken or contest control over the body. Otherwise, he would not have been able to regain control over the chi within just now. This coincides with my hypothesis. Thus, the body has self-corrected perfectly. With the system's response, Bo Reichley felt completely at ease. The system merely corroborated what he had deduced. His own reasoning was the paramount factor. As he sensed the abundant energy within, he realized that the chi had not diminished instantaneously. Instead, it was gradually decreasing through the spiral rotation of the meteoric energy. Correspondingly, the quality of his chi was steadily rising. Moreover, Bo Reichley conjured a sphere of light from his hand, which formed in the blink of an eye, unhindered by the totality of chi now residing within the three major dantians. On the contrary, he sensed that the speed at which he could gather chi had indeed accelerated, albeit still not overtly apparent. Previously, he had to exert control over the chi. Now, as long as he wished for it, it would immediately manifest in his hand, the chi present. His power was insufficient for him to clearly perceive the disparities, necessitating a further increase in chi weight to comprehend the differences. He finally understood why the dantians released energy to various acupoints. It served as a means of energy transmission, akin to a teleportation array. Bo Reichley got to his feet, dusting himself off. With all chi concentrated in the three dantians, he could not advance to the next layer of cultivation. Wait, that's not right. Bo Reichley did not immediately take flight. Instead, he furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. How can it be that my 4,500 units of chi have been completely expended just to form 3 meteors? Did I not feel the energy within me diminishing? Bo Reichley's expression shifted dramatically as he sat back down, meticulously managing the energy within him. After a considerable time, he stood up with a complex expression. So this is how it is. This could pose a significant problem. Science and martial arts must advance in tandem for breakthroughs to occur. So Bo Reichley soared into the sky, his mind preoccupied with the matters that lay ahead. What a tremendous loss it was that I can conduct research. Bo Reichley stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance in midair. Why could you suddenly appear? Your power has increased, and my performance has improved. Previously, I had 4,500 points, and you did not upgrade. Now you have what IT is akin to having been stuck at 28 nanometers and suddenly advancing to 14 nanometers. That's so much. Bo Reichley inquired with skepticism. Not a bit less that I in the future. You cannot appear without my directive. Understood, though I can now autonomously conduct research, albeit through an exhaustive method. Bo Reichley was overjoyed. What is there to fear about the exhaustive method? In my past life, Huaxiao managed to catch up amidst foreign encirclement, relying precisely on exhaustive methods, right? One material requires the fusion of 10 materials, each contributing 0.5, slowly balanced. Huaxiao may not have much, but it certainly has a large population, numerous laboratories, and many experimenters. If one experimenter can produce 200 experimental results in a day, with 100 experimenters in one lab and Huaxiao having 100 labs, how many materials can be produced in a day? He did not want to calculate, but this method was undoubtedly promising. Well then, go ahead with the experiments. The original data for those materials has already been recorded. As long as it passes through his eyes, the system will know, eliminating the need for him to waste any more time. Having reached a breakthrough, I can relax a bit. With this thought, Bo Reichley leisurely flew back. Bo Reichley, why did you not answer my call? Chapter 39. Martial Art Conference Refusal 5. 6. Bo Reichley looked at the furious Bulma. How could I answer? What do you mean by that? Bo Reichley looked at Bulma innocently that I was in training. The laboratory was closed, and I had no way to answer that I don't care. You simply didn't answer my call. Bulma, half pouting and half complaining, only realized afterward. You say you were in training? Yes. Bo Reichley suppressed a smile. Wow, you're incredible. Bulma immediately detected the difference. Previously, Bo Reichley would only mention he was exercising, but today he spoke of training. What does training entail? Having often been lectured by Bo Reichley, she naturally understood. She rushed toward Bo Reichley, gazing at him with hope. Have you made any discoveries? Bo Reichley wrapped his arms around Bulma's slender waist. That you're still as fiery as ever. Bulma, unconcerned, chuckled. You first tell me, have you made any discoveries? He nodded slightly. Yes, it is precisely because I made a discovery that I closed the laboratory and came to the seaside to train. What was the outcome? Under Bulma's sparkling gaze, Bolai Keely chuckled. Ha, guess what the outcome was? It was successful, Bulma said proudly. Ha, of course the T.O. is surprise. Bulma's words left him momentarily speechless. Indeed, you deserve me. You? Ha, Bulma was overflowing with pride, pulling out 4 delicate bracelets. How about this? Don't you think you deserve me? Bolai Keely gazed at the exquisite blue bracelets, instantly comprehending their significance. That my goodness, Bulma, you are exceedingly clever, truly remarkable. Hee, indeed. Bulma raised her head proudly, resembling a peacock. Bolai Keely tightened his grip. Oh, what are you doing? What do you think? Rogue. Bulma blushed, breaking free from Bolai Keely's embrace. Unjust, but you came rushing over yourself. Bolai Keely protested. Titish little brat, you think too much. Bolai Keely's expression darkened. The other party's words rang true. He was indeed just a little brat now. Hee, Bulma laughed uncontrollably in midair. Let us go find Master Rashi. What for? Bulma was displeased. Even after developing a more advanced gravity bracelet, he and T praised her. She flew over, affectionately ruffling his nose. That it feels so awkward. A 145 centimeters boy ruffling the nose of a girl over 160 cm. It is really uncomfortable. How long until he grows up? This genetic defect is truly exasperating. If he were merely a pure little boy, like Sun Wukong, he certainly wouldn't entertain any chaotic thoughts, but his soul is that of an adult. Bulma had always been so close to him. If he didn't harbor any inappropriate thoughts, that would be utterly abnormal. Unfortunately, there was nothing to be done now. Master Rashi's training methods have provided me with much inspiration, aiding me in rapidly establishing my cultivation techniques. I should naturally thank him. Oh, seeing Bulma in low spirits, Bolai Keely could roughly guess the reason, of course. Bulma is the most impressive, having developed an even stronger gravity bracelet, capable of achieving how many times the gravity? Bulma immediately became animated 0.8 times. With 4 bracelets, that amounts to 32 times. Quite an enhancement, wouldn't you agree? After finishing, she tilted her neck back, eagerly awaiting Bolai Keely's praise. Stealing a glance, he couldn't help but exclaim, Great! Indeed great. Bolai Keely's words were sincere, a genuine statement. Within such small bracelets, creating a device to adjust gravity is something, on Earth, that should only be possible for Bulma. Dr. Brief certainly couldn't do it. It may seem small, but it's not much simpler than asking a primitive person to single-handedly create a smartphone. Energy, gravitational adjustments, effective range, materials, all must fit within such a tiny space. Aside from Bulma, he couldn't think of anyone else capable. Of course, there's another great talent, who may not be at the pinnacle, but at Bulma's age is certainly not lagging behind. In any case, Bolai Keely was undeniably satisfied. Bulma, your research prowess has already surpassed that of your uncle. Of course, I am a genius. Indeed, he smiled, complimenting her, then took her hand. Let us go. Aren't you going to wear the gravity bracelet? You can wear it home as well. Home. Bulma momentarily froze, failing to grasp the meaning, then was filled with joy. What does this mean? Does it mean Bolai Keely is preparing to go home? Really, I've already developed the cultivation technique, and I want to be training under Master Rashi. So I will naturally return, he explained with a smile, then sighed. However, Master Rashi truly is a martial arts deity. His training philosophy and methods are profoundly insightful. I owe him a debt of gratitude. Well, weren't you previously quite averse to him? Bulma muttered. To be honest, I still find him somewhat annoying. Then why? Bulma grew anxious. That if you dislike him, why do you still follow him to learn and praise him so? It does not hinder me from learning many useful things from him. What does it prevent me from praising him? All right, let us go. Bolai Keely led Bulma towards Master Rashi. What he needed to do next was to study high-energy nutritional blocks and bioarmors, as well as to explore combat techniques. Remaining here served no purpose any longer. Sun Wukong could stay, as Master Rashi's teaching method was more suited to him. There was no need for thought. One simply needed to follow instructions and continuously train. His approach was ineffective. It required wisdom. Forcing Sun Wukong to memorize acupoints and meridians might very well cost him his life, once he had gained sufficient strength. Perhaps he could learn to navigate his own body and comprehend the experience more deeply. The two quickly located their companions that it was not difficult to find them. Sun Wukong and Krillin were sweating profusely under the scorching sun. And they easily spotted Master Rashi. Ah, it's you. It seems you have made good progress. Aha. What do you know? Playing tricks here, Bulma scoffed, unabashedly mocking Master Rashi. Hee hee, while my strength may not be formidable, I am an old man who has lived for decades. And my vision is quite sharp. Bulma chimed in with a smile, as if it were of no consequence. Yes, that's so. I don't recall saying that. You must be mistaken. Bulma chose not to elaborate further. Master Rashi had always been enigmatic, harboring countless secrets that he could never fully explore. However, his assistance this time had been undeniably tangible, were it not for his simultaneous instruction of Sun Wukong and others. Along with his earnest explanations, creating a method to control the stars would not have been so effortless. Master Rashi, we are about to depart. Depart? Indeed, I have achieved a breakthrough. Remaining here is a waste of time. I need to return to West City. But the city is hardly conducive to training. Bulma and Bulma exchanged glances. Rest assured, old turtle, my family is the wealthiest in the world, and our home is vast. It won't interfere, Bulma declared proudly. But won't you participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? What? Bulma was taken aback that in the past, she would have had no interest, but now that she was learning martial arts. Historically, there has always been no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Unfortunately, Bulma did not fulfill Bulma's desire. Not interested. Bulma, with Sun Wukong competing, do you think you can win? Bulma fell silent. Realizing the truth, indeed, with that monster Sun Wukong participating, she truly could not compete. What a pity. I still wanted to temper Sun Wukong's character. Bulma immediately grasped Master Rashi's intentions. Then you can take your time. I'll leave Sun Wukong here for now and retrieve him later. He glanced at Sun Wukong, who was still diligently working. All right, Master Rashi replied with a smile that a sly grin crept across Bulma's lips. Then we shall bid you farewell. With that, he took Bulma and soared into the sky. Master Rashi watched their somewhat disheveled figures and murmured, "It seems I have forgotten something important." Chapter 40. Unrest. Monsters reappear. Bulma and Bulma swiftly flew far away, clearly exerting themselves without a hint of hesitation. Bulma, why are we in such a hurry? We didn't even say goodbye to Sun Wukong. Bulma, pulled along by Bulma, was utterly perplexed. Old turtle is a stubborn old coin. We need to distance ourselves quickly and create some trouble for him. What trouble? Bulma still did not understand. After all, they were merely running away. What kind of trouble could that cause the old turtle? Following Bulma's line of reasoning, Bulma contemplated further. Think about it. What is Sun Wukong's characteristic? Bulma wore a mischievous grin. Such a playful demeanor usually only surfaced when he was alone with Bulma or by himself. In most situations, Bulma maintained a composed facade, which starkly contrasted with his physique. Characteristic? Sun Wukong eats a lot. Food? Bulma's eyes brightened as she realized, her face lighting up with a smile. Master Rashi, too, understood, his expression darkening. You've been duped again. Your temper is truly exasperating. Watching Bulma's retreating figure, Master Rashi muttered to himself. However, you should now be able to face the failed product with an 8,000 battle power on your own. Master Rashi had no intention of allowing Bulma to deceive him. That was quite evident. You create trouble for me, and I will provide you with some amusement in return. Everything must be reciprocal. Raising his left hand, energy coalesced into a small square adorned with runes. Then let us play a game. Next time, will you be seeking me out to learn the magic sealing wave? Master Rashi also wore a proud smile. Bulma, feeling elated, mistakenly believed he had outsmarted Master Rashi, unaware that calamity was looming ahead. Of course, fortune often stems from misfortune. The future of events would determine the outcome. Bulma, you are truly wicked. Not at all. The old turtle has always been mysterious. He certainly wouldn't let Sun Wukong go hungry, so rest assured. Bulma nodded with a smile, enjoying this mischievous side of Bulma. However, you are quite something, addressing him as Master Rashi to his face and calling him old turtle behind his back. TCH, who told him to act so pretentious? Let us go. Bulma's face lit up with excitement as she clung to Bulma's back. Let us go. Let us go. Bulma, you are clearly older than me. Why am I carrying you? You're boy. Shouldn't you be the one carrying me? You're stronger. You're my boyfriend, so it's all on you. But you're older. Bulma placed her hands on Bolakili's waist. What does age matter? Ahem. When I say older, I mean in terms of ability, not age, that ITS more about intelligence. And, well, it implies that our lifespans are quite long. Bolakili stammered, having inadvertently revealed his thoughts. Humph, at least you know how to be smart. Bulma cheerfully draped her arms around his neck, temporarily sparing Bolakili from further scrutiny. Bolakili silently sighed in relief, grateful to have evaded the situation. Carrying Bulma, he swiftly tore through the his current strength. Flying was indeed much faster than any airplane. By the way, how are they faring? Have they been well behaved during this time? With me overseeing them, they couldn't possibly stir up any trouble. Yes, Bulma is right. Let us accelerate. Oh ho! The two frolicked freely and joyously in the sky. West City at Bulma's home. Oolong comfortably lounged on a beach chair, a sun umbrella overhead, and a table laden with snacks and fruits beside him. This feels wonderful. I truly hope that Bulma and the others get entangled with that monster and don't return for a while. Oolong was unaware of how many words he had spoken that could potentially come true. This time was no exception. Amidst the mountains, a pitch-black figure emerged. Go. Fulfill my request. Go create some trouble for him. The expressionless visage of Master Rashi turned once more as he closed a great stone door behind him. This is quite boring. At this rate, when will I be able to ascend? The dark figure, witnessing the unchanging Master Rashi, let out a roar once more. Its nose twitched slightly, and suddenly, purple light erupted from its eyes. Visible even in broad daylight, it then transformed into a wisp of smoke, rapidly ascending into the sky. Bolakili, simultaneously, the attention of Master Rashi shifted towards Broly. With only 3 days remaining until the martial arts tournament. Expected to last 3 days, it would provide ample time for enjoyment. Master Rashi leisurely concluded his thoughts as Sun Wukong had already been lured over by Krillin. Master Rashi, I am hungry, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face darkening with discontent. Come, I shall take you to indulge in some delicacies, Master Rashi responded. Hooray, that's wonderful. Sun Wukong cheered, entirely engrossed in the prospect of good food, without a care for anything else. Krillin was no exception, his attention entirely focused on the feast ahead. Master Rashi, chuckling, led Sun Wukong and Krillin away from their previous location. The two boys devoured their food voraciously. The intensity of their training had drained their energy, necessitating a hearty meal for replenishment. Delicious, Master, Sun Wukong praised, eliciting a wider smile from Master Rashi. If it's delicious, then eat your fill. Rest assured there is plenty to go around. Yes, Master Rashi, you are too kind. Our teacher is truly wonderful. They replied in unison. Of course. I am utterly devoted to your well-being, Master Rashi remarked with a knowing smile. He refrained from picking up his chopsticks, his gaze seemingly piercing through the clouds, catching sight of Broly joyfully frolicking with Bulma. I hope to bring you even more joy, he added. What? Sun Wukong and Krillin mumbled, their mouths full, too engrossed in their meal to inquire further. Meanwhile, Broly had a sudden outburst. Bulma, you need to hurry to West City. What is the matter? Bulma questioned, her curiosity piqued. Broly interrupted her with urgency. Don't ask questions, just obey and go quickly. Setting Bulma down, Broly soared in a particular direction. Naturally, Bulma was reluctant to stay behind and prepared to follow. Don't come near, or find Master Rashi instead. Bulma's expression turned pale as a thought struck her. At that guy. Reluctantly, to divert Bulma's attention, Broly insisted she seek Master Rashi. Go find Master Rashi. Perhaps we still have a chance. This was merely a ruse to ensure her safety and keep her out of harm's way. After observing for over 8 months, Broly had gleaned much knowledge, including sensing energy. Although not precise, he could detect the aura of his opponent, which felt eerily similar to the last encounter. He surmised he could not win, but he was certainly stronger than before. Feeling the surge of power within him, Broly disregarded Bulma and propelled himself forward. He believed Bulma would respect his wishes regarding her safety. Soon, he spotted a dark cloud above. Since you've come, there's no need for stealth. Show yourself. As he spoke, a beam of energy shot forth from his hand. Chapter 41. Unable to defeat. He flees in disgrace after this. I must develop more combat tactics. These outdated techniques seem to be universally applicable, yet ineffective against anyone. Broly inwardly mocked himself, observing the identical creature before him. He grimaced. Who is this shadowy figure, relentlessly pursuing me? The last encounter was said to be a coincidence, yet this one is undeniably deliberate. Both entities were indistinguishable, their auras unchanged. If he could not deduce that someone was orchestrating this, he would deem himself unworthy of his intellect. With a snarl, he unleashed an energy blast, which the opponent brazenly absorbed while charging towards him. Hey, I'm not the same as before. Broly felt the speed of the meteorite within him accelerate. Vitality surging through his limbs. In a flash, he vanished from his original position, releasing energy blasts from both hands, spinning them in a dazzling display. Come on, he shouted, maintaining the energy spheres in a swirling motion. The creature met his challenge, retracting its right hand before retaliating with a powerful strike that a thunderous boom reverberated, sending shockwaves through the surrounding clouds. Had they not ascended to such heights, the spectators below would have witnessed the spectacle with clarity. Broly's face flushed with frustration. Despite his cunning, he found himself at a disadvantage. The being cloaked in black seemed an unyielding machine, impervious to fatigue or harm. As he attempted a low kick, the creature's reaction was chilling. What? Fear laced his voice. Though he landed a hit, the opponent showed no sign of injury. His kick felt akin to striking steel. This was absurd. With a burst of strength, Broly withdrew his hand from the clash, retreating swiftly. His expression was a tumult of confusion and disbelief. How is this possible? What manner of monster are you? He demanded, his tone filled with trepidation. His prior insults now felt insufficient, for the recent encounter had been beyond the realm of normality. The meteorite spun rapidly, coalescing into a radiant spear that glimmered with intensity. Gripping the handle, Broly lunged at his adversary. The cloaked figure remained unfazed, its fists poised for impact. Broly, too, channeled energy into the spear, unsure of how to wield it, yet instinctively knowing that a weapon capable of thrusting with force would serve him better than a sword. In an instant, they clashed again, and Broly's countenance shifted in alarm. Despite his lack of awareness regarding the opponent's energy, his spear shattered under the strain. No, I cannot rely solely on brute force. I am merely leveraging my abundant energy to intimidate. Yet he had no time to strategize further, as a fierce gust from the opponent's punch struck his cheek painfully. What the hell am I supposed to do? Broly abandoned the energy spear and turned to flee, his body sliced through the air with a piercing sound, prompting the onlookers below to shield their ears. The figure in black pursued him with equal swiftness. That Broly's power had reached 4,500. Even though he had formulated a technique and achieved the first realm of the meteorite stage, it had not diminished his combat prowess. On the contrary, it felt as if he had gained an edge, his foundation solidifying his control over the energy within. Capture Broly easily would prove challenging unless he stood idly by, engaging in a futile struggle. But that was precisely what he was trying to avoid. He had already realized he could not win and was hastily retreating for fighting desperately. Throughout his life, aside from Bulma, he has never truly fought for anything. Unable to prevail, he decided to flee. In such dire circumstances, escaping is often the better choice. Meanwhile, Bulma found herself in a state of utter confusion, unaware that Master Rashi had already departed for the martial arts tournament upon sensing her arrival. This time, it was a matter of revenge. If he intervened to aid Broly, it would bear little consequence. Moreover, being of Scion lineage, his combat power could double after sustaining injuries and recovering. Should he be harmed this time, it would merely serve to enhance his strength. Master Rashi, why are we participating in the martial arts tournament? Son Goku inquired, curiosity evident as he sat aboard the aircraft. He had initially intended to ride the flying Nimbus, but was deterred by the thought of encountering Bulma, thus yielding to Master Rashi's insistence on taking the plane. To engage in combat with martial artists from across the nation, came the response, that's so. Son Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly watched Master Rashi. Indeed, but do not underestimate your opponents. There are numerous skilled fighters in this world. This time, he did not need to personally step into the arena, having long prepared someone to spar with Son Goku, with the singular goal of ensuring Son Goku did not secure first place. Krillin, who had been observing Son Goku's boorish antics with disdain, suddenly felt a surge of inspiration. Envisioning the glory of winning first place and being inundated by adoring women, he too was filled with anticipation for the forthcoming competition. It's all right. I relish the challenge of facing formidable opponents. By the way, Master Rashi, will Broly be participating? I extended an invitation, but he declined. It is highly probable he will not attend, Krillin replied with a dismissive snort. I suspect he witnessed our grueling training, recognized our prowess, and deemed participation futile out of fear, he continued. After all, based on my and Son Goku's abilities, I am certain to clinch first place, while Son Goku would take second. If he were to place third, it would surely be a disgrace. Master Rashi's lips twitched slightly. Foolish child, where does your bravado stem from? That room of fellow. Does he not seem a tad Navi? Son Goku regarded Krillin with seriousness, earnestly advising Krillin, do not speak so lightly. I am no match for him. Then that means I would take first, and he would be second. How embarrassing for him! Son Goku exclaimed in frustration, not anticipating Krillin's arrogance. Nonsense, I will surely be the champion, especially if Broly doesn't compete, Krillin retorted with a scoff. Even if he does participate, I will still emerge victorious. What do you intend to do to measure up against me? Impossible! If Broly enters the fray, we stand no chance of winning. His strength is formidable. I am not his equal, and neither are you. Ridiculous. A coward who flees cannot be that powerful. Son Goku's fury ignited as he glared at Krillin. Then why do you claim he is fleeing? How would he know? Regardless, Broly will not retreat, Krillin replied dismissively. Master Rashi, will Broly truly flee? Master Rashi's expression was inscrutable. Of course he will. Is he not fleeing right now in a most pitiful manner? Chapter 42. Huang Lanqi, destined encounter. Krillin beamed with satisfaction at Son Goku, as if he had already achieved victory. Indeed, with Master Rashi affirming Broly's retreat, there seemed little room for further discussion. Humph, Broly would never retreat. Krillin insisted. Absolutely not. Son Goku clenched his fists, a storm brewing within him. Master Rashi was correct. Son Goku had been overly trusting in Broly, who was now fleeing in disgrace, engaged in a sporadic battle with his opponent. He had initially aimed to exhaust them, confident in his high-energy nutritional supplements to outlast them. However, as the day wore on, he realized his adversary appeared impervious to fatigue, requiring no sustenance whatsoever. This realization left him in a state of vexation. What to do? My energy cannot compete. I cannot deplete it. How is this fellow sustaining their energy? Broly himself was merely puzzled. He understood the underlying dynamics well. Either his restorative energy consistently exceeded his consumption, or he possessed something akin to a portable charging device, yet he had yet to breach a critical threshold. Given his current knowledge, this was the only conclusion he could draw. He hoped Bulma was clever enough to flee and not return for him. After a brief skirmish with his opponent, Broly swiftly continued his retreat. He was certain he could escape, but running was not a solution. If his pursuers were determined to catch him, they could sense his presence. Without neutralizing them, he would find no peace. Even employing the Mafuba technique to seal them away was unappealing. What is this nonsense? You come to confront me, yet I cannot retaliate. This was something Master Rashi had not anticipated. At that moment, he was leisurely strolling on an island with Son Goku, Krillin, and a giant turtle. Master Rashi, can this enhance our strength? Fool, of course it can, Master Rashi replied, though it was Krillin who first spoke up. Master Rashi wore a proud expression, as if pleased with Krillin's insight. Indeed, quite impressive, he remarked. See? Even Master Rashi acknowledges my brilliance, Krillin boasted. Son Goku, delighted, pointed at Master Rashi and exclaimed, he didn't say your insight was impressive. He was remarking on that person's physique, in his innocence. Son Goku could not yet discern whether someone was a woman simply by sight, often substituting others for such judgments. However, they were in a public space, and Master Rashi's and Krillin's lewd gazes had already drawn the ire of many beautiful women, an old hunchback and a short man, who would want to display their beauty to such individuals. Son Goku's loud proclamation only heightened their annoyance, prompting a chorus of disapproval from the crowd. Consequently, Master Rashi had no choice but to retreat, leading Son Goku and the others away. Unbeknownst to them, they had attracted the attention of a blonde beauty who followed them discreetly, harboring a deep-seated disdain for those who wronged others. Goku, why are you acting so recklessly? You've ruined everything. What now? Son Goku was oblivious to such nuances. Grandpa, what did you ruin? Were you referring to admiring those long legs? Of course, came the response. What is so appealing about long legs? Krillin grumbled, having once been a monk unaccustomed to female allure, after spending considerable time training with Master Rashi. He had finally developed an appreciation for the allure of long legs, only to have it dashed in an instant. You don't understand. Admiring beautiful women brings us immense joy, alleviating physical fatigue and aiding our cultivation. Son Goku paused, looking at them with innocent confusion. Really? Why do I not feel that way? I find training quite effortless. Master Rashi, noticing the golden-haired beauty approaching, smirked. He held no particular interest in her, or else he would have urged Son Goku to pursue her. Given Son Goku's naive disposition, he would likely have followed through. Yet he chose not to intervene. Remarkably, the blonde beauty had taken the initiative to approach them. How intriguing. Is this not Lan Chi? It seems you have come to me. Others may be oblivious to these matters, yet he is acutely aware. This pertains to Lan Chi, who has been gradually fading away after spending a considerable period under the tutelage of Master Rashi. Following the emergence of the Scion clan on Earth, arriving at such a juncture, one can only say that it is the will of fate. Given this, he is certain to accept Lan Chi. Although he is not the original lecherous Rashi, he is nonetheless a version of him, and having a beautiful woman by his side is undeniably pleasing to the eye. Thus, he led the two of them to a secluded location. Stop, this is a robbery. The trio had barely steadied themselves when Lan Chi, with her golden hair, eagerly leaped forward to confront them. Master Rashi remained unfazed, but with Son Goku present, there would certainly be no convoluted affairs. Should anything arise, it would undoubtedly be farcical, as expected. Rashi was merely feigning his lecherous demeanor, while Krillin genuinely exhibited his lascivious intentions. Lan Chi cast an annoyed glance at the two sleazy men, showing no fear of the firearm in her grasp. Just as she prepared to speak again, Son Goku's naive voice interjected. Robbery? What is that? Lan Chi, filled with fury, momentarily froze, staring at Son Goku as if he were a fool that a volley of bullets erupted from her weapon, all striking the ground before Goku. Enough chatter. Hand over all your valuables, you disgusting scoundrels. Son Goku, still bewildered, was ready to inquire further when Master Rashi interrupted from behind. Goku, they are here to rob us. They are the villains. First, subdue her. Upon hearing Rashi's words, Goku wasted no time. With a fierce grimace, he assumed a martial stance, feet positioned in a low stance, hands poised for attack. Why are you robbing us? No wonder you're using a gun against us. Lan Chi had never encountered someone indifferent in the face of firearms. It was her first experience with someone who did not tremble under the threat of her weapon. Leaving her stunned for a full 3 seconds, she swiftly ejected the magazine and replaced it, firing off several more rounds. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to die, quickly hand over your money. But this time, she could no longer act with impunity. With a series of agile movements, Goku deftly dodged the bullets. As he prepared to strike Lan Chi, Master Rashi felt a pang of irritation, thinking Krillin should have taken the lead. Fearing that Goku might not hold back, he called out loudly, Goku, show mercy. Prompted by Rashi's shout, Goku instinctively restrained his strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Chi collapsed to the ground, her fall swift and decisive. Krillin observed in astonishment, stuttering, Master Rashi, won't this result in a fatality? Rashi, with a serious expression, replied while uttering frivolous words, she is still breathing, so it won't be fatal. Now, we have someone to prepare our meals. Master Rashi remained calm, well aware that while the temper of the golden-haired Lan Chi was volatile, the blue-haired Lan Chi was genuinely gentle. Krillin tilted his head in confusion, not grasping Rashi's meaning. Let us go. Take her back. Chapter 43. The 6th day, the time for hunting on Bulma's side, There was no news from Master Rashi, and upon returning, she could not locate Broly. She could only anxiously return to West City. Immediately upon her return, she plunged into her laboratory. She experienced the profound despair of lacking power. Had she not trained, reaching her current level of achievement would not have mattered much to her. But now, as a martial artist with a combat power exceeding 100, it left her feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Faced with enemies, she felt utterly unqualified to even show her face that no, I cannot hope to catch up in training. But can't I excel in technology? A surge of determination welled within her. She vowed to pursue Broly and his companions. The feeling of helplessness was new to Bulma in her scientific endeavors. Nothing had ever posed a challenge, yet now she faced one. Mechanized suits, genetic serums, weapons were not viable. Bulma promptly dismissed part of her thoughts. No matter how powerful the weapon, her individual strength was insufficient to inflict any meaningful damage on formidable foes. Genetic serums could be a possibility, but they should only be used as a last resort. Mechanized suits held some potential now, but as enemies grew stronger, their efficacy would inevitably diminish. Nevertheless, they could serve as auxiliary support. What remained was Bulma, narrowed her eyes slightly. Just wait, Broly. I will soon be able to assist you. She chose to believe in Broly's ability to escape danger and focused on completing her research. Broly, too, held confidence, albeit temporarily beset by pursuers. It was merely a trivial matter. Such trivialities could be evaded in a heartbeat. Don't let me catch you. I won't let you off easily. The issue was not significant. But he could not shake the indignation brewing within him. Considering he had spent 11 years on Earth, it was reasonable that he had not provoked anyone without cause. Ugh, I have never provoked anyone. It was infuriating to be targeted without reason, and now he had to scurry about like a frightened dog. Who wouldn't he be upset? The key was that he could not escape. He could only buy himself some time. The pursuer behind him was like an unceasing machine, relentless in his pursuit even during bathroom breaks. Gathering a sphere of energy in his hand, he held it behind his back, watching as the foe closed in. Wait, can we talk? He shouted, curse your ancestors. The energy sphere hidden behind him was instantly released as he hurriedly dodged to the side. Couldn't you at least greet me before continuing your attack? You're making me look like the villain here. The opponent remained unperturbed, sending a dark beam of energy hurtling toward him. Broly, having long since prepared, unleashed his light-based skills with abandon. The figure in the black robe, with purple eyes, glimmered with a red light, enveloped in a pitch-black shield that he advanced with the shield, unfazed by Broly's light attacks. Broly was no fool. Engaging in a head-on clash was clearly foolish. He turned to flee. Earth was vast, and he was curious. After all, it was not yet the time to exhaust his options, and those he cared for were not in danger. Come on. If you can't catch me, you my grandson. Ugh, I have no grandson like you. Broly taunted, his demeanor consistent. He merely appeared calm and collected while harboring more inner thoughts than anyone else. Thus began Broly's journey of escape. Lasting several days. During this time, Son Goku and the others' martial arts tournament approached its conclusion. Unsurprisingly, Krillin had been eliminated early, failing to make it to the top 4. In contrast, Son Goku found himself in a fierce contest for the title of the strongest in the world. Bowing respectfully, curiously, he scrutinized his enigmatic opponent. I'm attacking now. His adversary remained silent. Goku, undeterred, immediately assumed an offensive stance, closing the distance step by step. With a forceful stomp, he struck the arena, his tail deftly swaying as he approached his opponent with remarkable speed. A punch, ineffective. Another punch, still ineffective. 2 consecutive kicks were easily deflected by his opponent. With a swift elbow turn, the opponent finally shifted their footing. Yet as soon as they moved, Goku found himself retreating. How impressive, he exclaimed in admiration. Let's go again. With that, he charged once more, approaching with short, quick steps. This time, Goku chose not to engage in brute force, but instead employed his monkey fist technique to distract his opponent. Still, it proved futile. His opponent remained too composed, seemingly anticipating Goku's every move. Master Rashi, Krillin, this truly exemplifies the existence of realms beyond realms. However, every move and technique of Wukong has been discerned by his opponent, placing him at a disadvantage. Indeed, you possess a decent understanding of the situation. Master Rashi harbors this very thought. Amongst the spectators, there are but a few who can perceive such nuances. The majority believe that Sun Wukong's dynamic maneuvers are successfully suppressing his adversary, cheering him on fervently. Only those with genuine prowess recognize that Wukong's efforts are merely futile struggles, devoid of efficacy. Prolonged combat is ill-advised. What then shall we do, Master Wutian? It appears that Sun Wukong is destined to lose. Upon hearing Master Rashi's explanation, Krillin was naturally engulfed in anxiety, pounding his fists repeatedly. Krillin, you are overly concerned. I have consistently emphasized that martial arts encompass both technique and philosophy. Technique is the foundation, while philosophy is the path of cultivation. Without the path, one is left with mere emptiness. The practice of martial arts serves to strengthen the body and ward off ailments, to protect the meek and stand against tyranny, and to foster a profound appreciation for life and nature, reminding one never to indulge in reckless bravado. Krillin was momentarily taken aback. What nonsense is this? Are we not to engage in combat on the arena? Moreover, even if I were to act recklessly, could I ever match Sun Wukong, that martial fanatic? On what grounds do you dismiss my capabilities? Yet, he reluctantly acquiesced. Master Rashi, perceptive as ever, noted the indignation in Krillin's eyes, yet remained unfazed. His teachings were undoubtedly sincere, but the extent of Krillin's development would ultimately hinge upon his own fortune. He could offer no further assistance, as his own burdens were numerous. Just as with Broly, trials were essential, yet it was impossible for him to intervene each time. What he sought was not Broly's gratitude, but rather the strength that could one day aid him. If every encounter with a formidable foe necessitated his intervention, he might as well invest in nurturing another candidate. Sun Wukong certainly possesses potential, yet he is undeniably the least prioritized individual. His Nav-vet is staggering. Were Broly to learn of Master Rashi's sentiments, he would undoubtedly find the entire situation absurd. Calculating the time, he had been evading for 6 days, with a creature trailing him for the same duration. Now, he felt confident in his ability to eliminate his pursuer. In fact, on the 5th day, he had already believed he could vanquish the monster behind him. However, after 5 days of relentless pursuit, the absence of something trailing him would be unsettling. Hence, he continued westward. Today, they were on the brink of entering West City. He could no longer delay the inevitable confrontation. Sensing the unusual shifts within his body, he realized that his vital energy was not entering his cells, but rather circulating through his meridians and acupoints. An unexpected advantage, a satisfied smile, crept upon Broly's lips. The moment of my hunt is nigh. Soaring silently in the air, surrounded by mountains, the likelihood of being spotted was minimal. He would simply wait for his opponent to take the bait. Chapter 44. With all my might, annihilate the foe. The opponent's strength was formidable, perhaps even superior. Had it not been for Broly's agile and cunning maneuvers, he would have been caught long ago. Even so, after merely 15 minutes of waiting, the black-clad creature had finally closed the distance. This time, Broly had learned his lesson. He refrained from exchanging words and launched directly into combat. A resounding clash echoed as his fist collided with that of the black-robed monster. There was indeed something there. As their fists met, a surge of power erupted, and the opponent, caught off guard, was sent sprawling. A flicker of joy momentarily lit up Broly's eyes. This was the first time he had managed to shake his adversary. Again, Broly's fists rained down upon his foe, each strike delivered with 80% of his strength, followed by a subsequent release of 40%. Thus, he kept pushing the creature back. However, Broly's exhilaration was short-lived. He understood that with his current prowess, defeating his opponent was still a distant goal. Yet he remained confident. Having dared to confront his enemy head-on, he felt assured. With a sudden pivot, his elbow was seized firmly by the creature's coarse hand. Broly did not betray any signs of panic. That a brilliant light emanated from his elbow as he unleashed an energy attack. This was his devised strategy, though it was still insufficient, as the energy blast momentarily repelled his opponent. He swiftly pressed the advantage. "Monster, are you not afraid of injury?" With that, the 3 meteorites within him began to whirl uncontrollably, thickening the vital energy coursing through his body with the intent of his heart. The energy manifested in his hands, taking its raw form without transforming into any flashy techniques. "Allow me to treat you to something special." Clenching his fists, he aimed a powerful strike directly at the creature's temple. The black-robed entity refused to succumb to Broly's onslaught. It quickly raised its hand to block. Broly feigned a strike, then executed a swift turn, allowing his tail to whip fiercely against the creature's armpit, striking the first rib's front. This acupoint, known as the Zhongmin, is one of the 36 lethal points. Even a blow to it would leave the toughest adversary reeling. Witnessing this, Broly felt a surge of delight within. It was evident that he could conserve his strength. Ha! Young one, your doom approaches. Although you are a monster devoid of consciousness, your days of ease are at an end. Even if you are pitiful, you cannot compare to my plight. As he spoke, he incessantly unleashed attacks, denying his opponent a moment to breathe, while internally mocking himself as if he were the villain. His lethal moves were finally unleashed. An overwhelming surge of vital energy erupting from his hands, piercing toward the creature's temple, but a strike to the sun, and the mute gate shall surely summon the king of hell. Though perhaps not quite so exaggerated. It was undeniable that the creature could not maintain its current strength for much longer. The smirk of triumph danced upon Broly's lips, his eyebrows arching like a crescent moon. "All the suffering you have inflicted upon me shall now be returned in kind." He raised his legs, launching a fierce kick aimed at the creature's Zusanli. The Zusanli is one of 2 longevity points, yet it is also a rare lethal point within the lower limbs. Belonging to the stomach meridian, a heavy blow to it would result in numbness and impaired mobility. With 3 lethal points targeted simultaneously, the abdominal strike had already landed. Any of the remaining 2 would further exacerbate the creature's injuries. Though it was not overtly visible, the threat to its well-being would undoubtedly plummet to near zero. The roar erupted as the creature's enchanting violet eyes flashed crimson. Broly felt no fear. Rather, he reveled in the reaction. This was a sign of a critical hit. The opponent was growing desperate. He simply needed to endure this tempest, and the rest would be trivial. Crossing his arms over his chest, he braced for the impending damage. Knowing that to abstain from it would be to deny his opponent any semblance of respect. As anticipated, the creature delivered a powerful blow, its fist crashing down with tremendous force. The Broly's strength was insufficient to withstand it, and he was sent plummeting into the mountainous terrain. Before the dust had settled, the black-clad monster had already charged in after him. Who fears whom? A blinding beam of light surged forth, relentlessly assaulting the creature. Roar! MMP! Broly unleashed energy with one hand, while hastily firing energy blasts with the other. Within the mountains, dust swirled chaotically. Broly's dual energy release could not hold back the onslaught, let alone a single hand. He swiftly carved a path for his escape. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed away. The creature showed no signs of relenting, its dark beam striking the ground and creating an unfathomably deep crater. Trees surrounding the area were coated in dust, only to be swept away by the ensuing gale, taking with them the leaves that clung to them. The remaining branches, unable to bear the weight of the dust, crumbled to the ground. Broly patted his chest, exclaiming in relief, "That was close, too close." After a moment of reflection, his gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon the ground. That creature remains unresolved. I cannot afford to let my guard down. Breath, he sensed something amiss with the other party's aura. It appeared to remain at 8,000 without fluctuation, yet this 8,000 seemed almost illusory. Thus, Kelly extended his hands, palms facing downward and claw-like, as a dazzling radiance erupted once more, with a flicker of intent. The energy orbs between his palms began to rotate in opposite directions. In a swift turn, Kelly hurled the energy orbs forth. Go. Beneath the haze, the opponent's roar echoed once again. Roar, following a thunderous explosion. A cloud of dust enveloped the scene. Kelly could no longer contain the elation swelling within him. With these 2 strikes, the adversary was surely gravely wounded, if not dead. Kelly remained still, and the opponent did not act hastily either. Once the dust settled, Kelly was perplexed. The opponent's eyes had transformed from purple to a furious red, interspersed with shades of black and white. It resembled the eyes of an ordinary person, severely bloodshot. Now manifesting their current state, A terrifying possibility dawned on Borowickelli, his expression darkening. Could it be? Undeterred, he charged forward. The opponent's condition had deteriorated significantly. In a head-on confrontation, he now had the upper hand. After a few minutes of back and forth, Borowickelli seized the opportunity to strike 3 vital points, causing the opponent to tumble into a deep pit, unable to rise, only able to roar in frustration. Borowickelli remained unhurried, calmly observing. 10 minutes later, he gazed upon the diminished figure, with half-red eyes, and his expression soured. Originally standing at approximately 2.2 meters, shrouded in a dark cloak, he had not noticed until now. What a scoundrel! Could it be that someone is conducting experiments on ordinary people? Borowickelli's eyes burned crimson as he swiftly attacked the opponent. This time, it was no longer a contest of equals. He dominated the fight. The adversary resisted for over 20 minutes, but was ultimately reduced to nothingness by Borowickelli's onslaught. What did it matter to him if others were using ordinary people for experiments? He was enraged by the fact that someone was targeting him, and yet he could not identify the puppet master behind it all. This was unacceptable. He could not remain passive any longer. He had to find a way to uncover the hidden orchestrator. Borowickelli surveyed the desolate surroundings, and the image of Master Rashi surfaced in his mind. He should be participating in a martial arts tournament with Sun Wukong right now. He wondered how they were faring. Shaking his head, Borowickelli soared into the sky. Chapter 45. Reunion. Bulma's delight. Naturally, Sun Wukong, who had been preoccupied with thoughts of Borowickelli, faced defeat. Observing the calm demeanor of his opponent, he conceded with a light knock to his head. "You are truly formidable. In my current state, I am no match for you." The middle-aged man remained as serene as a still lake. Curiosity piqued, Sun Wukong inquired, "Why do you refuse to speak? Are you mute?" Such a question would typically provoke fury in most, yet his opponent displayed remarkable composure, remaining unperturbed. "Hey, would you like to join me? My friend Borowickelli is also quite powerful." If Borowickelli were aware that he was considered a friend in Sun Wukong's eyes, he would undoubtedly be profoundly grateful. Such esteem should be acknowledged. However, the middle-aged man remained indifferent to Sun Wukong's words, simply collecting his prize and departing. How strange! Krillin and Master Rashi entered. "Wukong, you are truly impressive." At this moment, Krillin cheered for Sun Wukong. Moreover, after this experience, he was even more convinced of Sun Wukong's prowess that, of course, he did not concede defeat. He resolved to surpass Sun Wukong in the future, yet this did not hinder his current admiration. Having personally engaged in battle, he knew that none of his opponents were weak, and that Sun Wukong had achieved second place in a tournament filled with strong contenders only deepened his respect. The fierce competition for the championship was witnessed by him in its entirety, and he had no reason to feel jealousy over Sun Wukong's stellar performance. Master Rashi said nothing more, merely offering him a brief commendation. His keen insight revealed that Sun Wukong had not fought at full strength. However, based on his encounters with the competitors he had arranged, Sun Wukong undeniably proved to be a genius in battle, far superior to that imbecile Bulma. And no one knew the origins of Master Rashi, yet he seemed intimately familiar with this place, having observed Borowickelli's battle during the championship round without missing a detail. All while also keeping a watchful eye on Sun Wukong's martial arts tournament and Borowickelli's fight against the puppet, to be frank, Borowickelli's combat was exasperating to behold. Had Sun Wukong possessed such strength, he would have charged in and eliminated the puppet long ago. Borowickelli had barely sustained any injuries, taking 6 days to wear down his opponent. Such a fighting style bore no resemblance to that of Sion. Should he impose some pressure on him? At this level, when could he possibly become formidable? Halfway through his thoughts, he shook his head. It was not yet appropriate to place too much pressure on him. After all, he was not a reckless individual like Sun Wukong. That it was better to observe how far his scientific endeavors could progress if he successfully carved a path in the fusion of science and martial arts. He would be deemed a genius, ultimately earning a place among the elite. Krillin, being an astute individual, swiftly sensed something was amiss with Master Rashi and quickly inquired, "Master Rashi, what is wrong?" "Oh, nothing. I merely suggested we bring Launch along and return to the island." However, Sun Wukong shook his head. "Master Rashi, I wish to train for a period." "Oh." Master Rashi regarded Sun Wukong with a profound expression. This journey would mark the beginning of Sun Wukong's ascent, first eliminating the nefarious Red Ribbon Army, encountering Tao Pai Pai along the way, then ascending Karin Tower, and ultimately returning to participate in the martial arts tournament, where he would once again miss out on the championship. Subsequently, the Great Calamity would unfold, with the arrival of the Demon King Piccolo, whom Sun Wukong would defeat, followed by the emergence of Piccolo Jr. aside from the Scion Prince Vegeta. The strongest warriors in the Dragon Ball universe would gather around Sun Wukong, a figure with a pure and kind heart, whose many whimsical antics somehow inspired trust among everyone. Old man. Oh, what is it, Wukong? Then I will be off on my flying Nimbus. Master Rashi looked at Wukong. Originally, he should indeed take the Nimbus this time, but with Sun Wukong's battle power reaching 600, he could easily proceed to the next step. This should have occurred after the fortune-telling lady's time. But since that was the case, Master Rashi's expression turned serious. No, Wukong, since you have chosen a train, you must resolutely forego the Nimbus. Then how will I train? Since it is training, you should measure the Earth's length with your feet, gauge its width with your hands, and comprehend its nature with your heart. Sun Wukong looked at Master Rashi in confusion. Master Rashi, what do you mean? Oh dear. Master Rashi and Krillin collectively fell over, then got back up. In any case, rely solely on your feet to complete this trial. Well then, farewell. Although Sun Wukong still did not fully understand, he earnestly agreed and then dashed away. His innocence led him to believe that once a decision was made, immediate action was required. Procrastination was not an option. Watching Sun Wukong's retreating figure, Krillin said, "Let's go back as well, that if you wish to catch up with Sun Wukong's training progress, you must work even harder." Master Rashi, Krillin, the Sea Turtle, and the newly joined launch made their way back to Master Rashi's humble abode. Kelly, when we meet again, will you surprise me? Beneath the seemingly hunched silhouette, Master Rashi's heart brimmed with anticipation. Possessing the innate bloodline of a scion, coupled with the guidance of past scientific endeavors and the accumulation of knowledge in this life, could Broly truly reach the heights of that individual? He was filled with eager expectation in West City, at Dr. Brief's grand estate. Broly descended, tea present. He was decidedly reluctant to enter through the main door, for how to explain himself to the onlookers. That was a matter for Dr. Brief to address, not his concern. Broly had returned. "Auntie," Broly called out awkwardly, gazing at the stunning beauty standing at the entrance with a bright smile. After all these years, being left alone with Mrs. Brief still felt rather peculiar to him. "Are you going out on a date with me? I can offer much more than Bulma," she teased. That Broly's expression stiffened, and he replied uncomfortably, "No, that's not necessary. And oh dear, what a pity. Would you like something to drink? Coffee, tea, or cola? Orange juice, please, Annie." After a brief silence, Broly still politely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, oh my. After all these years, you remain so courteous. Just wait for me a moment," Mrs. Brief said before turning to head back inside. Broly had intended to seek out Bulma, but now he had to suppress that urge. Leaving now would be impolite. Thus he stood there, and before long, Mrs. Brief had not returned. Instead, Bulma rushed over in a flurry. Bulma. Broly felt a surge of emotion as he observed Bulma's anxious yet joyful demeanor. Simultaneously, he felt reassured by the fact that the young girl adhered to his words. If she were to act recklessly, she would not appear so at ease. Thankfully, she was obedient. He would not entertain the thought that Bulma had not sought out Master Rashi. Bulma threw herself into his arms. "What have you been doing for 6 days? I was so worried." Gently stroking Bulma's back, he replied, "Don't worry, I'm back now." The sight of the towering Bulma, who stood over 1.60 meters, clinging to Broly, who was but a small lad of 145, was rather comical. Yet Bulma paid no mind to such trivialities, her voice trembling with concern. "You scare me to death. What on earth happened?" Broly held her close, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure, but I have a feeling someone has been watching me." Bulma immediately lifted her head. "What? Was it that same monster from last time?" Bulma hesitated, then a thought struck her. Could it be Master Rashi? No, it shouldn't be him. He lacks the kind of aura, and likely has not encountered those puppets. Broly was well aware that to create such monsters without being tainted by that decayed aura was nearly impossible. Master Rashi bore no such mark. Broly merely found Master Rashi a bit peculiar, yet he did not believe the old man would create trouble for him or put him in peril. Little did he know that the one he had initially ruled out was, in fact, the mastermind behind it all, one who had repeatedly taken covert actions against him. When the truth eventually came to light, he would undoubtedly be furious. Hearing a sensitive word, Bulma questioned, "Puppets?" "Indeed, puppets," Broly mused, his expression thoughtful. "The true mastermind remains concealed in the shadows. I find it curious that I have been residing in this estate, rarely venturing out. Who could I have offended? Should I investigate? No need. For now, this is the best outcome. However, I return to inform you that I plan to venture out." "Why? Are we afraid of him?" "You're back now. I can just arrange for more technology to be here. Do not act impulsively, Bulma." "Listen to me," Broly said, calmingly advising her. Just then, a voice interrupted from the side. "Oh dear, am I interrupting your date?" Bulma's face flushed crimson as she quickly released her hold on Broly. "Mother, please don't say such things." "Oh, my daughter is turning her elbow outward, disdainful of her mother." Bulma stared wide-eyed at her mother. Stepping away from Broly, she hurried over to Mrs. Brief. "Mother, all right, you continue your serious discussion. I won't disturb you." Mrs. Brief, with a cheerful smile, placed the orange juice on a nearby table and waved her hand. "Take your time. By the way, Broly, after your date with Bulma, would you like to go out with me?" "Mother," Mrs. Brief, still smiling, turned to leave, leaving Bulma blushing in embarrassment. Broly, however, paid little attention to such matters. He had more pressing issues at hand and could not afford to linger here for long. "Bulma, listen to me about something serious." Go ahead." Bulma quickly adjusted her demeanor, attentively regarding Broly, whose expression had grown grave. Although she sensed something troubling was afoot, she listened earnestly, her demeanor markedly different from her usual impatience. The true mastermind remains unfound, and there are many such puppets. This you need not doubt. It is inevitable. Thus, the urgency now is for me to separate from you all and venture out alone. Why? Because they are coming for me. I do not know why, but I must take this course of action. This is West City, one of the nation's 5 largest cities, and with you and your uncle and aunt here, I cannot allow the battlefield to be here. I must leave, drawing both the mastermind's gaze and the puppet's attacks away. I isn't that dangerous. I'll go with you. No, Broly immediately declined. That would be too perilous. Your current strength is insufficient to face such a battle. The best way you can assist me now is to protect yourself, to research more advanced technology, preferably technology beneficial for cultivation. Very well. Surprisingly, Bulma did not throw a tantrum. She understood that this was the best choice, and she had already been contemplating and acting in this manner. Her thoughts aligned perfectly with Broly's, but seeing him return had momentarily clouded her judgment. Now is not the time for lengthy discussions to avoid further puppet attacks. I must depart quickly and will not return to West City for some time, unless I can unearth the mastermind. Is there anything you need? Shaking his head, Broly replied, I only need to take Pilaf with me. Bulma displayed a peculiar expression. Those 3 troublemakers are a package deal. You'll likely have to take them all. Broly paused, perplexed. Not all of them understand science. I thought that castle was built by Pilaf? No, but they are almost always inseparable, and no matter how Pilaf treats them, they remain fiercely loyal to him. It must be said that Pilaf's research capabilities are commendable, albeit slightly inferior to those of her father. However, he truly exploits his 2 subordinates whenever possible. Curiously, despite their frequent blunders and cowardly demeanor, the 2 subordinates remain steadfastly loyal, inseparable in life and death. If they were to be taken by Broly, it could indeed prove beneficial. The physical laboratory of the Energy Storage Mobile Lab would not be frequented by Broly, allowing Pilaf to utilize it effectively, providing him with some assistance, and maintaining regular contact with others. How is it that such favorable conditions here fail to entice those 2? Bringing them along would be futile and merely cumbersome. Bulma is equally bemused. Those 3 antagonists possess a certain charm. Broly, feeling uneasy, recalls the moment he sought out the puppet, only to be inexplicably and silently assaulted. Why are the villains pursuing him not endearing? He has wronged no one, nevertheless. He decides to take them along. Engaging in other endeavors is always an option. Very well. Hasten your preparations, for I too have experiments to conduct, and should I succeed, it will undoubtedly be of great benefit to you. But do not forget to provide me with the gravity ring. You must also dedicate time to its study. Bulma gazes at Broly in shock. Is 32 times gravity insufficient? At times, you may endure 8 times gravity, yet absolutely cannot withstand 9 times. The increase is not merely a matter of doubling. Significant breakthroughs in all aspects of the body are necessary. Presently, such intensity is unnecessary, but once I break through again, it will no longer suffice. Bulma feels a sense of relief. Had the gravity ring she painstakingly developed proven entirely ineffective for Broly, it would have been quite disheartening. However, if one is to prepare for the future, that is an entirely different matter. Rest assured, I am aware by the way, Bulma, regarding the techniques, I have already developed the first layer. You can begin your training, as it is quite simple. With your intelligence, there should be no significant issues. Once I discover a new location, I will inform you. Bulma expresses her concern. Will you not teach me before you leave? I am worried that I may not be able to grasp it. Fear not. You will undoubtedly succeed. I am in the early stages. We can communicate frequently, and for the time being, I will only be seeking desolate and remote areas that I will return whenever I can. You need not worry. In that case, please prepare quickly. Bulma is not urging him to leave in the 6 days since their acquaintance began. This is the longest they have been apart. This time, maybe even longer. Yet they have no choice. Chapter 47. The path of research, new achievements. Broly acts for their safety. Bulma is eager to conduct research and keep pace with Broly. The enemy is too formidable. Her involvement now would be pointless. The only thing she can do is to avoid complicating matters while striving to improve herself. Beyond that, excessive words would only reveal ignorance. Very well. I will accompany Pilaf and the others. Oolong will remain behind. Broly is not one to dawdle. There is no need to rush at this moment. The enemy's response from behind cannot be so swift. Safety is not an immediate concern, but matters of cultivation cannot be overlooked. The goal seems not only distant, but increasingly unattainable, as if shrouded in layers of fog that push against him, threatening to devour him, compelling him to hasten his progress. Well, then, Oolong serves little purpose. Not quite. You should keep him for now. Why? Bulma furrows her brow, puzzled by Broly's words. He has never been fond of Oolong. That it is fine. Simply leave him here. Once I resolve the hidden enemies behind me, I will return to study him. Study what? He can transform. Are you not intrigued? But isn't that a matter of zoology? Bulma still cannot fully comprehend. Indeed, humans are also animals, primates, to be precise. Bulma is left speechless, opting not to elaborate further. Let us go together. Broly reaches for the orange juice Mrs. Brief sent over. Taking a sip, Bulma, with a look of pure bliss, accepts it and savors a sip. Hey, you just drank a third of it. What? It is but a small amount. Observing Bulma's slightly improved mood, Broly's unease temporarily dissipates. How could he not notice Bulma's forced smile? Their separation this time could last a long while. The helplessness of adulthood often feels so hollow. He reflects on the pressures of his previous life, still unable to afford a car or a house, and the potential devastation of a misstep in this life. Clenching his fists in silence. Just wait, I will return when everything is ready. Suddenly, Bulma recalls by the way, should we prepare more high-energy nutrient solutions? No need. I am researching a more advanced nutrient solution and already have some leads. Bulma nods, feeling completely reassured. Very well. Then you all must depart quickly. And remember to think of me. Broly gazes at Bulma's exquisite face and slender figure, suppressing his impulses as he turns to leave. Pilaf and his companions cannot fly, and he certainly cannot carry them all aloft. The gravity rings on his limbs radiate a blue glow as Broly strides away with determination. Only Bulma remains behind. Silently shedding a few tears as Broly disappears, Bulma turns back to the laboratory. She too has experiments to conduct, and the thoughts in her mind are not easily executed. Sitting in the car, Broly allows Ash to drive along the main road. The scenery outside whizzes by as Broly gazes through the window, his mind occupied with other matters. Should he bring son Wukong along? However, his recent experiments have no relevance to him. And besides, Wukong is thriving under Master Rashi's tutelage. Laying a solid foundation for future breakthroughs, Broly chooses to forego this idea. After all, he can manage the upcoming tasks alone. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Wukong has already left Master Rashi's side, opting to venture out for training. This journey is nothing short of exhilarating. The two individuals beside him are exceedingly anxious, but Broly pays them no mind, choosing to close his eyes as he contemplates at sir. Broly keeps his eyes shut. Sir, where are we headed? Anywhere, just find a desolate place. Broly had not previously informed them of his intentions, which frightens the three. Their minds immediately conjure images of arriving in a remote location only to be swiftly eliminated by Broly. Squeak! Ash slams on the brakes. Pilaf and Mai, caught off guard, lurch forward. Ash, what are you doing? The two, filled with dread, scold him while anxiously glancing at Broly, fearful that he may eliminate them at any moment. Broly remains unfazed, still with his eyes closed, envisioning their frightened expressions. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming you. Pilaf's technological prowess is adequate. I require your assistance in scientific research. The previously anxious trio exhales in relief. And Pilaf swells with pride. Naturally, I'm not boasting. My abilities are quite remarkable, perhaps even the third best in the world, though. Is Bulma more formidable? Broly seems unconcerned by his audacity, merely inquiring casually. Well, just a bit. Pilaf quickly loses his bravado, responding sheepishly, do not entertain any ill thoughts. At present, no weapon can harm me. Even if I am caught off guard without any protection, it remains the same. Bulma issued a rather lackluster threat to them before retreating back into the recesses of his mind. System, is there any progress? The answer came back negative. Damn. It's not as straightforward as he claimed. It seemed that he would have to wait until he found a suitable location to conduct the energy accumulation and mobility experiment himself. He harbored a notion that it should be feasible. Upon reaching the end of the road, he unexpectedly found himself before the vast ocean. Wait for me, he declared before soaring into the sky. Intent on seeking out a fitting island amidst the S.E.B. By the time everything was set in motion, the night sky was adorned with countless stars. You all practice on your own, he instructed, before disappearing into the laboratory. His physical prowess was not something these insignificant beings could compare to. His primary objective now was to develop a new high-energy nutrient block, and he would not consider creating the Scion nutrient solution at this stage. The value of that substance was beyond comprehension, and aside from the peculiar universal capsule on Earth, he was uncertain if anything could rival in Bulma's eyes. The universal capsule of Earth was akin to a cheat code. Moreover, given that Earth was not connected to interstellar travel, it was likely that nothing existed beyond it. He held no lofty expectations. He merely aimed to manufacture a second-generation energy block with energy levels below 1,000. Currently, he could achieve an 80-degree scale, and breaking through the 100 mark did not seem overly challenging. He simply needed to pinpoint the right direction. 10 days later, with the assistance of Pilaf, he successfully completed the first step. When the experimental product emerged, Bulma examined the milky white energy block in his hands. System, does it meet the criteria? Yes. Pilaf's contribution primarily focused on functionality. The new energy block's core energy was derived entirely from the sun, carbon dioxide in the air, and water. The 100-degree scale was indeed satisfactory, that if he carried a dozen of these nutrient blocks and encountered the black-robed, purple-eyed adversary again, he would not need to flee, but could instead outlast them. System, what is my current combat power? Chapter 48. Satellite Realm. A new change even within the confines of the laboratory. He did not slacken his training. He was aware of his power increase, though not precisely. 5,200, he mused, which aligned closely with his expectations. Arriving at the seaside, he tossed the energy block into his mouth and savored it thoughtfully. It's slightly more palatable than the first level, with a more pronounced sweetness and a satisfying fullness. The dilution occurs rapidly, and once his body's nutrition reaches 80, the energy release rate might even slow down further. Bulma nodded in satisfaction. System, continue developing the second generation. According to his vision, the second generation would be divided into 4 scales, categorized by energy value. The first tier should be at 100 degrees, the second tier at 300, followed by 500 and then 800. That this scale was the most appropriate, establishing a standard for the system to operate. The first research was challenging, the second slow, and the third would employ the system's efficient methods. By the fourth, the system should be able to conduct research autonomously without requiring his involvement. Otherwise, the system would merely serve as a detector. Bulma did not dwell on this issue. The next steps would be considerably more difficult. The biological battlesuit was undoubtedly necessary. Standing on the beach, with the sea breeze enveloping him, he gazed up at the starry sky. Not only was it essential, but it also needed to be exceptionally powerful and multifunctional. "Sir, dinner's ready, and no need. You all eat." After responding, Bulma observed the 3 of them lost in thought that he realized he needed to depart. The subsequent content was limited, and Pilaf could not assist him, whether it concerned the biological battlesuit, controlling the stars, or researching the psion physiology. These were not Pilaf's strong suits. For those tasks, he required Son Goku's help. The second layer of the technique had been completed. Bulma squinted slightly. What a coincidence. He thought little of it. Transmit it to me. Upon receiving the knowledge of the second layer of training in his mind, he understood that his technique would align with his combat power. Moreover, once the second layer was completed, he would surpass the combat power of others in the same realm by at least 5 times. In terms of pure strength, speed, energy, and reflexes, he would excel. Should he devise new techniques, his power would grow even further. The second layer still comprised 3 dantians. Each would not only double the intensity of the accumulated energy, but also increase the total quantity, resulting in a 6-fold advantage over others. This level of combat power was unparalleled. Without a second thought, he soared into the sky once more. Upon discovering a small, desolate island, Bulma settled into a meditative posture and began to circulate his energy as per the system's transmission method. Soon, the meteorite energy within his 3 dantians began to spin faster and faster, gradually forming an elliptical sphere. Subsequently, a new meteorite appeared not far from it. Rather than fleeing, this meteorite began to orbit the newly formed elliptical sphere in a systematic manner. Is this the satellite realm? Combat power between 110,000. Sitting quietly, he controlled the chi within his body to flow along specific meridians, and the spheres in the 3 dantians became increasingly smooth, with the small meteorites orbiting them in a highly organized fashion. Bulma observed silently, refraining from interference, as he quietly transported his chi. Unexpectedly, a new transformation occurred, resembling an actual satellite. However, how could this be? There was no need for intellect. His strength remained so feeble that it seemed impossible for him to engage with such complex phenomena. The satellites and meteorites in the upper, middle, and lower dantians did not follow identical trajectories. There were some deviations, yet most resembled scenes he had witnessed before. System. What is the essence of this? He inquired. Speak plainly. His body autonomously operated. No, this isn't right. Bulma attempted to halt the process, sensing that something was amiss with this technique. This time, there were no unforeseen complications. However, the satellites and meteorites within him did not alter despite his cessation of energy circulation. The entire satellite system continued to operate, and not only that, the meteorites orbited around the satellite, while the satellite's trajectory seemed to revolve around 2 fixed points, albeit subtly, if one were to map out the paths of their movement. The patterns would become starkly clear. Among them, the lower dantian's movement mirrored the moon's orbit around the Earth and the Sun. Could it be that the satellites and meteorites within me truly resemble a planetary satellite? Is it possible for my body to indeed forge a galaxy? What would I become then? A god of creation? Bulma sat motionless, perplexed by this astonishing spectacle. If the 3 energy spheres within him were to coalesce into a galaxy, it would be utterly absurd. To suggest that such evolution could occur at later stages of cultivation was one thing, but to witness the evolution of satellites at this nascent stage of his journey was a different matter altogether. Would the next step be the appearance of planets, followed by stars, and eventually life? Yet he was still a mere infant on the path of cultivation. This was simply too exaggerated. It isn't that, but rather a passive influence of the cosmic rules. Not as you imagine. The paths they follow are indeed reflective of your experiences. Bulma expression soured. The system elucidated once more. Your strength is still limited to the satellites and meteorites formed by your chi. Within the three dansons, they are entities. Once they exit the dansons, they become ethereal. The changes you see are merely projections of the cosmic rules reflected within your dansons. They are not tangible realities. These paths hold no significance and cannot provide a force field or any other assistance. They are merely propelled by your energy. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Bulma remained unconvinced. However, based on classifications, my combat power is merely in the thousands. Do others with similar power also receive projections of cosmic rules? Not at all. The things you create have never manifested in this universe. You are essentially forging a new path. Bulma initially found it hard to believe. Exclaiming, "Isn't this nonsense?" he then cautiously inquired, "What impact does it have?" Currently, there is no discernible effect, merely a matter of your comfort level. What should I do about my subsequent techniques? It wasn't that Bulma was being overly anxious. He was well aware of the two current realms, and even had a vague notion of the subsequent stages. Yet, thoughts are just thoughts, should the cosmic rules suddenly seek him out due to his anomaly. Rest assured, from what I understand, this universe does not possess a so-called heavenly path, and there are no terrifying figures watching over you. What utter nonsense! How do you know? I have no idea. Furthermore, what about those lurking in the shadows? Ready to undermine me? My observations over these past 10 years lead me to conclude that your focus is solely on fixed individuals and matters. Bulma faltered. The system's assertions were not without merit. How could he possibly record such a multitude of details? Yet he remained unconvinced. Chapter 49. Master Rashi and Body Techniques. Yet, you cannot claim that from these past years, one can directly comprehend the cosmic rules. The system had already clarified, according to my knowledge. Damn it, playing with words. I detest such individuals. Silently scoffing, Bulma attempted to calm his turbulent mind. Despite his efforts, he still felt inadequate. From his previous life to his current existence. From birth to being scrutinized, to his initial techniques, and now. This goal seemed exceedingly tough. All of this led Bulma to reminisce about certain fantasies from his past life, that if he had been a farmer, leading a simple life, he might have remained unscathed. However, if one were a cicada pupa, troubles would surely arise. Working 996, buying a house, raising children, dealing with endless affairs. Yet, the moment one lies down and becomes a mere plaything, all matters dissipate. Bulma felt precisely this way. However, he was unwilling to surrender. Even a mere man's rage could spill blood. He did not wish to lie down. He desired to be a cicada pupa, either breaking free or perishing. From the day he was cast aside until he regained consciousness, he vowed to seize control of his destiny and not remain powerless. Alas, the road ahead is daunting, and I simply lack strength. Turning back, he resolved to entrust the development of biological battle suits to the system, planning to follow along when time permitted, off to Master Rashi to seek out Sun Wukong. As for the others, they would remain, awaiting his return. With determination, he departed from the seaside, after giving all necessary instructions and retracting the energy-absorbing mobile laboratory. He soared into the sky, watching Bulma's retreating figure. Ashu ventured, "My lord, do you think we can?" "Fool! What are you thinking?" Xiao Wu interjected, unable to contain herself. "But, my lord, I believe he's quite amiable, far better than Bulma's incessant demands." Pilaf could no longer contain his fury. "You imbeciles, do you not see how he has exploited me?" Xiao Wu murmured, "But you seem to enjoy it. You run about far more cheerfully than we do." Pilaf was taken aback, then loudly feigned indignation. "That does not change the fact that he is a villain, draining my intellect." "Pilaf, your research skills are lacking compared to theirs." Enraged, Pilaf swiftly delivered a sharp blow to Ashu. "Are you seeking death?" The two fell silent. Pilaf composed himself and spoke earnestly. "Regardless, it is unlikely he will teach us martial arts. Why not give it a try, Pilaf? You are a genius in research. He needs you to as long as you propose it." "There shouldn't be a significant issue." Flattered by Xiao Wu's praise, Pilaf grinned broadly. Indeed, I shall wait for his return and request it. With my capabilities, he cannot defy me. The two sycophants hurriedly continued their flattery. Had Pilaf possessed a tail, it would have been wagging off his body by now. Meanwhile, Bulma faced a slight predicament. With his current battle power exceeding 5,000, it would take him merely 2 to 3 hours to reach Master Rashi. Upon landing on the island, aside from Krillin, who was diligently training, he only saw Master Rashi reclining on a beach chair, leisurely fanning himself, accompanied by a large sea turtle. Master Rashi, he said, adjusting his glasses. It's Bulma. What brings you here? Observing the scene, Bulma refrained from immediately disclosing his purpose and inquired, Master Rashi, what became of the monster you sealed last time? Master Rashi sat up. What's the matter? I merely wish to see if my current strength is sufficient to defeat it. Cursing inwardly at the cunning of Master Rashi, he maintained an impassive expression. The sealed glass vial has been cast into the deep sea. It should be impossible to retrieve. Bulma's voice fell in disappointment. Yet he did not pursue the topic further. By the way, Master Rashi, when I first met you, you were pursuing that monster. Are you familiar with it? Master Rashi shot him a sidelong glance. Not really. It was merely causing trouble nearby, and I happened to encounter the god of martial arts. I naturally intervened. Where is it? Bulma pressed relentlessly. What is the matter? Bulma remained composed. I simply wish to know if it still exists. You know, my current strength is quite formidable, and life without an opponent is rather dull. Pretending to be indifferent, he inwardly scolded Master Rashi for being a sly fox. Although he did not entirely agree, Bulma had mentioned it, so he thought it prudent to probe further. However, the other party's responses were impeccably evasive, leaving him feeling like a dog biting a turtle, unable to find a way in. I'm not entirely certain. This matter requires your own investigation, as I merely encountered it by chance. After saying this, Master Rashi earnestly advised, moreover, on the path of cultivation, one must never become complacent or arrogant, as it hinders one's progress. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Master Rashi. He waved nonchalantly. Indifferent. Guidance is not quite the term. However, you must be aware that higher battle power does not always equate to better outcomes. Sometimes, overcoming challenges beyond one's level is what truly signifies talent. His mention of this stirred something within Bulma. The hidden strength of the old turtle must surely exceed this. He had vaguely alluded to it. Yet the specifics remained unclear. Master Rashi, can you engage in battles beyond your level? Against how formidable an enemy? Master Rashi gazed skyward, a look of solitude washing over him. Overcoming challenges beyond one's level is certainly feasible. Otherwise, I would not be worthy of the title god of martial arts, as for the strength. I'm not entirely sure. After speaking, he added, by the way, what brings you here? You have yet to disclose your purpose. Bulma fixed a deep gaze upon him, realizing that the old turtle was intentionally diverting the topic to prevent him from probing further. I came to seek out Sun Wukong. Where is he? Not having seen him around, only Krillin was present. He left alone after the martial arts tournament to train. We do not know where he's gone. Bulma was taken aback. So reckless, setting out empty-handed? Well, by the way, how did the martial arts tournament conclude? Wukong placed second. Who was the champion? After expressing his astonishment, Bulma disdainfully remarked, Master Rashi, you didn't compete yourself, did you? How could that be? I am not well versed in the circumstances. But Sun Wukong indeed secured the second position. Even unleashing all his power was insufficient. As the conversation unfolded, Broly found himself contemplating the notion of participating himself, ideally with half the combat power of his opponent. He gazed astonished at Master Rashi. Why, with such formidable strength, would one willingly seek out suffering? What could possibly motivate such a choice? Your overall energy is abundant, yet your mastery over it is feeble, your application crude, and your understanding superficial. You must learn to control yourself and engage in study, Rashi advised. Broly, acutely aware of his own shortcomings, pondered this. Furthermore, he noted that he had confined his energy to 3 points within his body. Although he was unclear about the reasons or methods behind this, he had squandered the finest opportunity to cultivate his physical form. Master Rashi maintained his posture, yet his words plunged Broly into deep reflection. Physical training, a martial art for the body, this was not an idea he had entirely dismissed. He had even ventured into it during moments of dire pursuit, only to arrive at a singular conclusion. It was unattainable. He had experimented with various methods, but none bore fruit. Whether it was the world's nature or his flawed approach to cultivation remained uncertain. Whenever he trained his body, the only feedback he received was energy. Perhaps if his power had not exceeded 10, it might have been feasible, but now he felt utterly helpless. Any form of exercise or cultivation would merely convert back into energy. The energy absorbed from the air would also manifest as energy within him. Yet, aside from physical training and energy absorption, he could conceive no other means to enhance his vitality and blood flow. He could not fathom a way to amplify his physical strength without the support of vital energy. Apart from the legendary life force, Master Rashi finally relinquished his stance. Are you troubled by the fact that you cannot control the energy within you, that every action merely serves to amplify it? Broly gazed at Rashi in astonishment, intrigued by his perceptiveness. Indeed, I wish to know. What is the solution? There exists but one remedy, Rashi replied, a wistful expression gracing his features. This was not mere pretense. He genuinely cherished those memories. For it was there that his journey had begun. After such a prolonged absence, nostalgia was only natural. Broly's mind stirred. Rashi's demeanor suggested he could not resolve the issue himself, yet he knew where to seek the answer. Please, Master Rashi, teach me. This time, Broly approached the request with utmost seriousness. Any opportunity to enhance himself and escape the manipulation of others would be seized. The whispers of derogatory remarks behind Rashi's back mattered little to him. He was not yet at the point of desperation. Are you aware that there are immortals in this world? Broly inquired. Surely not you, he added, a hint of jest in his tone. How foolish. Broly initially shook his head, then nodded. How could I deny the presence of an immortal before me? Although I remain uncertain if you truly fit that description, your abilities far exceed those of an ordinary person. The great sea turtle raised its head, disdain evident in its gaze. Master Rashi, that was a nonsensical question. Are you not the immortal? No, Rashi replied, his face devoid of the usual playful demeanor, replaced instead by solemnity and respect. He fixed his gaze intently upon Broly and said, Legend has it that within the sacred lands lies a tower known as Karin Tower. Broly felt uneasy under Rashi's unwavering stare. And then, Karin Tower reaches unfathomable heights, atop which resides Karin. A true immortal, Rashi emphasized. Yet Broly remained skeptical. Did such beings truly exist? He was unsure, but the system had indicated that there was no such thing as a rule-bound consciousness, that if they were real, then these so-called immortals were merely more potent beings. Given his current strength, those individuals should pose no threat, that if he sought the aid of these immortals, what would that make him? The notion of self-mastery seemed laughable if he were to rely on others for assistance. It would be far better to languish aimlessly through life. What he needed was a method, not a faith in deities to gain power. Master Rashi, perceptive as ever, recognized Broly's reluctance and understood his thoughts were straying. He slowly closed his eyes again, choosing not to confront Broly directly, but instead suggested, You might consider meeting him. I will ponder it, Broly replied. He can teach you how to reduce your energy to zero and then unleash it. This was not a superficial fade, but a genuine reduction to nothingness. Broly's interest piqued. Master Rashi, can you do that? A hint of discomfort crossed Rashi's face, his lips twitching that he indeed possessed the knowledge. But he could not divulge everything. Although he yearned to impart all his wisdom, he feared that if Broly could not access those immortals and later acted recklessly, it could lead to dire consequences. While Broly was undeniably strong, he was still far from the caliber of those he had encountered who could withstand the eradication of the Omni King even with a mere few hundred million in combat power. Broly had much to learn. The best course of action was for Broly to forge a relationship with the immortals. Just as Sun Wukong had an S for the cat immortal, he was the most accessible and easiest to befriend. This being traversed the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe, and when not elsewhere, the cat immortal provided the most assistance to Earth's warriors to establish rapport with the cat immortal. One merely needed to bring some fresh fish. If that proved difficult, dried fish would suffice as well. As he pondered these thoughts, a smirk crept on Rashi's face, barely concealing his amusement. Master Rashi, have you lost your mind? Broly called out, rousing him from his reverie. Upon seeing him awake, Broly couldn't resist saying, what nonsense are you spouting? Whether you go or not is of no concern to me. I ask you if you can help, and what does my presence matter? With a sigh, Rashi replied, I can, but I truly do not comprehend the underlying principles. Each learner will have their own insights that I learned from him and combined it with my understanding. It would be far better for you to learn directly from him. Broly nodded, recognizing the validity of Rashi's words. However, he added, just teach me how to control my energy, and I shall not concern myself with the rest. Rashi, incensed, rose to his feet, puffing out his cheeks in indignation. I've done everything. What more do you want from me? I want to teach you. It's too exhausting. If you wish to learn, you must find your own way. Broly rolled his eyes, displeased if you want to teach. Why waste words? He was oblivious to Rashi's underlying intentions, mistakenly believing he was merely jesting that if you truly wish for deep learning, it would be better to visit Karin Tower than to remain with me. It matters little to me. Broly feigned indifference, intentionally trying Rashi's patience. Unbeknownst to him, Rashi reclined back into his sun chair, closing his eyes once more, contemplating, should I arrange for a puppet to teach this insolent boy a lesson? His lazy demeanor was simply unacceptable. Yet he soon dismissed the thought, realizing he had no suitable puppet at hand, that if he wished to provoke Broly, he would need to send a clone to capture ordinary people for training. Thus, he let the matter rest, allowing fate to unfold as it may. Regardless of whether he improves himself, he will certainly find ways to compel Barakli to enhance his abilities in the future. Not to mention that many of the puppets at his disposal boast a battle power of 100 million. Soon enough, he could control Dr. Gero and produce dozens or even hundreds of androids, which would be more than enough to challenge both Barakli and Sun Wukong. But he is convinced that Barakli, who cares so deeply for Bulma, will not hesitate to train fervently when the time comes. Barakli did not anticipate that his careless words could lead to greater trouble for himself. Fortunately, he and Master Rashi both prefer to avoid complications. If only his strength were a tad greater, he wouldn't need to make additional arrangements and could simply let the puppets roam freely. But Barakli's power is regrettably inadequate. His interest in playing around is minimal. Never mind, just give me the address, and I will seek it out myself. Master Rashi, eyes closed and languid, replied, I've come to a realization I have nothing pressing to attend to, so it's fine to take a look, Duppy, by the way. If Sun Wukong returns, tell him to go to West City to find Bulma and then contact me. All right, off you go, but you haven't given me the address. Karin Sacred Land, Karin Tower, head west all the way. Barakli was taken aback. Could this old pervert really be giving him a random location just to mess with him? The possibility of the old turtle fabricating a false place is quite slim. After spending some time together, he has developed some discernment in judging character. Although the old turtle may seem frivolous, he is unlikely to deceive him in matters such as these. Very well, I shall go take a look. Master Rashi grunted from his nose, unwilling to continue the conversation. Barakli had no intention of lingering either. With just an old turtle and a little bald head around, he saw no point in staying. He turned and soared into the sky. Master Rashi, still with eyes closed, reclined leisurely on his sun chair. After Barakli had flown for some distance, he suddenly opened his eyes. Oh no. The old turtle was startled and raised his head in confusion. What is the matter, Master Rashi? I forgot to tell Barakli to bring some fresh fish for Master Karin. The old turtle paused for a moment before dismissively laying back down. If he didn't bring any, so be it, Dep. Am I supposed to chase after him? Besides, Master Rashi wouldn't be able to catch up anyway. After all these years, he knows exactly how capable he is. 15 days later, Barakli was captivated by a towering spire that seemed to pierce the clouds. Damn it, I knew that old pervert was just giving me a random location to wander about. This is ridiculously far west. Even the journey for the Western Scriptures isn't this far. 15 days would be enough for me to circle halfway around the planet. With a sarcastic remark, Barakli accelerated his speed, his figure slicing through the air, producing a piercing sound. Within less than a minute, he had arrived near the tower, opting not to fly up but instead landing at its base. How strange. Why is it that when I'm a bit farther away, I can't see Karin Tower? Yet when I'm nearby, it becomes so clear. Barakli gazed upward at the seemingly endless tower, confusion evident in his eyes. "Who are you?" A loud shout interrupted Barakli's contemplation. He turned to face a figure with dark skin, bare-chested, and with sharp, fiery eyes. Adorning his neck was a necklace strung with 3 fangs, and he wielded a long spear, cautiously eyeing Barakli with a hint of anger. Just as he was about to speak, a timid-looking individual with braided hair, dressed more decently, yet appearing frail, swiftly hid behind a robust man. Drawing Barakli's attention, "I ask you again, why have you come to the Karin sacred land?" Barakli was initially ready to respond, but upon hearing the designation, he realized Karin's sacred land. So this is indeed Karin Tower. After speaking, he patted the column before him, which was covered in intricate grooves. "You scoundrel! How dare you desecrate Karin Tower?" Barakli dismissed their anger entirely, viewing it as nothing more than the feudal roar of the powerless. Lacking any intimidation, "Well, I've heard that climbing this thing is a rite of passage." Bra, enraged, lunged forward with his spear. Barakli barely glanced at the sluggish strike, lightly stepping on the ground, and in a flash, he ascended the Karin Tower. "Not in a mood to play with you. Goodbye." "You scoundrel!" Bra was furious, yet made no move to pursue him up the tower. "Father." Despite Bra's anger, he did not unleash his frustration on his son. "What is wrong, Yuba?" Yuba shielded his forehead with one hand while pointing toward Karin Tower with the other. "Father, look! He is climbing so quickly." Bra's expression changed rapidly as he quickly lowered Yuba's hand. He then turned to gaze at the tower, where Barakli had already reached the clouds. "Incredible! So powerful." "Father, surely Master Karin will not hold it against the brave warrior who climbs the tower." Yuba's admiration did not go unnoticed by Bra, who said nothing. Given that the individual possessed such strength, climbing the tower was a completely reasonable endeavor. As guardians of the sacred land, they certainly should not intervene. Barakli had already ascended to an unknown height, completely oblivious to their conversation, nor was he aware that the Master Karin they spoke of was watching him from the tower's summit. At the top of Karin Tower, there was an oval-shaped, covered sphere that the cat, entirely white with fur, squinted its eyes into narrow slits, sporting 3 whiskers on either side of its mouth, 3 brows on its head, and pink ears, was leaning on a cane, quietly observing Barakli's ascent. It has been many years since anyone dared to climb Karin Tower, and this individual possesses remarkable strength. He could reach the top in no time, perhaps even within an hour. Could it be that old turtle-esque disciple? The cat watched in silence, making no move, yet deep in thought. Thus, those at the base of the tower gazed upward at the climber whose figure was obscured. Those within the tower continued their ascent, unable to see the summit, and the immortal at the top looked down upon the climber. Barakli remained completely oblivious to all, diligently climbing. The extent of his power made the effort effortless. Were it not for adhering to this nonsensical rule, he would have soared to the top long ago, rather than climbing diligently. His current actions stemmed solely from a respect for the unknown. At all times, he endeavored to remain cautious and prudent, for such carefulness would pave the way for his continued journey. After more than an hour, he could finally discern a small black shadow. Squinting slightly, he thought, that must be the peak of Karin Tower. There truly an immortal up there. Drawing a deep breath as an ordinary person, breathing was one of his essential requirements for survival. Yet, the air here was exceedingly thin. He feared he had climbed tens of thousands of meters, and logically, he should be able to see outer space by now. How peculiar. Shaking his head, he pressed on with his ascent. Why dwell on such thoughts? The pressing matter was to ascertain if the immortal cat was indeed present. Are you here? The strongest on Earth. The cat was entirely unaware of the hidden capabilities of Master Rashi. Based on its observations, it believed Barakli was currently the strongest on Earth. Not even the puppets released by Master Rashi could escape the cat's notice. Time flew by, and Barakli's strength allowed him to ascend without exertion. Climbing through an opening below, he scanned the area, and upon finding it empty, he turned to a door and continued upward along the staircase. Upon reaching the summit, Barakli stood bewildered at the sight before him. A cat? and it's leaning on a cane. Where is the person? Nevertheless, he attempted to speak politely. Hello. The figure slowly turned, revealing itself to indeed be a cat. Greetings. Barakli glanced around. Is there no one else here? Here lies Kalinta, devoid of any presence. What brings you here? After a moment of hesitation, Barakli finally spoke. Legend has it that ascending this height grants one an audience with a celestial being, and I have come to seek such an encounter. Regardless of this cat's true nature, it occupies a significant place here. As the saying goes, even a lowly official may find favor at the gates of a prime minister. A touch of courtesy can hardly lead to misfortune. Very well. I am the celestial being you seek. You may return now. Barakli was taken aback, having gained nothing from his arduous climb but the sight of a mere cat. Despite his formidable strength and the essence within him being as solid as one, the cat celestial had no means to read his thoughts. Yet, being wise from ages of observing the world below, it understood Barakli's desires. Your combat prowess is exceptionally high. Your rapid ascent of Kalinta is not a good sign. Barakli remained unfazed, for he was merely adhering to the guidance of the turtle sage. Whether he succeeded or not was of little consequence. Furthermore, what wisdom could a cat possess regarding cultivation? Is climbing Kalinta not a trial? The cat celestial continued to inquire. Can you fully control your strength? I seek the Kaelin celestial. I am the Kaelin celestial. Here, I am the sole celestial being, with no other existence in sight, that I am the cat celestial. Barakli was bewildered, confused by the absurdity of the situation. The cat celestial, exasperated, regarded Barakli as though he were a simpleton and could only retort with inquiries regarding his power. Chapter 52. To learn, one must ascend the tower again. Your strength is so formidable that logically, you should be able to sense others through their aura. Yet you cannot? Aura? Indeed. One can locate others with closed eyes. Barakli scoffed. Is that not the legendary divine sense? What do you mean by aura? The cat celestial remained unperturbed, calmly responding, I know not what you speak of, but you may search for yourself. Aside from me, there is no one else here. Barakli, undeterred by superstition, scoured the area from top to bottom, inside and out. There truly was no other being present. In haste, he approached, eyeing the celestial curiously. Are you truly? The cat celestial maintained an air of aloofness. Yes, Barakli expressed his astonishment. Can you guide my cultivation? Ordinarily, yes, but not at this moment. Barakli was unmoved. This fellow before him could easily defeat him with a single punch. That I can only teach you to control the energy and strength within you. Barakli fell silent. He had undergone such training before, but it yielded little effect. It stands to reason, for he was not incapable of tempering his strength for relevant training. On the contrary, he had done so many times. Yet the control he acquired bore no assistance when unleashing his full power. What he had learned to control were merely the strengths and speeds from his weaker days. How will you teach me? Barakli inquired as he observed the celestial raise its wooden staff, adjusting the gravity ring upon it. Set it to the maximum. Barakli's face turned pale. Maximum. He could scarcely manage to rise. Currently, the maximum was eightfold, a total of 32 times. With a fighting strength of 5,500, he could only withstand 30 times, which would leave him utterly incapacitated. The cat celestial's words trailed off before adding, Then, you must ascend Kalinta once again. Are you out of your mind? The cat celestial continued to gaze calmly, that if you wish to master the energy within you and gain formidable control over your own body, Barakli gritted his teeth. After all, he had come this far. This was a hallmark of their culture, often expressed as the 4 great reconciliations. Now that you're here, he is still a child. It's all for your own good. And nothing comes easily. From these 4 reconciliations, they expanded to 8, and then to 16. During the festive season. Give me some consideration. People have died, and they were friends, and so forth. Repeating the phrase from the 4 reconciliations. Now that you are here, only serve to fuel his frustration. Curse it, little white cat. If you cannot assist me, prepare to witness me overturn your Kalinta. The cat celestial's expression darkened, and just as it prepared to intervene, Barakli disregarded it entirely and leaped from Kalinta. Hey! The cat celestial's hand reached out into the void, its previously tranquil heart now tinged with anxiety. I merely stated I could help you. But I did not guarantee to what extent, as every individual's demands differ. After murmuring to itself and persuading its own heart to feel at ease, the cat celestial once more looked down upon Kalinta. At the base of the tower, Bra and Yuba were about to turn away. This place served as the sacred ground for their clan. Having lingered here for so long, he was beginning to overstep his bounds. He only wished to observe if the climber would succeed. Father. He absent-mindedly ruffled his son's hair. He has fallen. Bra turned just in time to see Berekli plummeting rapidly. His expression changed instantly. Yuba, keep your distance. With that, he prepared to rush to the rescue, and no matter what, dying in the sacred ground bore an ill omen. But who was Berekli? He needed no assistance. He landed gracefully, leaving the two naive observers utterly astounded. Berekli noticed that the two primitive beings had not yet departed, but he paid them no mind. He adjusted the gravity ring on his wrist to the maximum, and then squatted down to do the same with the ankle ring. Did you meet the Kalan Celestial? Berekli, still crouched, responded to the child's inquiry. That cat? Silence! You must not disrespect the Kalan Celestial. Berekli scoffed. It was merely a cat. What celestial being could it be? At most, it was simply stronger and older than others. Given the circumstances, that cat had indeed lived long. It was no easy feat for an ordinary person to ascend, and its apparent ease suggested considerable strength, indicating it had lived for quite some time. As for its prowess, to be honest, Berekli could not ascertain just how powerful the cat celestial truly was. However, in need of assistance, he resolved to climb the tower without further not disturb me. Your Kalan Celestial remarked that my strength is too great and instructed me to ascend again. Berekli's words left Bra and his son utterly bewildered. Did someone truly speak of themselves in such a manner? This must be a diamond, right? Berekli paid no heed to the father and son duo, focusing solely on his ascent. This time, it would not be so straightforward. Adjusting the gravity to 32 times was already at his limit. The only advantage he possessed over ordinary individuals was his stamina and willpower. This stamina was not merely physical. It meant he could endure longer than the average person, yet he was only slightly better off. Combat power, roughly 3 points. No, I must prepare thoroughly. Recalling something, he glanced at the ground not far below and pulled out a universal capsule. After opening it, he extracted all the high-energy nutritional blocks within. His combat power may be suppressed, but that did not preclude him from absorbing the high-energy blocks. 100-point nutritional blocks were indeed a mere trifle to produce. Patting his bulging chest and the packed nutritional blocks in his backpack, Berekli felt a sense of satisfaction and began his earnest ascent of the tower down on the ground. Father. He's progressing so slowly this time. Bra affectionately patted Yuba's head. This is a test from the Kalan Celestial. Only by ascending in this manner will he earn the Celestial's acknowledgement and be imparted with martial arts. Yuba gazed upwards, filled with yearning. Can I do it in the future? Yes, if you train diligently. You certainly can. I will work hard. Father. The two remained unhurried in their departure, watching as Berekli struggled to climb upward. This time, indeed, the challenge was formidable. 3 hours had passed, and he had yet to reach the cloud layer. Not even halfway there. How long was it last time? 3 minutes? Or was it 1 minute? Bulma's expression was one of bitter determination. This endeavor was indeed a challenging task for an ordinary individual. With no other recourse, he could only persistently climb. After 15 days of relentless toil, he finally ascended once more, entering through the familiar threshold. Little white cat, should you lack the capability to meet my expectations, your fate will be sealed, he thought to himself. The cat sage, sensing the gravity of the situation, found Bulma's power significantly suppressed, enabling him to employ his mind-reading abilities. He realized that Bulma was not speaking falsehoods, and a sense of trepidation crept into his heart. This individual before him was formidable. If he aimed to dismantle Karin Tower, it was indeed within his capacity. Chapter 53. Subtle Cultivation. Enigmatic immortal beings. The cat sage remained silent, engrossed in his readings, when he abruptly spoke. What race are the Scionts? Bulma, who had been catching his breath, narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the cat sage. What are you saying? You can discern my thoughts. Bulma was acutely aware that he was merely grateful to be a scion. Otherwise, he would have long since collapsed. After exerting such effort, if the outcome were unfavorable, he would dismantle Karin Tower, exposing the charlatan. To his astonishment, the little white cat seemed to know his thoughts. The cat sage could no longer maintain his air of detachment, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he stammered. Mind-reading, Bulma squinted slightly, his gaze unwavering. You wish to suppress my power merely to probe my thoughts. It dawned on him why the cat sage had been unable to read his mind initially, yet was now capable. That is not the case. I mentioned a reason from the outset, and you consented. The cat sage quickly retorted. If such an accusation were levied against him, he would be unable to withstand Bulma's fury. A man's knees may bow under duress, but he need not kneel for mere clarification. Bulma remained silent, continuing to scrutinize the small white cat, his mind racing that he needed to weigh the potential gains and losses. Yet the other party, being an immortal, seemed oblivious to the seance and his own identity. Realizing this, he abruptly halted his thoughts, for the cat sage was capable of reading minds. The cat sage, too, was sweating, internally lamenting. Even if you figure it out, I dare not speak it aloud. Your might is unfathomable, and I wish to continue my existence as an immortal. Bulma perceived the other's unease, but remained ignorant of his true thoughts. He tentatively inquired, Cat sage, do you know who the strongest person in the world is? Isn't it you? Bulma replied with a significant glance. I asked that incorrect. Never mind. You may begin instructing me. Bulma had a sense of the situation. This individual before him was but a mediocre figure, perhaps only revered as an immortal due to his longevity. Any immortal known from his past life possessed a wealth of knowledge and abilities. Yet this one seemed merely a mount for the true immortals, lacking any significant standing. Observing the cat sage's foolish expression as he regarded him with suspicion, Bulma felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had no choice. Regardless of whether this being was truly an immortal, he had to proceed with the trial. After climbing twice with great effort, to leave empty-handed would be a fruitless endeavor. He was earnest, not foolish. Should the cat sage fail to produce something of value and put him through further trials, he would indeed dismantle Karin Tower, as threatened. I asked their problem. Are you not hungry? Bulma was taken aback. Hungry. A little, I suppose, as for this little bit. He was uncertain. He could certainly endure. Well then, please commence my training. Did you not come in search of the super holy water? Bulma, observing the cat sage's puzzled expression, could no longer contain himself that not waste time. Otherwise, the threat in his eyes was unmistakable. The cat sage's demeanor darkened, his forehead furrowing into 3 lines. Young man, why are you so impatient? Do you not understand the adage that good things come to those who wait? Bulma, upon hearing the cat sage's words, promptly came to a realization. The 15 days of climbing had indeed taken its toll on him. Aside from the constant fear, this was the first time he had endured such hardship since arriving in this world. It was only natural for him to feel restless that he immediately settled into a meditative posture. Stand up. Do not sit down. Bulma stared in bewilderment at the suddenly serious cat sage. He casually caught the bean tossed his way, lacking the time to inquire about its purpose, instead scrutinizing the bean in his hand, questioning its origin. What is this? It is an immortal bean. Consuming one will rapidly heal both internal and external injuries, and you will not feel hunger for 10 days. Bulma regarded the cat sage, placing the immortal bean into his bosom as he retrieved one of his few remaining nutritional blocks and tossed it in. My effect is similar. After speaking, he turned to the cat sage, his tone unfriendly. Why can I not sit down? This was not akin to his physical training, and furthermore, his current strength allowed him to cultivate his internal energy more effectively while seated than merely standing. If the cat sage did not provide a clear explanation, he would not relent. The cat sage, of course, observed Bulma's actions keenly. Threatened by him, he could only respond with resignation. Your mind is restless. You must learn to control your emotions. Energy in physical form at all times. You are currently relying on external forces. Controlling energy requires the blue rings on your limbs, while restoring your mental state and regulating your energy necessitates specific movements. Your cultivation is rather crude. After this explanation, there was one thing he dared not mention. that perhaps due to his racial talents and lack of strong opposition, Bulma had grown too reckless. Such power was already the pinnacle on Earth. Yet at that same level, he could defeat 10 opponents. I have tried everything else, and none have worked. The cat sage stood with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting a demeanor of an elder. So, you have come to me, have you not? Bulma was left speechless. The little white cat before him was not entirely incorrect. Very well. What would you have me do? Keep your power at 100. That is, to your own understanding of 100. Having read Bulma's thoughts, the cat sage adapted to the local vernacular of combat power. Bulma complied, slightly adjusting the gravity of his rings. How about now? The cat sage feigned profundity. Clearing his throat. Tell me, why do you wish to grow stronger? You are already quite powerful. Would it not be better to remain untroubled by the world? Bulma was unimpressed, truly uninterested in the cat sage's ramblings. Perhaps I could just demolish your Karin Tower. Threateningly, he kept his hand on the gravity ring, hinting that any disagreement could lead to the tower's destruction. The cat sage was at a loss for words. He had merely been attempting to elevate his own status, yet the other party was wholly unappreciative. Very well, let us begin. Bulma, feeling exasperated, lamented the time wasted. It was not entirely unwarranted. His internal skepticism led him to doubt that the cat sage could truly assist him, thus influencing his demeanor. Deep down, he held contempt and consequently chose not to believe in the cat sage. The cat sage, with a ghostly grace, ascended to the central peak of the tower, retrieving a water jug from above. Come, seize the water jug from my staff. What? Bulma stared at the cat sage as if he were a fool. Use your power of 100 to snatch the water jug. Should you succeed, I will reveal the next step of your training. Bulma was increasingly vexed. He perceived the cat sage as nothing more than a capering fool, standing motionless in place, that if you wish to significantly enhance your own abilities, it would be wise to heed my counsel. It may only delay you a few days at most, and I trust you can accept that. And then, with your current strength, I cannot substantially augment your combat prowess. Your inner energy cannot be drastically increased, but I can enhance your mastery over your own body. Bulma squinted slightly, growing serious. This was precisely the training he needed at that moment. I shall tentatively place my trust in you. Then let us proceed with more refined training and see if you can achieve it. Bulma shifted his stance slightly, seeking the optimal position to exert force, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the water flask atop the cat sage's staff. Chapter 54. Unable to capture. Exhausted, he exerted force beneath his feet. Clink, clink. The cat sage nimbly dodged. In a fit of rage, Bulma extended his left hand, launching a direct assault on the cat sage. Unperturbed, the cat sage retaliated swiftly with a kick. Bulma, undeterred by the odds, believed that while the opponent's combat power indeed surpassed his own, it could not be insurmountably so. After all, his actual combat strength reached 5,500. A thud. Bulma staggered backward until he leaned against the railing atop the tower. Rubbing his chest, he refrained from uttering a word. The cat sage had long declared that seizing the water flask constituted victory. Bulma's silence did not shield him from the sage's mockery. You possess an abundance of energy, yet you flounder like a fool, unable to wield it effectively. Having shed his initial arrogance, Bulma ignored the cat sage's taunts. System, why? Control, technique, no. In the face of absolute strength ratios of 5, 6, these factors hold no sway. What constitutes the true might of such a disparity? Bulma's expression darkened. Indeed, what does it mean to possess the power of 5, 6? You may be twice as strong as another, yet they wield a kitchen knife against you. 5 times stronger, and they brandish a gun or cannon. Even if you boast 1,000-fold strength, they might pilot a spaceship and obliterate your planet with a single blast. Your individual prowess may surpass that of others, yet you remain unable to defeat them. What does this imply? The opponent's words rang true. According to the data, achieving such overwhelming superiority was impossible. Bulma's lips twitched. Even Pengu did not embody the absolute strength of 5, 6. Reflecting on the legends of his past life, he could not help but scoff. However, in the narratives penned by authors, he was often depicted as being drained and flayed. Bulma was at a loss. While the system's analogy was somewhat inapt, it undeniably conveyed the message with clarity. What? Are you not prepared to continue? Awakened by the cat sage, Bull-Achilles stretched his limbs. You speak the truth, cat sage. Let us resume. Observing the cat sage, who evidently had not regained his focus, Bull-Achilles cast aside any notions of chivalry and surged forward with a rapid assault. Attempting to seize the water flask from him without engaging in combat seemed nearly impossible. You are still far from achieving it. Having initially tasted defeat, Bull-Achilles recognized that a direct approach was not so easily contested. The seemingly swift movements were mere feints. He tilted his head to evade and swiftly circled to the side. The cat sage remained unfazed, following closely behind. Bull-Achilles launched another feint. Returning to the front, I have snatched it. Before the words could escape his lips, the cat sage's staff struck him atop the head. Bull-Achilles retreated in haste. Old coin. The cat sage stroked his beard with delight, laughing heartily. Ha! You cannot even grasp your own insights, and yet dare to critique others. Bull-Achilles, feeling helpless, realized his strength was severely hampered by the gravity, rendering him incapable of executing rapid reactions. Achieving this much was already an impressive feat. Suddenly, the cat sage elucidated. I can see through your thoughts. Your every action is laid bare to my scrutiny. Mind reading? No, it is not mind reading. Your intentions are not malevolent, but neither are they entirely innocent. In the midst of conflict, even I cannot seize the fleeting opportunity to discern your thoughts, let alone respond appropriately and react with my body in time. Bull-Achilles lunged forward. What do you mean by that? My meaning is quite clear. You must learn to fight with your heart and intuition, rather than relying solely on your eyes. Though Bull-Achilles was prompted by the cat sage's words, he chose not to ponder them. First, he would deliver a sound, thrashing. He charged in once more, throwing a punch that the cat sage skillfully dodged, transforming the punch into an embrace. Little did he know that, as the cat sage had predicted, he seemed to anticipate his moves, tilting his head to evade and then bending at the waist. Lifting a foot with fluid grace, Bull-Achilles' counterattack not only failed, but rather resulted in him receiving a kick from the cat sage. Thud, thud, thud. With a grave expression, Bull-Achilles scrutinized the cat sage that he indeed sensed something amiss. Just as he began to contemplate, the cat sage leapt up, mockingly taunting him while turning his back and playfully slapping his own behind. With a sudden charge, the cat sage nimbly evaded. Once more, Bull-Achilles' foot slammed against the support beam. Kid, do not dismantle my Carlin Palace. Bull-Achilles paid no mind, propelling himself forward. Oh dear, do try to temper that temper of yours. The cat sage deftly dodged again, never missing a chance to ridicule Bull-Achilles, even sticking out his tongue in jest. How infuriating! Why can I not seize you? With a frustrated exclamation, Bull-Achilles charged once more. I have told you, fight with your intellect. Are you capable of nothing beyond swinging your fists? Bull-Achilles lamented in exasperation. It is nonsense. My techniques are utterly ineffective against you. What you call technique? A mere facade. Your extraneous movements exceed even those of your grandmother. Bull-Achilles, already somewhat irritable, found himself further provoked by the cat sage's remarks, descending into a frenzy. You shall not have an easy time today. Bull-Achilles' threats were mere bluster. After 3 hours of intense struggle, he was utterly exhausted. Collapsing to the ground, he gasped for breath. How vexing! Why are your movements so swift, and yet you do not seem to tire? Your speed and reflexes are like that of a turtle. Should you maintain a combat power of 100, you will never catch up to me. Here at such heights, the air is thin, and your superfluous motions are abundant. Bull-Achilles clenched his fists, recognizing the truth in the cat sage's words. With his current state, he could never hope to match the cat sage's agility. Since catching up is futile, all other efforts are in vain. But what, then, is the solution? Even if I cannot catch you, I should still be able to wear you down. Why not? You've yet to truly master your own body. When you pursue me, you merely charge in a straight line with wide arcs for turns and counters. You completely fail to read your opponent's intentions and do not utilize your surroundings. Bull-Achilles was drenched in sweat, having endured 32 times the gravitational force during such intense, prolonged exertion. He felt utterly drained. I cannot read minds. How could I discern others' thoughts or leverage the environment? What environment exists here? The air is so thin. What can I utilize? The cat sage leaned his staff against his shoulder. Ah, the air, the dust, even the shadows. These are all elements of the environment you can exploit. Bulma pondered this notion. How should I proceed? Enlighten yourself. I cannot teach you. Bulma's countenance darkened. He detested those who spoke in half-truths, concealing their wisdom. Should I consume a magic bean and return? No longer hesitating, he directly reached into his bosom and retrieved the celestial bean he had initially obtained, tossing it into his mouth. Bulma's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. The cat sage smiled knowingly and said, "Proceed." Chapter 55. The Divine Water, exceeding expectations. Then let us continue. Bulma pounced like a famished tiger. As always, there was no effect. However, this time, Bulma remained vigorous and lively. The so-called celestial being was remarkably potent. The situation reverted to one of pursuit and evasion. 3 days later, through relentless effort, Bulma finally grasped certain truths, closing his eyes to preemptively predict the cat sage's trajectory and seize the water from his hand. "You old rascal, you truly are impressive." The cat sage, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at him in astonishment. "I never anticipated you would surpass my expectations." "Is that so?" "You too," Bulma retorted defiantly. The cat sage felt astonished. He too had not anticipated this outcome. This time, it had merely been a stroke of luck. Were he to attempt it again, success was not guaranteed. Seizing the opportunity once made the second attempt less troublesome. Yet it was certainly not assured that one would succeed on the first try. However, your eagerness clouds your purity of intent. Regardless, achieving the goal is what matters. Now, you must fulfill your promise. What should my next step be? The cat sage remained silent, and suddenly a thunderclap echoed outside the tower. "Have you not heard the saying?" Bulma looked at the cat sage in confusion. The towering edifice rises from the ground. Bulma regarded him as if he were foolish. Everyone knew this, and he was also aware that without accumulating small steps, one could not reach 1,000 miles. Without gathering small streams, one could not form a river or sea. Bulma, glory can only be achieved through one's own efforts. Spare me the chatter. Simply tell me what I should do next. There are 3 jars aligned against the wall at the base of my tower. Go and unveil them. Bulma scrutinized the cat sage deeply, remaining silent before turning to descend to the base of the tower. Upon his arrival, he beheld the jars but did not indulge his curiosity to open them. However, now that the master had spoken, it was worth a glance. 10 minutes later, Bulma returned, seemingly deep in thought. "What are they?" The cat sage revealed a hint of a mysterious smile. "Have you not already guessed? Are you truly a sage?" "As you can see, can I glimpse my entire future?" Bulma observed the cat sage's fidgeting demeanor. "Never mind, I shall not look at that thing. I have always felt that the future cannot be controlled. For instance, I could choose to linger here, consuming and waiting for death, continue my training, or even return home, all of which would alter my future." The cat sage wore an expression of approval. "You have now comprehended these matters. Do you wish to continue?" "What do you mean?" "You have learned how to achieve your objectives with subtler movements, how to anticipate your opponent's actions through breath, minute muscle reactions, and slight environmental changes. Have you considered attempting to accomplish this with less force?" He shook his head. After these days of training, he had indeed gained many insights and did not wish to force it. Besides, he still had to descend to conduct research. There were many tasks awaiting him. "No, I am not yet capable." "You are correct. I am still quite lacking on my path of cultivation, and I have a long way to go. The method you just mentioned is not suitable for me at this moment. When I have the opportunity in the future, I will return to seek you out. Then I have nothing further to teach you. The remainder, you must undertake to train yourself in extreme environments." Bulma's gaze darkened. "What did you say?" In terms of skills and cultivation, he certainly could not rival the cat sage. Yet if pushed to his limits, not even the cat sage nor many on Earth could withstand his fury. In fact, whether Earth could endure his wrath was debatable. The very least, the teasing white cat before him was not capable. Your cultivation, not sufficient by now. Not nearly enough." The cat sage sighed, hesitating. "For the present, I have nothing more to impart. Moreover, you are in a stronger state. If you are unwilling to further temper your power, I lack even the qualification to serve as your sparring partner." "What? Borowickelli clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly in anger. His eyes instantly filled with blood. Are you deceiving me? Not exactly. There is indeed another method. However, it was evident that even now, the cat sage had not yet resolved to divulge this information. This was your own assertion. If I seized it, you would tell me my next step? Borowickelli glared at the cat sage, fuming. Had he not known the other party possessed some knowledge, he would have already lost control and exploded in rage. Yet now, he continually reminded himself that impulsiveness is the devil. Patience brings tranquility. The cat sage clasped his hands behind his back. I acknowledge your point, but in truth, your current prowess far surpasses mine. I truly cannot teach you to AS for that method. It is exceedingly perilous. Exceedingly perilous? Indeed, extraordinarily dangerous, point one might say. Since the inception of that method, no one has ever succeeded. What is it? Borowickelli was reaching the brink of his patience. Just one matter, and the cat sage had taken an entire chapter to dilly-dally. Did the subsequent matters need to continue in this fashion? The cat sage gritted his teeth. Drink the divine water. What? Borowickelli stared at him as though he were a fool. Not the deceiving super-sacred water in my hand, but the genuine divine water with extraordinary effects. However, no one has ever been able to endure its energy. Borowickelli narrowed his eyes slightly, weighing the potential gains and losses. The divine water contained the energy of deities. Borowickelli suddenly stood up. What did you say? Deities? Indeed, the energy of deities. Yet throughout history, no one has managed to drink the divine water without perishing. Borowickelli, have you not exceeded your expectations by training thus far? Borowickelli felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Logically, he should be satisfied, although he had not gained much in terms of power and energy from the cat sage. He had reaped abundant reward in mastering his physical form and skills. The data recorded by the system was already ample. With a bit more collection, he could even have the confidence to create a genuine method for training the physical body. At that point, with energy reigning supreme and strength reigning as king, he could unify his control and remain invincible through division. Point one could say that. Through discussions with Dr. Burif, he had confirmed that aside from the path of scientific martial arts, the energy cultivation methods of the turtle sage and the mastery of physical training from the cat sage were equally essential to him. Scientific martial arts served as the branches, while energy cultivation and physical training provided the nourishment, each indispensable. Thus, his training here had far exceeded his expectations, and the turtle sage's recommendation had posed no issues. However, the cat sage had initially conveyed, whether intentionally or unintentionally, that as long as he put in the effort, even greater rewards awaited him. Consequently, after finishing his bath, to be told to simply sleep, it truly felt like a mere wash and sleep. He could not accept that the divine water you mentioned what they came here to drink. The cat sage shook his head. Not at all. Borowickelli's eyes brightened. There was a chance he hurriedly inquired about the specifics. Chapter 56. Reappearance. Never-ending, the eyes gleamed with an intensified brightness. Thus, the fact that those worthless individuals cannot partake does not imply their inability. There, I shall drink that. It is something you must seek for yourself. Borowickelli was filled with fury. Are you toying with me? Seek? Merely indicate a location, and I shall retrieve it without hesitation if it requires him to search. Is that not akin to mocking him? Borowickelli, your strength is formidable, yet the super divine water is unlike anything else. It does not signify unrivaled power, but rather the awakening of your mental prowess. You must ponder this carefully. Once consumed, your strength will offer no aid in overcoming challenges. Observing the grave demeanor of the cat sage, Borowickelli regained his composure. The other party did not appear to be lying. This rendered the risk exceedingly high. Has anyone throughout history ever consumed the super divine water and emerged unscathed? Never has such a thing occurred. Watching the cat sage's serious expression, Borowickelli settled onto the ground. Legs crossed, propping his chin in one hand, he found himself in a mental struggle. How perilous is the risk? Unclear. Cat sage, how old are you? 800. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? The cat sage was perplexed, having failed to notice the smug smile curling at the corners of Borowickelli's mouth. Therefore, the cat sage's claim of since time immemorial was perhaps only a reference to the past 800 years, with the rest being drawn from recorded information, the authenticity of which remained questionable. Moreover, given his already substantial power, he did not believe he would falter. Coupled with the aspect of mental strength, while Borwakeli might lack the simplicity of Sun Wukong, he possessed a unique element about him. This element offered little in terms of cultivation, but was unparalleled in aiding scientific endeavors, additionally granting him a remarkable degree of control over those arcane mental forces. By my word, Borwakeli's resonant voice echoed through the desolate space. The cat sage sighed, turning to face the ominous clouds gathering outside the tower, his tone notably somber. To the northernmost reaches of the world lies a dreadful labyrinth of ice. To attain the super-divine water, one must traverse this maze. Within a deeper, darker cavern, it is not easily found. Furthermore, once one steps inside, escape becomes a formidable challenge unless one discovers the super-divine water. At this juncture, the cat sage hesitated. The creature lurking behind him was beyond the realm of ordinary reasoning. Of course, for you, it may not present a significant issue. The cat sage turned his head. His expression relaxed. What is it? Borwakeli regarded the feigning innocence of the cat sage, the creases on his brow subtly twitching. Cat sage, are you telling me that at the northernmost reaches of the world? Indeed, Borwakeli could no longer endure it. He immediately adjusted the gravitational ring on his wrist. With a swift motion, he seized the cat sage by the neck, compelling him to turn and face the tower's exterior. Extending a hand, he unleashed a beam of laser light. Come now, you white cat, are you jesting with me? Indicate to me the world's edge that you presume that my lack of education renders me ignorant? Tell me where the earth's end lies. Otherwise, prepare for your demise. Borwakeli glared at the cat sage with lethal intent. His fury had reached its zenith. If the cat sage failed to provide clear answers, he would genuinely consider taking drastic measures. After enduring for so long, his emotions were now fully aflame, leaving no room for restraint. Should the cat sage continue to speak in riddles, he might indeed find himself in grave danger. Borwakeli, a scion, had not lost his memory. From a young age, he had maintained a mature mindset focused on goals, striving to control his emotions. Moreover, having lived in the affluent and peaceful household of Dr. Brief, he had cultivated an air of refinement. However, this did not imply that he harbored a genuinely benevolent nature. When enraged, he could be utterly ruthless. During his 3 days at Karin Tower, he had faced more vexation than ever before. And the cat sage's last statement had ignited his fury completely. I speak with sincerity. Borwakeli's eyes turned an even deeper crimson, baring his teeth. Repeat that. The cat sage clutched Borwakeli's increasingly tight grip, his fur bristling, eyes turning white with fear. That I possess a jar that can directly transport you there. There is no need for you to run. Borwakeli paused, his hands involuntarily loosening their grip, allowing him to catch his breath. The cat sage hastily added, May I be released first? The cat sage was terrified. He had no desire to relive the sensation of being but a step away from death this moment. Borwakeli's mood had settled somewhat. Spare me the chatter. Take me there directly. The cat sage coughed twice, reluctantly mumbling as he led him onward. That is the jar. Borwakeli followed the cat sage's staff with his gaze, finding it utterly unremarkable compared to the 3 previous jars. Let us go. I shall guide you. The cat sage dared not utter another word, promptly bringing him before the jar, with a wave of his staff. He lifted the lid. You can descend from here. Borwakeli leaned forward to peer inside, discovering it to indeed be an ice cellar. After a moment's hesitation, he boldly stepped in. Before you descend, allow me to offer a warning. Beware the darkness. Borwakeli turned to face him. What do you mean? I cannot disclose specifics, but after you endure the trials of the glacier, darkness awaits. Just be cautious, as they tend to deceive and lead you away from the super-divine water. Such mystical nonsense. Borwakeli harbored a remarkable degree of confidence that he feared not the strength he possessed, but rather the enigmatic forces of the soul. There not a system in place? He leaped into the chasm. The cat sage observed the jar, thinking to himself, what a reckless individual. After training alongside you for so long, is this how you repay me? The cat sage was unaware that Borwakeli, unlike Sun Wukong, still harbored the scion's latent fury within him. Had he not intervened promptly to quell Borwakeli's rage, he would now be a lifeless corpse. How much better it is to be with Master Rashi. On the beach, Master Rashi bore a smug smile. "Old man, do you now recognize my extraordinary prowess?" He stood, stretching lazily. The sea turtle gazed at him in confusion. "Master Rashi, what are you planning to do?" "Oh, it has been far too long since I exercised. I'm going for a swim, it's so cold." "Master Rashi, are you unwell?" "Hey, it is precisely because of the cold that I need to move my muscles." Master Rashi replied with a knowing tone, then made his way towards the shore. Kelly arrived at the frozen expanse. Before he could fully survey his surroundings, a familiar stench of decay assaulted his senses. There was no need for verification. Kelly instantly recognized it. His expression darkened as though he had lost his parents. "Damn, not again. Something is amiss." Kelly's face turned grave. Chapter 57. Super Divine Water, Battle Power Doubled. According to logic, I should have been the only one aware of my presence here, especially since I arrived directly from Karin Tower. If that is the case, Kelly scanned his surroundings, opting not to cause any disturbances. Could it be the cat sage? But why? Stepping lightly, he launched himself like an arrow, swiftly departing from the scene. The repugnant aura pursued him like a relentless curse. This cannot be. It should not be the cat sage. We bear no enmity, and he has no reason to act against me. Kelly selectively chose to forget that he had just grasped the neck of the cat immortal, pressing him relentlessly for answers. Now, to casually declare that it was of no consequence speaks volumes of his audacity. That be why the time the cat immortal returned to inspect the jar, Kelly had long since departed to a great distance. Alas, I neglected to inform him that once he found the super divine water, he could return here, and I would promptly retrieve him. Cold sweat beaded on the cat immortal's forehead. That killing deity, so powerful, surely wouldn't overturn this place, would he? Initially anxious, the cat immortal soon adopted a nonchalant demeanor. The one observing from above should pose no threat. If there were any issues, he would have descended to intervene. Having come to this realization, the cat immortal settled comfortably with his wooden staff, taking a seat beside the jar. Sigh, perhaps I shall take a brief nap. It has been ages since I last rested, and I am utterly exhausted from recent endeavors. Meanwhile, Kelly was still scouring the icy cavern for signs of the super divine water, utterly indifferent to the monsters trailing behind him. This endless pursuit over the past couple of days felt like a complete waste of his time. The opponent's tactics were akin to those of a rabid dog. What could he possibly learn from engaging them? Besides, he had already vanquished the puppets sent forth. What use would another serve? Unless they dispatched 3 or 5. It would be impossible to approach him, wouldn't it? The surrounding millennia-old ice could hardly deter Kelly's fervor. As long as he located the fabled super divine water, his power would only grow stronger. Engaging with the puppets behind him was not a pursuit befitting an astute individual, to be frank. The ice was rather aesthetically pleasing. The scenery around him was not static. Occasionally, exquisite ice sculptures formed from the frozen water would catch his eye. These sculptures would surely delight Bulma. Kelly's gaze flitted over several uniquely shaped ice carvings, quickly singling one out. Without hesitation, he summoned a radiant light to slice the chosen sculpture free. This piece is bound to please Bulma. He opened his universal capsule and without a second thought, stowed it away, continuing his flight forward. The monstrous puppets behind him clung to him like an unyielding adhesive. As he dallied, he felt a noxious odor wafting toward him. It would be prudent to make a hasty exit. Kelly had scarcely soared for 10 seconds when the very ground beneath him began to shake violently. What in the world is happening? Did I disturb a hornet's nest or something? Just moments ago, he had praised the unmelting ice. Yet now, it was dissolving and shattering around him. A rather embarrassing turn of events. The upheaval was far from over. The ice melted, splitting open a gaping fissure from which frigid winds erupted. These winds swirled violently, drawing the shattered ice shards together to form a legless, hand-bearing snow monster. What is this? Why can I find no peace? No matter where I go. And what is this snow beast? Muttering to himself, he kept his hands busy. Within him, a satellite spun energetically, and a surge of energy coalesced in his palm. With a casual flick, he hurled the energy toward the snow monster's fiery red eyes. A howl erupted as the cold winds transformed into a tempest, the blizzard relentlessly charging toward Kelly's energy projectile. Yet, All of this was merely a futile struggle. Upon entering this realm, Bori Kelly had dispelled the constraints of gravity, relying on the techniques he had mastered to control his own combat power. Whenever he wished, he could unleash his full potential in an instant. 6,000. Training under the Cat Immortal had not only honed his skills, but had also seen his overall power steadily rise. This mere snow monster. It was entirely unsurprising. The energy he unleashed effortlessly pierced through the monster's defenses. Obliterating a significant portion of its body, Bori Kelly scoffed. What a racket. What good does shouting do? If it were truly effective, why bother with strength? After delivering his taunt, he wasted no time and turned to leave. The howling winds intensified, yet he had not even begun to escape when a shadow loomed behind him, forcing him to halt. Ha! Its vitality is quite robust. The snow monster loomed larger than before. And with a gesture, Bori Kelly conjured two even more radiant energy spheres in his hands. With deliberate intent, he aimed to eliminate the creature. As the energy spheres left his grasp, Bori Kelly dashed away. It seemed the snow monster was indestructible. Unless he obliterated the entire ice cavern, he had no interest in such trivialities. What a bore it would be to engage with a fool. Better to slip away while he still could. The snow monster's frantic roars echoed behind him, but Bori Kelly had already put considerable distance between them. Continuing his search, he remained oblivious to the darkness lurking deep within the ice cavern's depths. In an empty chamber, echoes reverberated. After a fruitless search, Bori Kelly's patience wore thin. His energy surged, and he prepared to clear the surrounding ice layers. As for the rising seawater, what concern was that of his? Before he could act, the swelling energy had already melted portions of the ice, revealing a deep, unfathomable passageway. What is this? Bori Kelly raised an eyebrow. Is it that they fear the strong and prey upon the weak? Does the super divine water have a guardian, or is it some peculiar treasure? With knowledge from the East, he knew that such treasures were either sentient or fiercely protected by various spirit beasts. Obtaining them easily was no simple feat. The foul stench returned, and Bori Kelly had no time to ponder. He leaped into the depths. Am I to ascend or descend? Bungee jumping surely would be exhilarating. Bori Kelly remained unfazed by the potential unknown risks lurking in this place. As he proceeded deeper, the atmosphere grew hazy, and he could no longer sense the repugnant odor. What is going on? Is this place capable of blocking the creature's senses? Bori Kelly understood that there must be some unfamiliar element about him that allowed the puppets to locate him so easily. This time, however, he felt inexplicably perplexed. Enough of this. I must find it. Bori Kelly turned. Frowning at the silently approaching turtle immortal. Bori Kelly, you have arrived. Sun Wukong and Bulma are waiting for you inside. Bori Kelly tilted his head, a playful glint in his eyes. Lead the way. Seizing the moment, the turtle immortal turned. Bori Kelly unleashed a burst of light, swiftly dispatching the turtle immortal. His surprise. The turtle immortal dissolved into a wisp of green smoke. This unexpected turn of events did not please Bori Kelly. He lowered his voice. System, what are you doing? Who didn't instruct me to be cautious? You scoundrel! As Bori Kelly's anger flared, everything before him vanished, leaving only a small pond that ahead, completely submerged in water, slowly began to rise. Was it you who orchestrated this? A deep voice echoed within the mysterious cavern. I am willing to share the super divine water with you. Bori Kelly paid no heed. With a flash of light, he penetrated the pond, creating a gaping hole through which water visibly drained away. Wait, that is the super divine water. If the guest wishes to drink, please feel free. He glanced at the table and pot that had appeared. System, this is not a deception, is it? I am uncertain, Bori Kelly replied coldly. The system seemed unreliable. He had no discernible perception of any danger, yet it could only affirm that this was not an illusion. Thus, it must be. Sensing Bori Kelly's malevolent gaze, the mysterious voice from the pond trembled. Esteemed guest, this truly is the super divine water. Consuming it can at least double your combat power. However, a mysterious voice spoke up, then immediately fell silent. Bori Kelly nonchalantly raised the energy orb in his hand. Chapter 58. All in disarray, drinking the super divine water. The mysterious voice promptly divulged the reasons and consequences as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Esteemed guest, the super divine water is a divine gift bestowed upon us by the gods, possessing the ability to cleanse bodily impurities and unleash all hidden energies within. However, it is also a highly toxic substance. Without extraordinary physical strength, mental fortitude, and vitality, one cannot withstand the corrosive effects of the super divine water and will soon perish. Strength bears no advantage in consuming this water. Thus, we must impose tests to prevent the unwarranted waste of this divine resource, simultaneously serving as a filter. Those weak or incomplete in spirit are unworthy of its benefits. I assure you, it is not my intention to deceive or entice you. Dear guest, now, you clearly possess the strength and the qualification to receive the super divine water. The mysterious being was unconcerned with such matters. Boruakeli's strike had indeed caused it pain, and while its role compelled hesitation, it secretly hoped Boruakeli would drink and die. After all, should Boruakeli perish from drinking, it would be his own folly, with no connection to this guardian spirit. So, consuming the super divine water would undoubtedly double one's strength. Wouldn't it? Not necessarily. A dangerous glint flashed in Boruakeli's eyes. Though his memory may not be exceptionally strong, he had not forgotten the previous words. Esteemed guest, I have already outlined the effects of the super divine water, cleansing impurities and awakening hidden powers. As Boruakeli reflected on the explanation, his previously restless heart calmed, and the turbulent energy within him settled. But you previously claimed it would double my strength. In truth, the effects of training yield only modest results. Put it simply, if your training results in a strength of 10, you may only be able to manifest a mere 3. A super genius might achieve 4, while an unparalleled genius may reach 6. Thus, once one overcomes the toxicity of the super divine water, all hidden energies can be unleashed, and the concept of doubling strength becomes inevitable. Yet exceptions exist. There are anomalies that defy logic and can fully harness the energy acquired through their training. Therefore, I cannot guarantee that your strength will truly double. It may remain unchanged or even multiply several times. Boruakeli's eyes narrowed slightly. So, you imply that the benefits of the super divine water can be attained through training. There are no after effects. The super divine water is a divine gift, and apart from the test of its toxicity, it bears no side effects. Boruakeli pondered as he gazed at the water jug before him. Drink or not to drink? Drinking seemed rather unremarkable. Refraining, however, would make him seem fearful, effectively placing himself on the roasting spit. How foolish of me to indulge my curiosity like a cat. Sensing something amiss, yet failing to walk away, he sighed inwardly, only to realize something was awry. How many people have consumed the super divine water before? 14. How many have successfully awakened their latent energies? None. The response was blunt, and Boruakeli's expression shifted accordingly. His once fair complexion, now illuminated, had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and yet you speak so passionately. Esteemed guest, you are mistaken. I have merely been recounting the facts without any emotional fluctuations. Boruakeli's eyes narrowed, and the light in his hand flared. I apologize. Esteemed guest, I misspoke. My narration was not infused with fervor. Satisfied, Boruakeli lowered the energy orb in his hand, that he always preferred reason over emotion in his dealings. After a moment's hesitation, he pondered, system, no issues. You may drink, and it will significantly aid in enhancing your strength. Can you detect the composition within? Only partial components. However, some can be retained as experimental samples. Boruakeli's already darkened expression grew even more ominous. Akin to cold, he glanced at the pool of water, embraced the jug, and drank it in one gulp. The system had declared it beneficial, and with that, he was willing to take a gamble. Anyone could deceive him, but the system should not. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago, without needing to wait until now. The moment the super divine water coursed through him, a piercing pain surged forth. Damn, this hurts. The skeletal figure did not depart, but instead observed quietly. Even with Boruakeli's formidable will from 2 lifetimes, the pain had him writhing on the ground. Time trickled by. Outside the cavern, within the icy lair, a figure draped in black robes with purple eyes, exuding a stench of decay, flitted about like a headless fly. He had lost Burukeli's scent and could not pursue him. The turtle sage sensed everything, aware that Burukeli had consumed the super divine water. He displayed no extraneous emotion. Such a thing was beyond his consideration. Sun Wukong, as the protagonist of the world, could drink it without consequence. But for his teacher to do so was another matter entirely. He would never risk himself, and having reached his current level of strength, he no longer required such a thing that if he truly needed it, it would be far more convenient to wish upon the dragon Shinran for instantaneous travel to Namek. Cat Sage, Burukeli's strength now far exceeds that of Sun Wukong. Will you not be alarmed? The turtle sage mused, a sly grin creeping onto his face. Turtle sage, what mischief are you plotting now? The great turtle, having raised its head, immediately caught sight of the turtle sage's lewd expression and quipped without a second thought. Nonsense, such slander tarnishes my reputation that I am a sage. How could I engage in such baseness? The great turtle scoffed, resuming its repose. The turtle sage's nature ensured that wherever he roamed, no daughters remained unscathed. But hold on, even if the Demon King Piccolo were to appear, Sun Wukong could effortlessly defeat him without breaking a sweat, leaving no opportunity for Piccolo to make an entrance at that point. Wouldn't the gods be doomed? Moreover, reflecting further, if Piccolo were vanquished, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly not seek out the cat sage, thereby eliminating any chance of drinking the super divine water, considering the current state of affairs. Sun Wukong's strength exceeded 300. Tao Bai would certainly not be a match for him. Suddenly, the turtle sage's expression shifted dramatically. This is utter chaos, complete chaos. Chapter 59. Eliminate him and return to Karin Tower. The great turtle looked at the turtle sage in confusion. What has you so agitated? The turtle sage, ignoring the great turtle, felt the rapid changes unfolding. Sun Wukong had merely placed second in the World Martial Arts Tournament, a detail he had initially overlooked. Now, in light of Burukeli's incident, he realized something was amiss. Other matters could be set aside, but if the Demon King Piccolo were to be directly slain by either Sun Wukong or Burukeli, the ensuing consequences would be entertaining. Without a doubt, with Piccolo dead, there would be no more Piccolo, thus no gods, and with Burukeli's devoted training, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly not act foolishly. The subsequent relationships with King Kai, the Grand Kai, and the Supreme Kai would likely not remain as amicable. What would follow? The turtle sage needed no further contemplation to grasp the severity of the consequences that I have completely upended the Dragon Ball world. What are we to do now? It is not absolutely necessary to have these things. After all, this world exists solely to serve that particular purpose. However, the current predicament is chaotic. If discovered, his plans may not come to fruition. What to do? No, a solution must be devised. The turtle sage anxiously paced along the shore, contemplating strategies, while the bewildered sea turtle gazed at him innocently. Clint had been diligently training, completely oblivious to the situation, and Lanchi was still busy cooking in the house. Karinta, the cat sage, was indeed stunned by the energy released from Burukeli, just as the turtle sage had anticipated. Gripping his wooden staff tightly, the cat sage's eyes glazed over, his body trembling slightly. I seem to have glimpsed the energy within Burukeli, but why is it so potent, at least 10 times stronger than now? How is this possible? How could his physical form contain such immense energy? And why is it in the form of a gorilla? What on earth is going on? The cat sage, in shock, approached the 3 jars on the other side. Unfortunately, time had passed, and he was not present here. No, wait. The cat sage suddenly shuddered. Even if he were here, he would not allow me to witness his past and future, let alone the fact that he does not believe in the future at all. Hesitating, the cat sage squatted back down beside the jar. But if I do not guard this, once Burukeli, the harbinger of death, learns of it, there will be no good outcome for me. At this juncture, he must be on the verge of completely absorbing the divine water and returning. I hope he lands in the right spot. Alas, he is so impatient, not even allowing me to finish my words. The cat sage slowly closed his eyes. He truly feared Burukeli to choke someone with the slightest disagreement is not normal behavior. In the ice cave, Burukeli finally managed to regain his footing. Struggling to rise, he paid no heed to his disheveled appearance. Glaring menacingly at the water's surface, "Is this what you call toxicity?" The voice of the guardian spirit echoed with fear once more. But hasn't your strength increased? Barekli's expression froze in anger. Just having endured, he had not yet had the chance to truly feel it. Upon careful examination, he exclaimed, "Nonsense! I feel no significant change, except that I am full of energy." Just after drinking, he sensed something was amiss. System.my strength.name. Barekli. Combat power. Energy. 9999999. Vitality. 999999. Skills. Unknown. Techniques. Control of the stars. Barekli's face darkened. Not even a single increment. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. The increase in strength was imperceptible to him. His control over his own body was utterly lacking. Moreover, his combat power did not align with his energy levels. System. The vital energy has undergone some changes. And your physical form has been partially developed. I felt nothing. That is because you have not trained or developed it. Clenching his fists tightly, he retorted coldly to the mysterious guardian spirit, "You may leave now." Barekli shot upward into the sky. The absence of mastery over his own body. Was there not someone outside who could assist him? None of this was anyone else's fault. Barekli had not realized that it was his possession of the system that afforded him such clear awareness and understanding of his own body. His belief that he lacked control was merely a matter of perception. It was akin to a person who could lift 100 pounds yet believed they could only manage 40. Barekli currently thought himself capable of only 40 pounds. While the system informed him he could lift 100. Naturally, this created a vast discrepancy. He had not adapted to the activation of the divine water. Now, as Barekli burst forth from the cave, he encountered a headless, fly-like figure cloaked in black with purple eyes, just as expected. However, the strength of this adversary, Barekli's expression shifted. What is happening? How did I arrive here? Moreover, before drinking the divine water, my strength was at 6,000. Does that not imply? Furthermore, upon exiting the turtle sage's domain, the one pursuing him possessed a strength of 8,000. Seeing the foe rush towards him, Barekli's face contorted with fury. He had originally intended to hone his skills through this encounter. But now he completely abandoned that notion. Who is the coward hiding behind you, capable of creating such formidable puppets? Why do you not dare to face me directly? With a fierce cry, Barekli unleashed his full power into his fist. Boom! The black-cloaked figure was sent flying. Barekli was unrelenting. This opponent had been stalking him, sending forth puppets of double his strength. Had he been negligent earlier, he would surely have found himself in a dire struggle. He felt aggrieved. He had wronged no one, yet found himself targeted repeatedly, without any knowledge of the mastermind behind it, naturally inciting his wrath. After a few exchanges, he dispatched the puppet I held back, merely showcasing my combat power. You, lurking in the shadows, can you ascertain my true strength? Barekli's gaze was profound, not even glancing at the remains of the puppet as he soared away. If they could discern his surface strength, he would have no fear. However, if they discovered his actual combat capabilities, that would be truly terrifying. Returning to the place where he had fallen, he looked up and indeed saw an opening. Hey! The cat sage jolted awake, rising to peer into the jar. Barekli, you actually know how to come back. Quickly, help me up. The cat sage wasted no time. With a slight movement of his staff, he observed Barekli being safely returned to Karinta. Smiling, he remarked, "How about that? I did not deceive you. Your strength has greatly increased." Barekli clenched his fist, realizing his ultimate combat power had surged to 20,000, and nodded unconsciously. "Indeed, I must express my gratitude to you. Cat Sage, after I return, I will bring you plenty of fresh fish." "What?" the cat sage exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Forgetting his caution around Barekli, he lunged forward, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, envisioning schools of fish swimming before him. "Really, truly, of course, I keep my promises. That's wonderful, Barekli. Thank you." "No need for thanks. You have been a great help to me." Barekli initially thought it would be trivial to send a few fish up, as unleashing his strength and flying back was no trouble at all. Then he recalled the celestial beans he had consumed. By the way, cat sage, could you kindly part with some celestial beans?" "No problem. Take as many as you like. I have plenty of those." "Plenty, you say?" Barekli's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. Take That feels rather inappropriate. Cat Sage, I do not wish to take advantage of you. However, as a celestial being, you must have an abundance of resources. How about this? I will repay you with fish. But given the limited quantity of fish, shall we exchange celestial beings for live fish? This way, you will have a continuous supply of fresh fish to enjoy. How will the exchange work? The cat sage was so fixated on the prospect of fish that he had not considered Berekli might have ulterior motives. Without a second thought, he agreed and inquired about the method. 1 celestial being for 10 pounds of fish. The cat sage immediately began a haggle. That won't do. It should be at least 20 pounds. As Boruakeli observed the cat sage's demeanor, he mused that if he were to venture into the sea to fish, he could procure as many as he desired. Without a moment's hesitation, he readily acquiesced. Very well, then, 20 pounds it shall be, the cat sage casually remarked, intending to negotiate with Boruakeli, yet was taken aback by his immediate agreement, leaving him momentarily stunned. What is the matter? The cat sage inquired, leaning his wooden staff against his shoulder while tugging at his whiskers in frustration. What a loss this is! A monumental loss, Boruakeli, recognizing the sage's plight, replied, Sage, I merely appreciate your assistance. Otherwise, your celestial beings would not yield such a bounty of fish. Fuming, the cat sage retorted, Nonsense! My celestial beings are not worth less than fish. With a light chuckle, Boruakeli countered, Dear sage, as a celestial being, you should comprehend that what is humble to one may be precious to another. Can you descend to the depths? The cat sage was rendered speechless by Boruakeli's audacity. This is the first time I have encountered such a brazen individual. Unfazed, Boruakeli responded, I appreciate your evaluation, sage, considering you have only met 2 people, including myself. Very well, sage. I am heading down now. When I return, I shall bring you fresh live fish. The cat sage was left dumbfounded, disappointment etched across his face. What? Aren't you going down to fetch them for me? Waving his hand dismissively, Boruakeli stifled a laugh. Of course not. I shall not engage in futile endeavors. You rascal! The cat sage, in a huff, produced a small cloth pouch filled with celestial beans. Will this suffice? Boruakeli accepted it without hesitation. Very well. Await my return. I shall be back shortly. The cat sage's expression brightened, his previous ire dissipating, replaced by a glimmer of eager anticipation as he fidgeted with his hands. Upon reaching the ocean floor, Boruakeli did not linger and swiftly located a pristine stretch of water. As he gestured with his hands, an immense energy enveloped the surface, forcing the fish to surface under the immense pressure. Acquiring live fish was a simple task. However, the celestial beings seemed exceedingly precious. Without a second thought, he collected the fish into 2 versatile capsules before soaring into the sky once more. Cat sage. Our transaction is complete. I must take my leave. As he nestled amidst the lively fish, Boruakeli was interrupted. Before you depart, I have a piece of advice for you. Pausing mid-flight, Boruakeli turned, curiosity piqued. Master your own self. What? The cat sage offered no further explanation, instead collapsing in a stupor amidst the fish. Meow. Boruakeli furrowed his brow. Once Boruakeli had distanced himself, the cat sage emerged from the fish, his previous days replaced by a complex amalgamation of calm, seriousness, anxiety, and fear. He pondered whether this was a blessing or a curse. What would the future hold for Earth? Boruakeli bid farewell to the cat sage, soaring freely through the vast expanse. With a resounding roar, he streaked across the sky. The puppet should not catch up to me that soon. I can afford to be carefree for a couple of days. As this thought crossed his mind, he could no longer restrain himself. Throughout his existence, he had never genuinely indulged in play. Currently, nothing seemed easily attainable, so he decided to relax. Though the cultivation in this world differed from his previous life, a balance between tension and relaxation should pose no issue. Resolute, Boruakeli descended upon a hilltop. Instead of rushing to find others, he casually sought out a clear, pristine river. Just as he rounded a visual obstruction, he found an expansive view ahead. Yet, Boruakeli was astounded to eye in the distance. Upon a large stone by the riverbank, a robust, silver-haired old man donned in short sleeves was fishing. Boruakeli was entirely oblivious to his presence. Strange. Could there be a sage here? Stealthily approaching, he found the elderly man's wrinkled face utterly motionless. As if he were entirely unaware of Burwakeli's arrival, that he chose not to disturb him and quietly observe the fishing. However, as he watched, he sensed something amiss. Rubbing his eyes, he realized the old man had vanished. Shoo! Do not make a sound. Otherwise, the fish will be frightened away. Burwakeli was taken aback, obediently sitting down and redirecting his gaze to the rippling surface of the water, where the fish were distinctly visible. Senior, I am merely an old man fishing. Your mind is not at peace. What? Burwakeli stared at the old man incredulously. My mind is not at peace. How so? I'm not thinking of anything at all. Then why not give it a try? The elder offered him a fishing rod. Shaking his head, Burwakeli replied, Old man, I prefer to catch my own fish. Ha ha! Is that so? Then your mind is not at peace. If your mind is not at peace, how can you achieve your desires? The old man lifted his rod, successfully reeling in a fish. Burwakeli was momentarily stunned. Achieving desires requires a tranquil mind. He smiled faintly. Thank you for your guidance. I shall give it a try. Having never fished in either his past or present life, Burwakeli emulated the elder's method, successfully completing the first step. However, he lacked the necessary skill. Though he restrained his strength, he gripped the rod tightly to prevent it from slipping. You need not exert so much force. Relax your entire body. With a confident smile, Burwakeli replied, Old man, while I may not know how to fish, my control over my body is quite strong that I am not exerting myself. Yet your muscles are tense. Burwakeli turned to the old man, intrigued. If I hold the rod this way, the hook will sway at the bottom, and the fish will not bite. The rod is akin to your body. You have yet to master it. Burwakeli shuddered, astonished by the elder's insight. Mastery. It can be understood this way. Old man, do you practice cultivation? No. I only fish, departing and returning home at the same time each day. I have done so for 60 years, rain or shine. Beyond that, I know nothing. Burwakeli gently closed his eyes, carefully reflecting on the elder's words. Tension in the muscles does not equate to mastery of the body. An unsettled mind leads to unsuccessful endeavors. The elder's calm and clear voice echoed in his ears once more. Chapter 61. The Five Elements Mountain. Taishan Laojun, do not be anxious. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. No, it should be a deep breath and then exhale gradually. Regardless of the elder's instructions, Burwakeli dutifully complied. Once his mind was entirely at peace, he felt as though he had merged with his surroundings, the gentle breeze, the warm sunlight, the rustling leaves, and the babbling water. What is this? Look up at the sky. Burwakeli obediently complied, suddenly filled with exuberance. To calm the heart, do not be swayed by external joys or sorrows. Upon hearing this, Burwakeli took another deep breath. Your focus is still lacking. Remember, nurture your essence with energy, cultivate spirit with essence, and control your energy with spirit. Upon receiving such profound wisdom, Burwakeli felt a deep sense of reverence. Yes, sir. The old man remained unfazed, continuing to fish quietly. Meanwhile, Burwakeli absorbed the insights he had just gleaned. Fishing requires undivided attention. Burwakeli immediately centered his thoughts. No longer contemplating matters of cultivation. Close your eyes and delve into the depths of the water. Can you sense the fish approaching your hook, hesitating whether to take a bite? Hold on a moment. Wait until it bites. That is the instant to strike, swift, precise, and ruthless. Now is the time. Following the elder's command, Burwakeli swiftly grasped the fishing rod. He had caught one. Ha. Continue. Thus, the entire afternoon unfolded with Burwakeli both fishing and cultivating himself. This cultivation was no less significant than the teachings from the cat sage, who had taught him to master his environment, while the old gentleman instructed him in the art of harnessing vital energy, merging himself with the scenery. Well then, I must take my leave. Burwakeli rose and respectfully bowed. Thank you for your guidance, sir. The elder retracted the fishing rod and bent down to lift 2 baskets filled with lively fish. Ha, young man. The relationship between master and nature, learning from one's own heart. Burwakeli straightened, bowing earnestly once more. Indeed, upon arriving here, he had been solely focused on seeking various reclusive masters for learning, never once considering this method, the ancient practice revered by sages of yore. Let us depart. Burwakeli remained attentive until the elder had completely vanished from sight. Then he regained his senses, casting a glance at the old man's retreating figure. His gaze shifted to the river beneath his feet. With a sudden intensity, his eyes widened, and divine light flickered within them, causing the river to erupt unexpectedly. This is the mastery of the physical form. He effortlessly lifted a large stone above his head, then firmly planted his feet on another stone, leaping to the next. This cycle continued until he vanished from that place. Borricelli maintained this form of cultivation until his body exhibited no visible muscle at all. Yet when the need arose, the hidden power within him could be unleashed in an instant. 6 months later, atop a mountain shrouded in black mist, Borricelli stood quietly, clutching a heavy stone. System, report my strength. Name, Borricelli combat power. Energy, 9999999. Vitality, 9999999. Techniques, unknown cultivation method. Mastery of the stars. After half a year, my vitality has not increased a single fraction, yet my strength has surged by 10,000 and more. Golden light flickered in Borricelli's eyes. Has it been developed? The energy block with a 300 scale and the prototype bioarmor had been successfully researched. During these 6 months, Borricelli had devoted himself entirely to cultivating and training, neglecting the progress of the system's development. This endeavor was merely a matter of permutations and combinations, requiring little of his attention, just providing direction for the system to follow. Now that the design and manufacturing routes had been established, everything appeared secure. With these advancements, his physical cultivation method was taking shape, though it still lacked certain elements. Contemplating this, Borricelli squinted his eyes and strode forward. System, are you certain this is the place? Without a doubt. Indeed. Measurements confirm it is accurate. Borricelli's figure flickered in and out of visibility within the black mist. The fire from Flame Mountain transmitted from here. How intriguing. I wish to see what it truly is. As he traversed through the mist, a towering gate came into view. Borricelli frowned. This defies logic. This is clearly a mountain. Prior to entering the mist, I could even see the clouds atop the peak. Yet upon passing through the mist, how could a monumental portal stand before me? The portal, towering beyond measure, was obscured at the top by dark crimson clouds, rendering the surroundings indistinct. Flanking the gate were 2 stout red columns. Strangely, despite the obscured summit, 3 colossal characters gradually emerged on the gate. 5 Elements Mountain. What on earth? 5 Elements Mountain. Is it related to the Buddha? Borricelli scoffed at the notion, lifting his foot to deliver a kick. The gate swung open. Inside, a cacophony of sounds, whispers, howls, and enticing, seductive noises, intermingled and filled his ears. What a bunch of phantoms. Borricelli remained unfazed, stepping firmly onto the ground beyond the entrance. Oh, could this be an illusion? Before him lay a winding path, narrow and treacherous, with no visible end, flanked by sharp stone pillars. Ahead, a sheer cliff loomed, requiring him to leap across. Such trivial tricks. Borricelli internally dismissed the challenge, appearing nonchalant as he closed his eyes. Had it been 6 months prior, without the system, he might have faced some difficulty. But now, these were mere child's play. He did not need the system. He could easily discern the situation on his own. A minute later, he opened his eyes once more, and indeed, the environment had drastically changed. The narrow path had vanished. Borricelli smiled slightly and took a step forward. Another step. After 3 steps, the scenery shifted again. Oh, it's rather warm here. A young voice greeted him. You're the first person I have encountered since arriving. Borricelli squinted at the small, hunched old man by the large furnace, dressed in martial attire. A fleeting expression of astonishment crossed his face. It was the very old man who had once taken Sun Wukong away, the grandfather of Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Old man? Borricelli shook his head, striving to avoid revealing any flaws. No, but where is this place? This is 5 Elements Mountain, the domain of the Supreme Old Lord. Before you lies the 8 trigrams furnace. What? Supreme Old Lord, Chapter 62. It's a concubine. You're in charge. Sun Wufan leisurely approached with his hands behind his back. Indeed, this is the realm of the Supreme Old Lord. Borricelli was at a loss for words. 5 Elements Mountain was simply 5 Elements Mountain. Why had it become the territory of the Supreme Old Lord, and what was this 8 trigrams furnace? Is the fire within it the three-flavor true fire? He cast a skeptical glance at Sun Wufan. Are you the supreme old lord? Based on appearances, aside from being somewhat disheveled, he was still an old man, except for the fact that he had only died in the past 10 years. Borricelli had little other information that if it were true, it wasn't entirely impossible. But it was hard to believe that no, young man, I am merely a servant, not the supreme old lord. Sun Wufan hastily waved his hands, his face turning red. Receiving this clear response, Borricelli merely curled his lip, scrutinizing his surroundings. Aside from the vast stone walls, there loomed the massive 8 trigrams furnace. The central vent had a diameter of several dozen meters. Flames he recognized blazed atop it, and atop the flames rested a large pot, bubbling and boiling with an unknown concoction, emitting a steady stream of white mist ascending into the air. Impressive, truly impressive. Sun Wufan regained his composure, resuming a dignified demeanor with his hands behind his back. Might I inquire what brings you here, young guest? He circled the 8 trigrams furnace. Nothing much, just traveling around and inadvertently arriving here. Is that so? This place connects the realms of yin and yang. Although the young guest possesses formidable strength, the malevolent energy here can be quite corrosive. For the sake of your foundation, I would advise you to leave as soon as possible. Borricelli smiled. By the way, I still do not know your name. I am called Borricelli. You may call me Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan? Borricelli feigned understanding, yet his expression remained one of confusion. That I wonder, what is your relation to the Bull Demon King of Flame Mountain? He is my junior brother. We trained together under the turtle immortal. Oh, Borricelli feigned enlightenment. Young guest, do you have any questions? No, I have visited Flame Mountain and assisted him in extinguishing the flames that blazed there. Pausing briefly, Borricelli pointed towards the furnace, just like this one here. What? Sun Wufan's expression changed dramatically. Could it be that the little guest was not speaking in jest? Every word was the truth. The shifting expressions on Sun Wufan's face revealed his internal struggle. Please wait a moment. I shall summon Taishang Laoju. As soon as Sun Wufan's words fell, a sweet voice echoed. Wufan? Who is it? Has a guest arrived? Yes, it is Lord Taishang Laojun. Borricelli, despite his nature, was taken aback. Internally, he shouted in disbelief. No way. Taishang Laojun is a woman. Shortly thereafter, a shadow with 2 long antennae appeared. This moment, Borricelli could no longer contain himself. Isn't that the very appearance of Sun Wukong? In response to Borricelli's audacity, Sun Wufan merely stood there, hands clasped behind his back, smiling amiably without reprimanding him. Instead, he pondered the implications of what was said. Could it be that the little guest knows my grandson? Sun Wukong. Waving his hand dismissively, he replied, What I mentioned differs from what you comprehend. Sun Wufan chuckled. So, does the little guest know me? Indeed. Nodding gently, a tail emerged from behind him. I am the brother of Sun Wukong. It was I who placed him beneath the tree, and I witnessed you carry him away. Sun Wufan gave a wry smile. Oh, wondered, so, are you here this time to completely resolve the plight of Nyo Mo Wang? Nodding and shaking his head, he explained, I indeed traversed the continent, but I merely chanced upon this place, as for a complete resolution. That depends on you. As the two conversed, the true appearance of Taishang Laojun was revealed. Wufan, a guest has arrived? Borricelli gazed at the tall figure before him, adorned in ancient Huaxia attire, draped in a long cloak, crowned with flowers, and sporting 2 long, pointed antennae. Her face was flawless and radiant, her complexion rosy and glowing, her voice melodious and sweet. The corners of Borricelli's mouth twitched involuntarily. Lord Anning, indeed, the little guest has come. Borricelli cast a peculiar glance at the rejuvenated Sun Wufan. Initially, he found it strange that a servant, upon the arrival of their master, showed neither fear nor deference, seamlessly engaging in conversation. Now, everything became clear. This was not merely a master and servant relationship. It resembled that of lovers. What business does he have? In response to Lord Anning, the little guest mentioned that the bottom of the Bagua furnace has leaked again, allowing Yin fire to seep into the mortal realm. Taishang Laojuan's expression shifted dramatically. Is that true? No wonder I have found the pasta I cooked recently unpalatable. It turns out the heat has diminished. Kelly was rendered speechless. The lofty deity truly was different. The first thought that crossed her mind was the quality of her culinary creations. Fortunately, Sun Wufan remained composed. Lord Anning, but the Yin fire has entered the mortal realm, already affecting Flame Mountain on the other side of the earth. Taishang Laojun exclaimed in astonishment. This implies that the furnace's base has been breached. That poses a dilemma. If it were the walls of the furnace, I could manage, but the base requires entry from the center. Kelly listened to their dialogue, but remained fixated on the furnace. Could it not be extinguished and then mended? Sun Wufan replied solemnly. It is not that simple. The flames of the Bagua furnace cannot be extinguished. What? If the flames of the Bagua furnace were extinguished, chaos would certainly ensue in both the underworld and the mortal realm. The underworld, the mortal realm. Is there also a divine realm? Indeed, there is. Kelly was at a loss for words. He had merely spoken offhandedly. Yet it turned out there truly was a divine realm. What manner of environment is this earth, or rather, this universe? However, Taishang Laojun appeared intrigued, displaying keen interest. Nevertheless, I find it quite fascinating. Perhaps we should give it a try. Sun Wufan interjected anxiously. Lord Anning, how can you say such a thing? If the flames were extinguished, reigniting the fire of the Bagua furnace would take at least 2,000 years, during which both the mortal and underworld realms would descend into chaos. The Lord of Hell would be utterly overwhelmed. Kelly surveyed the scene with a peculiar expression. Initially merely speculating, now it was undeniable that a servant dared to speak, so did Taishang Laojun. I say. Taishang Laojun finally regarded Kelly with direct attention. Do you have something to say? What then shall we do? We need to keep the smoke from dissipating while also allowing access to the furnace base to mend the breach. You are the custodians here. Do you not wish to take responsibility? Should this spiral out of control, the mortal realm will certainly be thrown into disarray. Kelly, adapting swiftly, directly employed this terminology. There is only one solution. Taishang Laojun furrowed her brow. Lamenting, Chapter 63. Dauntless, the entrance of Yin fire. What solution? Kelly stood his ground, showing no trace of respect. The celestial being before him posed no threat, and he held her in contempt. Thus, there was no inclination to show deference. Moreover, Sun Wufan, due to his ties to Sun Wukong, continued to advocate on his behalf, offering no reprimand for his insolence. As it stood, Kelly's actions had not yet incited any conflict. Anning tilted her head. Howdy, I have it. We can use the banana fan to temporarily partition the flames and then block it with the shell of the fire-snatching bird's octagonal EGG. Oh, you have those? Kelly smirked dismissively. Whether or not I have them is irrelevant. Chi-Chi is Sun Wukong's wife, and Yo-Mo Wang is his father-in-law. I have no intentions of meddling. Having chanced upon this fiery scene, an idea had begun to take root in his mind, which was the true motive behind his inquiry. Cultivating a connection with Sun Wufan was merely a means to avoid escalating tensions that I do not have them. This matter does not concern me. It is an issue of your own making as the custodians. Why should I involve myself? Taishang Laojun glared at Kelly, who met her gaze without fear. The IT must be extinguished. Kelly mercilessly interrupted Taishang Laojun's impending words. Enough already. This has nothing to do with me. You all must find a solution. Whether you choose to incinerate the earth or extinguish the flames, plunging the world into chaos, that is your affair. With that, Kelly deliberately turned to exit. Wait a moment. Yes, there's something else? Could I trouble you to find the banana fan and the octagonal eggshell of the fire-snatching bird? Shrugging, Kelly coldly rejected once more. I've already stated, this has nothing to do with me. The Earth's destruction will not spare you either. Rest assured, by the time your Yin fire engulfs the entire Earth, I will be long gone. Taishang Laojun exchanged a glance with Sun Wufan. Then what would you require as compensation? Kelly showed no hesitation. Pointing at the Bagua furnace, he declared, grant me a portion of your flames, in no way. Without a moment's thought, Taishang Laojun outright rejected Kelly's request. Very well then. Kelly turned to leave once more. Behind him, Sun Wufan's voice called out, Lord Anning. All right, I will oblige. Taishang Laojun's disgruntled voice reached Kelly's ears. Kelly turned back with a smile. Approaching once more, would it not have been better to have done this sooner? You must have come with ulterior motives. Not at all. It was truly a matter of coincidence. Taishang Lao Jun curled his lips disdainfully. I could provide it for you. But do you possess the capability to obtain it yourself? What does it mean? Taishang Lao Jun wore an expression that suggested his scheme had succeeded. The flames of the Bagua furnace must not be extinguished, yet I can reignite a small flame for you with materials. This would be beneficial for you as well. First, it would not be so ferocious, allowing you to easily tame it. Second, the Yin fire lacks a fixed nature, enabling you to transform it at will, potentially making it far more powerful than the original Yin fire. Oruikali's eyes brightened at this. This flame is certainly much superior to the one in the Bagua furnace, isn't it? Very well, he chuckled. You are quite bold, and your greed knows no bounds. Follow me. Oruikali immediately followed eagerly. Bold? Hee, and Ning remains unaware of her own thoughts. Otherwise, she would be frightened to death. They circled around the Bagua furnace, following Taishang Lao Jun and Ning to the back. Pushing open a stone wall, Taishang Lao Jun said, Come. Oruikali entered without a hint of worry. Did you not mention that reigniting the Bagua furnace would take a long time? Indeed, Taishang Lao Jun replied while moving wood. Then what is this? Taishang Lao Jun playfully remarked, I never claimed that igniting the Yin fire would take long. Ah, really? Sighing softly, Taishang Lao Jun said, Since you are the nephew of Wu Fan, I shall speak frankly with you. The Bagua furnace is unlike an ordinary furnace. It requires this special flame to refine the unique herbs upon it, creating smoke that allows the souls to traverse both realms. Other furnaces are simply not resilient enough. Only the eggshell of the fire-eating bird will suffice. However, the fire-eating bird is exceptionally heat-resistant. Once extinguished, the Bagua furnace will cool instantly, requiring at least 2,000 years to raise the temperature again. This is the most crucial reason. Naturally, the Yin fire must continuously burn for at least 200 years to reach the necessary intensity for refining the Bagua furnace. And the newly ignited Yin fire simply cannot meet this standard. Oruikali nodded that in these respects, the other party was the expert. He would refrain from speaking out of turn. He would wait to absorb the Yin fire. By the way, do you have a container for the Yin fire? It will need various precious materials to nourish it, allowing it to burn continuously. Rest assured, I've already made arrangements. Humph. You claim you came here unintentionally. Yet you clearly have ulterior motives. Oruikali did not bother to explain. When the Yin fire rose, he directly sat cross-legged in front of it. What are you doing? Next, it is my affair. Once I absorb the Yin fire, I will naturally retrieve the banana fan and the fire-eating bird's eggshell for you. Oruikali replied coolly, then closed his eyes to mobilize the energy within him. Without the aid of energy, he dared not take such risks. His physical body was not yet strong enough to be fearless. What? You intend to absorb it. At this moment, Taishang Lao Jun and Ning finally grasped the meaning behind Oruikali's words, her eyes widening in disbelief. This could not merely be described as audacity. It was akin to the old immortal consuming arsenic, as if he were tired of living. The Yin fire, a flame of the underworld, could burn in the realm of the living with the aid of Yin wood, capable of scorching souls and piercing flesh. This child before her, she acknowledged, possessed an immense energy within, yet to attempt to absorb the unique flames of hell was nothing short of a fantasy. Child, you cannot play with such fire. If you were to perish, where would I find someone to gather materials for me? Taishang Lao Jun urgently advised Oruikali against this course of action. But at this moment, Oruikali was already set on his path, unable to turn back. The energy escaped his hands, slowly enveloping the Yin fire. The flickering of the Yin fire visibly intensified, as if it were resisting, aware of its impending fate. You shall not escape. Oruikali let out a cold snort, the rotation of his energy increasing, the pressure on the Yin fire growing stronger. He understood that this was a path to transcendence. If he could navigate it successfully, his future would be infinitely brighter. Thus, he exerted every ounce of strength. Yet in the blink of an eye, beads of sweat formed on Oruikali's forehead, and his breathing quickened. His hands tensed painfully. It was lamentable that although the Yin fire was weak, subduing it proved to be exceedingly difficult. Damn it, even this small flame is so hard to tame. Child, I suggest you reconsider. If you truly require the Yin fire, It would be best to find a container akin to the Bagua furnace. I believe the eggshell of the fire-eating bird would suffice. The Ruikali ignored Taishang Lao Jun's incessant prattle. Resolutely confronting the Yin fire. System, is there any way? None. The system replied, unusually verbose. Not only is there no method, but if you wish to survive, you must completely subdue it before you can absorb it into your body. Why? If you're unafraid of death, then by all means, give it a TRY.B. Ruikali's expression grew increasingly grim. Although the system was lacking, its data analysis was seldom wrong that he could not afford to take risks. So he continued to hold his ground against the Yin fire. Child, you. Be quiet. Tend to your own affairs. I shall endure this. Taishang Lao Jun, exasperated, stomped his foot and turned to leave. This was not his concern. Even if he were to recklessly consume the Yin fire and perish, he could find a way to contact the celestial beings on Earth to send someone for assistance. With this thought, Taishang Lao Jun felt clouds of gloom dissipate and walked out cheerfully. In the empty stone chamber, Ruikali remained locked in a stalemate with the Yin fire. 3 days later, Ruikali's expression grew increasingly dire. Over these 3 days, he had consumed no less than 10 immortal beings, nearly exhausting his energy reserves at a rate of 1 bean per hour. He had not slept for 3 days either. The Yin fire showed no signs of submission. Instead, his internal energy was subtly being influenced by the Yin fire, undergoing a peculiar transformation, gaining a hint of fiery essence. What to do? You can wait until your entire energy is infused with the essence of the Yin fire before absorbing it. Ruikali immediately grasped the system's intention, his face lighting up that he once again exerted all his strength to encircle the Yin fire. Another 3 days passed. His energy had completely taken on the attributes of Yin fire, and he readied himself once more. Enough. Arise with a mighty roar. The Yin fire could no longer hold its form, succumbing to his controlling energy and being devoured into his abdomen. Chapter 64. Fate will bring us together again. Wukong Ugh. The moment the Yin fire entered his body, Ruikali felt as if he were under a waterfall, sweat pouring out incessantly. His entire body tensed, veins bulging, and his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Pain, heat, and confusion assaulted his body and mind. Gritting his teeth, he forced out a sound. Damn, it hurts so much. Trembling uncontrollably, his internal energy surged chaotically towards the Yin fire, enveloping it tightly. After approximately 3 hours, Ruikali finally began to feel a modicum of relief. With trembling hands, he reached into his robe, retrieving an immortal bean and slowly placing it into his mouth to chew. This ordinarily trivial act took him an entire minute. This was truly inhumane torment. With cracked lips, he chewed the immortal bean while attempting to alleviate his suffering. There's no other way. This is merely the first step. Ingestion. The next steps will be even more daunting. He had to integrate the Yin fire into his heart. But at this moment, he did not dare. Not from unwillingness, but from fear. His entire energy field was now completely enveloped around the Yin fire, leaving no surplus energy. System, what should I do? 3 great Dantians. No, the Dantians are not suitable for Yin fire. You can temporarily nurture it, allowing your internal energy to adapt to the Yin fire. What if it takes root? This time, the system did not respond immediately, instead falling into a prolonged silence. After some contemplation, the likelihood soared to 87. Ruikali was at a loss for words. Under normal circumstances, he would have vented his frustrations, knowing the system was well aware of his nature. However, now, engulfed in pain, he lacked the strength and energy to engage in such banter. There was no alternative. He had to endure until he could adapt, until it became second nature. Even in his weakened state, upon hearing the system's words, Ruikali's expression changed dramatically. He categorically rejected the idea. No, if it came to that, I would become a mere shell of my former self. But your current physical form is more formidable than the average person. Can you fly? I cannot. Can you defeat the monster that approaches? No, that is unacceptable. Ruikali firmly dismissed the suggestion from the system. His energy was completely restrained. What would happen if he ventured outside? He had not forgotten that an old specter lurked outside, watching him. If he were to lose his power, he would become easy prey, a fish on a cutting board. The system offered no other solutions. It was either to embrace the heart now or perish. Damn, Do you wish for me to die and await the next master? That could also be the case. Directly, forget it, I won't stoop to the system's level. Tilting his head in deep thought, he realized that his body was currently sustained by vital energy, preventing the Yin fire from harming his flesh, which rendered him utterly incapable of mobilizing any excess vital energy. If he were to transfer the Yin fire to his dantian, it would be akin to having meteors and satellites bear the burden. According to the system, within his dantian, the meteors and satellites would take physical form, bearing the mere Yin fire, which was already constrained, and the meteors and satellites had long adapted to the properties of the Yin fire. So the issue should not be severe. His concern lay in the possibility of the Yin fire taking root within the dantian, which would spell trouble. Alas, why is my body beyond my control? He sighed deeply. There was no one to guide him. Gathering his resolve, he gritted his teeth and decided to follow the system's advice. If he conserved his strength and was pursued by the puppet with black robes and purple eyes, he would be left in a dire state, possibly facing death. This was entirely different from the suppression of gravitational rings. That suppression he could lift at will, but if all his vital energy was used to restrain the Yin fire, he would be powerless to rectify the situation. Once more, he focused on controlling the vital energy within his body, directing the Yin fire towards his Zhong dantian. There was no other option. This was the most suitable dantian. With the upper and lower dantians providing swift support, the Yin fire entered the Zhong dantian. The rotation speed of the meteors and satellites within all three dantians suddenly accelerated. What is happening? Am I losing control again? What use is there in cultivating? Berekli looked at the changes in his dantian with tears of despair. Everything was once again beyond his comprehension. His tears did not affect the transformation of a dantian. From the upper and lower dantians, clear silver threads extended, directly connecting to the satellites and meteors in the Zhong dantian. The Zhong dantian was not to be outdone. Once the threads connected to it, it too extended silver threads, tightly binding the Yin fire. No, don't. Berekli cried out in panic as he saw the Zhong dantian ensnaring the Yin fire like a rogue. If the Yin fire were trapped in the Zhong dantian, rooting itself would become inevitable. But that was not his intention. Yin fire, no matter how dark, still belongs to the realm of fire. It is a special flame. If memory serves, the heart belongs to fire. The lungs to metal, the kidneys to water, the liver to wood, and the spleen to earth. The rightful place for the Yin fire should be the heart. He mobilized his vital energy, persistently disrupting the satellites in the Zhong dantian. Fortunately, the satellite he could not control could still be influenced by his vital energy, allowing it to loosen its grip on the Yin fire. What is happening? Why do I feel like there are increasingly bizarre phenomena within me? Aside from the vital energy, there were no signs of rebellion. He had no control over anything else. It was only when a brief balance was achieved that he released a sigh of relief. Not bad. I'll deal with this later. Berekli stood up, dusted himself off, and raised his hand to sniff at it stinks. He self-deprecated and left the stone chamber without a second thought. Upon exiting, when he returned to the 8 trigrams furnace, he found Sun Wukong waiting alone. Forlornly. You're out. Yes, thank you for speaking on my behalf. Sun Wukong smiled, his lips moving slightly. You wish to inquire about Sun Wukong? He chuckled awkwardly. Sun Wukong sighed. Indeed. Ever since that full moon, I have not seen him again, nor do I know how he fares now. Fear not. He is doing quite well, training everywhere, his strength nearly unmatched among mortals. He is currently training under Master Rashi, and I will keep an eye on him from the shadows. Sun Wukong immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you very much, and no need for thanks. He is my brother. Sun Wukong looked up in astonishment, gazing blankly at Berekli. However, Wukong should be 13 years old now. Correct, he and I are twins. He is the elder, and I am the younger. Then what about you? Don't worry, Sun Wukong is the same as I am. Until we reach adulthood, our appearances will not change at all. Sun Wukong forced a smile. Initially, Berekli claimed to have released Sun Wukong, leading one to believe that this young man, named Berekli, must be older than Sun Wukong. Yet, it turned out he was his younger brother. Noticing Sun Wukong's silence, Berekli did not hesitate. Merely stating he was leaving I must take my leave, he did not inquire if Sun Wukong had any messages for him. By the time Berekli vanished from sight, he had no desire to involve himself in these matters. Having Bulma was already sufficient. Matters of the heart were quite troublesome, wishing for many friends, yet finding few with whom to connect deeply. In his past life, he was utterly alone. In this life, it seemed best if only Bulma remained as for Sun Wukong. He would undoubtedly spare no effort to assist him, but entangling himself in further emotional complexities? Forget it, it's too exhausting. Bereckley would not anticipate that his thoughts and the actual situation could diverge so greatly. Exiting the Five Elements Mountain, he glanced back. How intriguing. Hell, is it? I shall visit if given the chance. 3 months later, in a picturesque little village, Bereckley was taken aback to see a boy and girl sitting on a flying nimbus. Sun Wukong. What an extraordinary twist of fate. Chapter 65. The Red Ribbon. Snatching a bride, in the distance, Sun Wukong was riding the flying nimbus with a little girl, two strange creatures flapping their wings above her head. Yes, as soon as Sun Wukong spotted him, he shouted excitedly and flew over. Bereckley could only wave in return. Observing the ecstatic Sun Wukong, he took the initiative to greet him. What a coincidence! What brings you here? Oh dear. Sitting atop his flying nimbus was a short, plump girl with a round face. Her purple hair danced in the wind, and her bright blue eyes curiously scrutinized Bereckley, while black round-framed glasses adorned her face, making her exceptionally adorable. I was chasing a bad guy and ended up following him here. Sun Wukong scratched his head sheepishly. Bereckley looked at Sun Wukong with curiosity. Oh, what bad guy could you not handle, necessitating your pursuit? With the system's prompt, his combat power now reached an impressive 380. What enemy could pose a challenge? Oh no, it's not that. I've been training, which is why I've been wearing the gravity ring to let my guard down, and it was a nasty fellow from the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Wukong said with resentment. Then what about you? At the sight of Sun Wukong, Alalay could no longer contain herself and sprang forth that, oh my, Sun Wukong. Who is he? Only then did Sun Wukong realize. As he pulled Alalay close. This is my new friend. Her name is Alalay. Oh my. Bereckley smiled faintly. Hello, I am Bereckley. Alalay adorably tilted her head. Oh my. I am Alalay, but you can call me Ding Xiaoyu. Is that so? Hello there. You are truly charming. Oh my. Then let us play in the mud together. Bereckley's expression darkened. Is this a compliment, or does she have a few screws loose? No. Thank you. Oh my. Noticing the little girl's puzzled expression, Bereckley quickly turned to Sun Wukong and continued to inquire, what brings you here? Sun Wukong smacked his forehead, his gaze sharpening. Right? That fellow stole my Dragon Ball. Bereckley was taken aback. Stole the Dragon Ball? Ever since that incident, he has shown little interest in the Dragon Balls. Even Master Rashi has said that glory must be achieved through one's own efforts. Relying solely on the Dragon Balls is not wise. Bereckley suspected that the effectiveness of the Dragon Balls was likely due to manipulating the rules of this universe. Overusing them would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. But now, someone had actually stolen a Dragon Ball. By the way, Pilaf and his crew once attempted to seize the Dragon Balls too. Sun Wukong. You should go after him quickly. Just as Sun Wukong prepared to leave, Bereckley immediately stopped him. By the way. Are you not going to remove the gravity ring? No need. They are merely cunning. They cannot defeat me, and I do not require its removal. Bereckley suddenly understood. That makes sense. All right, take care. Okay. Bereckley paid no further attention to Sun Wukong and descended directly into the village. After a brief moment of sensing, he noted that Sun Wukong's training was still quite rudimentary. Should I send him to Master Rashi for some training? This thought arose, but was swiftly suppressed. After all, he was my little brother. It wouldn't be good if he remained too weak. In terms of cultivation, compared to my little brother, I've always lacked purity. Never mind. That can be discussed later. Let him find the Dragon Balls first. I need to return to the deserted island and resume my scientific research. After descending from Karin Tower, he was prepared to return to his studies. But this delay had nearly cost him a year. However, the outcome was favorable. Aside from the inexplicable anomalies in his dantian, he had gained a preliminary mastery over his vital energy, physical body, and spirit. Without these experiences, Bereckley could only speculate how long it would have taken to reach this stage. Now that he had merely scratched the surface, it could be considered a net gain. Upon reaching the ground, Bereckley strolled leisurely along the main road. Soon, he encountered a tall man with yellow hair and a bare torso. Noticing the other's frown, he realized suspicion had arisen, and his tail excitedly swayed behind him. You must have heard by now. You and that little brat are in cahoots. Bereckley ignored him completely and, in a flicker, appeared directly in front of him. What? Just as the man prepared to defend himself, Bereckley swiftly knocked him unconscious with a single jab that he removed the backpack from his back. 3-star ball. Fine, I shall keep this. Let Sun Wukong search for the rest. This way, it serves as insurance. Bereckley knew full well he was inviting trouble upon himself. Yet having an extra layer of security was not a bad thing. After all, Sun Wukong was too naive. He would not even realize when he was being sold out or when the Dragon Balls were being used. Soaring back into the sky, he paid no mind to the man on the main road and took off in a chosen direction. Bereckley was not particularly concerned with this minor incident. Sun Wukong was currently focused on finding the Dragon Balls, and it was clearly unrealistic to suggest they return together. He also did not wish to waste time searching for Dragon Balls alongside him. Parting ways was a more prudent option. Fixing his gaze on a specific direction, Bereckley flew onward, soon arriving in a region blanketed in ice and snow. Having strength was advantageous. Without it, he could not have traversed this distance in a mere 7 or 8 hours by aircraft. Soaring quietly through the air, he avoided detection. Oddly enough, there was a village nearby. It was puzzling why there would be one so deep within the mountains. Curiosity piqued, Bereckley flew towards the area he sensed. His feet left 2 prints in the snow as he gazed up at a cave halfway up the mountain. Strange. Could it be my cultivation is insufficient, regardless of whether he was disturbing anyone? He pushed aside the rocky entrance and stepped inside. Who is it? Bereckley felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, there were others present. Hello, I apologize for the intrusion. Before Bereckley could finish his introduction, a cold voice echoed from deep within the cave. Kill him this. Bereckley could no longer contain himself. Raising his hand, he concentrated light in his palm, instantly illuminating the cave. Oh, did a woman, approximately 165 centimeters tall, with a slender figure and striking features yet a frigid demeanor. Turned in shock, clad in a white lab coat, her disheveled brown hair fell to her waist, drawing attention. Her flawless, angular face was accentuated by black-framed glasses, adding an air of intellect, while large earrings contributed a touch of wildness. What captivated Bereckley was not the woman herself, but rather the myriad of experimental instruments filling the cave. After a brief glance, he remarked, "So you are a biologist, an outstanding one at that." The woman did not respond, but instead questioned Bereckley. "Who are you?" With a flick of his hand, he unleashed beams of light that swiftly dispatched the assailants approaching him. "Oh, a combination of biology and machinery. Genius. Your research capabilities are impressive." The artificial human. Number 21 was still in her human form, Violet, staring at Bereckley in terror. This moment, anyone encountering Bereckley would find him exceptionally intimidating. His power far surpassed this current stage, just as Bereckley's interest was piqued. He frowned. "Are you up to no good? Not applying science for the greater good? You scoundrel, I am a specially appointed researcher for the Red Ribbon Army. Oh, you dare oppose the Red Ribbon Legion?" Bereckley paused. It did not take long for the name to register in his mind. What a quick encounter! Various thoughts raced through Bereckley's mind as he suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. "Just right. I need a little wife." "What?" Without giving her time to react, he flickered close and knocked her unconscious. He then retrieved a universal capsule and gathered all the nearby experimental instruments. His gaze remained clear, devoid of any nefarious intent. That a companion was insignificant compared to a scientist. If he could capture this woman, it would greatly aid his research. The cave was filled with many instruments, which were rare tools for his studies. However, judging by the age of these instruments, they had likely been used frequently. After organizing everything, he surveyed the now empty cave. "All right, I've secured myself a little wife, an expert in biology no less. This will make my return much more comfortable. A genius in physics, a biological expert, and if he could find a chemist, he would have 2/3 of the equation complete." Chapter 66. A new breakthrough. Biological battle suit. Bereckley paid no mind to the consequences and departed from the cave. Master Rashi had been keeping a close watch on Bereckley, having witnessed him carry away the former human form of number 21, Violet. What the? The sea turtle raised its head in confusion, given Master Rashi's recent erratic behavior. He could not help but ask, "What is wrong, Master Rashi?" The great turtle, Krillin, and Launch gazed curiously at the sudden outburst of the turtle hermit. No, no, it's nothing. Please continue your meal. I am quite full now and wish to enjoy a breath of fresh air. With that, he disregarded the astonished expressions of the others and departed the room, his silhouette imbued with a sense of solitude. This is utterly absurd, a preposterous turn of events. What is he trying to achieve? Does he intend to establish a harem? The turtle hermit's complexion fluctuated between various shades of emotion. Should Broly indeed pursue such a path, it would likely lead to his ruin. The purpose of his arrival would be entirely thwarted. What kind of situation is this? That individual is Android 21, who has never even made an appearance. How could Broly casually stumble upon her? As he pondered, the turtle hermit's true nature began to surface. Stroking his chin, he leered, "However, I must admit, Android 21 is indeed quite exquisite, even surpassing Android 18 in beauty. No, what am I thinking? The pressing concern is what to do next." The turtle hermit hesitated to take risks. His entry into this situation felt as though he had staked his very life on Broly. If it all ended in failure, he might never escape. That moment, his fate would be sealed. He quickly shook off the daydream. Perhaps I should send out puppets to relentlessly pursue him? No, that won't do. He must accumulate sufficient strength. Otherwise, even if he flaunts his prowess in the Dragon Ball world, it would bear little significance. He lamented. Why, oh why, does one seek out a beautiful woman? The turtle hermit was filled with concern. What if Broly succumbed to the allure of feminine charms? That would spell disaster. After contemplating for quite some time without resolution, the turtle hermit decided to probe the matter further. With a flicker of energy from his fingers, a familiar rune coalesced and swiftly cut through the sky. Vanishing from sight, I hope the situation I dread does not come to pass. Broly, with such extraordinary advantages, must not act recklessly. Thoughts of a harem should be cast aside for now. Once your power reaches the pinnacle, opportunities will abound. The turtle hermit gazed deeply at the seemingly tranquil sea, the shadows of worry fleetingly crossing his face. Unbeknownst to Broly, he was the subject of fervent concern as he carried a beautiful woman away. Regarding her, he harbored few thoughts. Yet, the scientific knowledge she possessed filled him with immense anticipation. Thanks to his recent breakthroughs, he had become exceedingly sensitive to various perceptions. The secret laboratory cave had long been deserted, with most of the equipment being developed by the woman he carried. Her expertise in biology was no trivial matter. As long as he engaged in meaningful communication with her, he was certain to gain invaluable knowledge and breakthroughs. System, have the blueprints for the biological battle suit been completed? 3 more days. Broly was taken aback. Why so long? This is a biological battle suit, not a mechanical one. Frustration flickered across Broly's face. He understood that creating a biological battlesuit was far more challenging than its mechanical counterpart. Yet the system seemed unyielding in its demands. Very well. Once you complete it, send it directly to me. Understood. After a period of flight, a voice filled with gritted teeth reached Broly's ears. Who are you? Ah, you're awake. Well, of course you. The woman, Vomi, who had initially attempted to struggle, froze and clutched Broly tightly. This is, well, as you can see, I am flying. Vomi's expression flickered as she cautiously surveyed her surroundings, confirming that it was not an illusion. How is this possible? To reassure her, Broly revealed no reservations. After undergoing special training and absorbing energy to a certain extent, one can overcome the gravitational pull of a planet and thus naturally achieve flight. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. You still haven't told me who you are. After hearing his explanation, Vomi's tone softened noticeably, and Broly breathed a sigh of relief. If she had been unwilling, he would have had no effective means of persuasion. With the atmosphere now more relaxed, progress was being made. That I am Broly. And you? Android 21. A lovely name. Why have you captured me? Do you know me? No, I do not know you, Vomi replied, exasperated. She shifted slightly to find a more comfortable position, ceasing her struggles. If you do not know me, why have you abducted me? A hint of cunning glimmered in the corner of Broly's eye. As he maintained his flight speed without faltering, you're so beautiful. Of course, I intend to take you back as my wife. Nonsense, I have a boyfriend. Then I'll just have to kill him. You. Vomi fell silent, internally acknowledging Broly's capability to eliminate her boyfriend. The highest level android they had created thus far was merely Android 8, who would be no match for the formidable figure before her. She found his words hard to believe. If Broly were truly a lecherous devil, he would not be carrying her off so decorously. Rather, he would be devising ways to touch her, reflecting on how easily he had identified the functions of the equipment in her laboratory. A spark of intelligence flickered in Vomi's eyes. The two fell into silence once more. While Broly's speed remained unimpeded, he needed to return to the deserted island quickly, as many tasks awaited him. He had already delayed for a year. He paid little mind to what the android was pondering, nor was he aware of the Turtle Hermit's clandestine machinations. His gaze remained fixed with fervor on his destination. If the updates to the biological battlesuit could keep pace, he could develop a biological battlesuit that surpassed the capabilities of a spaceship, and then he would be able to venture into the cosmos. As the deserted island loomed closer, Broly thought excitedly that on Earth, he had lost all motivation. He could not even claim mastery over his own destiny, let alone his own body, especially with an old schemer lurking behind him, relentlessly probing and pressuring him. The current training methods on Earth had nearly reached their limits. He needed to explore the universe for new techniques. He was utterly convinced that the cosmos held untold paths for cultivation. As soon as he touched down on the deserted island, 3 wild men suddenly emerged. Master, Master, you have finally returned. We thought we would perish here if you did not come back. Broly gently set down Android 21, also known as Vomi, and awkwardly regarded the 3 disheveled wild men. In his effort to prevent their escape, he had scavenged everything before his departure. When he left, he had only left them 3 units of energy blocks, taking everything else. Little did he know that his absence would stretch on for over half a year. All right, you all should eat first, then clean yourselves up. The trio of Pilaf, Shu, and Mai immediately expressed their gratitude as they accepted the food. Master, may I ask who this beautiful lady is? Broly's expression darkened. Humph, some things are not for you to inquire about. Yes, of course, Master's right. Master, we must change our clothes. These are too foul and will taint your mood. Watching as Asu dashed away, Broly could only shake his head in disbelief. Come, I shall show you. Android 21, Vomi, looked at Broly in confusion. He paid her no mind and proceeded directly to the spot where he had previously set up the energy mobility laboratory. He retrieved a long-unused universal capsule and opened the laboratory. Come, let's explore together. Hesitantly, Android 21, Vomi, followed him. What is this? Without waiting for Berekli, Wyoming had already pounced forward. Indeed, the opulence of his laboratory far surpassed her original secret lab by countless measures. This place boasted the latest DNA sequencer, flow cytometer, and a clean bench that were simply magnificent. Berekli gazed, entranced, at Wyoming's curvaceous figure as she eagerly flung herself onto the various instruments, delicately caressing them. He knew he had this one secured, an assured victory of 80. I still have 2 super projects. What are they? Wyoming turned, her eyes gleaming with fervor, fixated on Berekli. Energy blocks and bioarmors. The humanoid 21's eyes sparkled with interest. Really? Can you show me? Hee, the bioarmor is something I just recently made a breakthrough on. I'm still organizing the manufacturing process. The energy block can already reach a scale of 300, but the bioarmor will take an additional 3 days. Can I see it? A thought flickered through Berekli's mind that he promptly commanded the system to transmit all relevant data to her. He then meticulously described all the details to humanoid 21. A genius. Truly a brilliant idea, even better than mine, though still lacking in refinement. What? Berekli frowned at the visibly excited humanoid 21, wondering if this little girl might be a tad delusional. Give me half a day, and I can create it. What? Chapter 67. The Fleshly Law, the Universe Within. Berekli stared in disbelief at humanoid 21, Wyoming. Half a day, even the system requires 3 days to compile a complete manufacturing process. But Wyoming claimed she could do it in merely half a day. By the way, did you bring the equipment? There are 3 items you lack here. Why biological laboratory should encompass all necessary devices. No, those are outdated. Although yours are new, certain operations are still better performed with the older equipment. Without hesitation, Berekli produced a universal capsule and handed it to her. This laboratory is invaluable, yet backed by the substantial financial resources of the Universal Capsule Group. Reconstructing one is hardly a daunting task. Even if Wyoming intended to act recklessly, she could not escape his grasp by providing her these items, if she could indeed manufacture the bioarmor in half a day. It would suggest her expertise in the biological field far exceeded his expectations. Odd. With such prowess, why have I never heard of you? Wyoming, without turning her head, began connecting the devices. Aren't you the same? Not only do you possess strength that surpasses the norm countless times, but you are also profoundly knowledgeable in the sciences, yet I have not heard of you either, Berekli shrugged. You have a point. Not to mention myself. Even the genius Bulma, despite her brilliance, is not particularly renowned in the scientific community. Bulma's strength lies primarily in creation, yet her creations are solely for her benefit, as for everything else. She dismisses them entirely, showing little interest in spending time on them, which is why her reputation in the scientific realm is merely that of Brief's daughter. Yet in certain respects, Bulma clearly surpasses Dr. Brief. How many are aware of that? You really can manufacture it in half a day. If no improvements are needed, creating the first generation according to your design is quite feasible. You are mistaken. Believing that biological cultivation is a daunting task, is it not? Berekli regarded the busy Wyoming with curiosity. He stepped forward to lend a hand, lifting equipment to facilitate her connections to various energy sources. Of course not. The growth of biological entities is largely independent of time and is more related to the efficiency of energy absorption. Berekli mused, your perspective is quite novel, yet not particularly advanced in biological terms. Wyoming hardly acknowledged Berekli, darting about to organize the equipment. Certainly, but can you enhance the efficiency of cellular energy absorption? I possess a method that can achieve that. With improvements, it would only take about a decade to create a monster capable of generating energy in the billions. Berekli exclaimed in admiration. Wow, that is truly impressive. This is no mere flattery from Berekli. If it is indeed possible for a cell to absorb billions of energy over a decade, it is exceptionally extraordinary. Berekli had toiled for 13 years to reach his current level, and his energy is merely 99.99, considering a decade's time. That increase is equivalent to augmenting at least 500,000 energy daily, which, converted into human strength, translates to the power of 500,000 individuals. This technology is nothing short of remarkable. Indeed, Wyoming replied with pride. Unfortunately, it is still in its infancy. To thoroughly research it will require a significant amount of time. No worries, you can stay in my laboratory, and we will study it together. Wyoming remained focused on her work, not responding. Berekli was unfazed. After all, she was a beauty he had reclaimed, and it wouldn't be easy to win her over swiftly. He lacked that kind of charm. After a while, she declared, All right, you can continue with your tasks. I am about to begin. Berekli silently turned to leave, adhering to the principle of maintaining a transparent demeanor. Relationships must be nurtured gradually. With proper cultivation, Wyoming would eventually comply with his commands. He left her to her endeavors. Confident in his approach, my lord. Berekli observed the three of them, their faces etched with despair. Suppressing a chuckle. What happened? My lord, we beg you, do not abandon us on this desolate island. Yes, my lord, it has been nearly half a year, and we are on the brink of starvation. Indeed, my lord, you cannot fathom how we have survived these past 6 months. My lord, we can recount the number of ant hills on this island and the exact count of ants within them. Watching Pilaf bemoan their plight, Berekli's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk. Oh, then tell me, shall we seek out an ant hill to verify your claims? Pilaf's expression of indignation abruptly ceased. That. My lord, we missed you so much upon your return. You cannot imagine how we have fared these past 6 months. Is that so? I'm already aware. I merely wish to confirm your familiarity with the island's ants. Take me there. Well, my lord, Berekli feigned anger, darkening his expression. Should you dare deceive me again, I shall ensure you regret it. The trio trembled in fear, hastily nodding in agreement. Yes, my lord, we will never dare again. We merely employed a tad of exaggeration. Berekli, fully aware of their antics, snorted coldly, maintaining an impassive visage. Everything remains unchanged with that. He swept away, concealing a smile behind them. These three clowns were among the few sources of joy he found on the deserted island. Just as he exited, he promptly turned and returned to the laboratory. After a futile attempt to contact Bulma, he then settled down to focus on his training. Over these past 6 months, he had forsaken returning to scientific research solely to develop a new physical cultivation method. Unlike the energy derived from external sources, the new refinement of physical techniques must stem from internal spiritual strength, utilizing mental energy to invigorate blood flow and infuse vital points, allowing power to arise from within. Blood and chi derive from food, but they can also originate from energy. However, the ultimate transformation is not energy. It is force, strength, domain, and field. It embodies all of one's inherent might, undisturbed by external influences, just as he settled into a meditative posture. Barekli eagerly inquired, "System, how is the simulation progressing? Is the cultivation of the internal universe feasible?" Chapter 68. More to come. Monsters approaching. Yes, but it will require the lower Dantian and the Guan Yuan point. Boruakeli furrowed his brow slightly. Why? This is the lower Dantian, which governs vital energy and blood. Wouldn't that conflict with the primordial energy? Unable to simulate, Boruakeli's expression darkened. How could he not be aware that the Guan Yuan acupoint is part of the lower Dantian? Responsible for vital energy, the lower Dantian should still possess functions, such as the Qi Hai, which, while not as perfect as Guan Yuan, nonetheless belongs to the Dantian. Yet now it directly targets the Guan Yuan acupoint. Meridians facilitate the flow of blood and energy, nourishing the muscles and bones and benefiting the joints. To achieve great mastery, it is essential to fill all the acupoints. However, directly contending with the primordial energy for a habitat seems excessively domineering. There truly no other approach. Beginning from the tiny meridians of the spleen and lungs, one would suffer daily, with no moment of respite, until all the acupoints of these two meridians are completely filled with blood and energy. Boruakeli's expression fluctuated between despair and hope. Cultivating the physical body differs from cultivating energy in energy cultivation. As long as the technique is correctly executed, one can maintain control and cease at any moment. Primordial energy merely sustains normal human activities and does not lead to chaos. As long as the technique is not in operation, primordial energy remains dormant, mostly confined within the three major Dantian. Blood and energy, on the other hand, are vital for every movement of a person, standing, sitting, or lying down. All require their involvement. He cannot suppress the flow of blood and energy. Once he opts for the tiny meridians, both hands from the Shaoshang acupoint to the Yunmin, and both feet from the Yinbai acupoint to the Daba, will remain in constant connection. This means that the left and right sides of his body will be in perpetual pain. At that time, not only will the cultivation be agonizing, but it will also significantly affect his ability to exert strength. Slowly rising to his feet, he concluded that it would be best to wait a while longer. The continuous pain may sound manageable, yet enduring it is beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. Boruakeli believed himself to be just that, an ordinary individual, and if the suffering could be avoided, he would choose to do so. Facing the sea, he lamented the fleeting nature of spring and autumn. In the laboratory, Wyoming had organized everything, clapping her hands in readiness. It was time to begin, perhaps by integrating that fellow's ideas. My experiment would proceed more smoothly. That moment, a flicker of concern crossed her eyes. Just as Wyoming prepared to continue to the next step, the phone rang. Ding-ling-a-ling. Taking a step, she moved away from the experimental apparatus to the other side. She reached for the landline. Hello? Hello, Boruakeli, where are you? Why haven't you contacted me for so long? Where are you up to? Are you all right? Wyoming frowned, listening to the rapid-fire questions from the receiver, pulling the phone slightly away. Wait a minute. Who are you? Where's Boruakeli? After a lengthy monologue, Bulma finally realized something was amiss. She abruptly halted her speech, stifling the words in her mind to retort. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Wyoming's eyes. Oh, who am I? I am his wife. What? Impossible. Where is Boruakeli? Where is he? Oh, Wyoming cast a meaningful glance outside the laboratory. He has exhausted himself and is resting now. Please do not disturb him. Nonsense, I don't believe you. And how are you in his laboratory? That is simply because we are being honest with each other. Nonsense. Bulma's voice erupted through the receiver. Where are you? Why should I tell you? Kelly and I are having a wonderful chat. I have no time for you. With that, she hung up without a second thought, a triumphant smirk playing on her lips. A little wife. Is it trying to take my place? I must repay you for that. After ending the call, Wyoming was unconcerned. Her spirits lifted as she joyfully set about creating biological battle suits. The digestive enzymes needed to be cultivated first, along with the biological base and matrix to be prepared. Oh, right, the biological source points needed to be produced as well. Her laboratory was truly excellent, stocked with all the raw materials required for biological research. Having wealth was indeed advantageous. Wyoming busied herself happily, while Bulma was left fuming. She could not bring herself to believe that Kelly would engage in such behavior. Gritting her teeth, she glared at the experimental table in the laboratory. It had to be that little dancer. Yes, with no other women around Kelly, it had to be her. Twisting her hands in worry, Bulma remained unconvinced. No, I must go take a look. Resolutely, she rushed to the computer in the laboratory. The energy-moving laboratory was her invention, and finding its location would not pose much difficulty for her. It was merely a matter of willingness. Clearly, she was willing now. Little dancer. You dare to make such a joke while Kelly is busy? Do you think I want to be able to find you? Just wait. You are in for it. Bulma furiously tapped away at the computer. The Dragon Ball radar could be manufactured as well. Locating a laboratory was a trivial matter. Inside, there were some special materials, and with the laboratory's exceptional utilization of solar energy, Bulma designed a prototype in less than half an hour later. She piloted her aircraft, soaring skyward amidst the bewildered gazes of Mr. and Mrs. Brief. 7 hours. Wait for me. I will be quick. Little dancer, I will bring you back to my side. Initially, Bulma had been unconcerned. She held a strong confidence in her relationship with Kelly, believing it to be almost infallible. However, after more than half a year without any news from him, it felt increasingly abnormal. Driven by a woman's intuition, her worries were entirely justified, prompting her hasty search. At that moment, Kelly remained on the deserted island, gazing out at the sea. System. Is there truly no way to enhance one's own universe? Weak. Kelly immediately fell silent. Although the initial acupoint seemed inconsequential, it posed a much greater issue for physical cultivation. His primordial energy was an astonishing 99.99, yet the strength of his physical body equated to that of a mere fighter with a power level of 10. That this world is wondrous, one surpassing 10. All energy is converted into primordial energy, rendering physical training ineffective. Purely refining the body does not strengthen it. It merely increases primordial energy. The result of this is that the more one trains, the greater the primordial energy and fighting prowess. Yet it becomes exceedingly rare to encounter scenarios of surpassing combat. Even the most proficient masters, once their primordial energy is depleted, find their physical strength akin to that of an ordinary person. What others referred to as mastery over the physical body, he completely interpreted as absolute control over the flesh. This understanding led him to develop a new method of harnessing blood and energy with mental strength, ultimately infusing it into the acupoints. Are these truly the only two options? System. Which of these two methods is more potent? Unknown. Kelly was at a loss for words, just as he prepared to express his frustration. He found himself increasingly helpless. Damn, is this never-ending? Where on earth did this thing come from? And why does it persist like a haunting specter? In the past, Kelly might not have detected it so quickly, but now he could sense it from quite a distance. Noticing the other party rapidly advancing towards him, Kelly could only helplessly prepare to confront the foe. Chapter 69. No guilt, cannot accept soon enough. Kelly encountered a creature clad in identical garb. That I ask you, can the one behind you even hear? He slightly sidestepped, evading the energy projectile aimed at him. What grievance do we share? What vendetta? Why do you persistently pursue me? Can you not take a moment to rest? Perhaps due to the prolonged inability to succeed, or perhaps Kelly's incessant prattle had infuriated the creature. It roared in response. Stop talking. Don't make a move. All right, your actions make me seem like the villain. Extending his hand, he forcefully clashed with the opponent. The shockwave from their encounter sent 10-meter-high waves crashing across the once calm sea. Damn, system. What is the opponent's combat power? 25,000. Bori Kelly's expression shifted dramatically. 25,000, which indicates an increase of 5,000 from the strength he had previously displayed. His opponent was indeed keeping a close watch on him. Each puppet sent forth had consistently outmatched him. Yet he remained utterly oblivious to this fact. Once again, he evaded the adversary's assault. System, is there truly no surveillance around me? The system reported no findings. What is going on? After dodging another of the opponent's light-based attacks, Bori Kelly seethed, unclear, insufficient data. His face darkened like charcoal. His foe had been lurking in the shadows, and he lacked even the qualification to seek them out. Each puppet dispatched was a head above him, revealing a profound understanding of his capabilities. The fact that the first and second puppets had combat powers of 8,000 suggested that the adversary's creations likely had a minimum combat strength of 8,000. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. If he revealed a combat power of 30,000, what manner of monstrosity would the opponent send next? Moreover, he was incapable of unleashing a strength of 30,000. The Een fire within his dantian was still restraining his vital energy. The best option was to swiftly defeat the opponent with his 20,000 combat power. But what then? Would he cease to cultivate his own universe? That was clearly impossible. Yet if he resumed his training, entering the Guanyuan point posed unknown risks and would undoubtedly draw upon some of his vital energy. Should he choose not to enter the Guanyuan point and instead venture into the Taiyin Lung Meridian or the Taiyin Spleen Meridian, he would suffer excruciating pain. His combat prowess would inevitably diminish in the short term. If the monstrous puppets returned, how would he respond? Damn it! Who is behind this? A beam of laser shot forth from Bori Kelly's hand. No longer evading, he met the opponent's punch head-on. Even in his fury, Bori Kelly did not completely lose his composure. The strength he exhibited was not excessively formidable. Merely around 18,000. This one T due to I end the next wave. If I don't make any progress or cultivate my own universe, I will surely be unable to contend with the opponent. I must devise a strategy. Fixing his gaze on the adversary, Bori Kelly narrowed his eyes slightly. The previous puppet had assisted him in controlling the sudden surge of energy. Thus, this puppet would. With a fierce impact, Bori Kelly's fist collided with the opponent's, executing a deft maneuver to redirect the force while simultaneously grappling with them. Roar! The opponent unexpectedly unleashed a barrier, directly interrupting Bori Kelly's movement, forcing him to release his grip and evade in time. Damn, why do your techniques keep increasing in number and complexity? Bori Kelly muttered in frustration. His expression shifting. The opponent was also evolving. Could it be? The energy in his hands materialized in an instant. Die. With a furious shout, a volley of energy blasts surged forth towards the monstrous puppet. No, my techniques are still too simplistic. A unit of energy can only inflict a singular unit of damage. This does not significantly enhance my strength. In truth, after being nurtured by the dantian, Bori Kelly's energy could inflict double damage. Thus, one unit of energy could yield 2 units of damage. Yet he remained unsatisfied. Engaging in battles beyond his level was undeniably addictive, since he could produce double the damage with a single unit of energy. He naturally yearned to achieve 3, 5, or even 10 times that. Flames of determination ignited in his eyes as he launched an aggressive assault against the opponent. Master Rashi reclined on a lounge chair, eyes closed, savoring the sea breeze. Just like that, let your anger surge. Then break through your limits. Otherwise, even if your combat power reaches 10 billion or 1 trillion, what use is it? You must maintain a consistently high level of challenge. Super Saiyan transformations are a burden to you. You need to learn true combat, rather than relying on explosive power, transformations, and roars each time. You must master genuine fighting skills, not charge forward recklessly like Sun Wukong. It may seem exhilarating, but it ultimately drains your body. A Pyrrhic victory. Keep pushing forward, Bori Kelly. Your progress has been rapid, yet it is still insufficient. Far from enough. You can accelerate your development further. Learn to utilize all resources to advance yourself. Silently reflecting, Master Rashi sighed. Initially seeking an assistant, he found himself in the role of nurturing a novice. Teacher Wulian, do you need anything? Yes. Do you require my assistance? Squinting slightly, Krillin responded. Your training has become lackadaisical. You must exert yourself even more. Krillin was momentarily taken aback, then hastily agreed, rushing away to the seaside to train. Observing Krillin's retreating figure, Master Rashi shook his head. In this life, the bond between son Wukong and Krillin was not as inseparable as one might hope. Krillin's future achievements were uncertain. Consequently, whether Android 18 would still have eyes for Krillin remained debatable. Bori Kelly, if you lack strength, you won't even be able to take your wife out. Without unparalleled strength. Transcending all, you are merely a puppet on strings. The various puppets I send to confront you are merely to expedite your maturation. With this thought, Master Rashi's sense of guilt dissipated. After all, was it not all for Bori Kelly's benefit? He closed his eyes once more, breathing leisurely, and no one could detect that the air Master Rashi exhaled danced delicately in the atmosphere. At a finer level, his cells pulsed rhythmically, allowing the surrounding energy to slowly permeate his body. After entering, the energy did not linger solely within the cells, but rather flowed ceaselessly among them, strengthening him further. His training had long transcended mere superficiality, merging seamlessly with every action he took. Moreover, his subtle control over energy had reached an incomprehensible level of mastery. While Master Rashi enjoyed his tranquility, Bori Kelly found himself engulfed in sorrow. Training was beneficial, and having an equal opponent was acceptable. But the incessant emergence of a madman who showed no regard for the environment was simply intolerable. Yet he had no power to change this. He could only choose to endure. Could we not have a moment of respite? Their battle raged on, exchanging over 300 fierce techniques, neither appearing fatigued, yet Bori Kelly could no longer contain himself. If only the opponent would pause for a moment, allowing him the opportunity to contemplate improvements to his techniques. This was not a matter of honing his control over himself. He could unleash attacks without hesitation. This was about refining his techniques. The relentless barrage of the opponent's strikes left him no room for acceptance. Chapter 70. A Reunion. Choose me. Choose it. With a resounding clash against his foe, Bori Kelly seized the chance to propel himself away. You truly are like an electric motor, never stopping. As he raised both hands. Golden light erupted from his arms. This was a technique he had just recalled. He hoped he could successfully execute it. From the various points along his arms, an infinite array of small energy blasts suddenly erupted. Hurtling toward the monstrous puppet, Bori Kelly laughed maniacally. Ha! I told you this technique would work. It was his own body. Why discriminate between high and low? If he could boast, why couldn't I unleash energy from my arms? Bori Kelly was struck by inspiration. Since certain parts could release specific techniques, his arms, covered in acupoints, could certainly do the same. If the arms can do it, then the chest, backside, back, head, feet, and so on can too. With this thought, the glimmer in Bori Kelly's eyes intensified. His gaze shot forth two beams of laser. He laughed heartily as he launched a flying kick toward the monstrous puppet. Roar! Just as his foot was about to collide with the puppet. Bori Kelly's lips curled into a smirk, a flash of derision passing through his eyes. Surely, you must be a fool. As the words fell, Bori Kelly's feet erupted with brilliance, striking the monstrous palm with tremendous force. Roar! With a powerful kick, Bori Kelly swiftly lifted his other foot, ensnaring the creature's arm. With a forceful tug, his body, which should have retreated, swiftly drew near with the aid of one foot. His hands formed a cross and came crashing down upon the monster's head. Roar! Too late, his hands glimmered with light. Effortlessly making contact with the foe, this strike tore apart the enemy's dark robe. Yet, refusing to pursue the advantage, Bori Kelly pressed down forcefully with both hands, using the rebound to propel himself far away. Bori Kelly let out a displeased snort. Although the strike landed, it fell far short of expectations. How vexing, you wretched creature! Roar! A beam of black light surged towards Bori Kelly once more. This time, he chose not to evade. His expression grave, he focused intently as the satellites within him spun wildly, causing the fire in his dantian to flicker restlessly. His vitality transformed into a dazzling radiance, taking the form of a Bagua diagram before bursting forth in resplendent brilliance. Witnessing this scene, Boricles' heart soared with joy, steady. However, his pride did not last 3 seconds, as his composure shattered. Damn. Cursing under his breath, he executed a swift dive, propelling himself downward. The black beam barely grazed his scalp. That was close, too close. This protective shield seems utterly useless, and the Bagua is merely a superficial facade. After a moment of heart-stopping tension, Boricles murmured bitterly he ought to have been better prepared, yet time had not permitted it. Even though he had wounded the adversary, it remained undeterred, intent only on attack. Otherwise, he could have layered on more shields. No, I must rethink my strategy. The protective shield should be feasible, but simply projecting it outward to form a shape seems impractical. As he watched the foe charge at him once more, Boricles' visage darkened with fury. Ancestors, why did you not conquer this world? If you had, I could have freely utilized your resources. While he roared in indignation, Boricles charged forward without hesitation. Retreat was not an option. The enemy clung to him relentlessly. If he did not vanquish this foe, he would be forced into perpetual evasion. No, consistently revealing only superficial combat prowess is not a viable strategy. I must conceal my true strength and diligently cultivate my self-created technique of the universe. Who knows how long I must endure these relentless assaults from the monsters. Even sleep is disturbed. His vitality enveloped his exterior as Boricles fiercely engaged in battle. Master Rashi squinted, a smile breaking across his face. Finally, enlightenment has dawned. Master Rashi, what are you smiling about? The giant turtle observed the peculiar behavior of Master Rashi. Immediately noticing the oddity and inquiring, the eyes of Master Rashi, hidden behind sunglasses, rolled. He awkwardly rose from his sun lounger, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Then, bending forward, he covered one side of his mouth with one hand while leaning towards the giant turtle's ear with the other. I just witnessed 2 stunning beauties fighting over me in my mind. The giant turtle regarded Master Rashi with disdain. Master Rashi, you are a sage. Please refrain from indulging in such unrealistic dreams. What are you, an old turtle? No, Master Rashi grumbled as he returned to his sun lounger, adjusting his sunglasses with a smug smile. Little did you know, I can't fool you. Boricles, this is how it should be. I eagerly anticipate the day of your triumph. This is the outcome Master Rashi desires, that he can gauge Boricles' combat strength through his aura, but cannot ascertain his capability to battle beyond his level. If Boricles thoroughly comprehends vitality and physical form, overcoming foes 100 times his strength is not an impossibility. 100 times merely equates to crossing a significant threshold in battle. Master Rashi has achieved this, albeit by a different path. Meanwhile, Bulma, equipped with her newly crafted radar, approached the vicinity of the laboratory. You scoundrels, just wait. How dare you secretly use the laboratory equipment without informing Boricles? From a distance, she spotted the deserted island and hastily accelerated towards it. Upon disembarking the plane, she beheld 3 individuals leisurely basking in the sun on the island. With a thunderous shout, Bulma exclaimed, "You scoundrels, what are you doing?" The trio of Pilaf had just resolved the energy issue of the laboratory, and had settled down. Initially dismissing the approaching aircraft as an inquisitive passerby, confident that Boricles, the harbinger of death, would shield them. However, Bulma's explosive shout startled them greatly. Turning to see Bulma, they hurriedly scrambled to their feet. Pilaf, filled with trepidation, gazed at Bulma, mentally lamenting his misfortune. Yet Bulma disregarded him entirely and marched directly to my side. Mai, bewildered by Bulma's advance, murmured to herself. Logically, she should have no significance, merely acting as Pilaf's assistant, so Bulma should not be directing her ire at her. There had been no precedent for such behavior in her courtyard, leaving her puzzled about today's events. Bulma glared icily at Mai. "Are you the one toying with me?" No sooner had she uttered this than Mai, still in shock, watched as Vomi emerged from the laboratory, stretching languidly. "Hey, that little fellow named Pilaf, you might not have enough energy, so you can't rest yet." The 2 women locked eyes, recognizing Vomi's infuriatingly familiar voice. Bulma came to a realization. It was not Mai who was tormenting her. Rather, Borically was indeed hiding a beauty away. The tide of grievances surged within her, tears welling in her eyes. She turned to glare furiously at Pilaf, demanding, "Where is Borically?" Pilaf was flabbergasted. He was merely a servant, no different from a slave, and since the other party could fly, how would he know Boricly's whereabouts? Uncertain, he fell silent. The distant black speck in the sky is quite a sight. Bulma, seeing that Pilaf dared not speak, grew even angrier. "I'm asking you a question. If you don't answer, I'll sew your mouth shut." Pilaf's eyes bulged, cold sweat pouring down his face. Speak." Her thunderous roar only startled Pilaf further. Vomi observed Bulma's demeanor, recognizing the familiar tone and instinctively understanding the situation. Pleased with herself, she could not help but mock. "Oh my, what a fierce woman. What are you up to, bullying my Boricly's servant? Are you?" Bulma resisted the urge to engage in a verbal duel with Vomi, her gaze fixed coldly on Pilaf, seeing him tremble like a leaf, unwilling to reveal Boricly's whereabouts. She let out a cold laugh, saying icily, "Humph, so you conspire together to deceive me. Just wait. I refuse to believe he can hide forever." Just as she turned to enter the laboratory, Pilaf desperately pointed at the sky, his voice filled with urgency. "There, what? You think you can stop me?" Stopping in her tracks, Bulma followed his pointing finger. The next words died on her lips. In the sky, lazily returning. Who else could it be but Boricly? Bulma coldly observed Boricly as he landed on the deserted island, then charged forward, seizing his collar. "Will you choose me or her?" Chapter 71. Jealousy Strikes. Hurry and pursue. After Kelly painstakingly vanquished the monstrous puppet, he made no adjustments and returned directly to the deserted island. From a distance, he had already spotted Bulma. Just as he landed and prepared to greet her, Bulma rushed forward in a blur, just as he was about to tease her with a smile. Bulma seized his collar, and her subsequent words left him utterly bewildered. "What? Choose me or choose her?" He looked at Bulma in confusion. "What is wrong, Bulma?" Tears streamed down Bulma's face uncontrollably. She pointed towards Viomi at the entrance of the laboratory. "I ask you, do you choose me or that fairy?" Kelly still couldn't comprehend. He gently placed his hands on Bulma's shoulders, tenderly wiping away her tears. "Bulma, what is the matter? What nonsense are you talking about?" His gentle actions warmed Bulma's heart, yet his words sent a chill through her. She swatted his hand away and wriggled free from his grasp. "Humph, don't play innocent that you become successful now. Hiding a beauty in a golden house, haven to you." Kelly stared at Bulma in silence. "What are you talking about? There are hardly any people on this deserted island. Where would I hide a beauty?" Bulma pointed at Viomi. "I senti that so." Kelly was at a loss for words. "What are you saying?" "She is merely a researcher I brought back to the island." Bulma regarded him with skepticism. "Really? Truly? More genuine than diamonds. I'm not deceiving you." Kelly looked at Bulma earnestly. "By heaven's grace, he truly harbored no ulterior motives. It had merely been a casual remark. Although Viomi was indeed somewhat beautiful, yes, very beautiful, he had no such thoughts, and certainly he had no intention of acting on them. Furthermore, judging by appearances rather than intentions, there is no perfect person in this world. It's akin to how girls admire handsome men. He certainly only looked. The primary reason he had brought Viomi was due to her exceptional prowess in biological technology. "Why did you bring her here then?" Kelly protested. "Her expertise in biology is remarkable. She can provide me with immense inspiration. Initially, I needed more time for the biological battle suit, but under her guidance, it could be created today. That is why I left the laboratory for her to work on it." The more he spoke, the weaker his tone became, and he even started to doubt himself. He hastily added, "Also, I had just stepped outside to train when that monster followed me. If you had arrived a bit earlier, I would have still been battling it. Had you come even sooner, you would have witnessed it." Kelly explained urgently. Regardless, his primary task now was to soothe Bulma. "Really? I'm not deceiving you. Ask them." In the past, Bulma would have never thought to inquire with Pilaf and the others. Yet this time, she turned around and asked Pilaf, "Did you see a monster?" The three of them shook their heads in unison. Viomi chuckled softly. Bulma, who had not been entirely disbelieving. After all, she had personally experienced the monster's 2 attempts to hunt her down, especially when it was after Kelly. merely aimed to express her stance. Yet, she never expected this outcome. With a pale face, she turned to Borui Kelly. "Hey, what are you asking? Did you not feel the tremors just now?" This time, all three nodded vigorously. Pilaf, even more excited, exclaimed, "Yes, not only tremors. But the sea also became tumultuous. Even in broad daylight, there was a glow in the distance." Xiao nodded fervently. Yes, Pilaf is right, and the wind was fierce, stinging our cheeks. Indeed, it came in gusts, the three excitedly explained, causing Bulma to calm down. She recognized that Borui Kelly's current combat prowess was considerable, and distancing himself was a perfectly reasonable choice. That be, by the way, I still don't know her name. Just as Borui Kelly was about to speak, Viomi elegantly approached. "Hello, sister. I am Viomi, the master's little wife." "You," Borui Kelly glared at Viomi with wide eyes, furious. "Wasn't this just adding fuel to the fire? What's wrong?" "I sent this what you said." "Master, Bulma s threatening gaze bore into Borui Kelly. "Is that true?" Borui Kelly grew anxious. He hadn't prepared an excuse. Although Viomi's claim was correct, something felt off. Bulma, seeing Borui Kelly's stammering, became infuriated. Could it be that what she said is true? No, that is not true. You all quickly explain. At this point, Borui Kelly could only hope that Pilaf and the others would clarify quickly. "Master, you've been away for over half a year and just returned today, though we know nothing. We only saw you carry someone back, and we are utterly clueless." Borui Kelly almost choked on his words, nearly losing his breath. This explanation was worse than silence. Borui Kelly. Bulma, let me explain. Not listening, a tortoise reciting scriptures. You choose me or her? I, of course, choose you. Borui Kelly blurted out immediately. What do you mean by choosing me or her? I have absolutely no relationship with her. Master, our offspring, are you prepared to abandon them? They are also a part of life. Borui Kelly's veins bulged as he glared at Viomi. Yet, he was met with a defiant gaze. Bulma's voice trembled with suppressed sobs, the endless grievance evident in her tone. So you've already produced offspring. Why didn't you bring me to see? Oh dear, what is this? Bulma, don't be misled. I am telling you, she is merely a researcher I just rescued. Borui Kelly's full explanation was left unfinished, as he was met with the astonished expressions of Pilaf and the others. Viomi looked as if she were on the verge of tears. Master, are you not going to take responsibility? I have given you my all. Upon hearing this, Bulma lost it. She stopped flying and directly used her energy to soar away. Borui Kelly glared at the smug Viomi, indignantly tossing out a parting remark. I'll deal with you when I return, he hurriedly pursued after Bulma. It's my fault. I should have explained sooner. Now it's all complicated with so many issues arising. How am I supposed to appease her? Oh dear, Master, your original partner is jealous. Hurry and pursue her. The little lady doesn't mind. I don't need anyone to appease me. Borui Kelly stumbled midair. Bulma hadn't flown far at all, and with that shout, sure enough, as soon as Viomi's words fell, Bulma's speed surged dramatically. Chapter 72. Comforting the girlfriend, training later. What is this madness? Even though he felt utterly speechless, Borui Kelly could only obediently chase after Bulma. Bulma, let me finish what I have to say. What more is there to say? Bulma, I have been training outside for the past 6 months and just returned today. This morning, I happened upon her in the biological laboratory in a vast expanse of snow-capped mountains. I found her biological technology remarkable, which is why I brought her back. Bulma halted in her tracks. Then why did she say she is your little wife? With a Borikili, feeling somewhat guilty, remarked, perhaps this is merely a form of retribution for my actions today. After all, I just seized her to know. Wait, Bulma suddenly exclaimed, her voice rising. If that is the case, why is she in your laboratory willingly? And why did you permit her to be alone there? Borikili inwardly lamented. Why are women so sensitive, grasping on even the slightest details? It is truly a case of initial delight followed by an arduous pursuit of affection. Bulma, I assure you, I did not deceive you. After I brought her here, I did nothing but come to this place. In an effort to win her over, I disclosed the details and progress of the biological battlesuit to her. She claimed she could create it in no time. That is why I allowed her to tinker in the lab. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. The old equipment she previously researched is still there. There truly is nothing amiss. The experiment has only just begun. Bulma was not so easily swayed. If there were truly nothing to it, would that not be akin to rubbing her intelligence into the ground? She spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, really? So our dear Borikili is still intent on winning over this beauty. What is it? Do you feel the chill of winter or the solitude of summer? On this desolate island, shall we indulge in romance? Borikili was at his wit's end. How could he possibly placate her? He had explained everything in detail, yet she remained unconvinced. I am not. I did not. Do not speak recklessly. He vehemently denied her accusations. Humph. You need not say so much. The facts speak for themselves that I saw what I saw. Let me tell you, explanations are merely disguises, and disguises indicate wrongdoing. Borikili felt as though he might weep in despair. What on earth is this? Bulma, I must tell you. Sensing Bulma's unfavorable gaze, Borikili immediately softened. Admitting his fault, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Bulma paid him no heed and continued flying forward. Master, we are over the ocean, and your direction is misguided. With your current strength, it is best not to act recklessly. Ignoring his pleas, Bulma pressed on. Borikili followed behind, desperately trying to explain, but Bulma remained indifferent. He felt utterly tormented. This was more painful than the inner fire and the impending trials of cosmic cultivation. Bulma, I wish to practice a technique that will ensure I am in constant pain, and my strength cannot be fully realized. You are aware that I just defeated the puppet and now have a considerable period of downtime, during which I wish to cultivate that Bulma's speed momentarily faltered before she resumed her flight. You pursue your own training. It has nothing to do with me. You should discuss this with your little wife. With a wry smile, he thought this was a situation beyond retrieval. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he darted in front of Bulma. Bulma, listen to me seriously. At worst, I will. His pupils dilated, and his complexion turned pale. What are you doing? Borikili could not respond. His body spasmed and plunged into the sea. Bulma's expression shifted. Do not feign. If you do, I shall be angered. After waiting for a moment without seeing him emerge, Bulma panicked. She dove into the water with determination. Gurgling sounds echoed as she retrieved Borikili, feeling his body cold and his lips devoid of color. What to do? Do not frighten me. What happened to you? Borikili lay motionless in Bulma's embrace, eyes tightly shut. No, I must save him. After a moment of sorrow, Bulma realized what she needed to do and began her return to the island. Borikili sighed internally. Having reached this point, he knew that if he returned, Violet would surely cause trouble again. There was no choice but to begin now. Reluctantly, Borikili resolved to commence his cultivation at this very moment. Even if the monster pursued him relentlessly, 3 months were still required. He resolved to act, disregarding Bulma's concerns, and focused his mind. Once his dantian was filled with energy and his blood circulated like mercury, he began to operate his technique perfectly. Now was the time. He activated the lesser merchant point on the hand tie-in lung meridian and the hidden white point on the foot tie-in spleen meridian. On the surface, there appeared to be no anomaly, yet under Borikili's mental control, his blood and energy divided into 2 streams, converging at various acupoints throughout his body. Suddenly, pain surged through him, causing Borikili to involuntarily groan. Ugh! Bulma, who had been focused on flying, immediately halted. Borikili, what is wrong? Do not scare me. What is happening? Borikili slowly opened his eyes, revealing a face marked by profound weakness. That I have a bean in my arms. Could you feed it to me? Ah, all right, as long as you are fine. Observing Bulma's panicked demeanor, Borikili felt a wave of regret wash over him. It was all his fault for speaking too freely. He quickly recalled the stifling atmosphere that would ensue when the 2 women clashed and promptly cast aside his guilt. I must maintain my composure, first evade the storm, and then gradually adjust. It was not that he harbored any inappropriate thoughts towards Violet. Could any beauty rival Bulma's allure? No matter how remarkable, could anyone surpass the kindness Bulma had shown him? Yet, her capabilities were undeniable. The biological battlesuit she had constructed was even superior to the system itself. How could he bear to relinquish such a powerful ally? If he could win Violet over, his progress in research would accelerate dramatically. Losing such a talent would be intolerable. Once the celestial being was in his mouth, he closed his eyes again. Borakili, what is truly the matter with you? Allow me to recover. I will explain once my injuries are mended. Ah, you are injured. How serious is it? Where? Let me see. Let us return to the island first. After speaking, Borakili ceased to converse, focusing on circulating his energy. Fortunately, having trained under the cat sage, he remained undistracted by Bulma's antics and continued his cultivation unimpeded. Bulma hesitated for a moment, then stamped her foot in frustration. You have it easy. Embracing Borakili, she flew towards the island. Borakili knew Bulma would not lose her composure in such matters. After swallowing the celestial being, he devoted himself to his practice, wholly indifferent to the changes in his surroundings. Within his meridians, energy descended while vitality ascended, flowing in an orderly manner. Unlike the vitality, blood coursed through every meridian, orderly and synchronized. Additionally, numerous blood vessels and cells contained blood. The next step was to coagulate the blood into a vortex, settling at each acupoint, and begin the gradual refinement of his physical body. Chapter 73. Mutation arises. Once again out of control, unlike the tiny meridian, the acupoints cannot bear an overwhelming amount of power. There is no notion of boundless acupoints. The only feasible approach is to condense the blood vortex into a minuscule mass, exceedingly small, ensuring its safe passage into the acupoint. Indeed, even the blood vortex cannot coalesce within the acupoint. Although chi and blood may appear similar, they are fundamentally worlds apart. Both are essentially forms of power. Yet one is ethereal within the human body, while the other is as heavy as lead or mercury. Fortunately, Berekli possesses this knowledge and refrains from recklessly attempting to condense the blood vortex. He intends to gradually increase the velocity and concentration of the blood, aiming to ultimately condense it into 4 blood vortices that will simultaneously enter the acupoint. Once the initial step is accomplished, the subsequent meridians and acupoints will not require such complexity. He need only persist in his training as long as the blood vortex can take root within the starting acupoints of the 4 meridians. The subsequent acupoints will naturally condense the blood vortex as his training deepens. The next time, it will naturally fill the 4 meridians and the breakthrough to the next level, along with the condensation of new meridians, will necessitate enduring this suffering once more, that if all goes smoothly, the cultivation of blood chi and primordial energy will become increasingly simple, rapid, and potent. Casting aside all distractions, Berekli begins to enter a state of utter focus. Bulma, cradling Berekli, returns to the deserted island. Upon landing, she immediately starts issuing commands. Pilaf, bring a house. Pilaf, rushing over, is momentarily taken aback. He has been stranded on this deserted island for over half a year. Where would he find a house? This Bulma, concerned for Berekli, offers Pilaf no kindness. She bellows, "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Yes, but my lady, we have no house. We have been left here by Lord Berekli to fend for ourselves for over half a year." Bulma, infuriated, can only retrieve a universal capsule from her pocket. There is no other option. We'll have to make do for now. The laboratory lacks any resting place that Bulma finds acceptable. That small bed is hardly suitable for the injured Berekli. Viomi approaches gracefully, her eyes brimming with tears. "Why, Lord, you look so miserable. What has happened to you? Are you truly leaving your little concubine behind?" Bulma's veins bulge with rage. This scoundrel must be deliberately trying to provoke her. Forcing herself to suppress the urge to strike, she recognizes that the immediate priority is to ascertain Berekli's condition. In just a brief moment, his skin transitions from a fiery red to a pallid, bloodless hue and now feels exceptionally cold. After spending so much time together, she can discern any issues with a mere touch. She lifts Berekli, preparing to carry him back inside to lay him on the bed. "My lord, please do not leave. Do not abandon me. Your little concubine is terrified." Bulma, exasperated, casts a disdainful glance at Viomi. "If you do not wish to be struck down, then begone." Viomi discreetly opens one eye, only to immediately resume her loud sobbing. Bulma, incensed, reflects that had it not been for the unclear situation and Berekli's repeated emphasis on Vyomi's significant utility in biological matters, she would have dealt with her harshly. In a flash, a distant mound of earth is reduced to dust by Bulma's fury. Oh, you think me merciful. Vyomi promptly falls silent, obediently releasing her hold as Bulma carries Berekli into the house. She glares at Bulma's retreating figure, remembering how she was forcibly taken by Berekli and now intimidated by Bulma. Naturally, resentment brews within her. Yet, she understands that revealing her malice now would be futile. It must remain buried deep within her heart. That's so. A cultivator, you say? Just wait. Once I discover that method, I will create beings to vanquish you all. With resentment fleeting, Vyomi feigns nonchalance as she rises from the ground. Stretching languidly before Pilaf and the others, she reveals her enchanting figure. In an instant. Even Xiaowu is captivated. Must be said that Vyomi's alluring tactics are truly exceptional. Her grace and poise surpass Bulma's considerably, particularly accentuated by her black-rimmed glasses, which provoke an irresistible allure. Vyomi, of course, takes note of the three men's lecherous gazes. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a woman before? The three hastily lower their heads. Regardless of who they are, none of them dare to provoke her. It is far wiser to maintain decorum than to invite trouble. Rolling her eyes, Vyomi strides toward the laboratory. By the way, the energy supply for the laboratory must not be interrupted. Your recent adjustments are insufficient. We need to increase it. Pilaf, curiously gazing at Vyomi's retreating figure, asks, What? Are you not concerned about the lack of electricity tonight? He slaps his forehead. Right? I must store more energy. With that, he rushes toward the laboratory. Pilaf, Bulma's voice echoes from within the house, causing Pilaf to halt in his tracks. Quickly, manufacture some energy blocks. Pilaf wears a troubled expression, stammering, the biological laboratory is occupied, and no excuses. If Berekli requires energy later and you cannot provide it, you can await your demise. Pilaf's face falls, and he dashes into the laboratory in a panic. Ashu and Xiaowu exchange sympathetic glances. How fortunate he is to possess such skills, being summoned like that. Unlike us who are overlooked, if Pilaf were aware of Ashu and Xiaowu's thoughts, he would surely be choking on blood. This a good thing? The two stealthily depart, seeking refuge in a place where they would not be seen by the women. The jealousy of women can be terrifying, especially when one possesses value and the other boasts formidable strength. Berekli is acutely aware of everything transpiring outside, yet he is reluctant to open his eyes and confront the reality. Moreover, the turmoil within his body remains exceedingly pressing. The surge of blood, and she shows no signs of abating. To condense the blood vortex, Berekli must grit his teeth and endure pain, continuously employing his mental energy to obstruct the flow of blood at the Shaoshang and Yinbai acupoints. This struggle occurs within his own body, where his faint mental energy can influence the blood flow. Were he outside, his meager mental power would be utterly incapable of affecting reality. Damn it, why is it so much harder to condense the blood vortex than the chi vortex? I feel myself growing weaker. What should I do? Just as anxiety grips him, Bulma senses the situation.